Synopsis. Ivan, an alchemist capable of destroying and recreating the world at will, is transported to another reality. Instead of serving the Holy Church as a faithful dog, he decides to forge his own destiny. He conquers dungeons, shapes life with his alchemy, and crafts weapons of unimaginable devastation. For Ivan, the real pleasure is not in following orders, but in shaping a world according to his will. Chapter 1. As interesting as the world may already appear with grandiose topics such as, why are we here? And how are we here? One must venture either far or close to find something that they would be content with pursuing. Whether that be in the arts or the field of science, one must have reason for their continual attempts at existing, as such are their ideals or dreams. That being the case, is one inclined to give up their ideals when they're opposed by a greater being? I want to create a human being. Such were the ideals of young Ivan. Don't be a fool, Ivan, you're too young to be considering stuff like that. Hurry and go to bed, your first day of school starts tomorrow. Mom, I didn't mean it that way. Embarrassed by the notion of his mother, Ivan shyly slithered upstairs towards his bedroom, all the while proclaiming his displeasure. And besides, there is more work to be done, I can feel it, Mom, this time for sure my research will bear fruit. Hearing the door of Ivan's bedroom slam shut, his mother muttered to herself, this time for sure, when is that kid going to grow up? If you asked Ivan's mother how big his room was, then she'd tell you that it was the size of their living room. And yet if that were the case, then you wouldn't think so looking at his bedroom right now. Books scattered. Some open, others not, covered the room's floor, making stifling towers that brushed the ceiling. If not for the straight path empty of any obstacles, one would not notice the lone desk at the other end of the room. Then again, it was this very desk that was buried in a sea of crumpled up papers and empty water bottles. On this desk lay some basic amenities like Ivan's monitor, his keyboard, mouse, pen, pencil, eraser, and notebook. But his most prized possession would be the PC that stood beneath his desk. It was after all his most useful resource to conduct his research and find information. All these things together formed what Ivan liked to call the Alchemist Secret Society, also known as A.S. for short. To him his bedroom was to be regarded as more like a lab than anything. As for what kind of research was to be conducted, then that would be his aforementioned goal of creating human life. Well, even he believed himself to be far away from completing that goal, so for now he was content with finding a way to create sentient life. From there he supposed that he could raise it to be human, kind of like a Frankenstein situation. Of course he could do without his creation going on a rampage and terrorizing a community. Ivan himself found a certain beauty in rebelling against the forces of nature, in a way it made him excited just thinking about it. Wiping the drool from his mouth, Ivan slapped his cheeks and steeled himself for another long studying session. His admiration for alchemists are what stirred his desire to be one, their abilities to be precise. Creating life, prolonging one's vitality, transforming copper to gold, and curing all diseases. In short, Ivan admired the ability to defy what was considered to be far from humanity's reach in ability. As an aspiring alchemist he of course pursued the very things former alchemists spent their life searching for. That of course being an elixir of immortality, the panacea, a remedy to cure any disease and prolong life and the perfection of the human body and soul. To him, his reason for existing was to recreate the same mythological feats as his predecessors once did. As for why out of all the things alchemists sought he decided to recreate life itself, it was his personal belief that so long as he creates a being capable of carrying on his will, then he'd live forever. And in living forever, then it would be inevitable that he'd be able to accomplish the feats of every other alchemist. He is someone who didn't seek immortality, as while he'd have tons of time to perform his research he believed that he'd grow lazy with all that time. He was someone who worked better knowing either he completed his work or died full of regret. Things like the elixir of life and the panacea were just something he wanted to recreate. As for whether or not he'd use them on himself, he'd have to decide when the time comes. It's no use. No matter which method I use, my results never yield anything worth of value. Ivan considered every option: science, the occult, magic, none of these things brought the answers he sought. Well, it's time to hit the hay. Ugh, my first day at another school, Sounds like a pain in the ass. Why can't Mom understand that I'm on the brink of greatness? She wouldn't be so worried about my future if that bastard was still alive. Nervousness? Loneliness? Ivan didn't feel the prospect of any of those things when he was told by his mother that they'd be moving. For he who put all of his time into research and studying never bothered himself into making relationships. As such he assumed his mother only saw him as a friendless neat. To Ivan the last thing he needed was to manage relationships while he could be spending his valuable time doing other things. Changing into his pajamas after taking care of his hygiene, Ivan brushed off the papers and books cluttering his bed and huddled himself into his blankets. At this point he was desensitized by the lack of data received from his research. As someone open to exploring multiple options, he only thought that it would be inevitable for a breakthrough. He only had to explore even further. Gossip, drama, and getting stabbed in the back, these were all things Ivan abhorred. So in his mind he thought how kind God must be to create a breeding ground for all these things in one place. Keeping these exaggerated thoughts to himself, Ivan adorned his polo blue blazer and slithered his way to the front door. This time for sure, where have I heard that before? Of course he was unable to reach his destination without his mother, who mocked him for his remarks the other day. All the while adorning a smirk on her face as if she was looking at something pathetic. "Oh, is that a challenge I hear? Fine, how about this? If I'm unable to provide proof of my accomplishments by the time I return home, I'll go get a job. How's that?" Ivan grimaced in shame and did his best to hide his embarrassment. However, in that shame he proposed something even he knew he couldn't back up. "Deal." Grinning from ear to ear, his mother quickly accepted the proposal before he had time to retract it. If he were to get a job, maybe he'd awaken from his delusions and finally grow up, she thought to herself. Hiding his expression of despair, Ivan took a step out the house and made his way to school. This is bad. I cannot conduct my research if I'm gonna be stuck working. School is enough of a time waste as is. Panic set in, his mind began racing as he sought ways to evade his doom. And before he knew it, he arrived at his destination. "I have a couple hours to come up with a plan, you got this, me." Dumping all the hard work on future Ivan, he made his way in. He arrived just on time, right before his first class. Outside his classroom awaited his teacher, who'd be introducing him to the rest of the class. It was only a short meeting, yet it was one accompanied by such awkward silence. Rubbing his eyes to make sure he was seeing things straight, Ivan once more beheld the sight in front of him. Standing at a not so impressive 143 centimeters 4 foot 8 feet was a woman who had just introduced herself as his teacher. With dark brown hair that stopped at her shoulders and green eyes that showed disapproval. Suggesting she knew what he was thinking, Ivan avoided his gaze and introduced himself. All the while doing his best not to let his emotions show on his face. "Nice to meet ya, Hatayama-sensei. My name is Ivan Koryai. I'm new to this school, but I hope you'll be willing to advise me." Finishing his introduction with a bow, Ivan remarked at how well his ass-kissing skills were. Omo, great to meet you, Ivan-kun. It'd be a pleasure to welcome you to my class." As much as Ivan dislikes having to maintain relations with other people, he knew it'd be better to have many allies rather than enemies, as such his philosophy in life was that everyone is a friend of mine until they aren't. "Alright, please wait here while I get the class ready. When I call for you, please enter and present yourself. From there I shall point you to your seat and you may sit down." Nodding at his teacher's explanation, Ivan leaned against the door waiting for his introduction. Although the time for his first appearance was coming up, his thoughts were only occupied with potential ways to progress his skills as an alchemist. It probably wasn't very helpful, but Ivan had read many books and stories of alchemists as well as watched films involving them. That was how desperate he was to find any sort of inspiration for his work. And then, "Please come in and introduce yourself." Ivan heard a shout from the other side of the door and dusted off his blazer. "It's showtime," he thought to himself. Creak. Walking in with a confident stride and a half-smile adorned on his face, Ivan turned to face his future classmates. Curiosity and some points disappointment is what he observed from the class. The disappointment being mainly from the guys in the class hoping for some cute new girl and a few girls who became disinterested, not seeing him to be their type. Not minding any of this, Ivan made it a point to speak courteously towards his class. "Nice to meet you, everyone. My name is Ivan Koryai, and I look forward to spending the rest of my years with you all. I enjoy reading and chemistry, please take care of me." Finishing off his introduction with a neat bow, Ivan listened closely to the murmuring in the classroom. "Oi, you're telling me we got another nerd in our class? Geez, and here I thought Hajime was enough to deal with as it is. Why couldn't it be some cute girl instead?" It took a minute before the teacher, Hatayama Aiko, intervened and settled down the class. Alright, settle down everyone, class shall begin in a minute. Ivan-kun, why don't you go ahead and take a seat next to Hajime-kun? Ivan made his move towards his seat compliantly, for now he'd have to observe the atmosphere in his class before he can see where he'd place himself. It happened after lunch. After being dogpiled by a bunch of curious classmates, Ivan finally had a moment for himself to relax. Half the day was gone, and instead of finding a solution to his problem, he spent that time familiarizing himself with his classroom's hierarchy and asking his classmates a few questions. Now he was observing the hierarchy of the class in act right next to him. It seems that his neighbor, Hajime Nagumo, has quite a few people displeased with him. He often slept through class. During breaks he'd either read or play games on his phone. Generally this Hajime Nagumo was a quiet person. So how did he become the ire of the class even though he hardly interacts with anyone in it? Well, one factor Ivan discerned from a classmate of his is that Hajime has a fondness for otaku culture. That very culture is not publicly accepted, so his classmates discriminated against him for it. Another factor that most certainly painted a target on his back is that he has caught the eye of the most popular girl in school. If everyone had a positive opinion of him, then they probably wouldn't resist much, and yet it's because they look down on him so much that they can't accept that he has earned the eye of the school's #1 beauty. But anime and games, Ivan had used otaku culture before as a reference for his work and was quite impressed by the imaginativeness. As such, it got him thinking, the situations in many works in which one attains great power from a higher being. Is it possible to learn this power? And then suddenly, as if a god had heard his plea, a bright array appeared on the floor of the classroom. Symbols and patterns were revealed as a blue light threatened to engulf the students. Hatayama Aiko's screams to evacuate the classroom were useless, as only seconds later her and the rest of the students were completely engulfed. The light faded away and no one was left. The once full classroom became completely empty in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2. Looking at the mural in front of him, Ivan lamented the events that occurred in the past few minutes. A magic circle, a bright light, and now we have found ourselves in a location completely unknown. How unscientific. Crossing his right arm in front of his chest and holding his left palm to his cheek, Ivan closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Rather than the why, Ivan was more concerned in the how. Peering over to his classmates, he found momentarily amusement in their reactions. In their confusement they wandered in awe, taking in the sight of their surroundings. Marble as far as the eye can see, massive pillars that seemed to support the dome-shaped ceiling, and finally the raised platform in the middle of the room they were standing on, etched with the same circle they saw briefly in their classroom. It wasn't long before they noticed the 30 or so people surrounding them, clad in their white robes and each equipped with staves, at least all but one who particularly stood out. Taking a step forward was one old man dressed more lavishly than his peers, adorning a monk's cap that stood 30 centimeters tall, that's almost 1 foot tall. If not for his wrinkled face and aged eyes, he'd seem like a man only in his early 50s. Welcome to Tortus, brave heroes. It is our pleasure to welcome you here. I am the Pope of the Holy Church, Ishtar Langbard. It is an honor to make your acquaintances. The old man named Ishtar spoke courteously to the students, and yet Ivan felt as though he spoke in a manner as if he was coaxing children. Well, I suppose he actually is, Ivan thought to himself. Now, I'm aware you must all have questions, but I imagine you all need a moment to settle down. If you would all accompany me to our banquet hall, I'm sure we can calmly discuss there. With a good-natured smile, Ishtar led the confused students to another room furnished with long tables and numerous chairs. Beckoning the students to take a seat, Ishtar silently made eye contact with his fellow priests. With a nod, the 30 or so priests lined themselves out along the edges of the room, blocking any doors or windows. Shifting his eyes around the room, Ivan made a stern decision. Ivan Cohen, why don't you take a seat? Having his thoughts broken by his teacher, Ivan only glanced at her before moving his eyes over to the class star. Cookie Amanagawa. It was this class star that managed to settle down the panicking students. With brown hair, blue eyes and a disposition for justice, many of his classmates depended on him. At least that's what he discerned from the intel he received from his classmates and the half-school day he spent observing him. It seems that his standing is even higher in the eyes of our classmates than our teacher. Sorry, sensei, but I prefer to be standing for this. For some reason my legs seem to be a little cramped, perhaps because I was seated when we were brought here. Don't mind me though, a little bit of stretching and I'll be fine. Brushing off his teacher's inquiry with a smile, Ivan stretched his legs as an attempt to seem more convincing. This only incurred the inquisitive gaze of Pope Ishtar, and for a slight moment his and Ivan's gaze locked together. Ishtar quickly looked away before recomposing his kind smile from earlier. This only raised Ivan's suspicions. If possible, Ivan wanted to stand as closest as he can to an exit as he can without arousing suspicion, but his plan was foiled the moment he heard click. His exits were locked, and that included windows too. It seems his little interaction with Ishtar was enough to put the old man on high alert. The moment Ivan was about to say something, the doors to the banquet hall were pushed open, and out came a number of carts, each carrying delectable food and desserts. But that's not all. In fact, these carts were being pushed by actual maids. As soon as Ivan received his refreshments, he had half a mind to restrain himself from climbing underneath the sheets of the cart and making a stealthy getaway. But he was certain that such an action would incur the wrath of Pope Ishtar. So, coming up with a plan as to how he was going to avoid eating or drinking anything this place served him, Ivan stealthily dumped his food and beverage onto a fellow classmate who seemed preoccupied with ogling at the maids. Now then, I am certain you all must be feeling very confused about the situation you found yourselves in. I shall explain everything, starting from the beginning. All I ask is that you hear me out till the end. Taking advantage of the fact that all his guests had their faces stuffed and were unable to refute him, Pope Ishtar tightly clasped his hands and began retelling an old tale. Welcome to Tortus. Within Tortus lives 3 different races: humans, demons, and demi-humans, Ishtar took a breath to wipe away his feelings of disgust and anger at mentioning the last two races. For hundreds of years we humans have been in a strenuous war with the demons, currently however we have been locked in a stalemate, at least until now. These demons, to make up for their lack of numbers, have somehow managed to tame monsters. Ishtar took a moment to gauge the reaction of the students before resuming his tale. Us humans, one advantage has always been numbers, but now that it has been taken away, we stand at the risk of humanity being threatened to extinction. The one who summoned you all here was the blessed Lord, Ihit. He is the guardian deity of us humans, and the one true God of the Holy Church. The supreme leader who created the world itself. I suppose Lord Ihit grew aware of our plight. He realized humanity was doomed to annihilation, so he summoned you here in order to prevent such a disaster. You humans are from a world greater than ours, and therefore carry within you strength that surpasses the humans of this world. Ishtar paused for a moment before continuing hesitantly. Or at least, that is what was shown to me in a divine revelation. Regardless, I implore you all to do as Lord Ihit has willed you. Please, defeat the demons and save the human race from destruction. And with that the sermon of Ishtar was at an end, and in this sermon two things were made very clear to Ivan. 1. They were kidnapped by some god to battle another civilization in the name of humanity. And 2. It seemed great expectations were held for Ivan and his group, and he could only imagine misfortune shall fall upon them shall they fail to meet them. Now two decisions came to Ivan's mind: either he takes a chance to run away and risk incurring the wrath of the Holy Church, a force backed by 90 of humanity that reveres their god, Ihit. Or he conducts the bidding of the Holy Church under their watchful eyes. To Ivan, neither proposition inspired hope in him, so of course he decided he himself shall create a third opportunity, one that won't piss off the Holy Church while still having his freedom intact. Wait. Just as he was wrapping up his thoughts, a voice broke out that demanded his attention, that voice of course belonging to his teacher, Aiko. You can't possibly be serious. You're telling these children to go fight in a war. That's absolutely unacceptable. As a teacher, I cannot allow it. Send us back right this instant. These kids all have families back home who must be worried sick. You can't just kidnap them like this. In a fit of rage Aiko slammed her hands on the table and stood up from her seat. The content expression she showed while eating vanished in an instant. The anger in her words clear as she stared at Pope Ishtar dead in the eyes. It had only been half a day since meeting her, and yet Ivan had a more favorable opinion of her than he did towards his classmates. While the other students looked down on her for her stature. They found her dedication to her students' happiness endearing. Even Ivan himself was touched by Aiko's concern. And yet though they hold her in high esteem, her actions in their eyes only ever amount as something admirable, other than that they tend to disregard her feelings and play them off as unhelpful. To Ivan this was something that was incomprehensible. How could they hold her in such high esteem and yet never take her seriously? As much as he disliked human relations, he found it simply disrespectful to brush off her earnest emotions. And so while expressing his thanks to Aiko silently, Ivan made a step forward. I agree with Aiko-sensei. Though we sympathize with your plight, we come from a world completely different from yours. A world where regular students like us have no place in combat, politics, and warfare. I ask that you expend your resources elsewhere, not on children who've never had to face anything other than books and sheets of paper. Coming off as sincere as he could, Ivan carefully steered the conversation in a way that would least likely come off as disrespectful. Rather than seeming more concerned with their own well-being, Ivan focused the topic of the conversation on the importance of not expending resources on total noobs. With this he hoped to deter the Holy Church and maybe, just maybe, convince the Holy Church to return them to their world. While this world seemed interesting as well as bountiful in new discoveries to Ivan, the price of being a dog of some fervent group of cultists was not on his to-do list. Not only that, but what would be the point of making advancements in his profession if his motivation to master it resided in another world? And who was he to drag the rest of his classmates into a war zone just to satisfy his curiosity? The students' mumbling grew fervent as hope was ignited in them, and yet that same hope would be doused by Ishtar in a single moment. I understand your feelings, however I am unable to return you to your world at present. Silence ensued. The faces of the children were drained of color in an instant. What do you mean you're unable? If you called us here, you should be able to send us back, shouldn't you? As I stated earlier, it is Lord Ihit who summoned you here. The only reason we were in that room at all was to greet you heroes, and to offer up our prayers to Lord Ihit. We humans do not possess the power to interfere with other worlds, so whether or not you can return also depends on his will. Ishtar spoke disinterestedly, as if this conversation was something he had already expected. Aiko slumped back into her chair, and just like that panic ensued among the class. Great, spirited away to another world only to be put at the mercy of some god. I guess I gotta stick to the plan then. Ivan returned to his corner of the room before taking looks at Ishtar, though Ishtar up till now has been a hard book to read, this time the contempt in his eyes was on clear display for Ivan to see. Everyone, there's no point in complaining to Ishtar, there's nothing he can do about it now, and then I, at least, have decided to stand and fight. These people are about to be annihilated. Knowing that, how can I possibly leave them to such a tragic fate? And besides, if we've been summoned here to save humanity, it's possible we'll be allowed to go back once we've saved them. Well, Ishtar-san, do you think that's possible? It was at this moment the class star, Cookie Amanagawa, spoke to enter his foot in the ring, making his standpoint obvious to his classmates that adored him. But to Ivan his line of thinking made no sense. Why would the Holy Church allow us to leave Tortus after expending resources to cultivate us into the perfect weapons? To him the answer was simple, they wouldn't. And yet Ishtar went ahead with Cookie's line of thought, and reassured them of their return once their mission was complete, something he had no authority over if his words were to be true. The class rang in cheers, all commending Cookie and volunteering to join him in his endeavor to save humanity. Ivan observed quietly as his eyes followed Aiko's figure as she ran in between the students pleading with them to stop. As Ivan had stated earlier, they were all just students. They had no idea what war was really like. In a sense, they might have been trying to escape from reality to preserve their own sanity. Ishtar had seen through Cookie's character almost instantly, and without hesitation manipulated him into convincing the other students to join the Holy Church's forces. Ivan though had no intention in playing along with this farce, so while making a reminder to speak privately with Aiko-sensei, he followed Ishtar and the rest of his fellow students to the temple's front gate. They were to be brought to the king and introduced to their instructors. From there a grand banquet was held in the castle, one part to welcome the heroes from another world, another to strengthen the bonds the heroes felt for the kingdom. Later that night they were escorted to their individual rooms. Ivan, who was used to the cramped style of his room in his world, was quite unnerved by the vastness of his quarters. Tomorrow we begin training, once I get my bearings I can act out my plan. Ivan closed his eyes and drifted away in his sleep, dreaming of another world. Chapter 3. Meld Loggins, the Knight Captain. As far as first impressions go, Ivan felt this captain fell appropriately into two roles, hero and mentor. With a well-built body, short spiky brown hair and a short beard, Ivan believed this man to be the embodiment of a warrior. The small scar on the left of his chin only amplified the effect. However, there were more important things to focus on currently, such as the 12 cm by 7 cm silver plates handed out to each of the students. The students stared into the plates curiously before pointing their inquisitive gazes towards Captain Meld. Letting out a hearty laugh, Captain Meld seemed to be content with their confusion. "Alright, you kids all got your plates. We call them status plates, as their name suggests, they take various parameters and quantify them for you. They also make for great identification cards. So long as you've got these, you'll be fine even if you get lost somewhere, so hang on to them tight, you hear?" Captain Meld's frankness was a breath of fresh air to Ivan, who had already grown tired of the kingdom and Holy Church's roundabout way of speaking with them. "Oh, and just in case you're curious, we'll be comrades fighting together on the battlefield, so no point in being so stiff with each other." As if detecting their hesitation, Captain Meld addressed their concerns and even urged the students to speak casually with all the other knights. "You'll see that one side of the plate has a magic circle inscribed on it. Use the needles I passed out to prick your finger and drip some blood onto the circle. That will identify you as the owner of the plate. Then, if you say, 'Open status,' you'll see your current stats displayed on the plate. Oh, and don't bother asking me how it works, I've got no clue, these things are artifacts left from ancient times." At the end of his statement, Captain Meld showed a little of his embarrassment, as his duty as a teacher to these kids is to solve any questions they may have. That's when he came to realize that perhaps the only thing he can really teach them is how to fight. How fascinating! Meanwhile, Ivan found himself enamored by the mysteriousness of the status plates. How can it identify our names? Can the name displayed be changed so long as the owner wills it? If the owner of the plate were to be deceased, would the status shown erase itself? Otherwise, how would it keep track of a user's advancements? And most of all, can someone be forcefully identified so long as a drop of blood is retrieved and linked to a blank plate? If the former were to be true, then it'd be easy to identify a criminal so long as a single drop of blood is found. In his excitement, Ivan swiftly pricked his finger and watched as the blood dripped down and onto the magic circle on his plate. The magic circle flared as his plate slowly dyed gray. According to Captain Meld, the reason the status plates made great identification cards was because their color and the color of their owner's mana were always the same. Holding his plate in front of him, Ivan carefully read the description that had magically appeared. Ivan Koryai, age, 17. Male level, 1. Job, Alchemist. Strength, 30. Vitality, 80. Defense, 70. Agility, 30. Magic, 200. Magic defense, 150. Skills, language comprehension, mixing, plant appraisal, transmutation, increased mixing speed, increased transmutation speed, forager, cat's eye, encyclopedia, auto-harvesting, fast learner, fast reader, herbalist, wakeful, increased mana recovery. In front of his eyes laid stats displayed out like a video game, that along with skills which Ivan assumed were complement to his class. But Alchemist Ivan couldn't think of a better class to suit him. This seemed like too much of a coincidence to him. He could come to the assumption that a person's class is dependent on their nature. However, he felt as though he shouldn't make such a baseless claim without any evidence. I suppose I'll just need to learn the nature of my classmates, and determine if their classes somehow match their character. If his assumption was true, then it didn't seem like an impossibility to raise a group of children with the idea of grooming them to awaken with a warrior class, for instance. But what makes a person's class final? Is it the moment they link with a plate? Or is it perhaps when they reach a certain age? Then again, all this can be thrown out the window if classes were determined upon birth. I'd have to ask Meld if such an experiment was ran using the blood of a newborn baby. To Ivan, running an experiment like this seems quite simple. Firstly, connect a newborn child with a status plate. If a class is shown, then mark it down. Secondly, raise the child in an environment most likely to point them towards a particular class, check the status plate to see if there were any changes in a class. That way it'd be a definite reason to believe a class is determined at birth if no changes occurred, or alternatively the environment a child is raised in will shape their future class. Though Ivan was fearful that his bringing it up would make the Holy Church come to a sinister realization. In which case he has no doubts the Holy Church would indoctrinate children. Take them away from their families, in the name of raising warriors to fight in the name of their Lord Hit. Forget it, I'll just do my own investigation into it. That fearful realization was enough to make Ivan hesitate to bring it up to Meld. Though it'd definitely be an expensive and heavy time investment, he had no doubts the result would be important in his goal of creating a human. Or at least his constitution of what he believes to be human. If this world was as bountiful as he believed, then he was sure the life he creates would follow the rules of the world. That being, they would be able to have their own class, as such it would be of utmost importance to raise the new life with the intentions of endowing them a job that would be beneficial to them. After all, it'd be a shame to miss out on giving the life he creates some benefits. Anyways, he categorized his class to be a non-combat class, though he could definitely think of some applicable ways his class may aid him in combat. Though these ideas would have to be on hold until he had an opportunity to test the capabilities and limits of his class. Listen up. Clapping his hands together to gain the attention of the class who were too busy ogling their stats and skills, Captain Meld continued to debrief some useful information regarding the aspects of the status plate. Your stats will naturally increase as you train, and you can also use magic or magic-imbued items to raise your stats. Also, those with a high magic stat will naturally grow faster than others. No one knows exactly why, but we assume it's because a person's mana assists in the growth of other stats. Later on you'll all get to choose equipment that corresponds to your individual stats. The items in our treasury will be yours for the taking. You're the heroes who are going to save our kingdom after all. Ending his grandiose speech with a hearty laugh, Captain Meld enamored the students with promises of treasures and valuable tools. After all, who could deny free stuff? Ivan though had thoughts of his own. If the way to level a class was not by slaying monsters, but rigorous training, then how would that affect me as a bearer of a non-combat class? He could only imagine that a way to level his class would be to learn more about it. And perhaps through usage and the results of his craft. To Ivan this was a good thing, as spending time grinding monsters seemed like a waste of time that'd be better put to use in creating items beneficial to him. As such he saw no reason for him to delve into the dungeon in the first place. Now listen up, jobs are split into combat-based and non-combat-based disciplines. Combat jobs are exceedingly rare. Only 1 in every 1,000, or 10,000 depending on the job, people have a combat-based job. Non-combat jobs are technically rare too, but well, 1 in every 100 people has one. Some of them are even common enough that 1 in every 10 people has one, actually. There's a lot of people who have non-combat production-related jobs. Captain Meld, for someone who seemed like a battle junkie, sure held a lot of info. So non-combat jobs are common, well, not that it matters. I myself am satisfied with the card in life chosen for me. Just because non-combat classes, or jobs, were common, Ivan felt there was no reason to underestimate them. After all, with the skills he was imbued with, he inferred his products would be capable of sustaining a small army as he is now while using minimal resources. Of course, assuming his occupation allowed him to mix healing and stamina items, those alone would be game changers in war. And it didn't seem as though the alchemist class was solely locked to the process of creation. If the growing skills were anything to go by. If Ivan felt like it, he believed he could sustain himself by selling his wares and he'll be living in comfort in no time. Either way, he was happy to have a practical job that suited his interests and if needed, could be used to support him. Oh yes, don't forget to report your stats to me, I'll need to know them to decide how to best train you guys. Rubbing his head abashedly, Captain Melt berated himself for almost forgetting the main purpose they were here. Stepping up before any other student, Ivan went ahead with the intention of gauging how valuable his class would be to those of the kingdom and the Holy Church. I've never heard of this job before. Aside from that, I must say your stats are quite impressive, as expected of a hero from another world. On the inside, Captain Meld was panicking. He had spent several nights beforehand researching all known jobs just to make sure he could be of some assistance to the children, and yet for the first time ever a job he had never seen before appeared right before him. For now he'd have to keep a reminder to tell his king in hopes he can assign someone to find any traces of the job known as Alchemist, though from what he can infer based on the skills shown on the plate. He assumed the job to be a non-combat based one, that and the field of alchemy did indeed exist in this world. It was just odd that till now he has never heard of or seen it. Meanwhile, Ivan was in a bit of a contemplation of his own. Though it wasn't yet confirmed what he had on his hands could be a job never heard of before. This came with its own ups and downs. The positives, with a possible, unique job. The kingdom might value him as someone who holds unknown potential. If they were to favor him, then he'd have access to an abundance of resources. As the sole bearer of the alchemist job, he wouldn't find it strange that the kingdom or holy church would expend resources to figure out the ins and outs of a potential boon. The negatives: would the kingdom and holy church really expend resources on a job they know nothing of just to satisfy their curiosity? Ivan doubted that. Another thing would be, even if his job does hold great potential, the likely move for the powers supporting him would be to monopolize and restrict his actions. Freedom was something Ivan found scarce under his new watchful boss. With guards that managed their halls and a curfew to disallow students from sneaking off into the night. Even personal guards that followed students to make sure they didn't escape. It was clear from the beginning that as he is now, Ivan was just property of the Holy Church and the kingdom. His plan was clear: milk the kingdom and Holy Church for as much resources as he can without pissing them off, then make a break for the outside world to conduct his personal goals as soon as he was confident in his strength and knowledge. The maniacal laughter in his mind was interrupted by a ruckus between two students. Ha, you've got to be kidding me. This guy's not even gonna last 10 minutes. He'd die so fast that you wouldn't even use him as a meat shield. Ivan watched as three particularly sleazy-looking classmates of his mercilessly surrounded and harassed his classmate neighbor. Apparently Hajime Nagumo had been revealed to have a non-combat-based class, but if that were all, then the rest of the class wouldn't have joined in. Along with having a very common non-combat job, synergist. Hajime was unfortunate enough to have the lowest stats in the class, at a whopping 10 all around, making him about as average as any grown adult in this world. Not only that, but the amount of skills he had only amounted to a despairing one. Quite the letdown compared to his classmates who all at least had 5 skills. Hey! Stop laughing at him. I won't allow anyone to laugh at their classmates on my watch. As a teacher, I absolutely will not condone it. Now return Nagumo-kun's plate this instant. Aiko-sensei, as protective of her students as always, oppressed Hajime's bullies with her tiny frame, somehow succeeding in intimidating them and complying with her orders. Aiko-sensei turned around towards Hajime and gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Nagumo-kun, don't worry about your job. Look, I got a non-combat job too. And aside from my job, most of my stats are pretty average too. You're not alone. Despite her encouraging words, Aiko-sensei's pink status plate showed a different story. Though her job was farmer, she possessed a total of 15 skills. Not only that, but despite having a value of 10 or 5 on some of her stats, her magic stat in particular was a whopping 100, equaling Kuki Amanagawa, who possessed the legendary hero class. Looks like I'm not the only one endowed with a non-combat class. But Aiko-sensei sure does have some impressive stats and skills. This does indeed make me confident in my choice. Aside from Captain Meld, no one knows what class Ivan possessed, that of course being because of Meld's confusement that he never even said aloud what his job was, and his comment about Ivan's stats lead people to assume he held a combat class. Initially, Ivan included Aiko-sensei in his plans as she possessed a line of thought that aligns with his goals. However, now that Aiko-sensei has been revealed to have a job that held great power over the Holy Church and the Kingdom, he was confident that his plan will succeed. As for Hajime, though he held some sympathy as a fellow non-combat job, Ivan held no interest in aligning himself with someone who only viewed his differences as something detrimental. If Hajime had thought of practical ways to utilize his glorified blacksmith powers instead of allowing himself to be dragged through the mud in his own depression, then maybe he'd consider him. But who was he to come to a conclusion on Hajime's character after having only known him for a day? And that closed up the short introductory day to jobs and skills. For the remainder of today, Captain Meld instructed his students to familiarize themselves with the kingdom's training grounds as well as other facilities. It was quite bountiful for Ivan, as he had managed to find the library full of the knowledge he needed to prosper in this world. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, Captain Meld had an audience with the king to discuss the matter of Ivan's job, though the effect of that meeting is better told for the future. Chapter 4. For now Ivan had one clear goal, and that was to secure his own life before anything else. Now in order to reach a goal, one must first make smaller, more attainable goals that would eventually lead to their grander goal. That way they would have a clear path and know what they must do. Now why is this relevant? Well, that's because currently Ivan had a decision to make before his time ran out. As a soldier from another world, great expectations were held for him. And similar to a kid who wants to play with new toys they got for Christmas, Ivan knew it was an inevitability that the kingdom and Holy Church would send them out to fight for their lives sometime soon. That's why it is imperative for Ivan to prove he is a force more beneficial within the safety of the kingdom rather than out on the battlefield. He is after all a studious type of person. Forget going out on a quest to slaughter a civilization of beings born more powerful than an adult male, he wouldn't even help the kid who sat next to him from getting bullied. Ivan is someone who seeks a peaceful life, indulging in his favorite pastime, alchemy. Although, if you were to ask him how good he was in a fight, he'd say he wouldn't lose to anyone. If Ivan were to estimate how long he'd have before he and his merry band of heroes were to be deployed onto a battlefield for training, then he'd estimate somewhere from 2 weeks to a month at most. And he wasn't one to shy away from free stuff, so without any shame Ivan went ahead and demanded a list of items he'd need to produce products of his class. Captain Meld was baffled as to why he needed at least one of every herb and mushroom the kingdom could get their hands on. But after explaining the very basics of his job, he complied in no time, sending that very same list to the king for approval. Now, having been reborn into this new world as an alchemist, Ivan was imbued with some basic information as to how his job works. Delivery for Ivan Koryai. A loud banging on his door was followed by an equally loud voice. Ivan opened the door to be greeted by a middle-aged man pushing 2 large crates on a trolley cart you'd see in a Home Depot. "Ah, thank you so much, sir. I didn't think they'd be able to deliver it in less than a day." "No need for the thanks, young man, I'm just doing my job. Besides, it ain't very often that you get to meet a hero." The man accepted his gesture gleefully, all the while laughing at his luck at having met a disciple of God. No, I insist on showing you how grateful I am. Please, take this tip and get yourself something nice. As a hero it is my duty to help those in need, and as you have helped me it is only natural that I must thank you." Ivan separated himself from the man and handed him a small bag of Luda, this world's currency. "Ah, thank you so much, hero. May Lord Ahit protect you, and may you have a blessed day." Bowing quickly to show his gratitude, the deliverer left, all the while thinking of the things he could buy just from this tip alone. "Lord, please allow me to deliver for this young man again," he thought to himself, closing the door behind him after pushing in the cart. Ivan wondered if he had made the right decision. Sure, that was money given to him by the kingdom, and yeah, while the kingdom has promised to pay for living expenses and training gear, it wouldn't be too bad to have some extra currency just in case of emergencies. Synopsis. Ivan, an alchemist capable of destroying and recreating the world at will, is transported to another reality. Instead of serving the Holy Church as a faithful dog, he decides to forge his own destiny. He conquers dungeons, shapes life with his alchemy, and crafts weapons of unimaginable devastation. For Ivan, the real pleasure is not in following orders, but in shaping a world according to his will. Chapter 1. As interesting as the world may already appear, with grandiose topics such as, why are we here? And how are we here? One must venture either far or close to find something that they would be content with pursuing. Whether that be in the arts or the field of science, one must have reason for their continual attempts at existing, as such are their ideals or dreams. That being the case, is one inclined to give up their ideals when they're opposed by a greater being? I want to create a human being. Such were the ideals of young Ivan. Don't be a fool, Ivan, you're too young to be considering stuff like that. Hurry and go to bed, your first day of school starts tomorrow. Mom, I didn't mean it that way. Embarrassed by the notion of his mother, Ivan shyly slithered upstairs towards his bedroom, all the while proclaiming his displeasure. And besides, there is more work to be done, I can feel it, Mom, this time for sure my research will bear fruit. Hearing the door of Ivan's bedroom slam shut, his mother muttered to herself, this time for sure, when is that kid going to grow up? If you asked Ivan's mother how big his room was, then she'd tell you that it was the size of their living room. And yet if that were the case, then you wouldn't think so looking at his bedroom right now. Books scattered, some open others not, covered the room's floor, making stifling towers that brushed the ceiling. If not for the straight path empty of any obstacles, one would not notice the lone desk at the other end of the room. Then again it was this very desk that was buried in a sea of crumpled up papers and empty water bottles. On this desk lay some basic amenities like Ivan's monitor, his keyboard, mouse, pen, pencil eraser and notebook. But his most prized possession would be the PC that stood beneath his desk. His magic stat had increased by a staggering 10 points. This was phenomenal as he estimated he'd be able to create 20 potions before completely emptying his mana reserves. That means so long as he does so diligently. He can boost his magic stat by 200 a day, that is of course assuming he earns the same amount of XP each time he makes the same potion. Well, the only way I can figure this out is with more tests. Crafting another potion of moderate healing, Ivan observed his stats again. This time the magic stat only rose 3 points. Converting the potion into a grade, it raised again by 2 points. I suppose that means the XP earned from making a potion is halved if it's one that's been made before. Well, at least I know that enhancing a potion gives me XP. Making a third potion. He found out that its XP gain was halved again, even with enhancing the XP gained was not very substantial. This is going to take longer than I thought. But who was Ivan other than someone who spent years of research with no gain without ever giving up? Spending his whole days and nights brewing alchemical potions for that XP gain was something he saw as part of the process. And it's not like it'd be a bad idea to stock up on some life-saving potions in case of emergencies. His only worry is that the kingdom will want to see where the resources they've given have been allocated to. Though he intended to show off his results to the kingdom in exchange for an abundance of resources and protection, he preferred if he could put it off until he has a more exciting stock of wares. Ah yes, something that'll really knock their socks off. Ivan predicted that he'll be under the scrutiny of the king and Pope Ishtar, so he'll have to work extra hard to impress them. He also wants to make a point when that day comes, that point being that he is not just a potioneer. He is, after all, the alchemist. Chapter 5. And so, Ivan spent the past 2 weeks cultivating a mass supply of potions and earning XP in the process. Of course, with the abundance of resources he had requested, he went beyond creating basic healing potions and stamina potions, going as far as creating potions of invisibility, defense, speed, and even strength. Ivan was confident that his proposal with the king and Pope Ishtar will be far more beneficial for him than it is for them. After all, it was a part of his plan to skedaddle before they abuse his products and grow drunk on power. At that point he has no doubts the kingdom would do the unspeakable just to detain him and turn him into their personal brewer. Thus Ivan worked hard the past 2 weeks creating products to escape that inevitable fate. Of course, as mentioned before, he even steered away from alchemical potions altogether. A basic skill of alchemists in both fiction and media is the ability to transmute the world around them. This can range from turning copper to gold or manipulating the forms whatever they can get their hands on. And yet in this world the skill, transmutation, allowed the bearer to possess both abilities. Transforming his coins into arrowheads and daggers, Ivan had plans to coat these with some of his more dangerous potions in case things get dangerous. Poison, paralysis, and potions of drowsiness were well within Ivan's arsenal, though the materials needed for them were quite rare. They were a necessary expense that he was glad not to pay for. Finding some nice sticks and twigs, Ivan used his transmutation to refine them into perfect arrows while combining them with the aforementioned arrowheads. He wiped a tear from his eyes seeing his weekly allowance dwindle so much, but then again it was a price he was willing to not pay. Finishing his daily potion limit, Ivan fully readied himself to go outdoors. Where was he going? Well, ever since the first day when he reached his limit he made it a part of his routine to make his way to the library and learn about the world while he recuperated. He took a moment before he left his room to take a look at his status plate. Ivan Corey, age, 17. Male level, 5. Job, alchemist. Strength, 30. Vitality, 80. Defense, 70. Agility, 30. Magic, 500. Magic defense, 150. Skills, language comprehension, mixing, plant appraisal, elixir appraisal, quality enhancer, transmutation, increased mixing speed, increased transmutation speed, forager, cat's eye, encyclopedia, auto-harvesting, fast learner, fast reader, herbalist, wakeful, increased mana recovery. Nodding his head, Ivan was quite satisfied with his results. While his level was quite low, that in itself was a good thing as that meant he could raise his stats without having to worry about maxing his level. So much room for improvement. Though it was quite a shame that though he has a high magic stat, he had no offensive magic spells he could use. In this world one must have an affinity with the corresponding element to use said spell effectively. An example would be having an affinity with fire to use the fireball spell. While it is possible to use a spell while having no affinity with its element, Its effectiveness would be extremely reduced, alongside other determinants like longer casting time and more mana used to cast. Now that isn't to say Ivan has no affinity with any of the 8 elements that are used in many magic spells. It's just that he found much more enjoyment in using his mana itself as a weapon. And his control with mana made it a much more effective and quick-to-learn tool for him to use. It after all required no magic circles or chanting to use his mana as a flail. Sometimes going as far as turning his mana into tangible tentacles he uses to brew multiple potions simultaneously. It wasn't that using his mana like that expended any of it. In fact, it's as if the mana had become an extension of himself, like a limb it would exit his body to do its work then retract itself once he desired. The mana would just return to his body so long as it stays attached to him. Once he found out that using his mana so freely like that wasn't exactly normal, he made sure to never reveal it. He decided it would become his secret weapon in case of emergencies. To him it was a better compromise than giving up his brewing time or learning time just to yell some chance out in the open field with his classmates. Well, it's time to go. Closing the door behind him, Ivan leisurely put his hands in his pockets while he made his way to the library, all whilst humming a peaceful tune. Exhausting the library of books he hadn't read yet was quite easy for Ivan, who had a skill that let him receive 8 hours worth of sleep in only 3 hours. With the extra hours he would have wasted sleeping he instead used to read any books he could find that seemed helpful. So on a day like any other day, it was quite interesting to see a sight he hadn't seen before, and that was there seemed to be a new visitor of the library, at least one he hadn't seen before. "Hello Hajime, it sure is a surprise to see you here." Patting the shoulder of his classmate who had been rather distracted reading picture books, Ivan shined a smile to show good faith. He was sure Hajime was quite wary of others considering the incessant bullying he received each day. "Yeah, oh it's you Ivan, how could I help you?" Though not entirely familiar with Ivan, Hajime felt that it'd be quite rude to just outright ignore him. An action Ivan greatly appreciated, though if it were him he would have ignored anyone who disturbed his reading time. No, it's fine, it's just that as a frequent visitor it's quite a rare sight to see you." "But I've been here every day." Hajime didn't bother correcting Ivan, he was someone he hadn't interacted with much. For now his plan was to see how to get out of this conversation as quickly as possible. Well, as the weakest in the class, I got to make up for it somehow, hahaha, so I thought that if I can't be useful in combat then maybe I can help with my knowledge." Hajime sheepishly rubbed the back of his head while avoiding eye contact with Ivan. I see, well that in itself is quite admirable, instead of lying down and accepting your fate, you stay determined to work on your strengths." Hajime could only laugh embarrassingly, a little shy at Ivan's praise. "And that is why I precisely need your help, Hajime." Ivan put a hand on Hajime's shoulder and looked him in the eyes, full of hope. "Please, if I can have a moment of your time I would greatly appreciate that you hear me out for a moment." Sure, though we should make it quick, we have training soon." Though Hajime didn't know Ivan very well, his first impression made quite the imprint on him. And just by a small bit, he stopped behaving warily. "Welcome to my secret lair." Flailing his arms out exaggeratedly, making sure his coat would briefly flow in the wind, and striking a cool pose at the same time. Ivan only had one thought. "I've always wanted to do this." Repressing the urge to sigh, Hajime instead looked around the room Ivan had brought him to. If he had one word to describe it, then it would be barren. The walls and floor were just made of earth, the ceiling also being dirt just supported by stone pillars for structure support. After all, the last thing Ivan wants is for his little stash cave to collapse in on itself. In the middle of this cave was a small wooden table with a lantern on it, though dim it was strong enough to illuminate the rest of the objects in the room. Rows and rows of crates appeared before Hajime's eyes. To think there'd be a small little hideaway just a few meters away from the training grounds. Hajime thought to himself. After all, he had zero knowledge of Ivan's job, and even if he knew he wouldn't assume an alchemist would also possess the same transmutation skill as he does. Then again, this level of transmutation was very far from Hajime, who could only make pitfalls and protrusions in the ground. "Why don't you take a seat?" Dragging some wooden chairs he stole from the lobby of their residence, Ivan took a seat and pointed at the chair he placed on the other side of the table. Hajime sat down compliantly, and looked over at Ivan, who had laced his hands together and tilted his head down to hide his expression. All of a sudden Hajime felt the tension in the room rise significantly, all to the point where he was nervous to wipe the sweat from his brow. Raising his head to allow the candle light to illuminate his face, Ivan showed a small smile before deciding to go forth with his explanation. "Now Hajime, I've brought you here for a very specific reason. I'm aware you haven't had the most fortunate experience in this world." Hajime dropped his head ashamedly. "However, I brought you here not to promise you immeasurable power, nor did I bring you here to flaunt anything. I only ask that you consider my offer." This finally caught Hajime's attention, straight to the point, he thought. "Let me let you in on a little secret, Hajime," Ivan spoke mysteriously. I too have a non-combat job. Ivan rose from his seated position and stomped his left leg on the table while having his right leg on the chair he jumped from. Meanwhile Hajime was busy contemplating how he should react to this news. Should he say, sorry? No, that'd probably come off as patronizing. But Hajime couldn't understand Ivan's enthusiasm. I mean, all of our other classmates have combat jobs, and those are rarer than our jobs. So, coming to a conclusion, he thought it'd be best to clap silently. So anyway, what job do you have? Ivan, unperturbed by Hajime's lack of enthusiasm, went ahead and told him his occupation. After all, nothing builds trust like telling people your secrets. An alchemist, huh? Once again Hajime was baffled as to how to react. There were many types of alchemists he can recall from fiction. From old people that turn copper into gold to batshit insane researchers that turn their daughters into chimeras. Either way, he didn't know what Ivan expected of him. He however felt a large amount of relief at having known that this was the goofy kind of conversation he was brought to, not the hard-boiled feelings matter he had earlier expected. Now that that's out of the way, let's dive into the real subject matter. Clearing his throat, Ivan tidied his clothing and returned to his seat. Here's my proposition. As you know, there are only 3 non-combat job members in our classroom, Sensei, you, and me. While we were not blessed with the same strength our classmates possess, we specialize in a different field. Should we choose wisely? We can make the kingdom eager to please us. Giving a moment for Hajime to pick up what he's getting at, Ivan took a sip from his canteen. Now listen clearly to what I'm about to say, Hajime. An army does not march on an empty stomach, a wolf is only as fierce as its fangs, and finally, every battle is won before it's even fought. A realization hit Hajime as he sat upright in his chair, though he wasn't quite sure about the last line. He understood what Ivan was implying. I don't know about you, Hajime, but as much danger as these people are in, don't you feel it's important to look after ourselves before we can even consider looking out for others? I mean, look at us, we're just kids. Neither nodding or denying his claims, Hajime only stared at Ivan attentively. Please understand that though I've only known you guys for 2 weeks, you all mean a lot more to me than people like Pope Ishtar who expect us to wipe out an entire civilization. That's why I ask you to join me, and potentially Aiko-sensei, in negotiating with the king and Pope Ishtar to allow those who wish to refrain from fighting to reside within the kingdom's walls. At least doing other work aside from killing. After all, what use are soldiers too afraid to pick up their swords? In exchange we shall offer up our services. Of course we must show them we have value first, so what do you say, Hajime? Would you join us? Ivan extended a hand to Hajime, who was deep in pondering. Meanwhile, having an internal dilemma of his own, Hajime laid out his thoughts. He wasn't one to play hero, or well, at least he didn't think of himself to be one. His current goal was to return to his home world. As for whether he cared for any of his classmates, well, there were 2 that came to mind. He was sure it would be as Ivan said, though there would be those who choose to stay within the safety of the kingdom, there would surely be those who see it as their mission to put their lives on the line for this world's humanity. Looking at the hand in front of him, Hajime made a gamble. I will accept your proposition, however, I wish to remain in the battle. While self-aware of his own weakness, Hajime couldn't live with himself if the only girl who showed him kindness were to die in a dungeon while he remained in the safety of the kingdom. Of course, so long as you help me get what I need, I'll make sure you get what you want. Welcome to the fold, let's make this meeting a fruitful one. And so, standing in solidarity, these 2 shook hands, dreaming of the future. At least until Hajime reminded them that they were about to be late for training. Chapter 6. Ivan looked from the sidelines as his classmates followed their rigorous training regime guided by Captain Meld and his trusted soldiers. Of course some scrutinizing gazes were directed at him, but hey, it's not like the kingdom has any idea how to train an alchemist, considering they've never even seen the job before. So rather than swinging a stick randomly or chanting some mumbo-jumbo, Ivan much preferred to be left to his own devices. At first Captain Meld had rejected, stating it'd be much more beneficial for him if they worked hard together. But once he saw Ivan display little to no drive, he made a deal with him that he'd be allowed to be left to his own devices so long as he displayed an improvement in his stats and levels. Captain Meld had multiple times inquired to Ivan how exactly he was improving his stats and levels despite never leaving his room. But Ivan never budged, stating that he planned on revealing it soon and it'd be better if he had a larger audience so he wouldn't have to explain it more than once. Of course, another question Captain Meld had was what exactly those resources delivered to Ivan's room were being contributed to. Ivan only responded casually, stating that every resource provided by the kingdom was being used to strengthen his stats as promised. He even went a step further and promised what he does with the resources will be beneficial to the kingdom. This only raised Captain Meld's concerns, but as his instructor he chose to have at least a little faith in his students. Ivan only took a moment to observe Hajime's actions before going back to gazing blankly. Earlier he had seen Hajime being dragged to a corner by his bullies, and yet he did nothing to stop them. Instead he found himself interested in another figure. Daisuke Hayama. From Ivan's observations these past 2 weeks he was a rather unremarkable fellow who feared the strong and bullied the weak. In fact Ivan's interactions with him only involved bumping into him in the bathroom and seeing him stalk the most beautiful girl in the class. Each interaction was followed by Hayama apologizing and running away. He must have taken what Captain Meld said about my amazing stats to heart. Now why exactly did Ivan take interest in such a shameful fellow? Well, that's because he seemed like the perfect scapegoat for his plan to get the hell out of here. Easily agitated, prideful yet shameless, and extremely jealous, he's the perfect suspect. Now one would defend him. Now all Ivan needed to do was make a reason for Hayama to hate him. So with that in mind Ivan approached him with a kind smile. Normally he wouldn't be so eager to antagonize someone, but this time was different. Hey Hayama, I've noticed you've been training so hard and yet the results have not been looking quite good, why don't I give you a hand? Slinking his hand over Hayama's shoulder, Ivan brought up a proposition, not minding the stares of his goons. Meanwhile, Hayama, who didn't expect Ivan to act so friendly, started sweating bullets. If I don't listen to him will he expose my actions to Kori? But despite his wariness Hayama didn't dare reject Ivan's offer in fear of upsetting him. Though Hayama has no idea where his stats lied, let alone what job he has, from the exclamation of Captain Meld as he read Ivan's status plate he was sure that his abilities were no joke. Sure, if you'd be so willing to lend me your guidance then I'd be grateful so long as you have the stuff, being careful to not show off his nervousness, Hayama spoke with a smile. No, I wouldn't dare dream of taking up time that'd be more beneficial being used for training, in fact, with just this quick fix of something I made for you, you'll see improvements in no time, it's like magic. Dangling a vial of pink liquid he had concocted in his bedroom, Ivan whispered softly into Hayama's ears. Hayama found Ivan's actions suspicious and yet the opportunity for power sounded all too enticing in his ears. I'll take it, but don't mention this to any of our classmates, alright? Hey, don't worry, my lips are sealed. Ivan patted Hayama's shoulder once more and returned to the sidelines, ignoring the stares of his fellow classmates. In excitement, Hayama unplugged the vial and caught a brief whiff of it. Oh, how divine! He thought while brushing his nose against the tube, desperate for another whiff. Then without another moment of hesitation, he gulped it all down in one go. Goo. In only seconds he felt the insides of his body warm up to a significant degree. Then what followed was an unbearable itch he couldn't help but scratch. First it started at his neck. Then his arms, then his stomach, and before he knew it his whole body was full of itches he couldn't even reach. Someone help me. Please. He tried so desperately to scream for help, but his throat had become so swollen that his classmates could only hear him gargling. In his desperation he had unclothed himself in front of his classmates just to reach a few inches outside of his reach. But what followed that agonizing hell was something that could only be explained as pleasure. All of a sudden he felt all traces of pain disappear, instead it was erased and replaced by a warm feeling in his head. The world around him changed hue and he could only lie helplessly on the ground as he was consumed by pleasure. Meanwhile, Ivan only looked from afar as one thought came to his mind. Maybe that was a bit too much for him. Well, either way Ivan considered it a success. He was sure Hayama would hate him for making him display himself so grotesquely in front of his classmates and the girl he likes. And well, Ivan had no hope that he wouldn't be reprimanded for this. What he had Hayama ingest was his very own pleasure potion. Aside from the shit name, its effect was to bring the user dreadful pain only to provide them with immeasurable pleasure to contrast it and bring ultimate pleasure. While it was ineffective against beings with high vitality, it was just enough for a noob hero like Hayama. So not minding the fearful looks on his classmates' faces, Ivan went ahead and followed Captain Meld, who seemed rather infuriated. Now Ivan, you better have a good reason for your actions, as this is going to be a real pain in the ass to report to the king. Captain Meld, who had brought Ivan to his quarters, rested his face on one hand as he let out an exasperated sigh. Well, as you saw, that was something I made myself to counter the demons. It's a powerful poison that can incapacitate most foes so long as they don't have strong vitality. Ignoring the deadpan stare of Captain Meld, Ivan adopted a salesman approach and began listing off the viability of his product. But not feeling like going along with Ivan's dance, Captain Meld interrupted him loudly. You know that's what I don't mean. I mean using something like that on your classmate. What's gotten into you? Meld-san, if I may, I would like to inquire with you about something. Dropping the act, Ivan stared seriously into the eyes of Captain Meld, who perked up his ears in interest. Well, go ahead kid, hit me with it. Captain Meld took a seat and rested his legs on the table in front of him. Are you aware of the other students' treatment of Hajime Nagumo? In the face of such a question, Captain Meld only took a glance at Ivan before looking out the window. Ah, so that's what this is about, huh? As their instructor I'm of course aware of the deeds going on behind my back. And despite that you chose to remain uninvolved. Not allowing Captain Meld a moment to think, Ivan followed up with another question. If he decides he won't bring it up to anyone, then who am I to stick my nose into your guys' relationships? I shall respect his wishes and wait for him to come to a decision. If he ever needs my help, I'll be there. He is my student after all. Without missing a beat, Captain Meld responded to his question coolly. And that applies to the rest of you as well. If you ever have any concerns, then don't be afraid of bringing it up. It's my job to help you all. Ivan only looked at Captain Meld expressionlessly before coming to a sigh. Very well, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. However, let it be known I only sought to teach that kid a lesson. Don't worry about it. In fact, I commend you for sticking up for your friend. I'll make sure to iron things out with the king. But of course I want you to promise you'll never do anything stupid like that again. If you ever have any other problems, make sure to bring it up with me. Thank you so much, Meld-san, for listening to my explanation. Against Captain Meld's consideration, Ivan only bowed his head to express his gratitude. But, on the topic of bringing things up, may I ask a favor of you? Seeing a perfect opportunity to bring up his proposition, Ivan looked Captain Meld in the eyes once more. Well, this is what I get for offering my help. I'll listen to what you have to say as long as it's within my ability. I'd like you to set me an appointment with the king and Pope Ishtar. The air froze for a moment while Ivan and Captain Meld looked each other in the eyes. But what was in Captain Meld's eyes were neither suspicion nor anger, just confusement. Sure. And just like that, Captain Meld conceded to Ivan's request. That easily? Well, I assume it has to do with the poison you fed Hayama, right? In which case it wouldn't seem strange to guess you made it with the stuff the kingdom gave you. Staring at the deflated Ivan, Captain Meld only continued to speak as a matter of fact. Yes, I'd like to showcase many of my products. That poison wasn't even the most impressive of my works. I'm sure what I can make will greatly benefit humanity. Slapping away the momentary dissatisfaction Ivan felt at having been seen through like that, he made sure to get in his sales pitch. As expected of the captain of the kingdom's army. I see. Well, if you do happen to have stuff like that, then I'm sure the king and Pope Ishtar will be glad to speak with you. Captain Meld wasn't worried Ivan had some ulterior motive, or at least he was sure Ivan held no malicious intent. If that were the case, then he was quite confident he'd be able to restrain Ivan before any harm can befall the kingdom and its people. In fact, Captain Meld didn't believe that all of the students would simply comply with their requests. Seeing things from a different perspective was something he did often to read the emotions and feelings of his men, and if he were in the same situation as the children, then he was sure he'd hold some disgruntled feelings towards his would-be kidnappers. Though Ivan, let me tell you that tomorrow I plan on holding a training expedition to the great Orcus Labyrinth. So your meeting with the king and Pope Ishtar will have to be held the day after. And it is also mandatory that all you students attend the expedition. With the exception of Hayama, seeing as how his condition wouldn't allow him. Ivan only listened silently, purposefully failing to bring up that his healing potions would heal Hayama of his conditions. Thinking of the many resources he could find in the dungeon, Ivan held no qualms. In fact, he was excited to see how he could incorporate monster parts into his products, creating tools and weapons away from alchemical potions. And that was it for that day. Ivan made his way to his bedroom to experiment with some stuff, unbothered by the wariness of his classmates. Thinking of how he was going to convince Aiko-sensei to join his cause, Ivan laid on his bed and entered a peaceful slumber. He was sure that out of anyone, Aiko-sensei would be the one who would support his plan the most. After all, she cares deeply for her precious students. Chapter 7. Resting his hand on the glowstone that lined the walls and dimly illuminated his surroundings, Ivan marveled at the labyrinth he and his classmates were visiting for the first time. So this is the Great Orcus Labyrinth, According to Captain Meld, the entire labyrinth was actually an excavated vein of green glowstone ore. Ivan eyed his classmates who were following as Captain Meld instructed, all filed into ranks and slowly advancing through the labyrinth. It had been a few minutes since they had entered, and yet nothing of note had happened. Ivan, who was positioned at the very end of the group, was actually quite disappointed. After all, he had brought many vials of his finest products to conduct tests on the monsters that inhabit this labyrinth. As for why he was positioned at the end of the party, well, that was because as a member of the non-combat job party, one of two by the way, he was to be protected by the knights in the rear Captain Meld assigned. The only stipulation Ivan had at this was his actions would definitely not go unnoticed, as he was certain Captain Meld had ordered his men to keep a strict eye on him in case he did anything stupid. I guess I gotta do things the old-fashioned way. Equipping the bow he had asked for from Captain Meld along with the arrows he had fashioned and coated using his precious alchemical potions, Ivan readied himself for any attacks. Though he was by no means someone deserving of the archer class. He had studied the ways of the bow out of interest for only 2 months before giving up. For now it was Ivan's safest way of administering his drugs without having to put himself in too much danger. As for how effective he was with the bow, well, if he had to gauge, then he'd say he could hit a target pretty accurately so long as they weren't farther than 15 meters from him. Any farther than that and he'd have to hope his hits land. It wasn't long before the passage they were walking down opened up into a wide plaza. The students all looked around curiously before suddenly a number of grey creatures covered in fur burst out from the cracks in the wall. Captain Meld yelled out his orders in a volume loud enough to reawaken the frozen students. "Alright, Cookie, your team's up front. Everyone else fall back. I'll have you switch in after some time, so stay sharp. These monsters are called Ratmen. They're quick on their feet, but not all that strong. Keep your cool as you fight." Ivan could only look on disdainfully as the rat-like creatures that stood on their hind legs rushed the group of heroes. And as expected they were wiped out in a flash. Though a bit overkill, all of the rat men that had threatened to tear them apart were engulfed in a fiery blaze chanted by a few of the class casters, leaving nothing but ash behind. While praising the group for their successful first encounter, he had also admonished them for letting their guard down at the taste of victory. That and also reminding them that they should aim to preserve the mana crystals in the future. It was at this point that after looking at the lackluster display of the rat men that Ivan came to the conclusion that his poisons and drugs should be effective for the next few floors. And after that, well, he'd have to observe the creatures inhabiting those floors in order to come to another conclusion. Meanwhile he thought of the many uses the mana crystals these monsters held could be used for. Now, what's a mana crystal? Well, you can think of it as the core of a monster. It's what made a monster a monster. While monsters were incapable of using chance or magic circles, it were these crystals that allowed those of the stronger variety to use a single specialized spell. Ivan wasn't too interested in that, he was more interested in the similarities between the mana crystals and batteries. He had no doubts the mana crystals could be improvised to act as batteries for gadgets and maybe even autonomous beings like androids and golems. That way he wouldn't have to constantly expend mana just to keep something powered. Essentially, mana crystals would become the heart of some of his bigger works. As such, he found it important to collect as many as he can during this trip and hopefully find a way to make good use of them. Here they come. Without noticing, Ivan had been stuck in his own train of thought for several minutes. It was enough time for the group to encounter another pack of ratmen. As expected of the first floor. They have their own version of slimes here, abiding by Captain Melt's orders and moving to the front of the group alongside the others who didn't get to participate last time. Ivan aimed the bow in hand to the closest ratman and awaited for it to enter his range. 50 meters, 40 meters, 25, 20, 15 meters. It wasn't until he had absolute certainty. Ivan released his readied arrow. Under the curious gazes of his classmates, the arrow sparked a bright yellow before lodging itself into the lunging ratman's left leg. It only took a moment before those yellow sparks traveled across the entire body of the ratman, causing it to faceplant into the dirt right before Ivan's feet. Ivan only observed it to make sure it didn't make any movements before grabbing its tail and dragging it back into the safety of the group. Meanwhile, Captain Meld awoke the stupefied students who were too distracted by Ivan's display, failing to notice that the threats had just about reached them. Looking at his fellow classmates flailing about in panic, Ivan turned his eyes back to the paralyzed prey he had captured, flashing a wicked grin as it displayed what it looked to him, a shudder in fear. Pulling out the dagger made of Luda he had crafted in his bedroom from a sheath made of beast hide, Ivan firmly planted it in between the eyes of the ratman, effectively killing it without causing any harm to the mana crystal. He sliced open its chest cleanly and stuck his hands where he believed the mana crystal resided, pulling out a thin and green crystal. Though tiny, it would become a great starting point for Ivan to learn and play around with the practicality of mana crystals. He put the mana crystal in his satchel and turned around to be greeted by a disgruntled Captain Meld, who reprimanded Ivan for abandoning his group in the middle of combat. The scene of these children slaughtering these beasts replayed over and over again. It was at a point where Ivan heeded Captain Meld's advice and waited until all the enemies were cleared before extracting the mana crystals from his paralyzed prey. Along the way they were met by creatures other than rat men, a change Ivan welcomed as the crystals these rats were producing only held a negligible amount of mana. Giant bats. Ravenous dogs, spiders the size of the average human's head, they sure met a lot of weird beings on their journey to the 20th floor. It wasn't until the 17th floor that Ivan realized his paralysis potions were beginning to become ineffective against some of the stronger foes. That was expected to him as without his buff the paralysis potions he made were already considered weak by the flavor text that appeared with each item he analyzed, with his buff only turning them from weak to moderate. He suspected if he wanted a greater effect then he'd have to attain stronger base materials. Something he'd make sure to add when he speaks with the king in Pope Ishtar. For now he'll continue to use his paralysis arrows until he runs out, from then on he would swap to his pleasure poison, using the moment a monster was incapacitated by pleasure to eliminate them. Of course this came with the effect of having his classmates look at him warily again, though he couldn't blame them after what happened with Hayama. And so it wasn't until they reached the 20th floor that Ivan and his classmates were allowed a breather. Hey, Ivan, I hope you don't mind me speaking with you. Ivan, who was busy wiping the blood off the arrowheads he had managed to retrieve from the corpses of the beasts he had shot, looked up to be greeted by an embarrassed Hajime. Sure, why don't you go ahead and take a seat across from me? Ivan didn't see any reason to decline, and besides he needed a distraction aside from recounting the mana crystals he collected and polishing his arrows. You see Ivan, I just wanted to thank you for doing what you did to Hayama. Hajime looked Ivan in the eyes before expressing his gratitude with a bow. Ivan had expected such a thing from Hajime seeing as how it matched his character, and yet he couldn't help but laugh at the prospect of being thanked by a classmate for poisoning another classmate. Why are you laughing? I'm just trying to sincerely express my thanks here. No, it's not that, ha ha ha, I'll forget it, you must have really hated that bastard huh? Wiping a tear from his eye, Ivan recomposed himself. Well, it's tough to say I really hated him, it's more like I despised myself for not being strong enough to do anything at all. Nodding in affirmation, Ivan only listened attentively while maintaining his weapons. But when I saw him writhe in pain, when he exposed himself shamefully to the rest of us, it was only then that I felt enjoyment for the first time in this world. Hajime looked upwards, imagining the scene again in his mind. So once again, I want to thank you, Ivan, thank you for helping me find some relief in this world. Unlike his first display of gratitude, this time Hajime was completely composed, hoping to convey his heartfelt feelings to Ivan. If that's how you feel then I shall accept your gratitude, though I hope you can repay it by helping me in our plan. Ivan only sighed at Hajime's display, then remembering he had to tell Hajime about the meeting. Yeah. You got it set up already in the span of a day? Of course, who the hell do you think I am? The sooner we get started the more time we get using the benevolence of the kingdom. I'll make sure to tell you when it will be held, just make sure to keep your schedule open that day. Well, it's not like I got anything to do besides visit the library anyways. Their resting period ended with Captain Melt's call, and Ivan alongside his classmates began their expedition of the 20th floor. What's that? It was in the final room of the floor that after wiping out a dozen parties of monsters that they discovered a hall of crystals that lined the ceiling. Considering this was their final stop for today, Captain Meld gave the go-ahead for the class to rest here before they begin their excursion back to the surface. All was well until the very ground they stood on began to rumble. What the hell is going on? Ignoring the stupefied voices of the students, Captain Meld ordered everyone to retreat to the entrance of the room. What emerged from the ground they once stood on was an amalgamation of crystals and rocks formed together to build what looked like a silverback gorilla. A rock mount. Watch out for its arms, they pack quite a punch. Cookie and his group stood at the front while the mages of the class began casting their spells from the safety of the rear. The rock mount tried desperately to stop the chanting of the mages, only to be stopped by the tank of the class Ryutaro, who stood defensively as he took the brunt of the rock mount's attacks. Having enough of the stalemate, the rock mount fell back and let out a roar that shook the room. Gra! What it had just let out was a rock mount's signature move. The intimidating roar. A mana-infused roar that could temporarily paralyze all who heard it. Then under the helpless eyes of those who were paralyzed, the rock mount lifted a boulder and threw it at the mages. The mages who awoke from their stupor aimed spells at the boulder flying towards them, but their strength turned to disgust as what was a boulder revealed itself to be a smaller rock mount. They lost their concentration and the spells immediately crumpled. Shock turned to horror as they were helpless to stop the rock mount hurling towards them. Ivan, who had just watched that all transpire in mere seconds, rushed to the front of the group, as he was in the back so the roar did little to effect. Pressing his hands on the ground he closed his eyes and mustered all the mana he could before impact. Considering he was able to form a room underground using his transmutation, he was quite confident he would be able to stop or contain the rock mount. Boom! A wall of stones and crystals arose from the ground and separated the class from the flying rock mount. Crash! Taking the moment the rock mount connected with the wall, Ivan once again activated his transmutation and collapsed the wall onto the rock mount. While he had no confidence his arrows or daggers wouldn't be able to penetrate the rocky exterior of the monster, he had someone in mind that'd have no problem finishing the job. Meld-san, please finish the job. Captain Meld awoke from his shock and charged in to eliminate the incapacitated foe. Slice. With little to no resistance the rock mount was bisected. Meanwhile, Cookie, who was still in combat with the first rock mount, had become enraged by the harm the rock mounts almost caused them. Failing to listen to Captain Meld, who had ordered him to stand down, he unleashed a powerful attack that sliced the rock mount in half and even damaged the wall behind it. And oh boy did Cookie receive quite the reprimanding for using an attack like that in a narrow space. Well, that was natural considering he could have collapsed the ceiling above them. What is that? It's all sparkly. Lodged in that wall was a strange mineral emitting a pale blue glow. It shone brilliantly compared to the darkness of the cave. Stopping Kaori from approaching the crystal any close, Captain Meld looked over at one of his men who possessed a strange device in his hands. This was a fair scope. A device useful for detecting traps imbued with mana. If it weren't for the fair scope, then Ivan was sure their trip here would have been much more hellish. Captain, it's a trap. Nodding at his comrade's words, Captain Meld let go of Kaori and looked at the class. And then nothing. There wasn't anyone foolish enough to rush for the crystal, no matter how enticing its beauty was. Their mission had finally been completed, that was all for the training expedition. They had made it to the end of the 20th floor and now all that's left was to go back from the way they came. Leading the band of otherworldly heroes, Captain Meld merrily praised them for all their hard work. Chapter 8. If Ivan had to say what his favorite thing about this new world was, then he'd have to say it would be the convenient skills he was equipped with. Using his tendrils of mana to sort the mana crystals in front of him in corresponding color and capacity of mana, he thought of what would be his first creation. Unfortunately, he was unable to get his hands on the mana crystal from the larger rock mount, seeing as how he had no contribution in killing it. But the smaller rock mount on the other hand was given to him by Captain Meld, seeing as how he saved the casters and immobilized the monster, allowing for a finishing blow. And so, looking at the orange-brown crystal in his palm, Ivan remembered the signature move of the rock mount. While all monsters have mana, only the strong have the ability to use magic, and even then they're only allowed one type of spell. Intimidating Roar, while only paralyzing a foe for a few seconds, was a debuff that affected more than one foe. And in those few seconds, there's nothing to stop Ivan from finishing them off. Of course, the duration of its effect is congruent with the victim's stats. Now, what Ivan intended to do with the mana crystal was create some sort of mechanism that'd allow him to use the spell imbued momentarily. As for what mechanism, he wasn't quite sure. At first he felt a gauntlet would be nice, but then he wrote it off, thinking an enemy would immediately assume where the roar is coming from just by looking at his hands. What to do? A weapon would once again be too noticeable, and yet the mana crystal must be out in the open if it is to release its desired effect. And so he thought of a bunch of different ways. A ring would be too small, a helmet would be intrusive, and no way in hell would he imbue it in his forehead. I got it. As an alchemist, it was finally his time to create something other than potions. So grabbing the decent metals he had bought from trading in some of his weaker mana crystals, Ivan placed them on his table along with the crystal and sat crisscrossed. He deeply focused on the shape of the armament, its uses, and the size. Together with his imagination he output what he thought to be the necessary amount of mana to finalize his creation. Gray wisps of light shot out of Ivan's fingertips and engulfed the table along with the items on it. In a loud crashing sound the items were attracted to each other and shot at each other with a speed that would most definitely leave more than a bruise if someone were to get in between. However, none of this ever broke his concentration. Even if he was curious, he couldn't afford to spare his attention, or else things could end badly for both him and the mana crystal. The metals and crystal finally stopped rubbing each other before merging together in a perfect blend. Not hesitating for even a single second, Ivan smashed his hands on the table and engulfed solely this orb of metal and crystal with his own body. The orb slid into his chest without even the slightest resistance. Breathing heavily, Ivan could clearly envision the orb inside of him. He knew that if he didn't do anything soon the mana inside the crystal would explode from within and take his body along with it. It possessed no sentience, yet as if it could tell its impending doom, the crystal part of the orb started swelling in what appeared to be an attempt to free itself. Ivan fought back with even more of his mana. Even if this would leave him dry, it's not like he lacked any mana potions. And besides, he had already reached his max limit of 20 potions for the day. At first he had thought increasing his mana would increase the allotted amount, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Even with his mana capacity having not dropped below 75, he still couldn't create more than 20 potions. He speculated it had something to do with class instead, perhaps something like a hidden condition. But for now he'd focus on the bomb inside him. Ivan could visualize the orb inside him being contained by his grey mana, slowly but surely calming the swelling and compressing it back to its former state. And that was it for the dangerous part of this creation. Now all he had to do was form it to become what he had originally intended and wear it. An artifact is a magical tool with powerful effects applied to it. As per the recorded history of Tortus, only one person in the previous era has been known to possess the ability to create an artifact. And yet today, there was another. The orb slowly pushed itself through the chest of Ivan, resting itself half submerged. There it sat for a few moments before shining a bright orange-brown light. When the light dissipated, all that was revealed to be left was a beautiful amulet made of gold with a bronze crystal in the shape of a diamond embedded in the middle. Caressing the amulet gently, Ivan grinned to himself as he saw it glow dimly. Success, he whispered to himself. It took all the willpower within him to stop himself from unleashing its power right there and then. He was sure that the effect of the amulet would spread to the neighboring rooms and accidentally paralyze his classmates. After all, area of effect attacks never discriminate. So holding in his jubilation, Ivan scurried outdoors to the woods next to the training grounds. Here is fine. Settling down in a relatively open area he wound deep in the woods, Ivan sat down and opened his notebook. It wasn't that he was necessarily writing anything important, it was just a notebook where he put in some random stuff just to confuse the hell out of anyone who read it. Every day he would spend at least an hour writing about possible creations, food, movies, the weather, and even more random shit. It was one point a prank on anyone who dared go through his stuff, and another point a ploy to make it seem like he was working hard. After an hour he slammed the notebook shut as even he got headaches reading it just because of how many times it jumped from one topic to another. Let's do this, partner. The amulet shone dimly according to his words, and once again while it harbored no sentience it did however instinctively use the remnant soul of the rock mount. And as rock mounts followed a similar way of life to gorillas, its soul instinctively obeyed Ivan as its leader. This can be attributed to the submission Ivan put it in inside his body. So, getting up from his ass, Ivan stood up and spread his arms open wide. He wanted to make sure to get the full effect of the amulet, and on his way here he had spotted a bird nest 30 meters away from the spot he chose. For this test, he would keep an eye on the birds inhabiting the nest to see if his range will reach there. Ivan closed his eyes and focused on the amulet that hung around his chest. With the mana he imbued it took no time for the amulet to go from a dim light to a flashlight. Grah! The sound of the rock mount's roar emitted from the amulet as bronze-colored waves spread out from Ivan's body. The birds who had zero resistance to the roar stiffened tightly instead of fleeing. It only took a second before they fell out of their nest paralyzed. And then, thud thud. From the sky fell a multitude of birds that seemed to have just been passing by. Ha ha ha. Marveled by the range of his attack, Ivan laughed merrily. It seemed that his range was 60 meters. With this he would have a tool that could reliably be used in case of emergencies. Let's say his meeting with the king and Pope Ishtar doesn't go well, hypothetically they attempt to restrain Ivan and force him to make potions for them forever. All he would have to do is pump some mana to his amulet and he'd have a moment to escape. Albeit it would be a very brief moment, but so long as he had enough mana Ivan was sure he could restrain even foes on the scale of Captain Meld for at least 3 seconds. And in those 3 seconds it wouldn't exactly be impossible for Ivan to buff up with some speed potions of his and chuck a smoke bomb at his feet. Now he had already had a purpose for the remaining mana crystals. Unfortunately crafting more tools with them would be a waste considering they came from relatively weak monsters. It would only result in tools with no special abilities. However, it didn't seem impossible to Ivan to fashion the mana crystals with enough mana to turn them into lethal bombs. After all, if they worked similar to a battery then he was sure overloading them with mana would create a powerful mana-imbued explosion. So the when shit hits the fan plan went as follows: 1. Paralyze all foes with the amulet. 2. Buff up on speed potions. 3. What is an escape without smoke bombs? Drop some bombs off with your foes if possible, and run the hell away. Ivan was sure this would work well. Though he was salivating at the thought of sneaking into the dungeon and grabbing himself some more powerful mana crystals. He was sure sooner or later he'd have to find an alternative to jewelry before he became a walking wardrobe. He sure hoped that his body would be able to withstand the strain of being the catalyst for artifacts, otherwise he'd have to find a way to increase his strength and vitality. Well, maybe I should already work on doing that. If he didn't want to explode from the inside, Ivan was sure that he'd need a stronger body. In the meantime he was sure as hell not going to reveal to the kingdom or the Holy Church that he was in the possession of an artifact. Let alone the fact that he made it. So if anyone asked him what that thing hanging around his neck is, then he'd just tell them it was a gift he brought with him to this world from his mom. Rustle rustle. Hearing something moving through the bushes, Ivan slapped his cheek before running in the opposite direction. Of course the roar of a rock mount would attract the kingdom's knights to investigate. I should have thought of this beforehand. I didn't even bring my speed buffs. Running the best he can to not get caught, Ivan woefully reprimanded himself for his lack of foresight. He knew he couldn't afford to get caught. He has to speak with Aiko-sensei before his meeting with the king and Pope Ishtar tomorrow. Chapter 9. By the time Ivan was sure of his escape, it had already become night. Knock knock. It was at this time Ivan had gone to speak with Aiko-sensei. Though it had become night, it wasn't late enough that everyone had gone to sleep. And yet when he knocked on her door, no one answered. Ivan thought a lot about where she could be, but the truth is that he didn't know her and she didn't know him. He had no idea what she's been doing since coming to this world, let alone where her favorite spots to visit are. He thought about asking his classmates where she could be. And so, visiting the banquet hall where they were celebrating their return from the Labyrinth, Ivan eyed the drunken soldiers who boisterously sang and moved over to his classmates who seemed as though they were about to stuff themselves into a self-induced food coma. Now. Who would know Aiko-sensei the best? Once again Ivan was caught at a crossroad, though he observed the hierarchy of the classroom he neglected to determine the relationships between each person. And since coming to this world he had not familiarized himself with any of his classmates other than Hajime. Instead opting to lock himself in his room or ignore the world from the library. Maybe I should have joined those training sessions after all, at least I wouldn't be in this situation now. Since the day he poisoned Hayama, Ivan had noticed his classmates have been acting more distant than ever before. Sure, they should be wary of a guy who poisoned one of their classmates for seemingly no reason, but they should at least give him a chance. In his stupor, Ivan felt a tap on his shoulder. When he turned around, what he was met first by is a small girl with short black hair that is kept in a tiny bob, possessing brown eyes and adorning glasses. She wore a black robe that reached her feet. Eri Nakamura. I've always wondered why a girl as kind and reserved as her awoke with the necromancer occupation. As far as Ivan could tell, Eri is a friend of almost everyone in the class. When he had asked his classmates before their fall who they'd rely on the most in emergencies, there was a resounding vote for Eri. In his days of observing her, Ivan has not noticed any discrepancies between what he's been told and what he's seen from her. She's just a quiet girl who loves reading. He had met her in the library multiple times and yet didn't approach her because as a man of knowledge he respected the rules of the library. Well, that, and he wasn't rather fond of speaking with strangers. Now if his earlier spiel about how occupations were matched with the owner's personality was correct, why was such a kind and loved girl in possession of a job dreaded as evil? Hello Nakamura-san, how can I help you? Ivan rather didn't want to antagonize the friend of everyone in the class, so he spoke to her politely. Mao, what are you on about, Ivan-kun? It seemed like you had something you wanted help with, so I came on over to help. To Ivan, this was setting off alarms in his head. He had never been close with anyone other than his family, so having someone act overly friendly with him gave him the creeps. Yeah, I was wondering if you could tell me where Aiko-sensei might be. I have something I need to discuss with her. Sure, how about I lead you there? Come on, let's go. No, it's fine, I'd just like to know where she is. You should enjoy the party. I wouldn't dare ask of you to take time away from relaxing just to lead me to Aiko-sensei. She was quite pensive about his request, however in the end she relented. I have noticed that for the past week she's been sneaking off into the night. I couldn't tell you where she is, but I could tell you what direction I last saw her headed. Yes, that's fine with me. I'd be grateful if you could help me. Ivan was overjoyed at finally moving forward with his hunt. But Ivan as an alchemist should have known that in order to receive something he must give first. In exchange I'd like a teeny tiny favor. Eri enunciated the unimportance of her favor by squishing an invisible pea with her index finger and thumb. So long as it's within my ability, I wouldn't mind helping you out in exchange. Ivan complied. Of course he wouldn't fully commit until he knew what she wanted. Yes. Alright, last time I saw her she was headed past the training grounds towards the lake in the east. Thank you very much, see you later. Not wanting to chat with her any longer, Ivan dashed out the banquet hall towards the direction of the training ground. Not paying any attention to Eri, who only smiled while staring at him during his exit. Hello, Aiko-sensei. Looking at Aiko-sensei who stood at the pier of the lake, Ivan spoke to her calmly so as to not startle her. Yeah. And yet even that was enough to make her exclaim in surprise. If Ivan had to say who he admired most in this world other than his mother, then he'd say Aiko-sensei. Even with her small stature. Even though most of her students don't take her seriously, and even if she was a bit immature, she was still someone who put the safety of her students before her own. In fact, it was because of these weaknesses that Ivan admired her all the same, that despite possessing lower stats than most of her students she stood up to the unfairness of their transmigration before anyone else. And during all this time he watched her as she tried her hardest to persuade her students to quit playing hero and return to their normal lives. Aiko-sensei, sorry for disturbing you, but may I ask you a few things? In the face of Ivan's concern, Aiko-sensei was elated to finally being relied on. Ever since coming to this world it has been one thing after another. Not being able to do anything for her students and failing to stop them from enlisting in a war was something that weighed heavily on her conscience. Sure. You can ask me anything. I'll do my best to help you out. Trying his best to not laugh at her display, Ivan went ahead with his questioning. Sensei, how do you feel about all this? Oh, and by all this I mean about your students fighting for the sake of another world. It was a question he had no idea how to relay eloquently, yet one he needed to ask to gauge her feelings. I see, so that's what you wanted to talk about, huh? For Aiko this was a touchy subject. While I'm glad my students are compassionate enough to risk their lives for the safety of others, I still feel as though this was something they decided to do on the spur of the moment. So you wish for them not to involve themselves in these matters, even if it means ignoring the plight of others. That's not what I mean at all. Aiko was proud of her students, but they had families and friends waiting for their safe return. I feel responsible for their safety, and that includes yours as well. She took a moment to calm down before continuing. Fighting, killing, involving themselves with dangerous people, can I even say they were the same people when we return? She had a lot of doubts. Even if they returned home, she felt as though she had already failed at her responsibilities as a teacher just from not being able to stop them at all. And in the face of these doubts, Ivan was at a standstill as to what to say. How was he to act? Was he supposed to comfort her, reassure her, make false promises he wasn't even sure was possible to upkeep? Sensei, I'd like to thank you for everything, but he knew he couldn't stay silent, he knew he couldn't allow her to wallow in self-deprecation. In fact, I'd say if it weren't for you most of the class would have given up on returning home. It's because of your perseverance that these students have hope. Really? Aiko-sensei looked at Ivan with hope in her eyes. Ah, I honestly believe so. In this world where everything is different, I'm sure they found some relief in seeing someone who hasn't changed her ways. As much as Ivan wanted to say they were doing everything for her, he had no way of telling what each student's intentions were for risking themselves. Whether it was for their own justice, pity, honor, or pride, Ivan had no say in deciding if they were doing the right thing or not. Especially when he himself has made no steps to returning home, drunkening himself on the powers and abilities he's been using for his own benefit. So I want to ask of you, Aiko-sensei, would you please help me in providing safety to those who are too afraid to fight, too afraid of change? Ivan sincerely pleaded with her, though not with the same intention. He was sure she had been looking for a way to protect her students. I'd like you to join me tomorrow to meet with the king and Pope Ishtar. We wish to allow the freedom of choice to those afraid to reject the coercion of these forces. While I do not disdain those fighting, I do feel it is a bit unfortunate for those who do not wish to fight to do so out of fear of being outcast. Do you really think we have a chance? What will we do if they reject it? I don't want to make it any harsher for the students. Please listen to me, sensei, when I say this. If we don't move now, who knows what it'll take in the future just to move the kingdom and holy church into doing something about it. Aiko-sensei took the validity of Ivan's claim seriously. Rather than waiting for a student to get seriously injured or worse, dead, it'd be better to act now. Alright, let's do it. We'll work together to protect the students and get them home safe and sound. She looked up to Ivan, only to see him brightly smiling as well. With this, the pieces to his plan can finally be in effect. If all goes the way he guesses, the kingdom already valued Aiko-sensei's farmer class to a significant degree. So warning them that they'd miss out on both her skills and his products will hopefully be enough to deter them from just keeping them around as their resource slaves and instead see them something more akin to allies. Ivan was already expecting hassles during tomorrow's meeting. After all, if the kingdom really let him and his group walk away with their resources and valuable members to their hero army, he really would be afraid that they were planning something devious. And so hand in hand, these two non-combat job possessors came to an agreement. Both pledging that they wouldn't let the kingdom and holy church get away with whatever they wanted. Chapter 10. Knock knock. It had been a while since Ivan felt this nervous. If he had to describe his feelings right now, then he'd say he felt as though he was on his way to school knowing he had a presentation that day. The only difference this time being is that if this presentation does not go well, then he'd possibly be endangering his own life along with those of his peers. However, even with the weight of those possibilities, he knew the positives outweigh the negatives. Or at least that was his personal belief. He'd create safety for those who didn't wish to risk their lives at the risk of getting on the bad side of the kingdom and the holy church. In any case, his safety was assured if this was a success. Being at the beck and call of the kingdom and holy church would be a separate matter he had already prepared for. And once again, if shit were to hit the fan, he had a few contingency plans that were on standby in case they would be needed. Adorning the satchel of potions and tools he had painstakingly manufactured, Ivan made sure he at least looked presentable. He buttoned up his coat and hid the amulet underneath, ready to be pulled out at any moment. The only things he wouldn't be able to bring were his bow and arrow, as they would surely stick out and raise suspicion. Patting the amulet beneath his clothes, Ivan went and opened the door. Good morning to you, Meld-san. Nothing like seeing a familiar face to calm you down. He wasn't sure if Captain Meld saw him in a positive light, but as far as he saw, Captain Meld did care for his class. As for whose side he'd take if a fight were to break out, well, Ivan had no doubts Captain Meld would choose the kingdom over him. It wasn't a matter of who was more correct. It was simply a matter of loyalty. Unless the kingdom did something truly deplorable, Captain Meld seemed like the type of character to comply with their demands so long as it benefited the kingdom and its people. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few is something that came to Ivan's mind as he nodded towards Captain Meld. Yo, it's good to see you up and early, ha ha ha. Now then, shall we get on our way? His Majesty and Pope Ishtar are awaiting us in the banquet hall. We shouldn't waste their time, especially His Majesty's. He came out here despite being very busy to see what you have to say. In the face of Ivan's nonchalant greeting, Meld only laughed carefree. rushing Ivan to hurry as he wasn't sure if the king had much time to be around. Neglecting to mention that the king mostly made his way to the Holy Church to meet the mysterious otherworlder with an occupation never seen before. Other than that, it should be at the behest of Pope Ishtar that he joined them in their meeting. Ivan had only met the king once. And that was on their first day arriving in Tortus. But that single meeting was not enough to define his character. He had no opportunities to speak with the king during that event as Pope Ishtar took over the role of welcoming them in place of him. But as far as first impressions go, it seemed as though the Pope in this nation held more power than the king. Seeing as Pope Ishtar led every conversation and the king acted very respectful towards him, going as far as to kiss his hand upon greeting. Aside from all that, Ivan only showed a half smile at Captain Melt's words, prompting him to follow him as he needed to pick up Hajime and Aiko sensei before they would make their way to the Holy Church. Picking up Hajime was relatively simple, though it took a few knocks. It wasn't long before you could hear someone within the room scurrying about to answer the door. Suppressing a snicker, Ivan greeted Hajime, who looked as though he hadn't gotten any rest. After further inquiring, it became apparent that, similar to Ivan, Hajime was nervous about today's meeting. It seemed he also knew the implications should they fail. That's when, to Hajime's surprise, they made their way to Aiko sensei's room. He had no idea Aiko sensei would join them in their expedition. Yet it provided him some comfort at having someone he knew genuinely care for them join along. Aiko sensei opened the door calmly whilst adorning a hardened expression on her face. As the only adult in their party, there was no way she wouldn't know the risks of their actions. Though she tried to convince Ivan that he shouldn't be risking himself for this cause, insisting that as his teacher it should be her going up to the king and Pope Ishtar to make their demands. Ivan only responded stating that if they were going to protect the students, then they are going to have to use everything they had. And as someone who proposed the idea, he couldn't bear the thought of her getting harmed because of his negligence. Aiko sensei was moved by his thoughts, being proud of how thoughtful her student had become even though she wasn't able to teach him anything before they got spirited away. Anyways, she was also quite surprised to see that Hajime would be joining them. She had always thought of him as a reserved boy who didn't seem like he wanted to be troubled by anything. So with her impression of him, she couldn't believe that very same boy who always slept in class would put himself in the cross eye of the kingdom and Holy Church. Exchanging greetings once more, Ivan was slightly proud at seeing his merry band of resistors all gathered together. He hadn't told them of his plan if things got out of hand, but seeing their hardened expressions he was sure they were prepared for anything. And so this group of 3 otherworlders who only possessed non-combat jobs marched with stern expressions behind Captain Meld as he led them to the Holy Church. If you asked Captain Meld who from the otherworlders he respected the most, then even he wouldn't believe it if he told you it would be the 3 who held non-combat jobs that stood before him. While 2 of them displayed admirable courage, one in particular exceeded any of his expectations. Though he had no idea what to make of the alchemist occupation, the tact and strength Ivan displayed were enough to convince him that even with a non-combat-based job Ivan was capable of turning a situation with just his resourcefulness. Never mind the potions he displayed both on the training ground and in the labyrinth, to Meld Ivan was deserving of his respect. Looking over to his left to see the seated king, HIATUS, Bihili, and Pope Ishtar, Meld could only sigh as the rest of the room was affected by the strained atmosphere created. The moment these 3 entered the hall, it was as if the air itself froze. Both sides were disinclined to speak first as they only looked at each other. Only the audible noises of some guards breathing permeated the air. It was only at that moment did someone step up, that person being Ivan. "Greetings, Your Majesty, and Pope Ishtar. I'd like to express my gratitude to both of you for taking time out of your day to speak with me." Kneeling, Ivan bowed his head and spoke respectfully. And without being told, both Hajime and Aiko sensei followed his example. While they hadn't talked much about the plan before, it was silently agreed that they'd be following Ivan's example unless he needed them to do otherwise. This seemed to carry the desired effect as both the king and Pope Ishtar eased their expressions, the hall becoming noticeably easier to breathe in. The guards who were on the verge of dropping to their knees finally relieved a sigh as they straightened their stances. King Elihade looked at Pope Ishtar for approval before speaking. "Welcome, heroes. We have heard your plea and have come to ease your concerns. Fear not, we have come here because we care for your conditions. Speak so we may solve whatever matter with utmost haste." The king spoke sovereignly. Ivan only resigned from his bow before looking towards the king, Hajime, and Aiko sensei following with, "Ah, yes, I come with a proposition to further improve the strength and prowess of your men who may lose their lives in the fight against the demons." Before making any demands, Ivan thought it'd be better to show off what he could provide. It'd be a shame if he started with demands and the king outright commanded his men to apprehend them. As you may have already noticed, my compatriots and I are the only ones in our class to possess non-combat jobs. But despite that, I'd like to show you what we are capable of. Which is why I've bought something here today that I believe is worth showing off. From his satchel, Ivan slowly pulled out a vial full of a white glowing liquid. It was something he hastily created after picking up some resources both from his weekly deliveries and their recent expedition to the Labyrinth. The main components being the tails of rat men, Hazar herbs, and a few hairs from the rock mount he assisted in slaying. While not being the most visually impressive of his concoctions, it was one of his most resourceful ones. And so, removing the cork, Ivan stood still as he allowed the smell to permeate the air. The king and Pope Ishtar were hit by the scent of blood and iron as they looked curiously at Ivan. Then in one swift gulp, Ivan held the vial to his mouth and consumed it all. Seconds later he rested on one knee before resting his hands on his chest. His body pulsating slightly as he tried his best to catch his breath. Ignoring the crystals protruding from his body. And under the worried eyes of his teacher and classmate, his height grew 2 sizes. Finally, to finish off his transformation, a tail of rock and steel emerged from his backside as his face and chest hardened. And with his thick arms and legs, he spread his body to reveal the changes he had undergone. I present to you a valuable concoction of mine, not all too resource-intensive for a nation as prominent as yours. His voice was 3 times deeper yet still understandable to those present. With properties such as an exterior as tough as steel, and strength comparable to the savage forces of the rat men, and it all only costs me some speed. Not minding the frightened stares of the guards that stood by, Ivan only stared into the intrigued eyes of the king and Pope Ishtar. Though these changes are only temporary, I can assure they come at no further costs. Do mind that there is however a decent amount of strain on the user should they choose to consume more of these potions consecutively. King Elihade made eye contact with Pope Ishtar, who arose from his seat and made his way down to Ivan, a guard accounting him on each side. Meld watched nervously, knowing what the Pope had in mind. "Excuse me, Hero Ivan, but if I am to take seriously the validity of your claims, then surely you wouldn't mind a test of sorts." Ivan had expected such a result, so he nodded his head silently. Ishtar, who took his nod as affirmation, only looked in the eyes of one of his men. Understanding the message, the guard approached Ivan and stanced himself up to punch Ivan. And at a speed faster than Ivan could see, the guard struck him with enough force to crush a large boulder. Grh, Ivan only grunted inwardly, knowing he couldn't expose the pain he felt. While not to a severe degree, the punch the guard had landed on his gut was only trumped by the pain he felt when absorbing the orb to create his amulet. But that only made him more confident. While having exterior properties, the main function of the potion was to bump the stats of the user. Ivan Koryai, age, 17. Male level, 5. Job, Alchemist. Strength, 3300. Vitality, 8200. Defense, 7300. Agility, 30-15. Magic, 600. Magic defense, 150-300. Skills, language comprehension, mixing, plant appraisal, elixir appraisal, quality enhancer, transmutation, increased mixing speed, increased transmutation speed, forager, cat's eye, encyclopedia, auto harvesting, fast learner, fast reader, herbalist, wakeful, increased mana recovery. These effects would only last 30 minutes. While this was dangerous, to prove his loyalty, Ivan presented to Pope Ishtar his status plate to show the validity of his product. After the display just now and the plate that couldn't lie, Ishtar had no choice to express his approval. Inwardly he was impressed by the effects. With this it wouldn't be too difficult to provide a small army each with a potion. Though of course the potion wouldn't be all too helpful in wars of attrition. Their enemy would simply wait out the effects and kill those who remained while they were tired. Or even against large numbers and an onslaught of magic spells, these potions would only help little. Ivan promised that he'd be able to provide the kingdom's forces with products like this one so long as he was provided the necessary resources, but that was under one condition. "Your Majesty, I ask of you only one favor in return, please, if you may allow my fellow compatriots from another world the choice to disclude themselves from this war." Ivan signaled Hajime and Aiko. The 3 together bowed before the king. The king, this time without seeking the Pope for approval, inquired further. So in return for your services you ask that the rest of the heroes be given a chance to live a normal life?" "Yes." Seeing his chance to move further, Ivan added on to the incentives. "Along with my services I offer you the handiwork of my sensei, who could provide the kingdom with enough crops that you'll never starve, and my friend Hajime, who can forge weapons of another world." Though not entirely sure about Hajime, Ivan had a conversation with him on the way here about how he got some inspiration to incorporate his imagination into the transmutation skill he got in his class as a synergist. The king pondered intently before coming to a verdict. "Very well. I hereby allow those not willing to partake in our affairs to disallow themselves from combat, though if they choose to do so take note that the kingdom shall provide them with other work. If they reject both then we shall refrain from providing them any financial assistance and shall revoke their lodging and equipment." It was a compromise Ivan was willing to take. And so in joyous celebration, Ivan hugged both Aiko-sensei and Hajime despite his form. They returned in full, glad things ended nicely. Chapter 11. Ha, that's everything. Ivan let out a satisfied grunt as he dropped the bags he was holding at his feet, opting to look over his new room once more. After his deed with the king, he was given a room within the castle suitable for living and conducting his work. He assumed it was to keep a better eye on him, but he didn't mind too much as he was more elated at the thought of having more resources to play around and test with. Aside from that, he made a personal request with the king that the deliverer of his materials be the same man that delivered to his old room. It'd be better if he can keep his relationship with him rather than start a new one with a potential dog of the king. The main room of his atelier would be the pristine white room that was put in place in replacement of a living room, full of an assortment of tables equipped with beakers and vials clean and ready to use. Machines up against the wall as Ivan had only an idea of how to use them. Reaching for the lab coat hung at the entrance of the room, Ivan was satisfied as the coat was something he particularly requested. To him it was a great feeling to finally be back to a place of comfort. And connected to his lab would be his bedroom, which in stark contrast to the lab was a dark room with curtains closed that blocked out any natural light. Ivan preferred that when he does sleep, even if it's for a few hours, that his sleep remains unimpeded. He walked through the door of his bedroom, remembering to leave the door open as footsteps followed behind him. Ivan wasn't worried about Hajime or Aiko-sensei, as he had accompanied them earlier to their own kingdom-issued workshops. He found amusement in Hajime's blacksmith-themed workshop and Aiko-sensei's calming farmhouse aesthetic. But if he had one complaint, then that would be that the three workshops were each in a separate part of the kingdom, making it a pain to reach each other. That was expected as there was no way the king would allow for them to escape together easily should they need to. It was a small bump in Ivan's plan, but it was also negligible as it could be solved with the three of them coming together and agreeing to meet at a place should a problem arise. He took a glance at the bathroom and nodded in satisfaction as the large bath he had requested was approved. Aside from that, the bathroom was full of normal accommodations you'd find in a bathroom on Earth. Finally, there was one last room opposite formed the bathroom connected to his bedroom. It was an empty room, one that he specifically requested be empty. Large enough for anything he wanted to fill it with. Ivan looked at the empty room while imagining his plans, not minding the small thud that hit his back at his abrupt stop. It wasn't that he planned to create a super weapon or something in here. All he wanted to do was make a simple garden to grow some high-quality materials. While his skills allowed him to safely grow some decent things, he planned on asking Aiko-sensei to lend her green thumb just to assure that the herbs and mushrooms could grow without any trouble. But first he would need to create some hydroponic habitats for the materials to grow in. He would ask Hajime to assist in that project as he wasn't too familiar with the metals and minerals of this world. On the other hand, while Ivan received materials for his alchemy, Hajime received things for his faux blacksmith job and Aiko-sensei got stuff for her famer job. So pushing aside the figure who bumped into him, Ivan made his way back to the lab. He tapped his foot impatiently as he was expecting a new shipment of materials. May I help you, sir? Ivan ignored the meek and quiet voice that came from behind him. This only caused the figure to fidget nervously, wondering what she had done to upset him. Ivan's eyes only twitched at the sound of her nervous fidgets and quiet murmuring. Ah, that's right, I totally forgot about her. He decided he would finally turn around and acknowledge her existence. Ivan sighed as he turned to face the nuisance behind him. His first impression of her was a demure young lady who was either here to spy on him or was completely clueless in what she was doing. She adorned what he'd call a classical style-made outfit equipped with a long gown with frills at the end that reached right before her black loafers. And an apron above all that to complete the look. And to complement it all, she neatly wore a maid's cap above her long wavy brown hair tied in a loosely two-side-up hairstyle that reached her waist. Resting his chin on his fist, Ivan stared into her marin eyes before speaking to her. I apologize, but what was your name again? The maid's expression nearly crumpled before she chimed in. My name is Claire von Delort, and for the 4th time I am your maid assigned to you by His Majesty. Contrary to her looks and earlier display, she was quite loud when angered. Then again, in all her years of training she never thought she'd serve a master who keeps forgetting she even exists. Ivan ignored her outburst before pulling out a pair of glasses from his satchel, then without asking he put them on his rather short maid and nodded in approval as the slick black form suited her quite well. She only looked up at him stupefied, unable to believe her introduction had been ignored again. Well, Miss Claire, as of today you are relieved of your duties. I'm afraid I have no need for a maid. Though not being entirely truthful, Ivan didn't want a potential spy to be accompanying him for all his projects. The strength of that guard that punched him left him on edge. So in retaliation he would need to prepare further in case things turned sour. Now why would he want stuff being made to protect himself from the kingdom and the Holy Church to be seen by the informer of the kingdom and Holy Church? I'm sorry, hero, but I must refuse your refusal. As stated by the king, these are the conditions of your atelier, but don't worry, I am here as your assistant to help you fulfill your duties, so do not pay me any heed and feel free to use my help." Claire patted at her chest confidently, as if having expected his refusal. This is where he was at a standstill, so not minding her patting her non-existent chest, Ivan moved to the bathroom, this time shutting the door behind him. He knew she didn't have the gall to bother him in the restroom, so for now this would be his thinking place. Here he would weigh the benefits and detriments. On the bright side, so long as Claire fulfills her duty, he would have his needs taken care of. Food delivered to him 3 times a day. Having his laundry already taken care of, and an assistant that would be pretty helpful in his work. As much as he enjoyed working solo, it wouldn't be detrimental to have the mind of another assist him in his thoughts. Now, the downsides. The likelihood of her being a spy was quite high. She could end up just being a distraction in his work. And most of all, there is the possibility she'll attempt to assassinate him in his sleep should he outlive his usefulness. Sighing, Ivan didn't know what to do. Lately he's been feeling tense around everyone. He thought being wary of everyone would put his mind at ease, and yet it only revealed itself to bring him more stress than anything. Constantly worrying about being betrayed, about being murdered, it all made Ivan feel sick to his stomach. And in the end, he was afraid he'd be consumed by loneliness. So dusting off his clothes, Ivan got up from the toilet seat and walked out the door, nearly bumping into Claire, who was standing right outside. "Welcome to the team, Miss Claire." He stretched out his hand to Claire with a smile on his face. He had come to his decision. Surprised by the turnaround in attitude, Claire meekly accepted his hand. Gee, good to be on it. Even if he was different from the kind of heroes she imagined from the books she read as a kid, she felt it might not be all that bad working for a hero like him. "Now, Claire, quickly put on this lab coat. We don't have much time to waste. But the materials aren't here yet." She reminded him, as there was nothing to do without the resources. "We've waited long enough, we shall take matters into our own hands, let's go." Not minding her outburst, Ivan marched through the doors, leaving Claire to chase after him, who let out an exasperated sigh followed by a small smile. "We're homey." Ivan let out a joyous cheer as they had finally made it back from their excursion right before nightfall. It was a long and arduous quest, but they in the end sorted the matter of the deliverer being denied entry into the castle. But seeing as it was too late for a delivery that day, Ivan took it upon himself to deliver his materials, so he and Claire packed bags full of material and dragged them all the way from the office to his atelier in the kingdom. He walked through the door as Claire, who was carrying more bags than him, limped in and caught herself from nearly collapsing. Even though her physical stats were higher than his, she had to take a breather multiple times on the way here just so she wouldn't lose function in her legs. Claire reminded herself to never again doubt the drive of Ivan, who desired to get to work as soon as possible. Ivan placed his bags on one of his lab tables and took the bags Claire was carrying, ignoring the sigh of relief she let go as she took a seat on the ground. Today he wasn't able to concoct any potions because of the move and making sure both Aiko-sensei and Hajime were okay. He grinned to himself as he remembered the look of jealousy in Hajime's eyes when he found out he had an assistant. Meanwhile, Hajime had an old man who was the most prolific synergist in the kingdom act as his master. Strangely enough, Aiko-sensei didn't get anyone to attend her. Instead, from what she told him, whenever she worked on the field some farmers would aid her. It seemed that the kingdom didn't see her as much of a risk should she rebel. But for now he was focused on getting his daily done. "Here, Miss Claire, drink this." Tossing a green vial at Claire, who caught it neatly, Ivan worked on getting the appropriate ingredients from the bags. She observed the vial for a second before taking a whiff of its contents. She was trained to familiarize poison in the contents of food and drinks in order to protect her would-be master from assassination attempts. Judging it to be safe, she took a sip. Seconds later she felt all fatigue from her body disappear. Her mouth was filled with a refreshing taste as her desire for more grew. It took a moment to calm down before marveling at the effectiveness of this stamina potion. While stamina potions existed already in this world, they weren't as effective as Ivan's potions that can remove stress as well as pain and fatigue. Usually the stamina potions of this world had a horrible taste, but the one she consumed only got her wanting more. "Before you ask, I am not inclined to help you with your newfound addiction." Ivan knew this would happen as the taste factor was something he spent hours perfecting. If need be, it could buy the loyalty of addicts. Claire was not one to be bought over with just a potion that felt and tested good, so dusting off her outfit, she got up off the floor and assisted Ivan with his job. And like that they worked deep into the night, only stopping to eat or use the bathroom. Chapter 12. Her back was sore, her eyes burning. If not for the potions Ivan gave her on the way home, she probably wouldn't even be awake at this hour. But to fulfill her duties as a maid, Claire got up and ready for work. As far as she knew, today would be a somewhat important day. Though Ivan and co succeeded in their goal, there happened to appear some disgruntled folk within the class who did not approve of their actions. Folk who believed that every member of the class has a duty and responsibility to use their newfound powers in aiding the humanity of this world, even if it means facing demons on the battlefield. And so these very same folk held a class meeting. As per the rules, only members of the class including Aiko-sensei were to be allowed in this discussion. But Ivan, who didn't even want to be there, directly ignored the rules and invited Claire. He remarked that if she were going to be attending him in his best moments, then she should see him during the worst. If not for the behest of Aiko-sensei, Ivan would have spent the remainder of this day concocting elixirs. But he felt like he owed Aiko-sensei for causing this divide to happen. At least he felt responsible for it. Claire could only laugh dryly at her master's drive to work, and so she silently bowed to Aiko-sensei in her mind for giving her some time to rest. She stored the knives away Ivan gave her as a welcome present in the holsters on her leg, neatly hidden by her long gown. She wasn't worried about their quality as she had watched him make them right in front of her. In fact, she was a bit grateful with his gesture of good faith and made a note in her mind to gift him with something he'd appreciate. The only problem being she didn't know much about him. Hell, the only reason he got her weapons as a gift was to use the excuse of making sure his bodyguard had tools to protect him in case of emergencies. An excuse she thought of as being a way to hide his embarrassment. Aside from all that, she snickered softly to herself as she remembered the expression of annoyance he showed when receiving the rather threatening invitation to the talk late into the night. He then promptly ordered her to destroy the letter of invitation using the new knives he gave her. Now adorning her maid cap, she left her home and made her way to Ivan's atelier. It had only been one day, and yet she felt as though she already knew her routine as his maid. All the skills she learned as a maid were thrown out the window as she summarized her newfound days of waking up, assisting Ivan with his work, and going to bed. Knock knock. She waited patiently for Ivan to open the door. And then, nothing. Even after knocking on the door harder or often, no one ever answered. She started sweating, imagining that something horrible had happened to him. Creak. Her worries were put to rest as Ivan finally responded. Without a sign of exhaustion or traces that he had spent the previous night working without sleep, he answered the door. "Oh hey Miss Claire, I was about to head on over to your place to make sure you didn't oversleep. Now we must hurry. Let's get this over with so we can immediately start work." Not minding the threatening aura surrounding Claire, Ivan took the lead and made his way opposite from the class dorm building. "Wait, where are you going?" "It's the other way." "Hello, anyone home?" Ivan knocked on the door loudly as he yelled for someone to answer. The door to the dorm building being locked was something that had not happened in the 2 weeks he had spent in it. So obviously he anticipated some animosity, something that made Claire ready her weapons. Though she had no authority to harm the heroes of another world, the instructions given to her were made clear. Her duty is solely to protect Ivan from all harm. Even if it means going against the heroes. All should be fine as long as she can restrain them without harm, something she was not very confident in. Claire eyed the two that are currently waiting alongside them. Hajime and Aiko. Hajime showed an annoyed expression followed by a yawn as the synergist he was apprenticing under had overworked him during the night. He had also arrived under Aiko's pleas. As for Aiko, she was busy restraining Ivan from breaking the door down. She was worried her class would tear itself apart, so she arrived here hoping to be a mediator. A role Claire didn't see happening as she had already chosen a side. Creak. And slowly the double doors into the dorm opened widely. Claire aligned herself behind Ivan a bit to his left as she followed him into the building. Going down the hall they were met by members of the class that stood sternly as if pretending to be guards. And as they passed these guards, they relieved themselves of their positions and followed Aiko's group. Aiko attempted to talk to these students, but they only brushed her off with a wry smile or telling her that they'll be at the meeting spot soon. Ivan on the other hand ignored the directions of the students and made his own route to the lounge area, remarking that he'll get there eventually. He wasn't worried they'd attack him as he was sure to take advantage of the hesitation that had inevitably happened should they go through with it. After all, he and his group fought to assure the safety of students unwilling to fight. Some of the students in the class doubted their stance, but under the hero's charisma they were compelled to believe they were doing the right thing. It wasn't long before Claire and Ivan arrived at the lounge. They greeted Hajime and Aiko, who had already made it before them. Claire ignored the unpleasant stares directed toward her and inched closer to Ivan, ready to grab him and move if necessary. She faced forwards and eyed the class standing opposite from them. Their meeting was followed by an awkward silence, both sides refusing to initiate the conversation. And in this silence Ivan moved a chair towards his side of the group and decided to take a seat. A move that made the eyebrow of Cookie Amanagawa twitch. The students were lined up in a half circle with Cookie in the middle. Whether consciously or not, Claire had already determined the class elected him as their leader. Cookie's annoyance only grew as Ivan put his feet up on the table dividing the two groups. And so, not able to take the disrespect any longer, Cookie stepped forward and began the discussion. Ivan, I remember that we clearly stated in the invitation that only members of the class are to attend this meeting, and yet you went ahead and brought an outsider. Couldn't you have at least respected our decision? Dropping his usual warm smile, Cookie instead opted for a stern expression in hopes of admonishing Ivan. Firstly, I don't remember agreeing to such a rule, and secondly, she has been appointed by the king himself to attend to me at all times. It can't be helped that she followed me here. Ivan brushed off Cookie's admonishing gaze and glanced at Claire, signaling her to follow along with his story. Though the part of her attending him at all times was not exactly false. Even so, I don't want to involve others in our troubles, Miss Claire, is it? Sorry, I overheard the name from Aiko-sensei while we were waiting for you too. I apologize for Ivan involving you in our class troubles. Cookie recomposed his warm smile and directed to Claire. It was his gesture of good faith. Your apologies are unnecessary, hero. Sir Ivan is my master, as employed by the king. In fact, it is an honor to serve a hero such as him. Claire remained unfazed and instead opted to bow so as to not offend him. Hero, huh? Cookie frowned and redirected his gaze to Aiko-sensei's group. In his mind, this newcomer to their class misled Hajime and Aiko into neglecting their duties as heroes from another world. And to him, this hero, who plotted to avoid having to leave the comfort of the kingdom, was not worthy of being called a hero. Just the thought of it made his blood boil. Ivan remained pensive to Cookie's murmuring. He glanced at Aiko-sensei to take the lead of the conversation. He himself had no interest in this conversation as everyone in the opposition saw Cookie too highly to disagree with him. Aside from the two in the class who were actually friends with Hajime, he held no hope that anyone would side with them. Aiko-sensei stepped forward nervously. Once she stood directly in front of her opposing students, she took a deep breath and exhaled softly. Moments later it was as if her entire aura had changed. Instead of the meek and weak-looking teacher that usually stood before them, what had appeared was someone of resolute stature and unbreakable will. All signs of nervousness were erased as she stared into Cookie's eyes, directly inquiring the meaning of the meeting. Now, Cookie-kun, do you mind explaining why you and the class have invited us here? But she wasn't a complete idiot. She saw the way Cookie reacted when Claire mentioned Ivan as a hero. All she could hope for is that none of her students get hurt from this discussion, as it was her duty as a teacher to make sure of that. Her question was met by momentary quiet, as Cookie had no idea how to react against this new sensei in front of him. That's when his best friend, Ryutaru, walked forward and shook his shoulder. HM. Oh yes, Cookie awoke from his stupor and coughed gently into his fist, taking away his gaze from Aiko-sensei and once again directing it towards Ivan. Though his question was more directed to the rest of the opposition as well. Hey, how could you guys sit back in the castle while there are people out there that need our help? Aiko-sensei and her group looked on silently, hinting at Cookie for him to continue. We were brought here because these people need our help. These new powers of ours are just perfect for that. Instead of remaining in the castle, we should be training with all our might so we can help as many people as we can. Cookie spoke fervently, arousing the excitement of his fellow idealists, the very same people who thought highly of their newfound power. We are not heroes. Yes, while I'm glad you and the rest of this class desire to help those in need, but you are all just students. You all have families and people who care about you on the other side. How would they feel if you all died somewhere they can't even see your body? She felt a bit guilty for tripping the students by bringing up their loved ones, but for her this was a matter of giving up on playing hero to protect their lives. The class looked at each other unsure of their decision. The murmuring only grew incessantly as their doubts became desperate. Then, slowly but surely, a few members of the opposition moved on over to Aiko-sensei's side. All the while facing away from Cookie's group. You guys! Cookie shouted in disbelief at what he saw as betrayal. He had originally thought that they were all aligned together in their goals. The offer to join us stands with the rest of you all. You don't need to feel ashamed. As kids you should all be enjoying life, not fearing the end of it from another civilization. Aiko-sensei left those words with a warm smile on her face as she led the students of her faction out of the room, ignoring the stupor of Cookie. Ivan on the other hand clapped inwardly at the swiftness in which this couple was solved. A chill went up his spine as he felt a malicious gaze focused on him. He turned his eyes to the figure in the room that looked angrily at him. Hayama Daisuke. Ivan responded to that malicious intent with an equally insidious smile. After his deal with the king, the discovery of his super-efficient healing potions were made. And as such he was asked to heal his fellow hero as he was a part of the fighting force. Though reluctantly, Ivan went ahead and did as he was told. Either way it seemed he succeeded in attracting the animosity in one of his classmates. Hayama flinched under Ivan's eyes and swiftly scurried out the door opposite from the way Aiko-sensei and Co were headed. Sir Ivan? Claire questioned Ivan, who stood looking at Hayama's fleeing figure all the while snickering to himself. It's nothing, Miss Claire, now, let us hurry to our lab, new discoveries await us. Ivan responded fervently to her concerns and made a dash for the exit. Claire only sighed as she made haste alongside him, knowing that today would be another long day. Chapter 13. Jingle Jingle. Ivan looked on pensively as the crystals he held in his hands made quite the soothing noise as he threw them into the air. Normally he'd take extreme caution with mana crystals, but these tiny ones with no particular abilities had been reduced to his playthings for the past week. It seemed the kingdom had no intention of giving him any of the mana crystals they had acquired from strong monsters. Those were rather used for making staves and other tools. He'd likely acquire them if he explained what they were going to be used for, but then all the artifacts he produced would be kept by the kingdom for their army. His progress with his stats had stagnated quite a bit, as it seems manufacturing potions was seeming less and less effective for EXP. Though Ivan wasn't obsessed with strength. He'd rather have his stats in a high position as to not be inept when in an emergency or the kingdom and holy church decides he has no use. It wouldn't be difficult for him to transmute the ground around him to act defensively or offensively, but having to come in contact with whatever he wanted to transmute would leave him in a vulnerable position he'd rather not be in. And so this got him thinking. What if there was a way to transmute the world around him without lifting a finger? If he could achieve that, then he'd essentially be invincible. That's when he remembered that such an ideal was also highly sought by alchemists. Ars Magna. The dream of alchemists to mold the world with just their thoughts. Such a pinnacle brought excitement to Ivan. Though he believed molding the entire world was impossible of him, he did have hope that within a certain distance that control would exist. The problem was that even as an alchemist he had no possession of such a world-breaking spell. As much as he wanted to think it into existence, he couldn't create his own world with just his thoughts. Which brings up the earlier point, he had gotten all he could from the kingdom. If he wanted such power, then he would have to search for it. The dungeon. Ivan thought to himself. No one had ever reached beyond the 65th level of the Labyrinth, and even if they managed to reach that level they would meet the legendary behemoth. A fearsome beast that even the legendary hero, who everyone called the strongest in the world, couldn't stand against it. But as they say, the greater the risks, the greater the rewards. Ivan had no doubt that at the end of the dungeon would be a treasure the world would covet. As for whether that treasure would help him in his goal or aid in creating Ars Magna, Ivan had no idea. All he knew was that if he stayed within the kingdom's grasp for any longer, then he would go insane. He was really itching to initiate the plan he had set up since he got to this world. Seeing Hayama in great condition did nothing but fan these flames. And he already got the impression from the guy who delivered his materials that for a steep price he'd assist in his escape. For now he just had to wait for the perfect moment when Claire is not visiting the atelier. It had been a great month he had spent working with her. But now it had to come to an end. Whether or not she was a spy, he'd rather not drag her to the lowest levels of the dungeon just to sate his curiosity. And while it would be lonely without his energetic assistance, Ivan felt no remorse in doing what he believed to be preserving her normal life. He had no idea how strong her ties with the kingdom are, but rather than make her betray it and live a life on the run, he felt the better option would be fleeing on his own. Claire, would you like to take a stroll in the kingdom for a bit? I can't seem to come up with anything at the moment. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea to head out and get some fresh air. Ivan got out of his seat and approached Claire, who was monitoring the growing plants in the grow room Hajime and Aiko assisted him in. Claire looked at Ivan, who seemed rather laxed, and couldn't help but be surprised that the guy who had been non-stop working since they met decided to take a break. But in the face of such an invitation, who was she to decline? She got up from her crouched position and patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. I'll show you all the best places. So this is one of the best places? Ivan gave a deadpan stare to Claire, who had brought him to some wooden shack in the back alley of this world's equivalent of a 5-star restaurant. Don't give me that look, come on, you can't knock it till you try it, trust me, they got the best food for a cheapskate for you. She ignored his look shamelessly and held his hand as she dragged him in. The maid outfit brought a lot of attention, but as the onlookers identified Ivan as one of the heroes, they either awed from afar or broke eye contact, afraid of causing any disrespect. Ivan's doubts were immediately swayed as the moment he stepped foot into the restaurant he was hit by an aroma that immediately put him in a trance. And so he took a seat close to the exit and left the ordering up to Claire. She didn't have any qualms about this, since as his maid she was already familiar with his tastes in dishes. It didn't take long for her to return back to their table with a grin on her face. What's got you in such a good mood? He, I just can't wait to see the kind of expressions you make when you get a load of this food. She snickered softly and pushed the frames of the glasses Ivan gave her up slightly as she stared back into his eyes. It was after their slight little play of theirs that things got quiet on their table. Ivan was never a conversationalist, so to him this quiet had become the norm when waiting for food at a table with others. Usually other people at the table would strike up a conversation first, then he'd interject with his own thoughts and opinions, but this time he had a different idea. This time he was going to extend the branch. "Hey Claire, mind if I ask you a question?" Ivan knocked on the table rhythmically with his index finger while averting eye contact with Claire. It was a movement suspicious to her, but nonetheless she saw no harm in answering his question. Their month of working together was one in which they needed to build trust in order to not get in each other's way. She wasn't sure how Ivan felt, but she felt as though she could confidently say that Ivan is someone she trusts wholeheartedly. As far as she's concerned, he held no secrets from her, he never badmouthed her behind her back. He treated her as an equal rather than his servant, and he took her thoughts seriously whenever she voiced them. He was someone she became comfortable with, not minding the roles they were assigned. "Sure, as long as you don't ask me to be a guinea pig for your concoctions, I wouldn't mind helping you out." Instead of offering to answer his question, she offered him her immediate help. It was a gesture that made Ivan smile warmly. "Very well, how do you feel about the kingdom?" Ivan saw no use in playing coy anymore and decided to directly voice out his thoughts as Claire did. "My feelings about the kingdom, well, for starters it is my home. Claire was indeed born from this kingdom, in fact her family has long served the royal family. As such she was trained from a young age to do such as well. She didn't hate it, in fact it brought her solace knowing that from the moment she was born she served a purpose. Something she was confident she could talk about more than other people. To me it is an honor to continue to serve this kingdom as my family did for generations. I'm grateful for being given the opportunity to show my worth, and I will continue to do so to make my family proud of the person I've become." If she were to describe her lineage, then she'd say they were a very traditional kind of people. Ones that put the lives and comfort of others before their own. It was a motto of the family she is very proud of. Ivan looked on as Claire flashed a resolute smile. It was at this moment that he came to a rather predictable conclusion. I just can't ask her to throw away this resolutions of hers. Regardless of whether she'd agree or not, Ivan didn't want to intrude on the dreams of others. As he held dreams of his own, it would disgust him to ask others to abandon their dreams for him. It was a spirit he would respect no matter the side. He understood in this life of his that different goals drive people to different directions. But it wasn't till now that he felt firsthand what that separation would feel like when he thought that he would stray from the life of his first friend. He held back the selfish side of him that wanted to ask Claire to accompany him on his adventures, and nodded in affirmation to her smiling figure. "Here you fellas go. Oh, and Claire, don't worry about paying, this is my thanks for all the help you've done around here." A waiter arrived at their table carrying the dishes they ordered and bowed gratefully to Claire, who rather eyed the food in front of her. The stares directed them on the way to this restaurant. They weren't the eyes of those who held malicious intent, they were the eyes of those who wanted to approach Claire to thank her for everything she's done for this community. It wasn't till now that Ivan realized his misinterpretation and laughed embarrassedly. But the warm attitude of the locals here eased some of his worries. So long as Claire had people she could count on, then she'd be fine. And with that he decided to dig into the food, free of worries. This stuff really does hit the spot. A single spoonful of the porridge in front of him was enough to make him content. He, told ya so." Claire nodded enthusiastically at his words before digging in herself. And in silence they together devoured the food brought to them. Claire laughed out loud, eyeing Ivan, who had slouched back in his chair, and patted his tummy. They bid farewell to the waiter and the cook before heading out into the kingdom once again, this time just going for a stroll. Ivan was amazed by the different compartments and stores as he followed Claire around. She took great pleasure in seeing his amazed expressions. In fact, she was quite proud that a hero from another world praised her home so much, opting to up things a notch and showing him the beautiful locations that would often attract tourists. By the time they had enough of their little escapade, night had arisen. For Ivan this was a very fulfilling day. Today he had learned various things, whether it be about himself or the only person he called a friend. Regardless, he was prepared to move forward, more determined to chase after his dreams as Claire does. So with that resolution in mind he bid farewell to Claire, who had to split off into a different direction to head home. "Gihi, welcome back, Ivan." The moment Ivan opened his door and reached for the lights, a sinister voice resounded from in his atelier. Whoosh! A gust of wind hurled towards Ivan as he slammed the door behind him and jumped behind one of his tables. He took a moment to look at the door before noticing the cuts and slashes engraved by that one attack. Without peering over the table, Ivan yelled out to the assailant. "Hayama, right? That cloak does you no good. I've been waiting for this moment for quite a while now. Thank God you finally grew a pair and came. The bomb he had set up back on the training grounds has finally lit its fuse. And now it's here to do exactly what he intended it to do." Hayama stumbled slightly before rushing the table with another one of his wind attacks. Whoosh! Ivan once again opted to dive into another hiding spot. This elicited a laugh from Hayama. "Ha ha ha ha. She was right, without your potions you're just a coward. Meanwhile Ivan caught an interest in the sheath that came out of Hayama's mouth. He factored out Claire immediately, as she has never seen him in combat. Then that just leaves members of his class or any of the female knights that accompanied them into the dungeon that day. Bastard! Bastard! You bastard! How dare you tarnish my reputation in front of the others, how dare you humiliate me in front of Cory. Hayama, seeing as his attacks would just keep being dodged, unsheathed the sword at his waist and moved in to cut Ivan. Ivan revealed himself from his hiding spot and met Hayama head-on. Clang! The sound of metal colluding resounded through the room. Except what Ivan was wielding was not a sword, in fact he wasn't wielding anything. Hayama eyed the grey tendril in front of him, stupefied by the sudden appearance of it. If not for his sword art skill, he would have been impaled before reacting in time. What the hell is that? He stumbled back against a wall and held his sword in front of him. Oops, you weren't supposed to see that. The tendril disappeared before Ivan slapped his hands to the ground, a grey magic circle appeared and sparks spread to the wall behind Hayama. It then collapsed on top of Hayama and melded to the floor beneath them. With his legs and arms bound to the floor, Hayama could only struggle until Ivan reached him. Not that it matters what you've seen, after today, no one will believe what you say. Ivan pulled a vial from his satchel and uncorked it in front of Hayama's nose. The moment the dark blue elixir was exposed to the air it started bubbling to the brim. Without a moment's hesitation, Ivan opened up Hayama's mouth and dumped the entire vial in. Nothing happened for a moment until Hayama stopped moving altogether. Then another moment passed and all of a sudden he wouldn't stop moving. He foamed at the mouth, scratched the ground and kicked his legs fiercely, desperately attempting to break out of Ivan's hold and tear his face apart. This was Ivan's freshly brewed hysteria potion. The consumer would be consumed by rage and lose all signs of intelligence. So long as they were under its effects they would go into a violent frenzy. Ivan nodded at his work a bit before moving to his bedroom. He laid on his belly and dragged something out from under his bed. What came out was a brown leather suitcase with 2 padlocks closing it together. Ivan unfastened the locks and was momentarily blinded by a rainbow-like light. He sighed for a bit looking at his collection and then moved on over to where Hayama was at. So this is where it all ends. How I know when I walked into that classroom that day I never would have thought this is where it was gonna head. Ivan sat on the suitcase and spoke softly to the feral and foaming Hayama. But now it's time for me to head on out. This world has too many opportunities that I can't just give up on, opportunities that just aren't afforded to us in our world. Ivan got up from his seated position and dragged what looked like a body out of one of his cabinets. But the kingdom and holy church won't let me just roam as I please so long as they know I'm alive. Which is why today, I will die. He laid the body next to the suitcase and stood before Hayama. As for the body, well it was just a little something he transmuted using the components of what makes a human. Other than that it was just an empty husk of flesh and blood. Ivan stepped on the myriad of crystals in the suitcase and let his tendril of mana crawl from his chest down to the case. The crystals shone even brighter before cracking sounds emitted from the case. But don't worry, Hayama, I have no intentions of killing you here, in fact, you'll be the one killing me, so see you later I guess. Boom. The case full of mana crystals exploded the moment he applied more pressure. His atelier was engulfed by flames and bright colors as he dove into a hole he transmuted for himself. Glancing at the body he created as it burned into a blaze. Ivan closed the hole and followed the path he carved. Not turning back and without a pause in his steps, Ivan marched forward. Chapter 14. Hurry. Hurry. Mages cast water spells. The rest of you follow me in. We must locate the hero Ivan before he is consumed by the flames. Captain Meld barked orders as mages barraged the building with water spells and the likes hoping to quell the flames. Knights masked with protective spells moved and armed to the teeth looking to save Ivan and take down any assailants that may have been responsible for this incident. Claire on the other hand looked on stupefied, unable to move from her spot. Just moments ago she had separated from Ivan, just hours ago they were enjoying a pleasant meal and having a great time exploring the kingdom. It only took a single moment where she let down her guard that all of it seemed as though those times would never return again. She turned her eyes to the passed-out Aiko who had tears streaming down her face. Hajime on the other hand seemed more angry than anything. Balling his fists and shutting his eyes in frustration. She stood there silently, neglecting to wipe the tears falling from her eyes. In her hands was a neatly wrapped box adorning a pretty bow. After a month of being together she had finally got a gift to repay his kindness. Let's go. Move to the exit. The sound of Captain Meld resounded from within the building. What followed behind him was a tight formation of knights seemingly protecting whatever was within the formation. They carefully moved out onto the yard Claire and the others were in. and gently rested whatever they were protecting. Captain Meld ordered them to disperse and form a new formation that would protect the rest of the class. Claire had no idea what they had brought from the building. But the anger and sorrow in Captain Meld's voice and expression were enough to make her heart sink. Claire felt if it were the Ivan she knew, he would have been out of the building ASAP. The fact that the knights had to go in to retrieve him had already spelled doom in her mind. So that got her thinking, what stopped him from evacuating? She wasn't very familiar with Ivan's skills, and yet she knew it wouldn't be impossible for him to mold an exit out of the area. But why didn't he? She thought to herself. She balled her fists so that her nails dug into her palms and forced her way through the crowd. It had seemed Aiko and Hajime had already come to the same conclusion as her. The only difference was that they accepted it before they even saw the body. On the ground were two stretchers, one carrying a young man with long and messy brown hair that reached his shoulders. A sword clutched in his hands as multiple parts of his body were covered in burns. It had seemed as though he had gone down fighting, but as far as the medics were concerned there was no other damage done to him besides those burns. The other stretcher was far more horrific to look at. Claire pushed the healers who had already given up and gently lifted the disfigured and scarred hand with her own. Tears brimmed from her eyes as she looked at the cloth that covered his face and body. She trembled as she held the cold and lifeless limb. Her throat started to hurt. She couldn't breathe. She heard someone screaming. "Ah!" She realized, because her throat hurt so much, that she was the one who was screaming. Hajime and the rest of the class met once more in the dorms. This time the deafening silence was for another reason. A classmate of theirs has died. It was a realization that awoke them from the power trip they had been feeling since they first awoke in this world. We can die. That was something along the lines of what everyone present was thinking. While they weren't particularly close with Ivan, they did feel grateful for some of the things he had done for them. Such as convincing the kingdom to allow them the choice of fighting and brewing potions that put them back in tip-top shape. But what was more terrifying to these students other than the prospect of death was the likely possibility that Ivan had been murdered by one of their fellow classmates. Daisuke Hayama. The class bore witness to the torture Ivan had administered to him before. It was an event that made members of the class think twice when being offered stuff by Ivan. Hayama was recognized in the class as someone who often bullied Hajime. It was no mystery to the students that he was not a relatively innocent soul. As such, it isn't strange to them that he would feel vengeful when humiliated by Ivan. That piled onto him being at the scene of the crime equipped with his weapon only casted further doubts. Sure. He might have been there under the pretense of protecting Ivan from a would-be assailant, but it wasn't like they were on friendly terms, so there shouldn't have even been a reason for him to visit in the night in the first place. Ivan's atelier was far from the dorms and in a rather secluded area of the kingdom. For one to get there, one must deliberately head that way despite there being nothing else to visit. The dark cloak and mask he was carrying on him didn't help much either. They had tried speaking to him earlier while he was detained for further questioning, but the only thing they got in return was silence. It was as if his soul had been stripped from his body. The doctors only summarized that it seemed as though he had gone insane. As for what traumatic experience had put him into this state, they could only guess it would be the shock of nearly burning to death along with the experience of possibly murdering his own classmate. Captain Meld and his knights only surrounded the dorm to ensure no further harm would come to the students. Word of a hero having died had already spread beyond the kingdom, and the last thing they wanted to do was lose face from losing another. It was a real shame to the kingdom that they had lost the valuable resources Ivan produced for them. All they had left to show for their past agreement was the potions and elixirs Ivan had given to them as part of the contract, along with anything they were able to scrounge from his wrecked atelier. Currently they were preoccupied with dealing with the mess left behind by his passing. They needed to explain to the public how one of the heroes had lost their life without disclosing that another is likely the one at fault for it. As much as they detested Hayama for wounding them, they advised against executing him, as losing one hero sent from God himself was a tragedy as it was. Getting rid of another would just be a slap in the face to themselves and the God who so graciously delivered these heroes. And besides, rather than outright killing Hayama, it would be better to use him to make up for the losses he caused. His comatose state as of now was no concern to them. Damn it all. Hajime slammed the table in front of him and buried his head into his hands. It's because of him I finally found my worth. If he didn't get me apprenticing under this synergist, I would probably be in the same situation as I was before we got here. For the first time in his life, Hajime found something he was proud of other than his collection of anime merchandise and his ability to sleep through loud environments. And that thing was bringing to life the creations he thought of in his mind. At first he thought of his class to be a useless and meager one, but when seeing the abilities of a pro synergist able to create strong tools and weapons, he came to the conclusion that his job was only as useless as him. He had something the synergists of this world didn't: knowledge of the many technological advancements his world went through. Tanks, planes, trains, and firearms, these were things he felt well within his grasp with his new abilities. In fact, he wanted to thank Ivan for opening his eyes by gifting him something he's been working on for weeks. And yet this tragedy struck and he'll never be able to thank Ivan ever again. He looked at the sleeping Aiko on the other side of the room and clenched his fists tightly. When she wakes up he'd have to explain what exactly happened. He had no idea how she'd react at one of her students potentially being responsible for the death of another, but he felt it'd be crueler to keep it away from her. Not minding the murmuring and the depressed attitudes of the other students, he walked to his former room and locked himself in there to ponder more. He knew he wouldn't be the only one impacted by Ivan's death. In fact, he could think of someone closer to Ivan than that is probably feeling more devastated than both him and Aiko. Though he had only known Ivan for a month, he vowed to forever remember him as his one and only friend. She sat silently in front of her dresser, staring back at her own reflection as she gently caressed the knives she was given as a gift. If not for the single candle illuminating her face, no one would be able to tell that someone was in this room at all. The curtains were drawn so close that not a single ray of light illuminated the inside. But none of that was on her mind right now. Her fingers went over the edge of the blade over and over. There was enough force for the knife to shake in her hand, but not enough for the sharp edges to break her skin. She had taken an oath to protect him. And yet she failed. The weight of it all crushed her and made it unbearable to breathe every time she thought of his charred and deformed corpse. The conversations they had, the fun arguments of theirs, his cold yet sometimes childish attitude, she'd never live them ever again. Claire heard of the suspicious nature of Hayama. All signs in her mind pointed to him as the killer. But despite all that, she was made clear by the king himself that no further harm shall happen upon the heroes. It had seemed as though they had expected her to come to a conclusion. It seemed they anticipated a reaction from her. And yet she decided she would act upon her emotions anyways. She knew they were expecting her to move, but she was resolute in making sure Hayama paid for taking away someone precious to her. She was going to kill the killer. Chapter 15. It had been 15 minutes since Ivan had entered his escape tunnel, and he already heard the rushing footsteps of what he presumed to be knights above him. The only thing he brought with him was a lantern to light up his way and a map to lead him to his destination. While it was a huge pain in his backside, Ivan wanted to make sure anyone that entered his tunnels other than him would become lost, so while carving the way towards the dungeon he made sure to double back and create a few misleading paths that either looped together or had dead ends. A process he dreaded yet found necessary to his success. Now, while his tunnel did span far and deep, it would have taken him far longer to carve his way into the dungeon. So for now he settled for a small park somewhat near the check-in area for adventurers. Looking at the makeshift hatch of leaves and dirt, Ivan directed his eyes to the shelves molded into the earth. Right before his exit he had created a little safe room to grab items he had specifically prepared for this operation. What he picked up first was a large leather backpack containing canned food and other preservatives. It would be impossible for him to eat any of the monsters living in the dungeon, so he had spoken to Hajime and Aiko about creating canned and other unexpirable foods. When they had asked him what it would be for, he just brushed it off and exclaimed that it would be very beneficial to the class during long expeditions and to the people of the kingdom. Another thing he had gotten was a new satchel to carry his potions and other elixirs. To make a more convincing death, Ivan made sure to leave everything but the clothes on his body. As such, he hoarded a lot of things he might need in this very cramped underground room. He opened the sacks of potions he had left in the corner of the room and loaded his satchel with the ones he felt he needed the most, such as healing and stamina potions. Ivan had no idea how long he'd be gone for, but his goal was to reach beyond any of the floors people of Tortus had ever seen. The materials he had on him surely wouldn't last the whole duration of his trip, so he was prepared to adjust on the go. While the vegetation of the dungeon was scarce, Ivan had no doubts that it would contain rare and powerful herbs and the like the deeper one goes. Why did he have such confidence? Well, to him it seemed like the dungeon had an ecosystem of its own. And from what he read, while most of the monsters were flesh-eating, there are records of more herbalistic monsters inhabiting deeper floors. In order for them to survive against the bloodthirsty carnivores, the herbivores surely had a source of food besides other monsters that kept them going strong. Well, if Ivan was wrong about his guess and the herbivores only survived with the traits and tactics they gained by evolving as a species, then he was screwed. But evolution, Ivan was fascinated at the prospect of discovering how these creatures in the dungeon evolved to survive in their harsh environment. At least if he was going to be spending a long duration in the dungeon, then he'd need to adapt the same way they do. Adorning the different set of clothing he had prepared, Ivan fastened the hood of his coat and pulled up the mask he would wear from now on that covered the bottom half of his face. It was the dead of night and he was sure a figure as suspicious as his would be stopped immediately. So he would need to sneak to the entrance of the dungeon from the park a few blocks away and take care of any guards that may be protecting its entrance. A process that sounds simpler than it is. Ivan climbed the makeshift steps out of his little safe room and slowly lifted the hatch of leaves, dirt, and twigs. When he determined the surroundings to be clear, he threw his bag up first and swiftly followed after it. He wasn't sure how many guards would be placed at the entrance of the dungeon, but he would guess at least 2. If he used any of his more distinct elixirs, then whether or not he really died would become dubious. Not that he had any confidence in shooting them with a dosed arrow or getting close enough with a coated knife. He inched his way down the streets, avoiding being under the light of the crystal lamp posts that lined the streets. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 25 meters, 10 meters. Ivan was so close to the entrance of the dungeon that it wouldn't be impossible to ignore the guards and just dash right in. If he was quick enough, he could transmutate a wall behind him and buy enough time to escape. But that would mean possibly revealing his status. If the kingdom was any smart, they already had a track of what Ivan was capable of. The wall he created to stop and detain the rockmount would probably come to mind when they hear about a mysterious trespasser who blocked the entrance of the dungeon with a wall of stone. So with all other options closed, there was only one thing left to do. If beating the guards unconscious and using his abilities was out of the question, then he'd have to try the oldest trick in the book. Clink. The 2 burly guards that stood at each side of the entrance stared at the shiny coin that had mysteriously rolled in front of them. They stared at it a bit to themselves before wondering whether it had always been there. Hey Ross, was that coin always there? No, I don't think so at all, Paul. Wanna play rock paper scissors for it? Shut up, you can pick it up after our shift is over. And just like that, the 2 guards stayed at their posts. Damn, that always worked in the movies. Ivan banged his head on the wall he was hiding behind as he praised the determination of the 2 guards. He looked around the area for a moment before resisting the temptation to use his amulet. The roar of a rockmount would surely attract just as much attention as if any other knights caught the sight of 2 unconscious guards. What he needed now was a distraction large enough to draw the guards away from their posts, but not large enough to cause a panic. That's when an idea hit him. Somebody help. There's a fire near the castle. Ivan moved away from the building and yelled from the top of his lungs. He was positioned and ready to jump back into his hidey hole the moment he saw the guards respond to the yell. And respond they did. The 2 guards made their way to the park swiftly, displaying the same amount of swiftness one would expect from 2 high-level adventurers. They looked around a moment before staring at each other. The one who yelled disappeared, but if they chalk it up to a prank when what they spoke of was the truth, then it'd be careless of them not to act. I'll head on over to see if it is the truth. You head on over to the barracks and warn Captain Meld about this, alright? Alright, just be careful, Paul. The 2 went their separate ways, having faith in each other's abilities to complete their task. Well, I'm glad that worked out. Meanwhile, Ivan dragged himself out of his hole again and sighed in relief. For a moment he was afraid they'd decide to look for the one who instigated the call, but luckily they cared more about the well-being of the castle than their own duty. Ivan scurried to the entrance of the dungeon once more, this time going as quickly as he could in hopes of not running into any knights or guards that may be loitering in the area. He looked at the marble and well-furnished room that stood before any who planned on entering the dungeon. And with calm and confident steps, he entered with an excited grin on his face. Grag. The rat-like creature lunged at Ivan, only to be met with his spear-like tendril of mana. It pierced through the chest of the rat man and threw its body like a bowling ball at the rest of the pack. While rat men were one of the weakest species in the dungeon, their strength was more derived from working together as a pack. Unless you had an offensive skill or spell that could take care of multiple enemies at once, it'd be difficult to take on an entire pack on your own. And while Ivan possessed neither, he was indeed a very resourceful man. Ivan only eyed the multiple figures that leaped at him at the same time before clasping his hands and touching the ground beneath him. A magic circle appeared under him before he was enveloped by a dome made of earth. Then he repeated that process and pulled something else from the ground beneath him. While he wasn't familiar with spears, he did understand its principle of piercing the target in front of him. So without further ado, he opened a slit in his dome and stabbed at the rat men that ferociously attacked at it. GGH. RAGH. The pack of rat men that lost 2 of its members from that attack backed away from the dome and circled it. If their attacks weren't going to work, then they'd just starve him out of hiding. Under normal circumstances, Ivan would be able to tunnel his way out of such an encirclement, but soon after entering this dungeon he realized he wasn't able to transmute the ground beneath him to a certain depth. While there was enough room to make some pitfalls with spikes at the bottom, it would be impossible to break through the ground to the lower levels. He wasn't sure what the cause of it was, but any attempt he made to break through was met by swift regeneration by the dungeon. If he had to guess, there was some kind of protective spell in the dungeon that prevented anyone from skipping to the lower levels. Normally that'd bring a sense of dread to Ivan, however this kind of large-scale magic only brought him excitement. It only made him salivate at the thought of beating this dungeon and attaining such large-scale power. At least he believed the attainment of it would fasten his process towards Ars Magna. Ivan gripped the spear in his hands tightly and opened a path for him to rush out of the protective dome. He dashed at the nearest Ratman, neglecting the opening he left behind him for others to attack. The Ratman, not anticipating such a rush, accepted the spear into its head before losing all feeling in its body. Ivan remained in his position and kept the impaled Ratman at the end of his spear, as for the two Ratmen that lunged at his back. Squish! Two grey tendrils shot out of his back and gripped the heads of the Ratman that lunged at him. As he sent more mana through them, the pressure only grew stronger and stronger. Eventually the Ratman stopped struggling altogether and dangled in the air lifelessly. Ha ha ha. It was only his first encounter in the dungeon, and yet he was satisfied with his display. Though he really felt that he is too vulnerable when he needs to touch whatever he needs to transmutate. While not on the scale of Ars Magna, he already thought of a way to improve his combat capabilities in an effective way for now. Calmly recollecting himself, Ivan made plans for his current expedition. While he wanted to work on his new way of transmuting, it would be unsafe to do so without some sort of base of operation. The class would follow behind him soon. In the past month they had made an advancement from the 20th floor and are now on the 30th floor. Seeing as how everything up until the 65th floor was mapped and explored, Ivan needed to set up his base somewhere near there on a route the class and any other adventurers would have no reason to travel upon. Wrapping up the map in his hands, Ivan threw it neatly into his satchel and made his way to the next floor with his hands in his pocket, whistling all along the way. Chapter 16. Ha! Stroking with his pen in his left hand, Ivan sighed as he rested his back against the rough stone wall behind him. He had no idea how long he had been adventuring for, as there were no day or night cycles in Orcus, but the exhaustion and stiffness in his bones were enough to tell him he would need to rest up for the day. Despite having a skill that made him require less sleep, the exertion of his body and mana used to defend against the onslaught of monsters drained him quite a bit. Though a night's rest should be all it takes to recover the lost mana. As for his sore body, well, he'd have to get used to it. Ivan was by no means a melee user. Even if he just had to jab at monsters with a spear or dodge whenever they attacked, it was still quite taxing on the poor shut-in. As for the stamina potions, well, they would give him more energy but do nothing to negate the pain of his body. His moderate healing potions would take care of the pain, but he'd rather use them on more substantial injuries rather than ones that could be fixed in a short period of time. Since the moment he entered the dungeon he had taken no moments to rest, as he was worried some adventuring party or maybe even the knights would venture on into the dungeon and spot him. But just because he was in a rush didn't mean he wouldn't document the events and progress of his delving. In fact, he had been keeping track of the amount of times he had to descend a flight of stairs. Those very stairs signifying the descent into another level of the dungeon. After all, his bundle of maps would become useless if he didn't even know what level he was on. In the month gap between his agreement with the king and his death, Ivan had been getting updates from Hajime about the progress the class made in the dungeon. It seemed losing some members of the class slowed down their progress, but that didn't stop them from making world record pace to the last documented floor. In fact, it was this pace that only made Ivan hurry his steps. The last he heard from Hajime, their progress finally slowed down when they reached the 30s. As for what particular floor they were on, last Ivan remembered, he was told they made it to the 35th floor before Captain Mel directed them back to the surface. So for now Ivan's goal was to make it to the 40th floor. Once he was there he'd have at least a few days to rest before the others caught up. Ivan patted the stone wall behind him before backing up. Rather than sleeping out in the open where he could get killed before he could even notice, he thought it'd be a much better idea to use his transmutation skills to hide within the walls. So long as he poked a few tiny holes he shouldn't have a problem with breathing. Now, why did he back up despite needing to be in contact with whatever he wanted to transmute? Well, firstly he wanted to try out an idea of his. He closed his eyes and released a grey tendril from his body. It collided with the stone wall and stood there momentarily. No reaction. Deciding to up the power a bit, Ivan retrieved the tendril and focused more on its shape. Rather than a tip akin to a spear, what he needed was something that conducted his mana well into whatever it touched. So, with a few minutes of fine-tuning and thinking, what was produced was a long arm with a grey hand made of mana at the end of it. The hope was that it'd behave as if it were his real hand and allow him to transmute whatever it touched. He sent it to the wall again and waited once more for something to happen. No reaction. Silently he retrieved the mana hand once more. He wasn't frustrated by the result at all. In fact, it was something he had expected. While having his mana keep the shape of a hand was difficult, he theorized he would need two different conductors of mana to form a mana circle. In other words, he just needs another hand. He stood silently once more. This time thinking and molding his mana tendrils into two hands instead of one. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. If his concentration were to break, the shape of the hands would become deformed and unusable for transmuting. Dokei dokei. His heart thumped lulely as his mana reserves that were already low were beginning to thin out. And then, voila! Out from his body expelled two tendrils of grey mana, each adorning a palm made of mana on each end. They silently made their way to the stone wall and rested there for a moment. Ivan, who had his eyes closed for the duration of the process, opened them softly. Zing! The palms grew bright as the magic circle formed between them started sparking currents of grey electricity. And in the next moment the very same wall the hands touched started to transform into a beautiful arch made of stone, leaving room in the middle for a door to be inserted. From that gap Ivan watched amazed as a room decorated with ornate crown moldings made of stone decorated the ceiling. If there had been some logs nearby to make a wooden floor, Ivan would have been more ecstatic, but for now he'd settle with the smooth and reflective material that currently made the floor. As for the walls, he grazed his hands over them as he marveled at the texture of them, not failing to notice the indents perfect for shelving his stuff. This little hole in the world was by far his most sophisticated creation he's made using his transmutation ability. Done at a speed that would have taken him way longer and would have required way more thinking. He formed the hands of mana again and this time focused on making a solid door to close it off from the world, of course in a way that'd leave him air to breathe. All this was by far a process that was not instant, in fact it took a whole 5 minutes for the room and door to form. Not only that but Ivan felt even more lethargic as his mana reserves reached an all-time low. But compared to the estimated 30 minutes it would take to replicate this craft despite requiring the same amount of energy, Ivan was quite satisfied with the results. While the hands of mana extended his range of transmutation by quite a bit, it took a distracting amount of concentration just to make sure they didn't break their form. As for the range, he believed that just the same as his normal tendrils of mana, the hands of mana would only reach 10 meters. This was a great relief to Ivan, who was worried about being unable to transmute while using his spear. Sure, he could be the one transmuting while his tendrils did the offensive stuff, but so long as it wasn't a target he could see with his own eyes he wasn't confident in hitting them with his tendrils. Unfolding the sleeping bag he kept attached to his backpack, Ivan snuggled in and made plans for tomorrow. As of now he was currently located on the 25th floor. Since the class had to return to the surface at the 35th floor he guessed they must have expended a lot of energy just to reach it. This is where Ivan held the advantage. Rather than having to return to the surface to recuperate, all he had to do was make a little hidey hole to crawl in until he was in tip-top shape. Call it overconfidence, but Ivan had faith he'd be able to make it to the 45th floor by the time he had to take another rest, that's not including if his clear time would increase should he improve his control with his hands of mana. For now what he wanted to focus on was getting a better weapon. Sooner or later his spear would fail to penetrate the skin or hide of more powerful monsters. In fact he was quite surprised by its durability so far, seeing as how he made it out of some random material he found when first entering the dungeon. Preferably he wants to find some sort of mineral that wouldn't lose its effectiveness even when doused in his potions and elixirs. Aside from deciding what kind of stick he was going to stab his opponents with, Ivan had no doubts that his method of big sticking his foe with his pure mana would one day lose its effectiveness. Rather than using such a brutish way of fighting, it would be more beneficial for him to develop his alchemy to be more lethal and offensive rather than what is created by it. He dreaded the thought of being in a situation where he couldn't even make any elixirs or potions to fight off a foe. As such, rather than creating weapons or tools, what he needed the most before reaching the end of this dungeon was to become a weapon himself. So that even if he were put in a situation where the clothes on his back were stripped from him, he could resist, and if that didn't work then he at least wanted to make his foe as miserable as he was before he went down. Ways of making my alchemy more offensive, huh? If he was going to make any progress then he was going to have to think out of the box. Ars Magna was going to be his way of weaponizing his class, but seeing as how that would take too long he needed to make something for now. The only reason he hasn't picked up any magic spells was because of their limitations. One limitation being a chant always being required, and the other being that unless one had an affinity with the type of magic they were casting, the price of consumption and time to cast would increase. These were two things Ivan was unwilling to sacrifice. All it would take is for some swordsman or beast to close the gap in between casting to finish him off. As such he needed something that strayed from the conventional power of this world. Something only his alchemist class would be capable of doing, or at using his class in a way others wouldn't even think of. And so Ivan went to bed peacefully, dreaming of ways to increase his survivability. Chapter 17. As far as Ivan knew, all living beings were composed of water. And a part of his alchemy is transmutation, that means to comprehend his target, deconstruct it, and make it anew. While there were many ways Ivan felt he could develop his path as an alchemist, what he was looking for now was versatility. A simple way would be to focus on the 4 classical elements: water, earth, fire, and air. Earth was already marked off his list, as transforming the earth around him was already something he was capable of. Fire was too destructive in his opinion. And air was something he wasn't confident he knew enough about. Water on the other hand was something that piqued his interests. It being a large component of living beings only meant that by learning how to control it it'd be the same as killing his enemy upon touch. His knowledge of water was quite basic and yet he felt he knew enough to make great use of it. What temperature to make it freeze? How hot for it to boil instantaneously, and while learning how to transmute using water wouldn't mean he'd be invincible, it was by far something that would catch his enemy off guard so long as he touched them. The only stipulation would be that the conditions similar to his regular transmutation might apply to his water-based transmutation. Meaning if he wanted to transmute the water contained in a human being or a monster then he'd need to touch them with both of his palms. An inconvenience that'd leave him open without a chance to defend should his enemies outnumber him or attack at the same time. But for now he'd train on transmuting water before he goes through the effort of making himself able to attack with it, otherwise if it turns out he's unable to use it practically then all of his effort would be useless. It was moments like this that Ivan felt that maybe he should have kept the carcasses of a few monsters just so he can experiment. Then again he didn't really see any use of them, seeing as how one, he can't even eat them, and two, the materials they're made of have no use for him currently. In the end he'd just be dragging them to his hole for them just to rot until a need arose. As for going back and retrieving carcasses, he didn't have any hopes that another monster wouldn't have already grabbed the free meat and made off with it already. Though he attained a skill that made him require less sleep. Ivan decided to stay within his little abode for a few more hours. He sat with his legs crossed as well as his arms and focused his eyes on the stones that laid before him. They weren't quite large, in fact they were about as big as his hands. Well, what did he want to do with these stones? They were just things to train his control with his hands of mana. As mentioned before, while his range of transmutation increased with its inception, they wouldn't be all that useful in a fight if he broke concentration with them. As such he decided that for at least what he believed to be 3 hours a day, he'd lock himself in his room and practice the speed and finesse of his hands of mana. The only way he saw as a practical way to practice would be to create intricate and ornate statues using these tiny stones. With that he'd have a small playing field to do complex designs and such even while limited. And hopefully the repetition of such an act would familiarize himself with using the hands of mana as if they were his actual hands. In all his days of living the one thing that's never failed him was repetition. Crack. As for the statues that didn't turn out the way he envisioned, well, they would be ground to dust then transmuted back into a little stone ball for him to retry again. It was a tedious and mentally exhausting process, but as far as Ivan was concerned, so long as it was effective then he'd endure. I'm finally finished. The calm and collected expression he'd shown when training vanished in a single moment. Ivan laid on his back and stretched his arms above him, arching his back forwards as he attempted to relieve all the stress his body felt from sitting in that uncomfortable position for hours. Now that he was done with that, he finally had some time to play around with some water-based transmutation. He had taken a moment to look at the maps he had on him and see if any of the future floors had any lakes of water he could test stuff on. And as far as he noticed, it'd be on the 35th floor that something that appeared to be a lake was drawn into the map. As grateful as he was for having maps of the future floors, he sure wished they at least had some more detail on them, at least a map legend or a short description to explain some of the features of each floor. Sure, it'd take a long time writing at least 65 short explanations that'd fit on the side of the map, but he believed that the benefits outweighed that troublesomeness. Getting off his back, Ivan dusted off his dirty coat and slung his backpack on. Seeing as how he had to advance, he didn't waste any time taking out all of his things last night. He wanted to be prepared should something or someone find him. Without having to lift a finger, the door made of stone descended. It sure feels great. He merrily hooped his way through the doorway and made a dash for the next floor. Seeing as how EXP wouldn't be earned by clearing out enemies, Ivan stealthily slithered his way through the floors, trying his best to avoid getting into any fights. But it wasn't until he reached the 35th floor that he met a real troublesome enemy. Rumble rumble. The ground trembled and Ivan, who was just about to jump in cheer seeing as how he finally managed to spot the lake located on the floor, tried his best to catch his balance. As ecstatic as he was at having spotted the lake, he did have to agree that there was something quite odd about it. A water source in a hell hole like this would surely be coveted and monopolized by some of the stronger and more intelligent monsters. If that were not the case, then maybe it'd be shared upon the inhabitants of this floor. And yet upon a first glance there were no signs of such a system. In fact, he hadn't seen a single monster since making it to the 35th floor. It was eerily silent to Ivan, who was often annoyed by the howls and chirping he'd often hear on the other floors. The composition of this floor was quite different from the others. Instead of a solid stone floor, what surrounded the area was instead an abundant amount of red sand. It was a change that Ivan personally found pleasant, as he was beginning to be sick of the amount of gray the labyrinth was made of up until this point. Of course, what he forgot was that similar to video games, a change in a stage usually equated to a change in enemy types. Rumble rumble. The ground trembled again, but this time Ivan was prepared as he made his way to the nearest pillar of rock and sat from above attempting to find the cause. That's when he noticed a large movement in the sand. That same movement approached closer and closer to Ivan. Ivan readied his spear once more and displayed his hands of mana as he braced for whatever it was to jump out of the sand and attack him. Off! Ivan stared in amazement as the monolith of a beast drilled out of the sand and made a lunge at him. He swiftly dove off his platform and rolled into the sand as he watched the entire thing get engulfed by what he could only describe as a world-eating worm. Sure, like Ivan said, he was quite grateful for the maps, but they did omit some important details, such as the giant killer worm. Now he was exaggerating quite a bit. Sure, this thing was huge, but if it were really a world-eating worm, then no one would have made it beyond the 35th floor. Instead, it was about 20 meters in length and about as thick as 2 elephants. Swish! Ivan made for another roll as the worm's tail made a swipe at him. Now normally he'd transmutate a foothold to get some sort of high ground against that thing, but even with how dense the sand was, the amount it'd raise him by was quite pitiful. Sure, walls of sand might be helpful, but seeing as how that thing expanded itself to swallow the stone pillar he was standing on, he felt a wall would only buy him a few seconds. He had no doubts the thing was a king in the sand anyways, considering how fast it approached him while submerged. Ivan readied himself for another attack as the beast dove into the sand once more. Withdrawing a purplish vial of liquid from his satchel, he made no movements as the sand around him began to kick up into the air. The moment that beast would rear its ugly face and open its mouth to devour him, he'd throw in the vial to hopefully melt its insides apart. Rumble, rumble. Now! Ivan tossed the vial straight into the air and dove as far as he could, using his hands of mana to propel himself forward. The giant worm that drilled straight up from beneath where he was standing flew into the air as it engulfed the elixir and enclosed its insides by instinct to crush whatever ever had entered it. The sound of glass breaking resounded from Ivan's ears as he watched on with a sadistic grin. Rog! It took a few minutes, but the worm that swallowed the contents of the potion became unable to battle as it convulsed and started spewing bones and the like from inside its stomach. Sooner or later it'd be inevitable that when it runs out of stuff to throw up it'd die. It was something Ivan made from some of the most disgusting things the kingdom could bring him, but it held the same properties as bleach. Of course it had some amplified effects, as burning through the flesh of humans was something that Ivan felt needed improving if he wanted it to destroy the insides of monsters. I see, so that's why I couldn't find any other monsters here. If Ivan had to guess, then the worm was so sensitive to movements in the sand that even with the instinct of some monsters to hide in it they would be found right away. As for some of the quicker beasts that should have felt it coming from miles away, he summarized that the worm would probably hunt its prey to exhaustion, leaving no room for it to recuperate. That leaves the matter of what the worm would do should it run out of prey on its floor. Unlike other floors, there was no impenetrable door that separated the 34th and 35th floor. Meaning it'd prey on the monsters that'd wander down the steps curiously. And if it were any smart, it'd allow the trespassers to procreate and inhabit its floor long enough to grow a family. The lake was a great incentive to do so. Then bang! It'd attack the family it allowed to live for a large period of time as soon as it got hungry. As for the trespassers' source of food, the berries that grew along the shore of the lake made this place perfect to live in. Ivan marveled at the creator of the dungeon's creativity. It seemed whoever made all this went through the effort of having the monsters in the dungeon adapt and create their own ecosystem. If that wasn't the case, the worm would have devoured all the berries, and any trespassers into this floor probably wouldn't stay long enough to start a family, as food was a necessity. Sure, the water was a plus, but they could always just go home then come back to this floor whenever they're thirsty. And so, feeling grateful at having experienced what he likes to believe to be a beautiful ecosystem, Ivan made his way to the lake. This time to get to work on his new transmutation. Chapter 18. When atoms or molecules of a liquid are able to spread out enough to change from a liquid phase to a gaseous phase, bubbles form and boiling occurs. This is a science that applies to all forms of liquid. And with this very same science, Ivan intends to transform the matter in front of him using his own energy mana. This would be the first time he transmuted something from the outside world that isn't solid, but that's precisely why he needed to do this. The science of boiling isn't the limit either. So long as he adapts, he'll be able to freeze his enemies and escape using thick clouds of vapor. Of course, a different form of science would be applied to the former, but to the latter it'd just be a matter of inserting more energy. Ivan reached over and sunk both his palms into the lake in front of him. The liquid in the lake had a boiling point of 100 degrees Celsius, 212 Fahrenheit to be more specific. The water in the lake held the same boiling point as human blood. So as far as Ivan was concerned, it'd be the best training ground for him. He closed his eyes and knelt in the sand on the shore. The hands he sunk into the lake went as far as they could without him having to lean his upper body over the lake. Compared to his past transmutations, his hands weren't really touching anything at all. Instead, they allowed themselves to be submerged in the target of his transmutation. It was a different feeling for Ivan. He wasn't exactly sure where to carry on from here. Willing the water into molding to his touch wasn't exactly working. That's when a thought hit him. Instead of a liquid, why don't I imagine this lake as a pool of marbles? Hundreds and thousands of marbles all connected to form the substance called water. That's right. This is no different than anything I've transmuted so far. No different than earth. No different than crystal. Ivan controlled his breathing. And having complete faith in himself, he allowed his upper body to fall towards the lake. Bonk. As if sticking his hands onto a glass window. Ivan's fall was met with opposition. He looked at the transmutation circle that he had unknowingly formed beneath his hands. He pushed more and more forward, yet it was that very same transmutation circle that kept him from falling in. For the first time he had created a transmutation circle that wasn't connected to solid matter. Well, it was that very same line of thinking that undone his transmutation and made the circle disappear, effectively meaning nothing was there to stop himself from falling into the water. Splash. Cough couch. You gotta be kidding me. I suppose it is a very delicate line of thinking. I need to keep myself believing that what I am transmuting is indeed solid. But as far as he was concerned, this little test trial of his was a success. Crawling back to shore, Ivan laid in the sand and began to think of which ways he should develop this new transmutation style of his first. Boiling seems the way to go, seems simpler than freezing anyways. For now he'd focus his training into learning how to use this new transmutation style of his to boil liquids. Taking off his wet clothing, Ivan inserted his hands into the lake once more. He thought of the matter forming the water and voila, he was able to replicate the earlier phenomenon. But this time he did something different. Bzzzt. Sparks started to form around the circle. Ivan only watched on in interest. He had yet to expel any of his energy mana from the circle, as he wanted to make sure to document any of the changes as he moves forwards. Not noticing any changes in the water, including that of temperature, Ivan went ahead and expelled the energy built up in the circle. Wrath. He immediately regretted his decision as he swiftly pulled his arms out of the water. Digging a healing potion out of his satchel, he uncorked it hurriedly and engulfed its contents within seconds. The thing he currently wanted to do the most in his life has now switched from creating human life to slapping himself on the head. Of course, if he made the water boiling hot while his hands were in it, it'd end up affecting him. He plugged up the empty vial again and threw it into his satchel as he sighed in relief. For a second he contemplated cutting both his hands off in desperation. But in any case he succeeded in his goal. From now on he'd create his transmutation circles on the surface of the liquids rather than deep in them. Sure, it'd be more difficult to immerse in his thinking, but it's not like he couldn't add it on top of his other stuff to train at in the morning. So, closing the fear of burning his hands off, Ivan directed his hands toward the lake again, this time hovering them right over it. This time the only thing separating him from the water would be the transmutation circle. What he was going to do this time was skip the boiling step altogether and transmute the water directly into hot vapor. It'd take a lot of energy, but he wanted to make sure he could create a cloud of vapor thick enough that it would be impossible to see through. Only then would he be comfortable with using this amount of energy in creating a smokescreen. And so, gathering a plentiful amount of energy, Ivan opened his eyes in a flash and released it all from the transmutation circle. Whoosh! A thick cloud of white smoke exploded from the lake and completely engulfed Ivan. Meanwhile, he who was inside the lake was about to scream out in pain again before regaining his bearings. Sure enough, it wasn't a good idea to stand in a cloud of hot vapor either. Note to self, make sure both of these attacks are not directed at me. While he wouldn't be able to control the direction of the vapor, so long as he ran as soon as he created it, he should be fine. In fact, it being a pain to whoever comes in contact with it was a good thing. If he ever needed to escape, then he'll be sure to use this to temporarily stun his enemies. Well, that now crossed off both his boiling idea and his vapor mist idea. All that was left now would be to incorporate his new transmutation style to freeze liquids. Sure, the first two ideas would need some cleaning up before he could incorporate them into his combat, but for now he wanted to get the basics of everything so he wouldn't have to step out every time he wanted to try something new. Compared to the boiling points of both water and human blood, the freezing points of both liquids are different. Human blood has a lower boiling point from water because of the different dissolved materials in it. Meaning again, if he wanted to freeze human blood, it'd take more energy than it would to freeze water. Moving to a different part of the lake, Ivan took his stance once more, this time to freeze rather than boil. What he needed to do now compared to before would be the reverse. Instead of inserting energy to spread the atoms or molecules apart and keep them moving fast, he needed to withdraw enough energy to slow them down and keep them together. He would continue this process until they reached 0 degrees Fahrenheit, where the molecules or atoms would move at a speed slow enough that the liquid matter would change to solid ice. In a sense, you can think of adding energy mana as increasing the heat and withdrawing it to be the same as freezing. Ivan calmed his breathing and replayed the simulation in his mind. Once again the water in front of him became akin to a pool of marbles, and what stood between him and that pool was a single pane of glass. Slowly but surely that pane began to expand. The marbles in the pool floated to the pane of glass and attached themselves to it as they were forming a raft. Ivan opened his eyes again and noticed the floating chunk of ice beneath him. He got up from his kneeling position and took a step onto it. Tapping his foot on it to verify its stability, he went ahead and rested his other. Oh, this is it. He kneeled on the raft of ice and put his hands in the water in front of him. This time the marbles aligned themselves into a straight path to the other side of the lake. Ha, it was a success. Dancing in jubilation, Ivan marched along his bridge of ice. Crack crack. It was when he made it halfways across his bridge that he heard an odd noise from beneath him. He lifted one of his feet and stood petrified at the cracks that glared right back at him. You gotta be sure. The bridge of ice he was so proud of him crumbled instantaneously, leaving no opportunity to build another raft of ice to rescue himself from falling into the water. Cough couch. Ugh, I guess I should have focused on evenly distributing the surface before building something else in my excitement. Once more he had another thing he had to add to his things I need to practice in the morning list. At this point he might as well be back in school. He swam back to shore and laid himself in the sand again. I guess it was a good thing all my clothing got wet earlier, huh? Ivan looked around a bit before sighing. Don't get him wrong, he was excited to have so many things to improve upon. Well, he was more excited at the prospect of having mastered all these abilities. To him that sort of progression is what gets him up in the morning. If anything, he was feeling a little lonely. He wasn't sure how to describe, but ever since separating from Claire, the awkward silence between his screw-ups and quips just wasn't the same as the overreactions she had toward his antics. It wasn't a feeling he was familiar with before meeting Claire, and yet it was one that existed after working with her for over a month. He felt it was more appropriate to say he was a bit bummed out at having no one to share his accomplishments with. An adventure, huh? Is it really an adventure if no one is there to witness it? Propping himself up, Ivan dusted off the sand stuck to his body and picked up his clothing. He had made a challenge for himself to reach the 45th floor before the next time he had to rest, and by God was he not going to let himself down. But first he was going to have to dry his clothes. Chapter 19. Whoosh. The figure dashed between monster to monster, not failing a single time to slap his palm into the face of them as he passed by. Each slap was followed with a bright gray light as the head of whatever his palm connected with violently erupted into a cloud of red mist. His little combo was broken by the fourth monster that had seen what happened to its compatriots the moment this human connected with them. As such, it leaped back swiftly and opted to attack him from afar. Lifting its black stinger into the air, the giant scorpion aligned its shot before launching a green liquid from its tip. Ivan stopped his movements altogether. Half a second later a transmutation circle appeared beneath him and the earth around formed a protective dome against the acid. Sizzle sizzle. The corrosive substance burned through his defense instantly as he performed another transmutation to form a wall between him and the ensuing shots. This would give him a few seconds to dig out of his satchel a little projectile of his own. Leaning out of cover to adjust his shot, Ivan was perplexed as the targeted scorpion had disappeared from its position. Rumble. As the ground beneath him rumbled, Ivan made a dive for the nearest boulder. Ever since the event with the giant worm, he would never take the ground shaking lightly ever again. His move turned out to be the safest, as the very same scorpion that had shot at him appeared burrowing from the position he was last standing at. Ivan dashed out of cover and made his way to the nearest scorpion corpse he could find. The scorpion that had burrowed out of the ground looking for him spotted his movements and immediately began shooting at him again. Gotcha. His left hand came in contact with the corpse before he was engulfed by a thick cloud of vapor. The scorpion halted its fire before inching closer to the cloud of red mist step by step. Ivan halted his breathing and waited for it to get close enough to finish it off. Now. His right hand withdrew what seemed to be a halberd made of blood-red ice from what remained of the scorpion's corpse. He immediately equipped it in both hands and did an overhead swing at the scorpion that stood right before the mist. Growl. The halberd swiftly pierced the exoskeleton of the scorpion, and after a cry of pain the scorpion remained lifeless on the ground. Ivan tried unlodging the halberd from the scorpion's body, but only the handle came out as the head broke apart from the body. He sighed looking at the broken halberd before dropping the handle to the ground and electing to lay against a wall to rest. It was a cruel and unrefined craft of his, and yet it did its job perfectly. Though Ivan wanted to find the material for a more permanent weapon, he wasn't satisfied with the quality he found on the floors he traversed. So up to now he had made it to the 64th floor using crude weapons made from his opponent's blood. Sure, they usually broke after one use, but there was something satisfying about attacking a monster with a tool made of its own blood. Every once in a while he would spend time transmuting a stronger blood weapon just so he would have something in case a fight broke out, but they usually melted and weakened before that next fight ever happened. As for how he was able to use his transmutation using one hand, well, after some messing around he transmuted himself a pair of gauntlets after his old ones became worn out and rusted, probably from all of his water experiments. But it was as he was making his next gauntlets that an idea came to mind. Similar to how mana crystals were used in magic circles, what stopped him from engraving transmutation circles into his gauntlets? That way all he would have to do to activate his transmutation would be to infuse a bit of his mana into his gauntlets. Well, after a few failures and trials, Ivan managed to birth a pair of gauntlets engraved with the same circle as his transmutation circle. So long as he wore them he wouldn't need two hands to transmute, a single touch was all that was needed. Unfortunately that same logic did not apply to his hands of mana, as engraving his hands with the same pattern just made them explode with whatever they came in contact with. But he did get an idea for making a pair of boots that held the same purpose. That way he could run across a surface of water using the ice that would appear beneath him. Or if he was in a situation where he couldn't use his hands or his hands of mana he could just kick whatever he wanted to transmute and potentially kill with a single kick or create a cloud to get away. It's just that he'd hold off on the boots idea until he found a material he was satisfied with. Well, that and he was afraid of accidentally kicking a stranger or stepping on their foot and them exploding. In a sense Ivan found it funny how his transmutation circles seemed to hold some semblance to runes he'd see in video games and their properties. Getting up from the wall, Ivan dusted off his clothing and walked up to the scorpion corpses that still had their stingers intact. He was quite amazed by their corrosive properties and thought to include them in a weapon of sorts. Of course he'd have to find some steel or mineral that wouldn't melt upon contact. But for now he'd store them in a little plastic container he made sure to tightly seal. Hearing the swishing of the acid made him a bit fearful, but he wanted to carry it around from now on sort of as his extreme version of pocket sand. Doing a few stretches, Ivan packed up his things and made his way to his base deep into the heart of the 64th floor. He knew what awaited him on the 65th floor and wanted to be absolutely sure he had what it took to survive against it. The behemoth was a beat no one ever beat, not even the legendary hero and his team from the past, so right now, Ivan, who was solo, was fearing a bit for his life. It had been a week, a full 7 days, since he faked his death and got to where he is now. Sooner or later his classmates and Captain Meld would follow after him. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. As for how he was sure his class would follow after him so soon, Ivan had no doubts the Kingdom and Holy Church would heavily insist that they begin their delve into the dungeon despite a classmate having passed. Not that he felt his death would have impacted his class anyways. He had seen the looks they gave him and knew they treated him no differently than an outsider. Not that he could blame them. It's not like he tried to befriend them even after their transmigration. Anyways, he was sure they'd restart their expedition real soon. During the span of this week Ivan worked real hard adding another regime to his daily agenda. That being working out. He felt his biggest weakness currently would be his stamina. I mean, even with his ability to basically kill upon touch it wouldn't mean anything if he couldn't even make it to his enemy before running out of breath. It wasn't as horrible an experience as the bookworm expected, in fact it was quite satisfying seeing his progress so quickly. Of course with the assistance of the status plate that literally tracked his progress. Being someone with an unnaturally high magic stat, the physical stats he trained rose faster than one would normally take to raise their stats. It was an advantage Ivan was blessed to have. If it weren't for that he probably wouldn't have even bothered, seeing as how it might take months or a year of work to see any progress. In short, his daily routine consisted of hands of mana practice for 3 hours, water-style transmutation training for 3 hours, and another 3 hours of workouts. Basically he'd spend 9 hours a day training in his little safe room he'd transmutate. As for food, he's been cultivating the berries he found on floor 35 and even set up a beautiful little garden. Using his herbalist and auto-harvest skills it's been quite a breeze. Of course he had to thank his Aiko-sensei who taught him a bunch of things about growing before he left. Eventually he was going to get bored of eating berries every day, but if a situation ever came up he'd suck it up and eat them as a survival necessity. It's not like he ran out of preservatives or canned food yet. He just thought it'd be a good idea to eat his perishable berries first and save his preservatives for emergency situations. It was a life that made him think he was living in a zombie apocalypse. Behemoth, found on the 65th floor, it's a powerful monster with a huge body of 10 meters length. It is shaped similar to a triceratops, with a head like that of a bull with 2 huge horns sprouting on its head, and has glowing red eyes. From what Ivan gathered that's all he could get on the beast information-wise. He didn't know if it was hidden or maybe no one thought of documenting its abilities since no one has ever reached that floor again, but as far as he could find there was not a single document of its abilities. Which was a bit ridiculous in his opinion considering surely someone in the old legendary hero party made it back to the surface to report the beast. Otherwise there wouldn't be any documentation of what the thing looked like or what floor it was on. And yet there was nothing of its abilities. Either it was strong enough that it didn't need to use its abilities when facing the old hero party, or it didn't have any abilities at all. The former was something he feared, while the latter he seriously doubted. If the rock mounts on the earlier floor had magic abilities, then why wouldn't this behemoth? This was precisely why he needed to proceed with extreme caution. He absolutely did not want to enter a fight like that without the necessary equipment. He'll take caution over excitement anytime. He counted seriously the things he held in his satchel again and again, making sure he had everything. When he felt there was no more preparation to do, he slumped back into a wall and thought about the ensuing battle. Odds are I'll die. Oh wait, I'm already dead, ha 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 ha. Making such pointless jokes to himself, Ivan leaned over and went to bed, affirming his resolution. Chapter 20. Phew, here we go. Resting his left hand on his chest, Ivan took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he composed himself for the ensuing battle. This time he would be traveling light. Only equipped with his satchel of likely useful vials and elixirs. Speed would be his ally in this fight. All living beings had at least a drop of water in them. As long as he can touch his enemy, the fight should be in his favor. His backpack and other belongings would remain stashed in his safe room. If he survives his battle with the behemoth, he would return to retrieve his items. But, in case he died here without anyone to witness it, he left behind a little memorabilia just so his death wouldn't be in vain. Nothing to confirm his existence, but a tiny room near the exit of the 64th floor with some stamina and healing potions. As well as a note congratulating whoever made it that far. A little way to hopefully contribute even after death. Hopefully, even despite not knowing who he was, whoever that reaches the note would find some solace in knowing there were others that believe in them. Looking at the foreboding doors of stone in front of him, Ivan placed his hands on both of them and gently pushed forward. A downward spiral of stairs appeared before him. Swallowed in darkness, the steps became more apparent as the light fixtures on the walls grew a purple flame, as if welcoming whoever dared to enter the 65th floor. Ivan wiped the sweat from his brows before taking a step in. Spreading his arms wide and ready for trouble, Ivan traversed deeper and deeper into the lair. The staircase seemed to span on for forever, as each step became heavier than before. Ivan's breathing became erratic as the thumping in his heart grew louder. Now that he thought about it, there hadn't been a single time since he arrived in this world that he felt his life was in danger. Not when he faced the kingdom and holy church. Not when he first entered the dungeon. And not when Hayama tried to take his life. Up until now he was completely assured of his safety. That's when he thought to himself, will I fear for my life once I meet this hero slayer? He was curious. Curious if the hard work he had been through up till now would be useless, as he stood petrified in fear for his life. In a sense, it was this curiosity that compelled him to take another step towards his potential doom. To Ivan, it was either he died here against this legendary hero slayer or out on the surface living in fear. The thought of such a life made him clench his teeth. The more he thought about that possibility, the more pissed off he became. His cautious steps turned into confident strides as he marched his way down the stairs. The beating of his heart grew quiet as the excitement he felt in his gut was becoming so powerful that he felt like he was going to throw up. But he'd save that for when he actually saw the beast. Tightening his gauntlets, Ivan focused on the last step as he stared at the scenery in front of him. In a single word, this room was spacious. If he had to use 2 words, then he'd simply label it as boss fight. In this wide cavern, the only thing that appeared before him was a large bridge that spanned over the consuming void. It was a rather grand bridge decorated with ornate stones and bricks that lined up the edges. The only other noticeable thing about the room would be the large pink crystals that floated along the sides of the bridge, fully illuminating the area. Ivan made careful strides toward the center of the bridge, glaring intently at the grand majestic doors that awaited him on the other side. Step by step, it was difficult to crush his impulse to make a dash for the next level, as the quietness he's experienced so far on this level was raising the hair on his neck. Every floor he's experienced so far spanned quite far and wide in size. This straight bridge that connects one level to the other, devoid of any life, just screamed suspicious in his mind. Where is it gonna come from? Above? How about below? Arg, it could even be behind. He felt like he was going insane. It wasn't until he was 3/4 his way to the middle that a change in the scenery finally happened. ZZTT. A loud buzzing noise resounded from both behind him and the side of the bridge that held the exit. Ivan resumed his defensive stance as he took a glance at what was going on behind him. Glancing at the scene behind him, Ivan stood petrified for a moment before turning his attention to the magic circle that appeared at the entrance to the next floor. As for what was going on behind him, well, it just happened to be a fleet of Tron soldiers, an entire fleet of skeletons that had no blood or water coursing through their body. They were a troublesome enemy type that always appeared in fleets. Ivan had his first encounter with them on the 38th floor as he was trying to find a place to use the bathroom. Since then he had often encountered them beyond the 38th floor and was quite disheartened when he realized his water transmutation wouldn't have any effect on them. But seeing as how his new style would be ineffective against them, he of course thought of a few ways to take care of them. Back before he developed his water style, the way he usually took care of them was by using a club or any other blunt weapon he could transmute. It was painful seeing as how they were always in group, but by transmuting a few walls here and there he gathered enough time to divide and conquer them. And of course, since developing his water style, he ended up finding a way to take care of them from afar. Normally he wouldn't have any trouble taking care of them, but that only applied if they were his only concern. BBZZTT. Unfortunately, whatever was summoned at the end of the bridge has fully materialized into this world. Graph. The large triceratops-like monster roared loudly into the air, akin to the cries of a newborn the moment it breathed its first air. Ivan stared into its red glowing eyes before getting attracted by the bull-like horns that sprouted from its bull head. Looking at its body that spanned 10 meters in length, Ivan contemplated running away before shaking off the notion at a glance of the Trom soldiers behind him. Keeping his eyes on the behemoth that took slow yet powerful strides toward him, Ivan focused his hands of mana to form a large wall that completely sealed the Trom soldiers from interfering. It wasn't exactly something that made him jump and cheer, as he was sure that resourceful monsters such as the Trauma soldiers would likely form some sort of human ladder to get over the wall. To him, if they held enough intelligence to utilize weapons effectively, then he had no doubts in their intelligence. Ivan returned the behemoth's gesture as he in turn made his way towards it. It's not like he really wanted to provoke it or anything, he just wanted to make sure it wouldn't destroy the wall he transmuted in the heat of the battle. 40 meters changed to 30 as they made their way towards each other, then to 25 as Ivan went from a stern march to a brisk jog, then to 15 meters as that jog turned into a sprint. 10 meters, 5 meters, then 1. Clang. Ivan took the moment the behemoth stabbed its horns into the ground he stood on to run along them and position himself at its head. Seeing it struggle to pull itself out, he positioned both his hands on the center of its head. Seeing the sparks combust from his hands, he pressed them firmly against the beast's head, intending to boil it into mush. And then, nothing. Huh. Ivan became perplexed, seeing as how his transmutation was ineffective. That's when he switched from boil to freeze in hopes of freezing it to death. His hands sparked again as he pressed them into the behemoth's head. And then, nothing again. You gotta be kidding me, its hide is too thick. Ivan screamed in frustration as he came to realize his transmutation wasn't reaching the water inside the beast's body. Uh-oh, frustration turned to panic as the behemoth had finally unlodged itself from the bridge's surface. Holding on for dear life, Ivan was powerless as it tried its best to buck him off its back. Shit. He quickly manifested his hands of mana before making a grab at the bridge's edge. For just a moment he found himself hovering over the abyss. Having made his return on the bridge, Ivan dug into his satchel. It seemed the behemoth caught onto his intentions as it took the moment he reached over to charge at him. Seeing the behemoth approaching, Ivan only smiled wickedly before pulling out the thing he had been searching for. In fact, they were not very deep in his satchel, and he had left that vulnerability to attract the behemoth closer to him. Holding a tin container in both hands, Ivan's gauntlets glowed brightly before tossing each container to the face of the behemoth. The containers glowed brightly in the air before exploding into a hot mist. Kaboom! The charging behemoth was too late to close its eyes as the boiling water entered and disrupted its vision. Wrath! The behemoth wept in pain as it searched around for any sight of Ivan. However, with the boiling water having entered its eyes, the vision it once had has been completely rendered useless. Ivan took that moment of blindness to sneak beneath the lost behemoth in hopes of making it to the exit. As if sensing something beneath it, the behemoth swept its large tail to make sure Ivan couldn't sneak past. Whoosh! Ivan dove back underneath the behemoth to avoid the destructive power of its tail. Withdrawing another canteen from his satchel, Ivan emptied its contents right beneath him. These canteens were a little something he thought of to counter the Trom soldiers. Using the water he found on floor 45, he thought to preserve it and bring it along with him should he not find any water or his abilities fail to work on his enemies. As for how they could be used offensively, Ivan activated his right gauntlet with mana before slamming it into the puddle he made. The water sparked for a moment before a high-pressure water slash propelled itself from the puddle and made its way to the behemoth's tail. Slice! It, containing the power of a ton of his mana, made it a powerful enough force to bisect its tail. The only problem being that with how large his satchel was, there are only 2 more canteens he had left. The behemoth roared in pain for a few seconds before releasing a roar that Ivan understood as pissed off. Seeing as how he was still beneath it, the behemoth went ahead and threatened to crush him with its weight. Noticing the growing shadow, Ivan rolled out from beneath it and made a dash for the exit. The behemoth turned to the way Ivan was running before arching its knees. Ivan had no idea what it was going to do, but he did not have a good feeling about the pink aura it was radiating. Seconds later, and the behemoth that stood still all of a sudden released itself from its stance, charging forward swiftly as it was engulfed in a pink light. Ivan didn't have any confidence that he'd reach the door before the behemoth crushed him, so he manifested his hands of mana once more and transmuted layers and layers of walls behind him as he made his escape. Crush. 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 His heart sank every time he heard the destruction of his walls behind him. Sooner or later the behemoth would break through all of his defenses and crush him completely. Even with one of his swiftness potions there was no way he was going to make it to the end. That's when he came to a decision. Either he put up a last fight to slow this thing down or see how far he could run before he was trampled. And obviously he was going to choose the former. Withdrawing the last canteens he had in his satchel, Ivan completely emptied their contents in front of him. Then, he stood silently as he mustered up all of his remaining mana into the transmutation circles on his gauntlets. He then waited. Listening carefully to each sound of his walls breaking. 11 walls remaining, 9 walls remaining. 6 walls remaining, 3 walls remaining, 1 wall remaining. Ivan opened his eyes widely as he slammed his palms into the puddle before him, releasing all the pent-up mana stored in his gauntlets. BBZZTT. The transmutation circles grew brightly as sparks flew in the air. Ivan stared into the eyes of the charging behemoth and he activated the transmutation. Now. A structure similar to an iceberg manifested from the puddles beneath him and pushed back at the behemoth's force. Coo! Ivan grit his teeth as he listened to the sound of his shattering ice. In a matter of time the behemoth would break through the ice and squish him. Ha ha ha. In the face of his impending doom, Ivan laughed cheerfully. Contrary to the fear he was expecting, all he felt now was pride. Pride at having made it this far. Pride in knowing his mother and everyone he loved would praise him for his accomplishments. And with that pride in mind, Ivan freed one of his hands and made for the dagger at his waist. He unsheathed it swiftly and looked at himself in its reflection, then this act of his was followed by a slash at his wrist. Swish. Ivan stared at the dripping blood, mesmerized by its color. He closed his eyes and awaited his death. Blood, my blood, wait, that's it. Coming to another realization he opened his eyes swiftly. He eyed the oozing wound once more before placing his free hand on it. The gauntlet shined once more and the blood that had dripped to his feet assimilated into his last defense. Looking at the frozen blood, Ivan grinned cheerfully before pulling out a couple healing potions from his satchel. He took his dagger again and this tie opened multiple lacerations across his body. His right hand shined brightly before transmuting the blood he lost into his defense. Ivan repeated this process over and over, withdrawing blood until he couldn't afford to then drinking the potions to replenish only to repeat his first step. Ivan laughed proudly looking at the iceberg dyed red from his blood. Its mass and size were far greater than before. That's when he felt a change in the force, or rather he felt no force at all. The ice breaking, the grunting of the behemoth, all of it had disappeared. The only thing left to hear was the Trom soldiers hacking away at his first wall. It had seemed that he managed to tire the behemoth out. Ha! Ha ha ha! Fuck you! Ha ha ha! For the first time in his life, he was glad to be alive. Fearing the behemoth would regain its strength, Ivan gathered his loosely hanging arms and limped his way to the exit. Breathing deeply at each step he took. It wasn't until he stood at the doors to the next level that he finally turned around. Ah, the ice has cracks in it, it must be ready to attack. Not minding the pursuing behemoth, Ivan laid his hands out in front of him again and gently pushed forward. For the first time in recent human history, the doors to the 66th level had been opened. Chapter 21. Ah, my items. Having made it beyond the behemoth, Ivan rested in the stairwell between the 65th floor to the 66th floor. He just remembered that his backpack full of his other supplies was back on the 64th floor. He contemplated going through the 65th floor again before ultimately deciding against it. All he knew is that when he beat this dungeon and was stronger he'd come back and make that thing pay for his losses. But right now he had to solve his current problem. Ivan was currently in uncharted territory without any food or water left besides his blood. Sure, he could use the liquid from his other potions and elixirs, but he wasn't confident in extracting the water without any of the effects. He could only imagine the embarrassment if he extracted the water from a paralysis potion only to end up paralyzed. In any case he'll go ahead and do that if he was left with no other options. Now that left food. As animalistic as the monsters in the great Orcus labyrinth seemed, any human that consumed them will instead suffer from its poisonous and lethal properties. If Ivan was going to find something to eat, he was better off eating the bugs off the floor or scrounging the future floors for any edible vegetation. In his heart he prayed for a habitat similar to the desert he happened upon on the 45th floor. Getting up from the stair he was resting on, Ivan dusted off his clothing and decided he would need to start anew from here on out. He would need to transmute new clothing, a new backpack, and tools if he was going to make it to the 100th floor safely. Once he made it to what he believed to be the end, he hoped the creator of the dungeon would at least be generous enough to leave some sort of exit back to the surface. At least that way he could go shopping for new supplies. But with what money? Deciding he would just sell some mana crystals he found along the way, Ivan pushed down his worries. If anything, the materials he'd find in these uncharted floors would probably sell really well on the surface. Of course, if they asked him where he got them, he'd have to answer with anything other than the truth, not that anyone would believe him. The stairwell was protected by the same magic that made it impossible for people to dig from floor to floor. Ivan sighed at his luck before removing his palms from its surface. He wanted to at least make a weapon or tool before he faced the creatures on the 66th floor. If they awaited him right at the door, then he would have no other choice than to run to the 65th floor. He was out of healing potions and the blood he lost would only put him in a disadvantage. Looking at his wrapped wound, Ivan laughed softly as he remembered how afraid he was of freezing it shut. And sure enough, it was cold as hell, but it bought him enough time to rip some of his clothing and make an improvised bandage. A dagger in one hand and a charged gauntlet in the other, Ivan readied himself for an attack as he descended the stairs towards the grand double door entrance. Creak. He peered his head through the open double doors to check if there were any monsters nearby. Instead, what greeted him was the scene of a thriving and vibrant jungle. At least that was what he was going to call it. Vibrant green trees that reached for the sky, vines that drape over and touch the floor, foliage that made it hard to see past 20 meters. But what caught Ivan's attention the most were the brown fruits hanging from the treetops. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Ivan inched forward into this new level. He stared at the beautiful ceiling lined with hundreds and hundreds of green glow stones that illuminated the level. Directing his gaze back at the fruits, Ivan walked forward until he reached the base of the tree. Then, putting his hands to the floor, a bright flash happened before the ground beneath him rose in elevation. All was going well, he was ascending closer to the fruits, and he had yet to be attacked. Whoosh! That's when a figure flew by his face and snatched the brown fruits that were right before him. So fast. Ivan, despite being right in front of it, only saw a blur fly right past him. Unable to discern what the creature looked like, he dove back to the ground surface. Whatever it was, he could see that it was jumping from tree to tree as before he descended he saw claw marks left in the same position he saw the blur. Hearing the shaking of the trees, Ivan looked around for a moment before manifesting his hands of mana to transmute the ground beneath him. The earth warped and molded to form a dome around him. As he turned each moment he heard the rustling from a different position. From what he could hear, the presumed monster was inching closer and closer to him, swinging tree to tree. It wasn't until the dome was completely formed that he heard the noise of it right in front of him. Bang! 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 Ivan readied his heart as he listened to the sounds of his only protection being thrashed from the outside. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, Ivan laminated the situation of events before blaming his bad luck. But then, the noises stopped. The rustling of the trees grew distant as the area was engulfed by pure silence. Phew, Ivan sighed in relief as he opened his dome to escape. He had barely entered the 66th floor and he was already attacked by something he could barely see. He took a moment to observe his surroundings before coming to a conclusion. Ivan hadn't been deep into the floor, and yet he could tell the area he was in was particularly rich in materials. As for why, he imagined it could be that whatever attacked him saw no reason to traverse to where he was. Hell, as far as it was concerned, it probably didn't know or forgot that there was even a door here. With that in mind, why did it decide to approach the fruit he was headed for rather than the abundance surrounding the area? Ivan spotted another tree bearing fruit before making his way towards it. But this time, rather than reach the same elevation as the fruit, he rested his palms on the side of the tree. Sparks came from his hand as the tree warped down and brought the fruits down to his level. He looked around for a moment, no movement. He reached for the fruit, no movement. He ripped it from the tree, no movement. And finally he inserted it into his mouth, nothing happened. Savoring its flavor, Ivan came to another conclusion. Once again, he rested his palms on the floor, and as sparks flew, the ground beneath him rose. 1 meter into the air, 5 meters. 8 meters, 10 meters into the air. Ivan stopped ascending as the rustling that had previously disappeared became louder in his ears. Whatever the beast was, it was hurling straight at him, and it seemed pissed. Ivan made another dive for the ground, once again forming a protective dome against himself. Bang! 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 Compared to the last time, the banging became more erratic and frequent. Ivan listened carefully as he caught the sound of deep, heavy breathing from the outside of the dome. And similar to the last encounter, once the beast vented its frustrations it took off as swiftly as it arrived. I think I know what I must do. Holding a fruit in his left hand, Ivan stared at it intently before imbuing his gauntlet with mana. The Apgor were a group of intelligent beasts that lived and thrived in the environment of the 66th floor. Swinging vine to vine, tree from tree, it reigned supreme in this jungle with its speed and intellect. Hundreds of years of evolution went into making them into what they believed to be, the kings of the forest. But of course with no competition, that title only served to grow onto their already born arrogance. Hi. Despite being incapable of speech, they did possess emotions such as pleasure, and as such they found the greatest pleasure in watching the inhabitants of the forest crawl beneath them. Anger, lust, hunger, they took out all of their emotions onto whatever dared to reach the same height as them. Everything was as usual until they felt a disturbance in the forest. Ho. Noticing the disturbance, one of the Apgors turned to its compatriot. Gihihi. The Apgor responded with equal enthusiasm. It had seen something dared to reach for its sky. Rahaha. Laughing in anger, the former Apgor beat its chest as it called for the rest of its group. In a few minutes there totaled up to be a group of 8. Yes, this was the full number of its forces. With a stick in one hand, the four-armed ape sat upon a throne above the others. Nodding as if satisfied with its compatriot's fealty, it arose from its seat and howled loudly into the air. Alwoo. This was the third time that something dared reach for the sky, as such it was great disrespect that whatever it was continued to live in its jungle. Beating its chest and hollering, the rest of the Apgors understood its message as they all dashed in a single direction, seeking to destroy whatever dared disrespect their king. Closer and closer, they approached the source of the disturbance. With their insane inborn speed it was only a matter of minutes before they reached one end of the forest to the other. Goo. Looking around in confusement, the Apgors only rubbed their heads as when they arrived at the scene there were no other life forms other than themselves. Instead the only thing noticeable to the Apgors was a mountain of fruits, stacked neatly in a pyramid basking under the rare rays of light that made it past the tree's leaves. They approached the pyramid of fruits, neglecting to wipe the drool salivating from their lips. Climbing the hill up to the pyramid, the rumbling of their bellies grew louder and louder. It was a fruit abundant in the forest even for their group, and yet the presentation and the different ways they were cut and diced screamed enticing in their minds. So step by step, they made their way to the fruit until they stood right before it. And as if coming to a prior agreement, they all reached for the stack at the same time. Gotcha! You damn apes! A loud yell erupted from the ground beneath them as the fruits they each held in their hands started sparking with electricity. And then, kaboom! Scalding hot water erupted from the fruits and entered their eyes. The Apgors were thrown into a panic as they stumbled about attempting to rub the water in their eyes out. But even that was useless as the earlier yelling figure burrowed out from the hill and revealed himself. And with 2 more fruit in his hands Ivan threw them at the apes and charged forwards, his gauntlets ready to melt or freeze whatever it touched. Ivan grinned wickedly as he held the head of an Apgor in each hand, perfectly masked by the fruits he had thrown earlier that erupted into thick clouds of vapor. The Apgor in his left hand lost all signs of color as it dangled lifelessly in the air. The Apgor in his right hand started radiating steam as blood leaked from all of its orifices. 2 down, 5 to go. Withdrawing more fruits from his satchel, Ivan threw them into the air as they exploded into water and sent high-pressure water slashes towards his next 2 victims. Slice! The heads of 2 Apgors flew into the air as they had failed to dodge in their moments of blindness. That leaves 3. Grabbing the corpse of the Aegir he boiled in his hand, Ivan withdrew his arm and formed a spear made of its blood from its body. And with reckless abandon, charged forward to meet his 5th victim. The head of the 5th Apgor was pierced as it laid on the ground attempting to wash out the hot water with dirt. 2 more. Ivan inched towards the remaining Apgors. Wahaha! One of them yelled loudly as it dove into the forest while rubbing its eyes. The Apgor that remained at a loss awoke from its stupor and followed after. Ivan looked back at the carnage that ensued in the past 5 seconds before transmuting footholds from the trees to catch up to the escaping Apgors. He had no idea where they were heading, but the last thing he wanted was to lose the element of surprise. Lucky enough for him, the speed of the escaping Apgors had become severely reduced as they hesitated to jump tree to tree in fear of colliding face first. Ivan closed in quickly to the Apgor lagging behind. He threw a fruit at it before it transmuted mid-air into another high-pressure slash. Slice! The right leg of the Apgor severed from its body as it lost balance in the air and dove head first into the ground beneath it. Seeing that his attack worked, Ivan jumped from atop the trees with his spear in hand and stabbed at the wounded Apgor. Poke! And just like that, only one enemy remained. Ivan climbed back on the trees and pursued his last victim. Only this time the Apgor that had seen its compatriot's death elected to not travel in a straight path, making it difficult for Ivan to hit it with water. The scenery changed and Ivan found himself at the entrance of some cave. In front of him was the fleeing Apgor, desperately running to warn its king to escape. Seeing the opportunity to attack, Ivan followed the Apgor into the point where it stood before large double doors. He allowed the Apgor to push open the doors before arching the spear made of blood over his shoulder. Then, spreading his stance and bending his knees, Ivan threw the spear with all of his might. Bang! The Apgor that had been erratically breathing up until this point halted its steps, instead looking down at the spear that mysteriously protruded from its chest. And then, it slumped over lifelessly onto the ground. Thud. Shing. Withdrawing the spear from the Apgor's back, Ivan held it to his side and looked at the scene in front of him. A red carpet that spanned for meters, a throne adorned with beautiful jewels, and another Apgor that would have looked similar to its compatriots if not for the distractingly large gut hanging from it. He stared at the crown on its head before taking a step forwards. Hugo. The stupefied Apgor jumped back in its throne as it awoke from the earlier scene. Dilkai. 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 Each step Ivan made only amplified the terror it felt in its heart. Nice place you got here, I'll be taking it if you don't mind. With those final words, Ivan jabbed his spear of blood into the head of the petrified Apgor, effectively killing it. Phew, I'm glad that's over with. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ivan shoved the Apgor off the throne before taking a seat. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes for a moment. Alright, it's time to get to work. Getting off the throne, Ivan stretched his arms and made his way back to the area he killed the first few Apgors. There was still work to be done after all. Chapter 22. BZZT BZZT. To Ivan, who had entered the labyrinth in search of things to better his craft. Even being in the dungeon was starting to get on his nerves. He wanted nothing more than to get to the end and walk away with what he rightfully deserved for enduring this hell. He even started contemplating if this dungeon was just some sick bastard's form of entertainment. Whether or not the creator was still alive, Ivan swore if he ever met them then he'd beat the shit out of them for all of his losses. Even though the dungeon held hundreds of years of history, he didn't think it'd be odd to believe that its creator, powerful enough to create the dungeon, might still be alive. In fact, in this world of magic and hypothetical gods, he'd be quite surprised if someone who can create things to this extent met an early end. Putting down his newly crafted backpack, Ivan sat on the floor in a crisscross position, holding his fist to his chin as he contemplated his next set of actions. Currently he resided on the 85th floor. He wanted to make sure he had strong enough gear, so he spent a few days on this floor traversing from floor to floor collecting useful minerals and the hide of powerful monsters. Time and time again his gear had faced destruction at the hands of some monsters with corrosive properties or even those whose only ability was to explode upon contact. The 77th floor was particularly horrific as he spent most of his duration there avoiding a swarm of suicidal butterflies hell-bent on blowing him up. Though all it took to defeat them was to form a wall between him and them. What was truly terrifying was the quietness at which they traveled. That and top of their numbers meant he had no time to rest before another swarm sneaked up on him. From what he guessed they possessed some sort of heightened sense of smell. But not minding all that, Ivan decided a new piece of apparel was in order. Shifting over to a corner of his safe house, he laid his hands on a small wooden crate. With a few jiggles at the hatch, it had finally become loosened as the contents were revealed to the air. Ignoring the bright light that shone from the crate, Ivan stuffed his hands in and made a grab at the memorabilia stored at the bottom. It was a small object, well, it was actually about the length of his forearm. But compared to its origins, this little thing was actually only a small part of a bigger puzzle. Ivan rubbed it fondly before smiling wickedly at it. After he took over the 66th floor, he spent about a day just to recuperate the injuries he sustained from his battle with the behemoth. Now what did he do right after he recuperated? Well, of course he climbed back up the stairs to check up on his good old friend the behemoth. His original plan was to just open the doors and see if it was still there, but the moment the doors flew open he spotted something special not too far from where he was standing. Something that made all the trepidation he felt evaporate. As his heart became clouded by greed. That being a chipped piece of the behemoth's horn. Honestly, he knew there was nothing special about its properties other than being super durable, but just the thought of returning to fight it with a helmet adorned with its very own horn made him boil with excitement. It had seemed the behemoth returned to its battle-ready state as it readied itself for the next party of heroes. As such, both it and the army of Trom soldiers were nowhere to be seen. But of course he wasn't going to risk his life just to spit in its face, so forming a crude lasso out of jungle vines, Ivan reeled it towards him at a slow pace. He wasn't sure how it detached from the behemoth, but he did hypothesize that maybe its collision with his iceberg created enough of an impact that it broke off, but for now he wouldn't jump to any conclusions. And that's how he ended up with it right now. Grabbing the strongest metal available to him, Ivan moved on over to a table he transmuted and laid out the materials on it. Then, hovering his hands over them, Ivan closed his eyes and formed his ideal image for his helmet. What he wanted was something that covered his face, something that protected him from burning his own skin off the moment he transmuted a cloud of steam. Ideally it would have an appearance similar to that of the behemoth. A metal-plated helmet with vertical slits for his eyes to peer through. Molded sides with the horn fixed in place divided to be placed on both sides. The metal would protrude slightly from the top as it rounded down towards the back. And to end it all, a red cloth that dangled loosely from the end. Something that was more for fun than function. Nodding satisfied at his work, Ivan adorned the helmet for a bit to confirm whether it'd be feasible to use in combat. Very nice. Nice indeed. Whatever awaited him on the 100th floor, he wanted to be absolutely prepared. Pulling out his remaining materials, Ivan gently sat them on the table before lording over them once again. But this time he was going to form something more simple. It wasn't flashy and hell, he'd probably not need it, but he'd rather have it and not need it than cry on the floor as he bled out. What he was going to make this time was a simple set of chainmail armor. As for what exactly a set entailed, then he means to make 2 chest pieces. One would serve as his wear at all times and the other as a spare just in case. They weren't all too expensive with his transmutation ability, so he didn't really see a reason to not go all out. These deeper floors were becoming more dangerous as his encounters with monsters that were equipped with tools and other weapons became more frequent. Having that little extra resistance to sword slashes didn't seem like a bad idea. And the flexibility of the armor only made it even more tempting. Placing it under his robes, Ivan decided he'd keep it on at all times to become adjusted to the feeling. While it wasn't exactly restrictive, the foreign feeling it gave as it hugged his body was a little distracting. If he had to compare it to something, then he'd say he felt the pain of a dog forced to wear a sweater. It was a new feeling that sort of freaked him out in that sense. Especially the moments where the cold steel touched his skin. Now that makes both the helmet and chainmail armor. What's next on the list? I suppose some extra defense for my chest is in order. Though the chainmail was fine and dandy, Ivan wanted it to be the last resort of sorts in terms of armor. Something that stays hidden unless it is absolutely needed. As such, he thought of making a chest plate that would stay in the forefront. This is it. Pulling out some more materials out of the crate, Ivan laid them all out on the floor this time. It wasn't that he was particularly going to make something super extreme, but rather than using metal this time, he wanted to use the protective plates he harvested from some giant armadillos he fought back on floor 80. The chest plate he would form now would be one focused purely on his abs and heart area. As his water transmutation fighting style relied on his ability to close the range between him and his enemies, he didn't want to have encumbering armor that restricted his movements. He wanted to focus on his vitals other than anything, and as such his armor reflected that. Despite not being made of the same metal, the chest plate he formed of protective plates resulted in the same color as his helmet. A coincidence he was happy about, as the fashion of his armor was something he cared about. Sliding it on, Ivan pounded the bulky area on his chest, satisfied by the sound it made. Well, it's not like he's an expert blacksmith, so he wasn't sure if the quality of the armor was good or not. For now he was satisfied so long as it protected his life. That itself was enough for him. But the future floors, huh? Ivan looked at his relatively new gauntlets. In fact, they were the first thing he formed since opening up another safe house here. They were after all his main tools for combat, so of course they were going to be his first upgrade. Soon his adventure down here in Orcus would be over. For the first time in a while he'd be able to see the light. For the first time in forever he'd be able to have contact with a living being that didn't want to rip him apart and devour his insides. Just the thought of it all brought a tear to his eyes. Finally, soon I could have some real food. Ivan exclaimed aloud. Though he currently resides on the 85th floor. Let it be known that he's already adventured down to the 90th level. He only decided to make a base at the 85th floor instead of the 90th because of the irritating flying types there that would no doubt pester him. With that in mind, Ivan got off his feet and equipped his freshly made gear. Onwards. To the 99th floor we go. Ivan rhythmically tapped the chin of his helmet as he pondered the situation in front of him. As someone who realized the futility in facing monsters unless absolutely necessary, he knew that besides harvesting the materials that their bodies were composed of, there were no advantages in instigating a battle with them. There was no EXP gain, no title gain that would bump up his stats. Hell, it's not like they'd even drop some powerful relic as they exploded into a cloud of smoke. It was precisely because of these reasons he used his advantage as a solo adventurer to slip by gangs of monsters and instead rush to the ensuing levels. At least in his opinion, large companies of adventurers would attract the attention of the whole floor before they've even made it halfway through. Ivan removed his hand from his face before pulling a rag from his robe's pocket and wiping the blood from his gauntlet. In a way, the only reason he made it this far into the dungeon was because instead of clearing it 100 he instead went through it as if he was trying to obtain some world record. But despite his somewhat shameless tactics, here before him stood a sight he believed no one else alive in the world has ever seen. Having thoroughly cleansed himself of the dry blood that stained his gear, Ivan stuffed the rag back into his pocket and crossed his arms in front of him. Silently, he stared at the grand doors that stood 30 meters in length. His heart started beating rapidly. He fought the impulse to just push against them as he bit his lips in anticipation. The goal of this adventure stood right before him. The entrance to the 100th floor. It had been a long and arduous journey for Ivan. One filled with loneliness and desperation. And yet it could all end here. So far he was satisfied with the results of his expedition. He formed new gear, learned greater strength, had valuable experiences, all in all this trip was a success to him. But he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Stuffing down his impulses, Ivan turned away from the doors. Rather than repeat a situation like the one on the 65th floor, this time he had thought of bringing everything he could. Each step he took away from the doors became heavier than the last. Tomorrow, he said to himself. Tomorrow is the day. And with such resolutions, he made his way back to base, taking the remainder of the night to prepare for the potential final battle. Chapter 23. Leaning forward, Ivan wiped his eyes drowsily before a yawn followed by stretching his arms into the air. It had been a while since he was afforded such a comfortable sleep. Extinguishing his desire to just sleep in for the day, Ivan crawled out of the transmuted bed as he listened to the cracking of his bones. Opening a canteen full of water, he washed his face clean before equipping his armor. Not forgetting to tuck in the amulet he had since carried from the beginning. Today was potentially his last day on Earth. But to him it was about the same as any other. And just like any other day, either he succeeds here or dies a failure. Those were the risks he accepted when entering the dungeon. Risks he reconfirmed when facing the behemoth. He pulled up his gauntlets and took one last look at his room. Compared to before, it was now just as barren as when he first transmutated it. Aside from the bed and a few crates, there were no other traces of him ever living here. Slinging his backpack on, Ivan sealed the entrance and made his way to the next floor. Equipped to the teeth with weapons and tools. Motivated by rewards and the promise of returning to the surface, Ivan vowed to not turn back. The 99th level. Standing right before these grand doors again. Ivan fastened his satchel out of the way so as to not restrict his motions. He made sure his helmet was properly equipped before moving forward, resting both hands on the grand doors. And with a single motion, Ivan gently opened the doors. Ivan remained silent as he looked at the sight in front of him. Or precisely the lack of things to be seen. That's right, what beheld him when he opened the doors was nothing. In fact, the room he was greeted to, the legendary 100th floor, was just a simple marble room so small that it was incomparable to the other floors. He estimated he'd only have to take 30 steps before he reached the other side of the room. It was a realization that made his cheeks twitch. Phew, but not allowing himself to be consumed by anger and disappointment, Ivan calmed himself and thought of the possibilities. Odds are this is like the 65th floor, as soon as I make it anywhere near the door some legendary beast will appear to block my path. Right? Thinking of such a scene, Ivan picked up a stone near from where he was standing, and with all of his strength threw it at the door that sat at the end of the room. Nothing happened. It wasn't definite proof that the room wasn't some trap, so with careful strides he moved forward slowly. With his hands up and knees bent, Ivan's eyes darted around the room as he was inching closer and closer to its center. I made it. Only a few more steps to go. The helmet did not make the situation any better as it just got in his way of wiping the sweat from his brows at this moment. But it was this uncomfortable feeling of sweat dripping that kept him cautious of his environment. A couple of more steps and he would reach what he presumed to be the end of the dungeon. That was enough motivation for him to take another step. His heart started beating erratically as he anticipated a magic circle to just appear in front of him and ruin his day. Having made it of the way to the door, Ivan seriously contemplated making a dash for it. As even if something did get summoned into the room, it would take some time for them to fully materialize, a slot of time he wouldn't mind taking advantage of to reach the doors. With that in mind, Ivan crouched low to the floor, pressing his feet and angling himself forward. Dokai. 1 second has passed, 2 seconds have passed, 3 seconds have passed. Almost, just hold it in. 4 seconds have passed, 5 seconds have passed, 6 seconds have passed. 7 seconds have passed. Now. Releasing himself from his position, Ivan pushed against the ground with all of his strength and made his mad dash towards the doors. With reckless abandon, Ivan soared through the room without a halt in his steps. As he feared one little slip-up would mean the end of his life. Bang! Ivan sighed a breath of relief as he let his body collide with the door. The tension and nervousness he felt up till now dissipated. Tears welled up in his eyes as he reached for the handles. This time he pushed open the doors with greater vigor than the last. Gotcha. The doors made a small unlocking noise before allowing themselves to be moved. All the excitement, the joy, the emotions that had stacked upon each other since first setting sight upon the doors dissipated in an instant. Instead, what filled his heart was dread. It can't be, that's right. Just down these stairs. Just down these stairs, I'm sure there'll be some grand room full to the brim with treasures and a note left behind by this labyrinth's creator congratulating me for clearing it. Ha ha ha. I can't wait. Looking at the stairs that descended deeper into the earth, Ivan released a strange smile as his dry laughs echoed off the walls. The confident steps turned into fearful trembling as each flight of stairs he stepped on only made his heart sink deeper into despair. Compared to the bright and holy lights that radiated from the room on the 100th floor, the staircase only became darker the farther it went. Ivan wasn't sure if he was hallucinating, but he couldn't help feeling that breathing became increasingly difficult as he descended further in. Pit-pat, pit-pat. The sound of his steps were the only thing he could hear, and for some inexplicable reason each step only made his face twitch. He couldn't tell how long he had been walking. Has it been 10 minutes? How about 30? Or has it been an hour? Hell, for all he knows it could have been several hours. Ivan stopped his steps and decided to take a seat, allowing himself to catch his breath. For a moment he stared listlessly at the ceiling. Then without a word, he got back up and continued descending. For now he was able to calm himself down, distracting himself with thoughts of what he'd do when he got out of here. Or by imagining what insanely powerful tool or artifact he'd find once he reached the end of the stairs. They were quite simple thoughts and yet ones that kept that tiny flame of determination alit. That's right, he remembered for what reason he was here. He remembered exactly that it was he himself that elected to enter the dungeon. He himself decided to continue the plunge. So if he was going to hate anyone, it should be himself. With such thoughts in mind, Ivan's eyes dimmed briefly. Oh. Knocking his head against a solid object, Ivan looked up. His eyes met another set of double doors. His eyes glimmered with a bit of light before he took another deep breath. Judging by how unglamorous this inconspicuous set of double stone doors, he had a feeling he shouldn't get his hopes up. But what else was there to do but continue forward? He felt he was going to lose his mind if he decided to venture back to his base on the 85th floor. Well, he mostly felt the trip back up the stairs would be what does it in for him. He readied himself, positioning as to prepare for any dangers that lurked behind the doors. But compared to the vigor he showed when first entering the steps, his current stance was much more sloppy. With his hands of mana behind him, he gently opened the doors. Creak. Ivan looked stupefied at the plaque that revealed itself when he opened the doors. Despite the 100 floors he descended to get here, never once did he see a single plaque like this one that told him what floor he was on. As much as he wanted to believe it to be a lie, the scenery in front of him made him unable to make such a rebuttal. An expanse cave was what he saw as far as the eye could see, carved with small rivers that streaked across the floor. The ceiling illuminated the ground as the bright crystals that adorned it shined bright enough that a torch or lantern wasn't needed. Ivan turned his head back to the plaque. This time he looked at it emotionlessly as he let his hands fall to his waist. His stance relaxed as he read it over and over again, rubbing his eyes to make sure he didn't misread. But no matter how many times he rubbed away, no matter how many times he cleaned the plaque with a rag, the words on it remained the same. The Great Orcus Labyrinth, Floor 101. Ivan fell powerlessly to his knees. Ha, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Stupid. Ignorant bastard. Then, all of a sudden he turned quiet. Ivan lied motionlessly on the ground as he mulled over his own thoughts. What the hell was I thinking? That this was some game? That like a game it would have 100 floors and be done with it? Since when was it so easy to attain such power? When did I grow so arrogant that I'd think I could accomplish easily what others couldn't in the past centuries? Getting up from his grovel, Ivan dusted off his pants and did his best to recompose himself. That's right. I'm a researcher, starting over is my thing. I can do this. Making such flimsy excuses, Ivan decided that for now he'd have to make another decision. Either he continues delving into the dungeon for another how many floors, or he returns to the surface. But with his pride as a researcher, how can he give up? In the end, he'd rather die here in the dungeon than live with the idea of running away. He stuffed the frustrations in his heart. Right now he just wanted to vent his something on something. On anything really. That's right. From now on his reason for delving into the dungeon no longer relied on what he'll be gaining out of it. From now on, the dungeon would become his punishment. A punishment for his greed and hubris. If he died down here without anyone even knowing, then so be it. Chapter 24. The 125th floor. What do you say we befriend some of the more intelligible monsters down here? Hell, I'm confident all of these guys never even met a human before. I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be curious enough to interact with us. What do you mean they'll just outright kill us? You shouldn't just go around making baseless accusations like that. Don't you know it's rude to judge people by their appearances? Haven't your parents ever taught you that? How dare you say they aren't people? Sure, they're quite aggressive and often covered in fur or hide, but I'm sure they possess emotions just as we do. And what do you mean I am your parent? I don't remember giving birth to you. I apologize if I frightened you. I really shouldn't have raised my voice like that. How uncharacteristic of me. If it is as you say and you are indeed my child, then let me ask you this, what is my life's greatest goal? Bingo. It is just as you say, as expected of my son, no one knows me better than you. I knew you had it in you, I know, as congratulations, how about we head into town and get some ice cream, my treat? What do you mean you don't want to go out today? The monsters are too close by. Oi, what are you afraid of? Together we are invincible. Be it 20 or 200. No amount of monsters are gonna kill us here today. Sure, maybe tomorrow or the next day, but sure as hell not today. Hello? Can you hear me? Please pay attention when I am speaking to you. Fine, I'll just take care of them myself. You've always just been a hindrance to me anyways, acting all high and mighty. That smug tone of yours always drives me insane. Heh, I hate perceptive brats like you. Throwing the gold-chained amulet imbued with a bronze crystal across the room. Ivan adorned his personal gear and transmuted himself and exit out of his safe room. He threw on his robes hood over his helmet as he dashed through the cavern to the water source he had investigated 2 days prior. Looking at the lake before him, Ivan plunged his right hand in before sparks came flying out of the water. He ignored the rustling from the bushes behind him as a large mass of ice formulated from his transmutation. Pulling his soaked hand out of the lake, Ivan flicked it behind him and once again activated his transmutation. The flecks of water flying through the air became boiling hot as they collided into the faces of whatever was chasing him. Wag! Screams of pain emanated from behind him as he stepped foot on his little raft made of ice, allowing the current to carry it as he stood above with his arms crossed. He snickered inwardly, looking at the giant crawling bats claw away at their own faces in an attempt to rid the hot water. But even that snickering turned serious as the bats, seemingly pissed by his little prank, sprouted wings from their backs and chased after him and his raft. Their crawling speed, sure he could handle that, their flying speed on the other hand was something that made him sweat a little on the outside. Seeing the 3 large flying bats hurling at him at ridiculous speeds, Ivan dunked his left arm into the lake and activated his transmutation circle. Whoosh whoosh. Ivan watched in amazement as the bats started doing barrel rolls and other air tricks, all while avoiding his water slashes. He would clap right now if he didn't have to dodge the balls of acid they shot at him. Dunking both of his hands into the river this time, Ivan transmuted a large wall of ice in hopes of cutting them off. And then immediately slapped his forehead the moment they just flew over it. Come on guys, I'm sure we can talk this out. It's just that a friend of mine was awfully concerned with how close you guys were and... Screech. His attempts to negotiate were immediately cut off as one of the bats, seemingly having enough of his attitude, released an unbearable loud screech. But having adapted long enough on this floor, Ivan held a hand up to his ear as he formed a cone, suggesting he had a hard time hearing whatever the bat was saying to him. Sorry, could you say that again? My earplug sort of got in the way. Oh yeah, that reminds me, my roommate and I would appreciate it if you calm down the hollering late at night, it makes it really hard to get any sleep. Whoosh. Ivan took a moment where one of the bats opened its mouth to shoot at him to sneak out a dagger from his satchel, then threw it at a speed that only left it half a second for it to react. Ding! As the dagger made its way inside its mouth, the bat lost all sign of control as it fluttered wildly in the air before dropping down into the river like a rock. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Ivan stuck his hand into the river and encased it in a seal of ice, leaving it to suffocate beneath the water before it inevitably melted and drowned the bat. Then, seeing the shock of the 2 remaining bats, Ivan took a step off the raft. Instead of sinking into the river and being carried away by the current, what appeared beneath him was a footstool of ice. Sparks emitted from his boots as each step he took on the water formed another footstool. This scene repeated itself till he found himself right beneath the bats. Then, to the bats' dismay, Ivan was propelled into the air as his footstools grew in height almost instantaneously, bringing him to their level. Ivan flashed a wicked grin before pulling another item out of his satchel. This time it was a small metal ball decorated with ornate spikes. He shook the ball in his hands for a few seconds before throwing it at the bats. And without leaving behind any words, he dove into the river beneath him. The bats lost sight of him as the moment his body hit the water he was enveloped by a thick cloud of smoke. Rattle rattle. The metal ball they had momentarily forgotten about shook the moment it was about to collide with one of them. One of the bats screeched aloud as it tried to warn its compatriot, but alas it was to no avail as it was too late to move. Kaboom! Rather than some gunpowder-infused explosion, what came out of the ball was hundreds and thousands of needles. It spun a few times in the air as it released the needles before sinking down into the river. But it wasn't alone, as the bats that had gotten their wings pierced were helpless as they sank to the bottom of the river, desperately clawing at the sky in an attempt to escape. Ivan, who had just reached the shore, merely stretched his arms as he shook his body in a futile attempt to dry himself. He merely looked back at the drowning bats as he trekked back to the safe room, whistling all the way. Hey, how much longer do you think this'll all last? This adventure, I mean, I don't know if I can take much more of this. Ivan lied on his side as he looked at the amulet that dimly flashed in response to his words. Emichim, you're right. Ivan got up excitedly from his lying position. What right do I have to complain? This is my punishment. If I die, ain't that right? Ivan looked over at the amulet expecting an answer, and just as always it dimly flashed back in response. Only this time, he couldn't understand it at all. Excitement vanished from Ivan's face as he listlessly lied back down. He had lost track of the time he had spent here. More precisely, he willfully stopped marking the amount of days that passed, as knowing each day that passed only disheartened him even more. For now his only goal was to keep marching forth. If he dies then he just got what's coming to him. But rather than going out by his own hands, he wanted to at least go down pursuing the dream he originally sought. In a sense that became his last motivation. The 145th floor. Ha ha ha. Ah, that's just great, wouldn't you agree, partner? What do you mean I should be a bit gentler? This bastard was going to kill us if I didn't act a bit harshly. Well, I see your point about blowing its head off to be a bit overkill, but ain't that the better outcome than watching it shrivel to death under the effects of some poison? Even though I really wanted to see how effective those scorpions poisoned from long ago would be this deep into the dungeon. Wrath. Ah, it moved. Seeing the giant roach twitch its body as it released a cry from its detached head, Ivan freaked out and directly transmuted the water within its body to blow it up from the inside out. Kaboom. See, that thing would have directly attacked us after ingesting the poison. I mean, even blowing its head off didn't end it. Ivan's nonchalant expression hardened instantly as he heard the sound of burrowing from beneath him, propelling himself into the air on stilts made of earth. Ivan looked down to be greeted by another roach that had just stuck its head out from his former position. His charged his right gauntlet before plunging down at it from above. BZZT. His control of the water in its body extended beyond the armor of its exoskeleton. Seconds later steam radiated from its body as Ivan held its head in his palm. But it didn't seem the onslaught had ended as the rumbling continued despite the death of what Ivan believed to be the cause. In a sudden twist of events, another roach propelled itself from the hole Ivan was standing above and bit at his ankle. Arg! Ivan groaned in pain momentarily before the amulet on his chest shined brightly beneath his armor. Roar! A roar resounded from the amulet as Ivan took advantage of the roach's paralyzed actions to grab it by the head, this time electing to freeze its blood. Phew, thanks a lot, buddy. I really owe you one after that one. The amulet shined dimly in response to his words. He, I don't care if that's just what friends do, you saved me from a lot more pain than I was intending to take, so thanks for the help. Despite there not being any visible marks, Ivan still bandaged the injury anyways. To him it was a reminder of his blunders. Something he often looks at were the bandaged areas of the body during his downtime, so as to not forget his own vulnerability. Yosh, let's do this. Only a few more floors till the big 50. I wonder if there'll be another boss or something like that soon. Ivan striked a pose before making confident strides to where he believed the next floor was. He at least believed he'll make it there someday. Chapter 25. Bang! Crash! Yua! Listening to the ensuing battle happening outside the room, the figure trapped in a slab awoke from her slumber. For who knows how long she had been trapped in this room for, how long her body protruded from the slab as her arms and waist down was consumed by its matter. And for the first time in what she could only guess at as years, she finally heard a noise other than her breathing. She tried desperately to yell for help, but as she had not spoken since her entrapment, the only thing she could let out was a faint whimper. Please, help me, she voiced out repeatedly. As for whether what did battle with the guardians of her room was friend or foe, she did not care. She merely jumped at the last bit of hope that whoever or whatever was outside her room would free her. Gotcha. The hope in her heart rose to an all-time high as the doors to her prison opened slowly. Light spilled into the room as for the first time in centuries it became something other than a desolate and dark chamber. And as if welcoming the new visitor, The tall majestic pillars made of marble that lined the room on its sides illuminated with large purple crystals that suddenly appeared above them. Her eyes traced the red carpet that spanned from her slab to the two majestic doors. Then, her eyes locked onto the figure that stood between the doors. The figure she presumed to be male stood at 5 feet 11 inches in height, adorning a brown mantle that draped over his shoulders and reached his ankles. Her eyes lingered on the helmet with two protruding horns that faced forward on either side, then to the lion-like mane of red hair that traveled from the top to the back of its head. She guessed that it was the hair of a monster that was proudly displayed on the top as a sign of strength. Her eyes traveled down as they were attracted to the silver chest plate adorned with blue lines coursing through it. The way it started pointed out from the top and smoothened out as it reached his belly button made her nod subconsciously as her eyes looked down to the rest of his body. The figure held his silver gauntlets to his sides as she observed what she presumed to be magic circles that were carved into them. Only in all of her continuous studies she had never seen magic circles with similar patterns ever before. She looked at the knee guards made of the same steel briefly and the multiple sections they were separated in for increased mobility, and finally, the half-leather half-metal boots he adorned on his feet, seemingly imbued with the same marks as she snuck a peek with every step he made. And then, the figure stood right before the steps to her slab. The first set of majestic grand doors to not lead me to an empty room. At first I thought I was gonna have a meltdown again, and yet here I am face to face with another person. The surprise the figure showed first when entering the room was masked by his helmet, however the joy in the first half of his words were as clear as day to her. "What do you say, assistant, is this a boon or a misfortunate situation we've happened upon?" She looked around the room. From his words it seemed he was speaking with another person, and yet as far as she could tell he was alone. Her eyes lingered on the bandages that covered his legs and arms. She questioned the use of them as it was clearly apparent to her that they sat over his apparel rather than the place that should be wounded. But never minding these details she spoke out softly to the man with her hoarse voice that she hadn't used in years. Hello. Cough. Please help me." The man looked down at her briefly before muttering to himself. He ignored her perplexed expression as he climbed the steps to reach the same level as her. Then without another word spoken, they stared at each other. The air froze for a moment as they played this unagreed-upon game of a staring contest. Cough. However, that contest was broken by the girl, who couldn't help but feel her throat dry. Seeing as how he became victorious in this first bout, the man laughed aloud, ignoring the disgruntled expression of the girl. Gahaha. The girl's former impression of him being a stoic hard-boiled adventurer crumbled instantly as she heard the youthful laughter project from his helmet. "I apologize, miss, it's just that I was a bit stunned at having heard another person's voice after who knows how long, but I suppose looking at the condition of this place you probably have been in the same predicament even longer." The figure's previous rude tone shifted to a more courteous one as he bowed in a gesture of good faith. It was this change of attitude that left her at a pause. Cough. Cough. She tried to respond to his words only to be thrown into another coughing fit. The man seemed to contemplate something before rummaging through his satchel. Then with a swiftness that stunned her, he pushed a canteen into her face. "Come on, drink up," the man spoke to her patiently before rattling the canteen in her face. Seeing no reason for him to harm her, she tilted her head back as he pushed the canteen towards her mouth. Gulp gulp. He only smiled wryly while feeling the weight of the canteen vanish exponentially. But seeing some vitality return to her face, he only hummed to himself before putting it away. The girl sighed satisfied before looking into the eyes of the one who stood before. It was in those blue eyes of his that she found a bit of comfort in her heart. But seeing those eyes through the slits of a helmet only boiled her curiosity. "Now, what should I do with you?" the man whispered aloud. Thank you so much for your help," she said hesitantly. It was difficult to gauge his emotions through the helmet, but she continued along with her words anyways. "I was betrayed." In reaction the man only tapped his fingers rhythmically on his other gauntlet. "I am one of the original, atavistic vampires. Because of the powers I was gifted with at birth I worked hard for the sake of my country and my people, but because I had so much power everyone was afraid of me. They thought I was dangerous, they couldn't kill me, so they decided to seal me here instead." The girl spoke desperately, as if trying to convey her heartfelt emotions to the man in front of her. "A vampire, Ignoring the second half of her words the man only sat on the ground before holding his fist to his chin. She wasn't sure what he was thinking, but by the murmuring of his voice and the way he pensively tapped his chin she could only guess he was curious about her race. "Please, save me," she begged softly, breaking the man out of his train of thought. The man only stared back at her silently before looking down at his chest. Then, as if to erase all the tension in the air, he arose from his seated position and let out another hearty laugh. "Very well. I shall accept your request. However, there is one condition." Please, I'll do anything." Her moments of hesitation were broken immediately as she declared her determination to escape from this hell. The man inched closer to her, closer and closer. Almost to the point where the horns on his helmet were about to collide with her golden blonde hair. Then, holding up a single finger in front of her face, he jumped back and spread his arms wide into the air. Sounds like a deal. Welcome to the team, my new assistant. He spun in a circle as he waved his arms about, his mantle flying behind him as he came to an abrupt stop. Then without another moment of hesitation, he placed both of his palms onto the slab she was encased in. BZZT. BZZT. Sparks flew into the air as she stared at his nonchalant figure. And in a few seconds later the slab dissolved as her body fell from it. Splat. The sound of her naked body slamming into the marble floor resounded through the room as the man who she had expected to catch her kept his arms in front of him, as if still touching the slab that stood there previously. The man only stuck his hand out to raise her up as he resisted her glare. She accepted the hand begrudgingly before holding onto it firmly. He only hummed curiously as he tried to shake his hand away from her grasp. The girl switched to using both of her hands to restrain him. However, her weak body that had gone without any sustenance for the past few centuries failed to aid her much in her stubbornness. Freeing himself from her grasp, the man only took a few steps back before his hands glowed with the same sparks that had shone when he was freeing her from the slab. Seeing his reaction, she swung her arms furiously in front of her body in an attempt to show that she barred no hostility. Wait, I didn't mean anything by that. I only wish to know your name. My name? The sparks vanished almost instantly as he responded back to her pleas. Then with the same arrogance as he once had before, he flicked his mantle behind him and presented himself once more. My name is Ivan Korii. The alchemist who will one day recreate life itself. The girl ignored his ridiculous introduction, instead opting to murmur his name repeatedly so as to not forget it. Ivan, Ivan, Ivan. Stuffing down the dissatisfaction in his heart, Ivan threw back a question at the mysterious girl that stood before him. Now, for you who resides in this hell, what might your name be? Give me one, she pleaded, electing to hold his hands once more. Ivan stared at her for a moment, before immediately understanding her intention behind throwing away her old name. How about you? He said hesitantly. You? She asked inquisitively with a tilt of her head. Ah, it's short and easy to remember. And with no shame behind his words he declared his reasoning. The joy she felt at having been given a new name vanished almost instantaneously. Her complaints got cut off immediately as a huge wall made of marble grew from the earth beneath them and sealed off the entrance to the room. Bang! 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 I apologize, you, but it seems someone did not appreciate me freeing you. Unequipping his mantle, Ivan threw it around Yu's shoulders as he walked up to the wall to see whatever it was that attacked them. He stared back at her before opening a hole large enough for him to fit through. I'll be back soon, then we could get the hell out of this place together. Opening a shop out in the outskirts of a town and living off the profits my products make, peacefully indulging in my free time doing research, ain't that the life? And ignoring her pleas, he closed the hole back up as he made his way through. Chapter 26. It's been a while since I last fought one of your kind, then again they were of much smaller stature than you. What stood before him was another damn scorpion, only this time the beast was shockingly larger than the behemoth. BZZT. Ivan transmuted a wall to block the incoming acid-filled needles. Bang! 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 As soon as he discerned there wouldn't be any more needles shot at him, he dove out of cover and imbued his boots with mana. Sparks flew with each step he took as the ground beneath him rose in elevation, then to dodge the incoming needles he threw a canteen into the air and disguised himself in a cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the scorpion's confusion he burrowed into the ground and arose right beneath where it was standing. He emptied his remaining canteens on the floor before laying his hand into the fastly evaporating puddle. BZZT. The familiar sound of electricity coursing filled his ears, only this time the water shot out of the ground and formed large spikes of ice that pierced into the scorpion's body. Rawug. The scorpion screamed out in pain as it used its large 4 scissor claws to break away at the ice. Ivan used this opportunity to run up to one of its 8 legs and activate his transmutation. Pop! The appendage exploded into a mess of blood and steam as the scorpion lost its balance. After having done many battles with monsters that have an exterior enveloped in exoskeleton, Ivan found it possible to transmute the appendages least guarded. That being the joints. As having an exoskeleton in those areas would only hinder its movement. Ivan leisurely walked up to the severed leg before touching it with his right arm. Soon after a spear made of blood appeared in his hands. He transmuted another footstool into the air before performing a plunge from above into one of the scorpion's eyes. Bang! Bang! Hearing explosions erupt from the location he left you, Ivan lifted his head and stared in her direction. A small shaped hole was left in the wall he had transmuted to keep her safe. And out of that hole stumbled a lithe figure standing at about 140 centimeters in height, with her messy golden blonde hair that reached her waist and red blood eyes. Ivan immediately recognized her as you. She lifted her right palm as she supported her trembling arm with the other before performing another attack, this time directed at the scorpion that had adapted to having lost a leg. Bang! Another bang resounded through the cave as the yellow ball of mana enveloped the scorpion in a cloud of smoke. Then, she fell over with a smile on her face, as if satisfied with her contributions. Magic without a magic circle. Ivan exclaimed to himself. Wrath. Her content smile was immediately disrupted as the roar of the scorpion reached her ears, and oh boy did it sound pissed. The scorpion, having seen its primary target, bucked off Ivan in his momentary stupor and launched a volley of needles at the defenseless you. Ivan landed swiftly on his feet and made a dash for you, tracing his hand on the floor as he ran to transmute a wall that would defend her against the attack. Bang! 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 His defense was a success as he scooped her up off the floor and slinger her over his back. Feeling her breaths tickle his neck, he immediately reprimanded her for her actions. What part of, "I'll be back soon," did you not understand? You're in no condition to fight the thing that was literally put here to kill you in case you got out. Ah, what a headache. Ivan dodged the needles launched in his direction as he made sure to keep his balance, otherwise the little passenger on his back might just fall off. Feeling her tap his shoulder, Ivan transmuted a wall before looking back at her. It was the same stoic look he had seen since he first met her, and yet this time he got a different feeling from it. Ivan, you made me your assistant, right? Please believe in me. Chomp. Sue. Suze. Ivan ignored the faint sounds of slurping as he replayed her words in his mind. Assistant, huh, that's right. I have an assistant again. And with that fervent desire, transmuted right through the wall he was hiding behind and made a mad dash towards the scorpion, spear of blood in hand. UOOH. Ivan yelled loudly as he charged forwards, ignoring the needles and only dodging when they were about to hit vital parts. Stab. 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 Some needles bounced off his armor, others only punctured non-vital areas. The scorpion, surprised by the sudden outburst, took a step back, but this single step caused enough damage to its pride that it roared fiercely in turn and ran to meet Ivan's charge head-on. Clank. Bone and ice collided as the two figures refused to budge any further. Ivan, I'm ready. Seeing the perfect opportunity, you paused from sucking Ivan's blood and propped herself on his shoulders. The room got significantly hotter as even Ivan was beginning to sweat. You raised one hand into the air as a giant ball of blue flame levitated slightly above her figure. Azure blaze. Then, as if obeying her command, the ball of fire fell along with her hand and collided into the body of the scorpion. Kaboom! The cave was engulfed in a bright blue flash as the screams of the scorpion grew more distant. Feeling the ensuing heat, Ivan stood before you and transmuted a dome to shield them from the aftermath. Inside this dome both Ivan and you stared into each other's eyes. You know you, even though that thing tried to kill us and all, don't you think it was a bit overkill to drop the sun on it? I mean, you were some vampire queen some 300 years ago, you didn't have anything else in your arsenal that would have sufficed. Ivan ignored the death stare she gave him as he mentioned the end of the vampire race he had read about a while ago. Well, it was more suitable to say that she was more annoyed with his suggestion about her age. Her stoic expression broke for a moment as she puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Oh yeah, don't you think you should have mentioned the whole, not needing a magic circle to use magic, thing to me sooner? I was quite surprised, you know. I could say the same about you. How come you don't have to use a magic circle or a chant to use magic? And what's with the type of magic you were using? I've never seen anything like it before. Magic? Oh yeah, my transmutation, you can think of it as a magic so basic it doesn't need a magic circle, hahaha. Then again the transmutation circles engraved in his gear basically provided a substitute for all that. Anyways, how about we continue this chat after we confirm this thing is dead? I'm sure we can get to know each other after the fact. Not buying Ivan's excuses, you only nodded before returning to her stoic expression. BZZT. The dome opened with a width large enough for Ivan and you to sneak out the back. From here both Ivan and you made eye contact before silently delegating the other with the job of making sure their side was clear. The abundance and quality of Ivan's blood had restored you enough to use the basic functions of her body. He assumed it had to do something with the crazy amounts of mana he had. Other than that, maybe it was the weird vegetation he's been eating since he entered the dungeon. They both returned their vision at each other before nodding at the same time, but this left another question: if both sides were clear, then where was the scorpion? Rumble rumble. Ivan grabbed you by her waist before propelling them into the air by elevating the ground they were standing on. He pointed downwards towards the bemuddled you before she understood his message. Then preparing another sun, she waited for the monster to rear its ugly head. Rumble. Now. On Ivan's call she swung her arm down at the crater that had suddenly appeared beneath them. Azure blaze. The sun followed her arm as it collided with the scorpion that had burrowed itself from beneath the ground. Rawug. The scorpion roared weakly before planting itself into the ground. In the eyes of Ivan and you, it was as good as dead. They both stared at each other before flashing a wicked grin. Ivan presented the spear made of blood to you as they both held it together. And with a yell from either side, they leaped off their elevated platform and plunged the spear directly into the head of the scorpion. The scorpion let out one final yelp as its consciousness drifted away. And just like that, the guardian of the 150th floor forever vanished from the face of the earth. Phew, I'm glad that worked out well in the end. Ivan readjusted his helmet as he pulled at the spear sticking out of the scorpion's head. He sighed at its condition before dropping it to the ground, another cool spear made of blood lost to his hard-headed enemies. You picked up the spear, interested in its composition before throwing an inquisitive gaze at Ivan. Oh, it's just the blood of the scorpion transmuted into the form of a spear, pretty cool huh? Ivan gave off the most vague answer he could before rummaging through his backpack. Pulling out a mantle exactly the same as the one you wore on her shoulders, he sighed in relief before throwing it over himself. So, let me get this straight, not only are you a vampire but you could perform magic without any circles or chance and you possess an extremely powerful regeneration ability that makes you effectively unkillable so long as you have mana. Yes, that is indeed the case, you nodded curtly to his brief exposition of her powers. Ivan wasn't sure, but he felt an aura of smugness radiating from her expressionless face. As I said, my people were afraid of my power, so afraid in fact that they tried to kill me. In the end they realized the futility of it before locking me away down here in hopes that I someday died. Ivan felt the atmosphere in the room increase several times before he realized a sigh of his own. Well, that doesn't matter. He pulled the spear out of her hands before directing it at her heart. Vampire queen or not, immortal or mortal, you are now my assistant. The spear in his hands evaporated into blood as his hand flashed with sparks. And even without seeing his expression, you heard his voice soften as the next words came out of his mouth. And as my assistant, I can promise you we're going to get out of here. After all, there's too many experiments awaiting us out under the sun. We can't die here now, ha 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 ha. She stared in a daze as he held his hands to his hips, puffed out his chest, and with a hearty laugh, promised to take her to the surface. Slowly that expressionless face of hers broke, as a small smile appeared instead. Chapter 27. Ivan led you to his base on the 149th floor as they worked together to carry the bits and pieces of the scorpion they felt would be useful. At first she was a bit perplexed as to why he would want them, but after explaining a bit of his abilities she unceremoniously bit into his neck again to regain her energy. Then casting some body-empowering magic. She picked up pieces of the scorpion effortlessly. Ivan marveled once again at the prospect of using such power without having to chant or use a magic circle, but the appreciation in his eyes didn't go unnoticed as she smiled smugly at him. TCH, he softly clicked his tongue before overtaking her in speed. This led to a bit of a contest to see who'd reach the base first. But of course you not knowing where it even was left her at a great disadvantage. And although she couldn't see his face through the helmet, the smug ways his eyes bent and his loud humming really ticked her off. Plop. Ivan threw the pieces of scorpion carcass he carried on his shoulder to the ground as well as his backpack and satchel. He then began to stretch his body, Yu's face twitching all the while she heard cracks erupting from it. Now, how about we chat? Finishing his stretches, Ivan rested his hands on the floor as he transmuted a chair for Yu to sit on. She marveled at the speedy craft before taking a seat. Jittering in her chair as its hard surface was a lot less comfortable than it looked. She stared dissatisfied at Ivan, who only held his hand to his waist before reprimanding her. Oi, if you're gonna complain about the chair I painstakingly created for you, then how about you try the ground? She wanted to rebut the painstakingly part but in the end closed her mouth. For now she had other questions regarding his behavior. Show me your face, she demanded softly. Hearing this, Ivan only moved to the opposite side of the room before transmuting himself an even cruder chair to sit on, then with a bemused tone sat on it while holding his chin. And why would I do that? She showed a disgruntled face before moving on to another topic. Then please show me your wounds, I'm sure with my magic I can heal them so long as they aren't severe. Oh these, Ivan pointed to the bandages wrapping his arms and legs before waving dismissively. You don't gotta worry about these, I'm fine, these are just here to remind myself. Her expression turned serious before she asked one more question. Ivan, who were you speaking to when you first entered my tomb? Tap tap. The room turned silently before Ivan began tapping his chin with his left index finger rhythmically. Ha ha ha. What's got you so worked up? We should plan out our next steps if we're going to make it out of here, not in pieces. Please answer the question, you voiced out sternly. She got out of her chair as she approached him slowly. It wasn't until they were face to face did Ivan even speak a word regarding the matter. Who I was speaking to, I suppose it would be more fitting to say, what I was speaking to, not minding her stare. Ivan reached his hand into his chest plate. You only remained in front of him. It took a whole 3 minutes before he finally pulled something out of his chest, and yet his hands trembled as he held a golden amulet imbued with a bronze crystal up to her face. You reached carefully for it, slowly moving her hand to separate it from his. Jingle. Jingle. The amulet shook fiercely as she found that Ivan just wouldn't budge his fingers. She reached for the imbued crystal. Bang! The moment her hands collided with it, she jumped to the other side of the room before preparing her magic. A monster, she exclaimed softly. Ivan, where did you get that thing? Ivan ignored the offensive stance before getting out of the chair himself. Oi, don't be so rude. He is of my own creation, of my own pride and joy. He slung the amulet back over his neck, this time showing it in front of the chest plate. You remembered his abilities to combine things before coming to a conclusion of her own. Ivan, listen to me, that amulet is corrupting you, and it is the soul of a monster that wants nothing more than for you to rely on it, and the moment you break and let your guard down, it'll abuse your trust and take you over from the inside. She circled around the room, attempting to find a better position to attack the amulet from. Ivan only stood still in his spot, not responding to any of her words. In this hell he's invited himself and up until now he only had one thing to talk to. One thing that responded to his words with something other than an attack or growling. Now, who was he going to trust in this situation, the amulet that had been his only friend for the past 50 floors or the girl he met about an hour ago? To him, the choice was obvious. BZZT. You enhanced her physical abilities before jumping out of the way from Ivan's lunge. Sparks burst from his hands as he attempted to grab a hold of any of her limbs. He grabbed a piece of the scorpion he had thrown on the floor before enveloping the room in a mist of blood. Kaboom. You felt her skin boil under the heat, but her regenerative abilities numbed that pain slightly as the wounds from it vanished almost instantaneously. So he can control whatever liquid he touches. She remembered the blood spear from earlier and the judging from the explosion of blood just now she deduced his abilities. Bang! She busted a hole through the wall of the hideout before running out. Peering over her shoulder as she made sure Ivan was still following her. She wasn't sure what kind of person he was, but seeing as how they both went a little overkill on the scorpion, she guessed he was about as cautious as she was. Both refusing the opportunity for their enemy to return to screw them over later in life. You eliminated ice magic and water magic from her arsenal before leading Ivan out into an open area. They stared at each other briefly before you prepared herself for any of Ivan's attacks. She wanted to free him from the allure of the amulet without causing him any severe injuries. Ivan was her savior. The one who freed her from her centuries-long captivity. They had promised to make it out of here together. And now she was his assistant. She glared at the amulet hatefully. And then, Ivan made a move. 3 daggers were flung at Yu's direction, each coated with either a poison, something to paralyze her, or a bomb attached to the end. Wind wall. A gust of wind appeared before the daggers and pushed them into the air. You took advantage of the surprise Ivan's body showed to unleash an attack of her own. Tempest flash. Ivan was knocked flying as a hammer of air collided with his face. The worst part about wind magic was that the only indication of it was the noise the air made and the vibrations in the air. Other than that, the only chances he would have of evading her attacks is by either dodging every time she yells out a name or putting up a wall. Ivan's hand slid across the ground as he transmuted a wall to slow himself down. Force lasher. Spiraling whirlwinds littered the field as Ivan made another dash for you. This time foregoing any projectiles and instead opting to use his fists. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ivan dodged the incoming wind blades by mere centimeters before he found himself standing right before you. BZZT. His hand collided with Yu's face, then outputting all of his stored-up mana, her body convulsed as he held it up in the air. Looking at the steam arising from her corpse, Ivan was about to drop her before 2 hands latched onto his own. Thunder hammer. The steam disappeared from Yu's body as she yelled out another magic attack. A dark cloud appeared above Ivan before unleashing a powerful thunderbolt that engulfed both Ivan and her. AH. Under the force of such electrifying power, Ivan felt his body convulse before throwing you far away from him. He rested on his knees as he recuperated his breathing, sighing in relief when he found the amulet unharmed. In an attempt to heal his burns, Ivan reached into the satchel at his waist. His expression turned sour as he felt shards of glass prick his hand and listened to the rattling of liquid. Fireball. The already fully healed you aimed a fireball at his back as he desperately rummaged through the bag in search of items to heal with. Bang! Ivan was brought to his knees again as he hollered in pain. He slammed his hands to the ground and transmuted a dome of earth to surround him. Bzzzt. You took the opportunity to get closer to him and charge a powerful spell that would incapacitate him. Standing outside the dome, she yelled out to Ivan. Ivan, please. Please believe in me. The erratic breathing in the dome calmed down as she listened for his movements. I want to thank you for saving me, for giving me a new name. For allowing me another opportunity at life. I was delighted delighted that you felt worthy of having me as your assistant. I was really happy when you mentioned making it out together and living a life on the outskirts of a city. She extended her free hand out to the dome, awaiting his response. Please believe in me, Ivan, let's make it out of here together. Slowly, a side to the dome opened. A hand extended out of it shakily and hesitantly. You smiled softly looking at this and reached out to it. And softly, intertwined her fingers with his. Bzzzt. That moment was broken instantly as the hand sparked electricity and made you black out for a second. She looked at the arm that had been charging her spell before releasing it into the hole where Ivan hid. Storm gust. A powerful whirlwind shot out of her hand and into the dome, taking the moment where Ivan let go in reflex to the pain. You pulled away her hand and listened to the sound of him banging into the walls of the dome. And when it settled, she peered in to confirm he was unconscious. Phew, she let out a sigh of relief as she looked at his sleeping face. And with a grin on her face, she took the amulet off his neck and threw it into the air. Wind blades, you spoke calmly as the amulet was broken into many pieces by the flurry of sharp winds. She then nodded satisfied before looking back at Ivan. She had a long way to go, but she wasn't the least bit upset about carrying him back to the safe room. Not at all. The sight of a figure standing at 140 centimeters dragging a large figure though a cavern was quite humorous, and it did let out some of the frustrations in her heart. Chapter 28. Pat pat. Goo. Ivan patted his face as he sat upright from his laying potion, groaning in pain once he reached the climax. His helmet was missing. The face he's been covering since his descent beyond the 100th floor was finally revealed to the air. He patted his bed and confirmed that he was resting in the safe room he made on the 149th floor. Gah! Ivan attempted to stand up out of his bed before a sharp pain arose from his back. Lifting the suspiciously clean shirt he was wearing, Ivan inspected the bandages that wrapped around his ribs that had mysteriously appeared. He wasn't exactly a doctor, so he wasn't able to confirm or deny whether the person who wrapped him up was any proficient at it. That's when all of a sudden another sharp pain hit him, this time in the head. Just moments ago he was having the best sleep since getting transmigrated, and now all of a sudden it was like he was getting attacked from everywhere all at once. Phew, Ivan in the end just resorted to lying back down, holding his hand over his heart as he couldn't help but feel he was missing something important. Oh yeah, the amulet. His eyes darted around the room crazily. If it weren't for the pain he felt, he would have jumped right out of bed and rummaged through the room in search of it. That's when he noticed a patch of the wall that didn't match at all with the theme of the room. Instead of continuing the pattern of stone and granite, what he saw was a crude panel made of leaves and twigs all tied together to make some poor excuse of a door. He stared at the weird door for a moment before hearing faint footsteps coming from its direction. Ivan's eyes darted around the room again, this time searching for his gauntlets or some tool to defend himself. His panic turned to hardened resolve as he was determined to take whatever beast that tore down the door with him to the next life. And then. Gotcha. The door opened swiftly as the figure responsible for its movement showed herself to Ivan's surprise. It wasn't that he had no memories of the past events that had transpired, it's just that he completely forgot about it in his wounded and panicked state. More specifically, he forgot about her. You're finally awake, the petite figure garbed in his mantle that was obviously too big for her approached Ivan's bedside without any hesitation. Oh, it's just you, for a second I thought we were being attacked, ha ha ha. Ivan bashfully rubbed the back of his before letting out a laugh. She stoically stared back at him, refusing to speak a word. Welcome back. I hope your adventures went well, you're not hurt or anything, right? Gee. She just made a noise with her mouth in response. Ha, sighing exasperatedly, Ivan bowed his head remorsefully. Then with all the sincerity he had in his heart, he finally brought it up. Thank you for saving me. These words were enough for you to break her stoic expression and nod, satisfied with his apology. You are forgiven, she said softly. She stared into his blue eyes without blinking, then moved her gaze to his messy blonde hair. She reached forward before ruffling his hair roughly. The similarities they shared brought a sense of comfort to the heart. Laughing wryly, Ivan allowed her to do as she pleased as a way of making up for the fact he boiled her head alive. In any case he felt he benefited more from this interaction. Hey, you, I don't mind this interaction of ours, but could you please bring my backpack over here? I'm sure I have some leftover healing potions or something that'll ease the pain. Ivan pointed over to the large sack that laid against the wall. You stared at it for a few seconds before hesitantly removing her hand from Ivan's hair. Here. Thank you very much, you. Ivan ruffled her hair back in return. He could have sworn he heard her disgruntled murmurs as he reached deep into his bag. The sound of bottles colliding together and water sloshing around mixed easily with the faint breathing of them too. Here it is. Ivan excitedly brought out a red vial from the depths of his bag. He uncorked its top before completely engulfing its contents. Gulp. 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 Pa. He sighed satisfied before laying back into the bed, dangling a hand over the side as the ground glowed with electricity for a second. Bzzzt. You twitched instinctively for a second before taking a seat in the chair that had grown out of the ground. Ivan chuckled in amusement before moving along with the conversation. So is it right to assume you were able to live so long because of your regenerative abilities? You pouted discontent at the mention of her lifespan before agreeing with his words. You are indeed correct with your assumption, she nodded curtly, signaling for him to continue. According to you. Her powers were a result of the blood she inherited from the ancient atavistic vampires. Average vampires could extend their lifespan by drinking the blood of other races, but even then they couldn't live much longer than 200 years or so. Her lineage combined with her inherited talents guided her ascendance to the throne at the tender age of 17. Time passed, and as the story he heard from her goes, her people grew afraid of her power and in the end betrayed her, locking her away in the depths of the labyrinth for centuries. Ivan pondered in thought as she detailed how in her stupor and shock, her people managed to bring her down here by means she was unaware of. But just her being brought here was enough to light some hope in his heart. First of all, the extravagant room and slab she was contained in surely required a team of people to complete. He wasn't aware of the capabilities of people from the ancient times. But no way in hell did her people send only one person to lock her away, the one they considered the devil. As such, it wasn't unreasonable to believe they had some way to transport a large team along with the resources to build the chamber using means other than climbing down all the way from the first floor. The risks were just too large to do that. The likelihood that there was a way out at the end of the dungeon grew exponentially. But for now he'd have to put it aside as he asked another question. I'm aware that you don't need a magic circle or the need to use a chant when casting a spell, and yet you still yell out the name of spells as you cast them. Is there any reason for that? Ivan watched with an amused expression as he noticed the tips of her ears slightly tint red. He stared at her stoic expression that calmly reasoned out his concerns as he contrasted it with the sight of her ears. Because that's how I first started learning, it became a habit by the time I was able to fully utilize my abilities. He snickered to himself before moving on to his final topic. Do you have any idea where we are? You hummed to herself before responding with an apologetic tone. Unfortunately, I don't, however. She trailed off a bit before continuing her words. According to legend, this labyrinth was built by one of the Mavericks. Ivan perked up at the mention of an unfamiliar name before urging her to continue with his eyes. They were rebels that tried to bring about the end of the world. Her expressionless tone and face completely betrayed the intimidating-sounding words that came out of her mouth. Supposedly, there had been 7 descendants who had colluded together to plot the destruction of the world. However, the gods put a stop to their plans and they were forced to flee to the ends of the earth. Their bastions of exile were what later came to be called the 7 Great Labyrinths. The Great Orcus Labyrinth being one of them. Of course. The maverick who created it was rumored to reside in the deepest depths of this abyss everyone else called hell. The deepest part of the labyrinth, Ivan murmured to himself before recalling the hell he's already been through to get here. And now he learns he'll only reach his goal by descending further. He wanted to laugh at the irony of it all. To his guess, the maverick being someone from the Age of Gods probably had a teleportation circle or something at their base. Ivan was content with this little history lesson he was given by you. He readjusted his pillow before closing his eyes to rest. Ivan, what are you doing here? Ivan peeked open one of his eyes to stare at her, not backing down from a challenge. You responded with an equally stubborn stare. The staring contest continued for a bit before Ivan contemplated what he should share with her. Now was his first opportunity to open up with another being since his transmigration to this world. He could either isolate himself after finding the contact he so desperately craved, or share his story as a way of continuing his legacy should he die. It all started at what I think is a few months ago. Ivan spoke nonchalantly about his process to where he is now. He started by summarizing his summoning into this world. How he and the rest of his class were selected as heroes to fight for the humanity of this world. His nights of cultivation as he worked hard to improve his skills. The battle he and 2 other people he trusted went through to save the students who didn't wish to fight. He explained how. Afraid of being forced to make potions as a slave, he faked his own death. Ivan's explanations went on from there, explaining the new style of transmutation she had already figured out, the emotions he felt when making it past the 65th floor. And then the emotions he felt when he crumbled in despair on the 101th floor. She listened to every word he spoke, laughing when he failed, getting angry when he almost met his end, and weeping when he broke down on the 101th floor. In a sense his story was as full of events as the stories she read as a kid. Ivan smiled softly at her praise, a sentiment they shared as they laughed together. Ivan held the hand that patted his head as he resolutely stared into Yu's crimson eyes. Hey, Yu, when we get out of here let's go on many more adventures. Let's travel the world in search of new discoveries and sights. I know you have no obligations to follow me, but I want to see what this world has to offer. I truly believe I could fulfill my dreams here. Yu returned Ivan's grasp before the usually stoic face of hers blossomed into a beautiful smile. A smile so radiant it briefly dazzled in Ivan's eyes. Of course, I'll follow you anywhere, I'm your assistant after all. Chapter 29. Hajime and the group had finally made it to the 64th floor. It had been 2 weeks since Ivan's death. And just like Ivan expected, the Holy Church urged the students to get over his death and hone their skills in the dungeon. It was a harsh demand Aiko-sensei of course heavily resisted. She had lost one student and she by no means wanted to lose another. Sure, the student she lost didn't die by the dungeon's means. But she believed it was this world itself that compelled her students to fight each other. That uncontrollable power and unnatural growth together combined in her eyes as an environment for jealousy and other negative emotions to fester. She was afraid of allowing her students to gain more power, otherwise they might begin comparing each other and another fight would break out. A fight that might take the life of another student. But how was she going to stop the students that still decided to continue forth with their mission? With her job as a farmer, she was in no way capable of physically restraining her students. And despite her many pleas, they still ignored her. As for asking the Holy Church to help, they had no reason to. In fact they were overjoyed that a few of the students continued to venture into the dungeon along with their parties. So in the end she could only clench her hands frustratingly as she watched them enter the dungeon. Hajime was a bit remorseful at having refused her pleas as well, but he needed strength if he was going to protect the one he loves and leave this world. Nagumo-kun, what do you think of this? This was Shirasaki Kaori, the star of the school back when they were in their old world. She had comforted Hajime when he was mourning the loss of his only friend, a sentiment he greatly appreciated. That combined with the feelings he held for her the night before they first ventured into the dungeon created a sort of awkward bittersweet atmosphere between the two. But never minding all that he returned his eyes to the scene. The rest of the class looked over, dubious as to what the two were up to. Near the entrance to the 65th floor was a new room that was unmapped. It was something Captain Meld was wary of, at least until he and his men detected no magical traps in the room. And while there were no magical traps he and his men tested out the room by throwing objects in to see if they activated any other traps. Seeing no response they moved into the room ready for battle. And then, nothing happened. The room was completely empty, apart from a table with a note stabbed to it using a dagger. The note simply read, "Hello heroes from another world. Welcome, to the depths of hell. Who I am isn't important, or more like I don't want to tell you who I am. I have left this note behind in case my battle with the behemoth tomorrow ends with my death. Beneath the table's cloth is a bag of materials and supplies that might prove helpful in your battle against the behemoth. Once again, I welcome you to the depths of hell. I'm sure your venture down was about as hellish as my descent. As such I congratulate you. Should I have died on the next floor, please bring that bastard down to the deeper depths of hell with me. Farewell, and good luck." The note ended there. What particularly caught Hajime's ears were two things. 1. Whoever left this note behind knew of the heroes summoning into this world. 2. By their words it seemed like they were alone. He didn't know if this person's party was wiped out and in despair they decided to go down fighting the behemoth rather than dying on the expedition back up. When Hajime relayed his thoughts to Meld, Captain Meld pondered for a moment, thinking of a party that could make it this far in the small span between the time the heroes were summoned and now. No parties came to mind. This made Hajime ponder even further. The room they were in was too refined that the probability of someone who carved it out of desperation was unlikely. In fact, by the contents of the letter whoever it was readied themselves for death. If that was so, then why did they go through the effort of making sure this room was carved nicely? The more likely possibility was that rather than carving out this room it was something made by the survivor using some sort of skill. Hajime rested his hand on the floor. By the grooves and molds of it he indeed confirmed that unless they used tools from their world it was unlikely that the survivor didn't use some skill to make it. He looked back at the stone door with ornate patterns and the table that had perfectly even proportional legs. Nagumo-kun. Cory shook his shoulder worriedly. What is it, Shirasaki-san? It's just that, if you ever need to talk I can help you. I know I'm not very well versed in these matters, and I probably shouldn't be bothering you. She looked at the bags under his eyes and his somewhat messy hair. To her it looked like Hajime hasn't been getting very good sleep since Ivan passed away. Thank you very much, Shirasaki-san. Your kind words really do a lot for me than you think. If it weren't for you I'd probably stay locked up in my room. But it's fine. Ivan was someone who always worked hard to achieve his goals, so I'm going to do the same. Hajime responded to her words with a resolute smile, his voice full of gratitude and conviction. Cory stared at his stunningly bright smile before turning away. Never in their years as classmates did she see him show such an expression. Shirasaki-san, what's wrong? You're looking a little red. It's nothing. Nothing at all. How strange. Hajime followed behind her at a leisurely pace, taking one last look at the room before bowing gratefully, thanking whoever left behind the supplies for their generosity. And of course he dealt with his class interrogative gazes as they asked what he had done to Cory. BZZT. Sparks flew in the air as a figure was seen jumping from tree to tree, footholds protruded from the trees with every step he took. He rebalanced the suspiciously human-shaped luggage on his back as he looked behind him. Hey, you, are they still chasing after us? Ivan said to you. Who was clinging onto his back like a koala. If not for her poor physical abilities Ivan would have already dropped her off his back and told her to follow along. But right now they were being chased by enemies, hundreds of enemies to be precise. Yes, and their numbers are increasing one after another. You peered over her shoulder before responding back to Ivan as stoically as ever. It seemed she was completely at ease with this situation. Ivan on the other hand was a bit unsettled. It was the first time since his descent into the dungeon that he ran into a group of monsters that held a number surpassing 50. What made the situation altogether more odd was the tulips and flowers. These prehistoric raptor-looking things adorned on their heads. At first Ivan and you thought they were a bit cute, but even that sentiment was destroyed as the bloodthirsty attitude of theirs completely broke the image of friendliness they once held. It all started when they departed from the 149th floor. After their reconciliation you and Ivan traveled further into the depths of the dungeon. This time arriving on the 160th floor. Ivan's water-based transmutation and Yu's mastery of magic combined made them soar through the last 10 floors without much disruption. Ivan dropped down into an open field before urging you to get off his back. Together they stood back to back as a swarm of raptors attacked them from all sides. Glacial Sheet. You calmly recited the name of her spell before a barrage of ice needles appeared and intercepted the approaching monsters. The sound of flesh being pierced and bodies hitting the floor resounded over 100 times as you redirected the aim of the attack and extended its duration. Ivan on the other hand pulled out 4 canteens from his backpack. He used the water from them to create a defensible wall of ice, manipulating points of the wall into spikes as the raptors jumped into it. With Ivan's excellent defense and Yu's impeccable offense the crowd of monsters thinned significantly. Ivan had you stop her onslaught as he carried her to the tallest tree in the area. Asking her to charge a powerful spell in her arsenal, promising to pay back the losses with his blood. It seems that no matter how many they wiped out, more just came. But what made both you and Ivan confused was the patterns of their attack. What Ivan had expected from the raptor-like creatures was some sense of cunning or tact. Instead the horde of them practically threw themselves at their enemy without any thinking. That combined with how even though they were spread out on this floor they always convened together on their enemy made the both of them even more suspicious of it all. Now, you. Ivan looked at the monsters clawing away at their tree. He finally gave the order for you to release the spell she's been holding after they grouped up in large numbers. Frost Prison. With a yell this time, you released her spell as the base of the tree froze almost instantaneously. The life in the eyes of the monsters dimmed out shortly as they became encased in ice. Their skin turning blue and movement becoming impossible. Haha, you panted softly as all the mana she had in her vanished in a single moment. Ivan lifted her in the air before praising her for her hard work. Excellent work as always. As expected of my assistant. Goofufu. You laughed faintly at Ivan's praise. She bent her head down and bared her fangs as Ivan revealed his neck. A slight blush crept up her cheeks as she drank his blood. So, you, can we come to the conclusion that these things are just being controlled by parasites? You dislodged herself from Ivan's neck as she turned to answer his question. Their movements, it's like they're being controlled. And no matter how many we take out they just keep finding us one after another. Without any regard for their own lives despite us wiping them out. The flowers on their heads, they must be the parasites. Ivan nodded in correlation with her words. So long as the main body remains alive, it'll be difficult to fight their way out of this floor without erasing all life on it. Jumping down from the tree, Ivan slung you onto his back as a whole new batch of monsters surrounded them. Bzzzt. Ivan ran forward, taking care of any of the monsters that got in their way as he either combusted or froze them. You on the other hand took care of the ones she could from his back. Each time she felt her reserves get low, she would bare her fangs once again at Ivan and take what she needed as he continued his run. Ivan bottled up the urge to reprimand her for taking every opportunity to suck at his blood before sighing at the frivolous attitude he expected from a royal vampire. Their efforts bore fruit as the two made it to a cavern with a crack wide enough that a man would need to walk in sideways to fit. Ivan took the opportunity despite the monsters right on their tail and managed to squeeze in, dragging you alongside him. Bzzzt. The crack became sealed as Ivan moved his hand away from it. Ivan and you took a short minute to breath before proceeding cautiously. Odds were that the main body of the parasite resided in this cavern. It wasn't until they followed the path that the scenery changed. The floor was covered in moss as light peered in from the cracks from above. The dome shape of the room gave quite a bit of space. Ivan particularly eyed the crack at the end of the room, guessing that perhaps it would lead them to the next floor. You. Hurry, cast Wind Wall. Wind Wall. You hurriedly cast the magic as the wall of air appeared and pushed away what Ivan believed to be spores. Gra. Ivan and you listened to what sounded like a disgruntled dog before turning their eyes to the figure that came out of the moss. A woman-plant hybrid became apparent in their eyes as Ivan immediately assumed it to be a dryad. The countless vines that coiled around like tentacles disgusted them as even its ugly face ruined Ivan's impression of the creature from mythos renowned for their beauty. You disallowed it to do anything as she launched a volley of fire-based attacks in its direction. Crimson Javelin. A spear-shaped flame flew through the air and pierced the head of the dryad instantly. Ivan on the other hand was disappointed by the dryad's weakness. It seemed it was incapable of doing anything other than releasing those mind control spores. And even then, so long as its intended victim avoided them, then the dryad was basically a walking plant. Ivan patted you on the head, praising her for her work. He thought about how good she'd look in a lab coat before nodding to himself. You on the other hand accepted his praise with glee before dragging him to the entrance to the next floor. Chapter 30. It was a few days after their battle with the dryad that Ivan and you settled down after taking down a few more floors. It wasn't long for them to reach the floor that stood before the next 100th Ivan had reached since entering the labyrinth. Today they would prepare for the hopefully last battle. This time Ivan knew better than to let his expectations go wild. He hardened his heart at the possibility that behind those doors would be another set of stairs. But his tensions were relieved as you made sure to keep the hope alive in his heart. To her it wasn't wrong to go forth believing that the next battle would be a means to reach their first goal. If Ivan held any complaints about his new companion, then it'd be that she tended to be a bit clingy. He thought it might be because she spent 300 years consciously living alone in a chamber with no light that her desire for affection was so abnormally high. Most of the time he wouldn't mind it, but there were times where he felt she got a bit in his way. He held the frustrations in his heart as he attempted to empathize with her emotions. The more he thought about it, their situations were quite different. You had her trust abused. Ivan on the other hand refused to trust anyone. She was the princess of a whole civilization while he was the king of his lab. Their strengths also differed as Yu's proficiency with magic far surpassed his. If that was the case, then what did they have in common? Well, they were both working together to get out of this hell. Both you and Ivan craved interaction as the situations they were in almost completely defeated them. Judging from Yu's personality that he had seen so far, he imagined she didn't have many friends, something they both shared. Other than that there wasn't much. Ivan continued to fiddle around with the minerals in his hands as he ignored the figure that had straddled him from the front. Not even flinching as he felt something dig into the skin at his neck. You sighed in satisfaction before closing her eyes and nuzzling against Ivan's chest. Ivan's face twitched a bit looking at her too lax figure. Here they were in what people on the surface called hell, and yet one wouldn't be able to tell the dangers with the level of slothfulness she displayed. And while he was a bit ticked off with her attitude, it'd be a lie if he said he wasn't a bit happy with the comfort she displayed around him. Chuckling softly, Ivan moved a hand away from his work and stroked the blonde-headed figure sleeping on his chest, smiling wryly as the figure snuggled up even closer and released the closest thing to a purr as far as he could tell. But if he had to point out a time in which he was particularly frustrated with her affection, then it would be while they're sleeping. As the pain he felt in his arm when waking up far surmounted the kindness he held for her. And it became sort of a routine that they began their days with Ivan flinging you off his arm as she fell off the bed. burying the guilt he felt in his heart by reminding himself that the figure he was feeling pity for was in fact a 300-year-old vampire queen. He truly wondered how a nation could run with a person as slothful as her at its helm. Then again, the vampire race was only wiped out when she was taken out of the equation, so it was likely that you was the glue that held the nation together. The purring went quiet as Ivan confirmed that the princess in his arms was fully asleep. He continued his work, this time at a slower and more quiet pace. In any case, they would be facing a grand battle tomorrow. He wanted to make sure you gets as much rest as possible for the ensuing battle. Assuming there is one at least. And though if things go well this should be their final fight in the dungeon. Ivan was currently dissatisfied by the output of his water-based transmutation. If he couldn't reach his enemies or if he didn't have any water nearby, then his abilities would essentially be useless. He thought of the possibility of using something more destructive, a style that held both power and range. It was a little motivation of his that arose from watching you fight. As the sight of her clearing waves of monsters with the wave of her hands lit a specific flame in his heart. That being the style he presented in combat. The desire to look cool was something most men were born with. And while it wasn't prevalent in everyone, to Ivan it was an important part of his style to keep a presentable image. As he believed one of the most important things was to leave an impression on both enemy and ally alike. Whether it be by capabilities or appearance. Ivan hummed softly to himself as his hands moved swiftly. Right now he was just working on producing some healing potions that might come in handy should they receive any injuries. Though you should be mostly fine as long as she had mana left in her, meaning all he had to do before the battle tomorrow was present to her even more of his blood. Phew, all done. Ivan wiped away the sweat from his brows as he looked at the stack of items that laid before him. It was too much to carry or even stuff into his satchel, but hey, it was good just to have them. For now he'd just keep them in his backpack tomorrow and hope he doesn't fall over or drop the bag, as the last thing he wanted was for them to shatter into pools of liquid and glass. Ivan peered over at the figure that had snuggled deep into his chest before propping her up from the bottom as he stood up slowly. Then, with careful and quiet steps, he made his way to the bed on the other corner of the room. He gently bent forward to lay you onto the bed, smiling wryly as her firm lock around his neck took a moment of prodding before she finally let go. Sighing a bit, Ivan walked away from the bed before taking another look over the room. His eyes darted frantically as he felt the air become harder to breathe. Dokei dokei. The beating in his heart became louder. This loud thumping of his became somewhat nostalgic to him as he remembered the last time he felt it. He patted the area around his chest before closing his eyes and taking deep breaths. The only audible noises that remained in his ears were the sound of his own breathing and Yu's peaceful snores. The sound of his heart beating became quieter as the tension in his body slowly released itself. That painful feeling disappeared before Ivan felt a tinge of loneliness in his heart. It had been a while since you destroyed the amulet that corrupted his mind, and while the existence of it was indeed a danger to him, the fact that it was the only thing to keep him company in his descent was the truth. But in the end he decided to place his trust in you, despite the uneasiness he felt when he remembered the disappearance of his amulet. He looked over at the figure sleeping in the corner of the room as he felt his emotions calm down. The anxiety in his heart cleared just from the sight of her content face. Ivan wasn't sure why, but just looking at her was enough to bring serenity to him. It was something he was quite afraid of, as he was worried he'd become too reliant on her. A sentiment he shared with her before. Ivan chuckled dryly to himself as he remembered her declaration back then. How she patted her chest with absolute confidence as she declared herself becoming elated if he were to rely on her more often. My assistant, though he was the one who invited her to the team, he just couldn't believe that she went ahead with his delusions. Instead, thinking she'd wander off when they got out of here and doing her own thing. But as his assistant he decided he'll place his complete trust in her. Ivan made careful footsteps to her bedside as he rested his head there for a moment. Staring at her peaceful slumber. He held his hand above her nose before tickling it a bit with his finger. He snickered quietly to himself, looking at her scrunch up her nose and turned to face the other way. Yup, she was totally relaxed even in a situation like this. What a slovenly princess. Ivan thought teasingly. Ivan stopped toying a bit with you before moving in to lie in the bed with her. Pulling the sheets over the both of them as he blew out the candle lit aside their bed. And as if acting like a heat-seeking missile, the previous dormant you automatically turned to face Ivan before colliding with his chest again. This time wrapping her arms around his body as if to not let him escape. Ivan only smiled softly at the sight, stroking her hair softly as he hummed another tune. The grip around him lightened as you seemingly fell into a deeper slumber. No matter what happens tomorrow, what Ivan wanted the most in this world was to keep his promise and make sure she made it out of the dungeon. By any means necessary. Ivan returned the hug with his arms, feeling drowsy as the warmth of her body only heightened his tiredness. Tomorrow. He thought to himself. Those doors would either lead to their doom or their dreams. If it was the former, then Ivan would swear in his heart to beat the living hell out of the maverick who designed this place. Then again the maverick would already be dead, ha ha ha. Ivan finally succumbed to his heavy eyes as he drifted away in his dreams, dreaming of a life outside of the labyrinth. One filled with discovery and adventure. A life with the person he trusted the most in the world. The sound of his thoughts went completely silent as the sound of two people breathing resounded throughout the room. The breathing becoming synchronized as if there was only one breath to be heard. Chapter 31. You, wake up, Ivan spoke softly. Getting silence in response, he was about to flip a lid. You, today is an important day, we're gonna have to get up early if we're gonna make the most of our time. Sue, the sounds of her sleeping only got louder in response. Feeling the soreness of his arm, Ivan finally had enough. I said wake up. That anger was projected as he swung the arm you had been sleeping on. She panicked at the loss of the arm before accidentally falling out of bed. She glared at Ivan with discontent as she rubbed the back of her head. One of these days she feels like she'll hit the ground the wrong way, but Ivan probably didn't care much about that as her regeneration would just heal her. Ivan climbed out of bed alongside her and got ready for the day ahead. Cleaning himself while taking account of the things he'll be bringing with him. Doing a brief maintenance check just to make sure everything worked well. Allowing you to suck as much blood away from him as a way to make amends for partially being responsible for her fall from the bed. It would take a while to get back to the 199th floor from where they were at, so he'll feel better by the time they get there. Ivan nodded satisfied as he eyed the contents of his satchel. He had a long debate about whether to bring his backpack alongside him. In the end he decided to do so. If a powerful monster really did reside behind those doors, then he could just leave his bag to the side before they entered. He adorned his gear tightly, making sure that they weren't loose enough to get in the way of his movement. And while Ivan wasn't familiar with making clothing, let alone clothing that'd fit a girl, he did indeed provide you with some equipment. At least he did his best to abide by her requests. For starters, he went ahead and gave her his spare chain mail, though as a mage she shouldn't even be anywhere near an enemy with a sword, but it was better to be safe than sorry. And though he was aware of her regenerative properties, he'd like to leave it at a last resort if necessary. If the situation were to arise that she ran out mana, then she'd need the appropriate defense. He looked over at her to make sure she properly fastened her gear. Nodding satisfied at the sight of her in a white mage's robe. You did a little twirl as she stoically looked back into a mirror. The robe ended at her knees as she insisted she needed the mobility so she can run while casting spells. She pulled the hood up before deciding that she preferred it to be down. Exactly for the same reasons she denied a helmet, she couldn't see a damn thing. No matter how many attempts Ivan made, just making a comfortable helmet for a head other than his own was way more difficult than he thought. Hell, it was already difficult making the brown boots she adorned on her feet. As he needed to get just the right shape and size to ensure her feet wouldn't get sore or anything of the like. It was quite an awkward experience, but in the end they got it done. As for the knee-high black socks, they were something of her own creation as Ivan just couldn't work out how to make them. That as well as the short black skirt she wore. Rather than an alchemist's assistant, she ended up looking more like a mage's apprentice, but then again it's not like Ivan's warmonger look inspired the telltale signs of an alchemist as well. But hey, it was a look they were both satisfied with as Yu's stoic expression turned into a warm smile as she turned towards Ivan. She pulled something out of her pocket as she made a move towards her hair. Ivan watched on curiously as her long hair was reined into a neat ponytail that went on till it reached her waist. She explained to him that hopefully her hair wouldn't get in the way should they need to move. You took no hesitation in teasing the stunned Ivan, who rather held the new look in high regards. Clap. Clasping his hands together, Ivan made a move towards you as they stared into each other's eyes. Today they were prepared for anything. Whether what they met on the other side of those doors were demons or death itself didn't matter to them. What mattered is that whatever it is dared to get in their way. You and Ivan nodded solemnly at each other before making their way to the exit of the safe room. Ivan took one last look at the room before slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Feeling a warm hand wrap around his own as he looked down at you, returning her warm smile with a smile of his own. With their preparations finally complete, Ivan and you descended down to what they believed was the final floor. The staircase before the 200th floor was a long spiral that spanned on for what felt like forever. But once they made it to the end, the doors to the final fight became apparent to them. At the end of the hall they were faced in stood a majestic pair of double doors that spanned for 20 meters. Lined in gold and decorated with ornate patterns and moldings made to look like 7 serpents defended the center. The main part of the door was seemingly made of a hardened material that looked awfully similar to polished granite. There were no handles on the doors as the main function of them seemed that they must be pushed. Ivan had a feeling they'd be unable to push open the doors from the inside so as to make escaping difficult. Ivan and you nodded to each other before both resting their hands on the doors. pushing with all their strength as the light that seemed to be stuck in the room flooded outwards. It was a bit blinding, but both Ivan and you knew they needed to be cautious, so they made sure to keep their eyes open in search of potential foes. Once the doors got pushed open to a certain degree, they continued to move back all on their own. Ivan and you knew they must make their move, so they went ahead and jumped in, assuming defensive positions as they gauged the situation. Or more specifically, they gauged the room they were in. What opened up to them was a massive open room, empty save for the pillars that dotted the area. Each pillar had a spiral pattern engraved into its stone face. It gave off the impression that each pillar was a massive tree with vines entwined around its trunk. The pillars were all spaced evenly apart from each other, and extended all the way to the ceiling 30 meters above. The ground was unnaturally smooth, as if it had been paved. All in all, it was a very majestic room. Ivan eyed the empty room before his eyes trained on the grand doors that stood at its end. The 10-meter-tall pair of double doors also had something engraved into them. There was a heptagon carved into each, with a peculiar pattern adorning each vertex of the shape. You, get a look at those doors. Do you think that's where the Maverick lives? You finished his words with a stern expression. But no matter how one looked at this situation, this room was perfect for some boss fight. The only problem was, where is the monster? Well, he held no doubts the moment they approached the doors one would phase into existence, just like what happened on the 65th floor. And insinuating by the serpent moldings that were on the entrance doors, he got a bad feeling that what would appear would be akin to a certain legendary beast from myth. He turned to you as she did the same, and both showing a resolute expression, they took another step in. BZZT. The massive pillars they thought were there for decoration started glowing one by one, as if responding to their step. This didn't deter the two as they continued to walk towards the doors, but this time with a little more carefulness. Each pair of pillars snuffed out like a flame as they passed. It wasn't until they cleared the last set of pillars that something finally happened. BZZT. A massive, 30-meter large magic circle appeared in the air between them and the doors. It pulsed malignantly as it shot out gouts of dark red light. Ivan instantly recognized the circle as he grabbed you by the waist and slung her onto his back, backing away swiftly as he prepared for whatever was going to appear. It was a magic circle very similar to the one the behemoth was summoned by. However, its size was 3 times larger than that one, and the inscriptions on it were far more complex and precise. You noticed Ivan's trepidation before wrapping her arms firmly around his neck. "We won't lose," she whispered confidently into his ear. Ivan stopped his movements before letting out a hearty laugh, ready to fight to the death with whatever blocked their way. Finally, it let out one last incandescent burst of light. You and Ivan both covered their eyes to preserve their sight. What stood before them was a monster 30 meters in length. It had 6 heads attached to very long necks, each of which had a different colored pattern engraved into its head and a pair of dark red eyes. It resembled the mythical Hydra. Gra! It let out a peculiar howl and focused all 6 pairs of eyes on Ivan and you. The red-patterned head opened its jaw and unleashed a torrent of flames. A vertical wall of fire raced towards them. Water Castle. A surging current of water appeared from Yu's direction and doused the wall of flames before it could touch them. As soon as he was certain all the flames had dispersed, Ivan moved forward and touched the wall of water with his gauntlets. BZZT. His hands sparked for a moment before the wall of water became solid ice and shot out of its formation to pierce the red head of the Hydra. Stab! The crudely formed spears of ice did their job as the red head of the Hydra was sent flying from its neck. But even that celebration was short-lived as the previously silent white head sent out a long screech. A white light enveloped the destroyed redhead before it reattached itself to the severed neck and came back to life. Glacial sleet, a blanket of spear-sized needles shot from Yu's hands and made their way to the green head. The white head sent out another long screech and the head of the green Hydra once again returned to the body as if time had rewound. Ivan threw a canteen into the air as it exploded into a mist of water and transformed into ice needles that made their way to the white head, which he assumed was the healer of the group. However, that attack was defended against by the yellow head that had placed itself in the front and revealed itself unscathed to the two. So far Ivan and you made a note in their minds to remember what ability each head possessed. The white head is the healer, the red head uses flames. The green head shoots wind, the blue head is an ice user, the yellow head is the tank. Now that left one head with unknown abilities. Ivan used the moment the yellow head took a lunge at him to climb up its neck, jumping from head to head as the others attempted to bite at him. Meanwhile you was dealing with the green and red head that had been healed. After some circling back and jumping around, the heads that tried to bite him ended up tangled in their own mess of necks. Ivan peered over at the blue head as he noticed it charged an attack in its mouth. He swung on over and with both of his hands activated his transmutation right on its neck. The head of the blue Hydra swelled for a bit before the ice amassed in its mouth became boiling hot, but in no way was Ivan going to allow it to spit out the boiling water. He jumped onto its head before straddling its mouth closed, laughing heartily as it bashed around in an attempt to buck him off. Slowly the movements of the blue-headed Hydra slowed down. Ivan confirmed its death just to make sure by activating his transmutation once more. Bzzzt. Sparks flew as the water amassed in the monster's mouth transformed into ice. The only problem was that the ice continued to grow bigger and sharper. Combined with its saliva, the blue-headed Hydra laid there silently as the ice started piercing its skin and showing itself to the outside. Ivan finally let his boots touch the ground as he moved away to evade the now untangled yellow-headed Hydra. Pausing in his steps as he now noticed that 6 out of the 7 heads were now focused on him. That left the black-headed Hydra that had been doing nothing till now. Ivan looked over at you before he heard a scream. Use scream. Ah! Ivan responded to the cry as he rushed over to her and carried her in one arm while touching the black-headed Hydra with his other. Bzzzt. Steam arose from its head before it slammed against the floor lifelessly. Ivan dodged between the remaining heads' attacks as he ran far away for cover. When he decided he was far away enough, he manifested his hands of mana to envelope both him and you in a fortified dome. Oi, you! Wake up! I'm so glad, I thought I'd been abandoned again, alone in the darkness. You shivered slightly as the memories replayed in her mind. Ivan questioned her about her words. She in response told him of the visions put in her mind of him having locked her up back in the slab and leaving her. The absolute terror of something like that happening to her had paralyzed her thoughts and stopped her from moving. Ivan, you called out to Ivan, who had come to the conclusion that the black-headed Hydra was capable of casting illusions or some sort of debuff. For you, Ivan was the man who had saved her from her 300-year-old prison. She was elated at having a companion that didn't shun her because of her race. One that in fact happily accepted her and became understanding when it came to her needs. Ivan looked over at you, who seemed as though she was on the very verge of tears. In the span they had been together she had shown him many expressions, but never did he see the fear and sadness that struck her face. Ivan brought his face closer to hers, hesitating a bit before continuing with his motions. Ah! He kissed her on the lips. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, who knows how many times over I would have lost my mind, succumbing to the allure of the amulet and dying alone in this hell. Thanks to you, I have a reason to continue forward. Her eyes opened wide as she stared blankly at him. Ivan only grinned at her expression and held the urge to laugh out loudly, as her usually empty expression was gone and in its place was the most radiant smile he'd ever seen. Alight, you. Let's get out of here and explore the surface together. Yeah. There was more enthusiasm in Yu's voice than usual. The dome opened up as Ivan and you made swift movements out, splitting directions and taking half of the Hydra's aggro each. Crimson Javelin. Force Lasher. Glacial Sleet. Spell after spell erupted from you as she sent a barrage of attacks at the Hydra. Her spells managed to break through the yellow head's tough defense. It recoiled a bit before making its way over to the white head. Ivan, seeing its movements, ran towards the front of the Hydra, ignoring all defense. Lights erupted in the room as a barrage of elemental attacks were sent his way, but even these did nothing to falter his steps as he formed wall after wall. Sometimes making ramps to jump over attacks instead of defending. That combined with you, who stood behind him using her own spells to counter the rest of the heads, made it so Ivan could reach his goal. Seeing the rest of the heads distracted by you, he ran under the body of the Hydra before crawling to where he last saw the white head positioned. Thump thump. The white head turned to its side to see what had hit it. Splash. It screamed woefully as the boiling hot water entered its eyes. The yellow head that was awaiting its heel turned towards Ivan and moved in to squish him with its head. Ivan used that opportunity to climb up on the blinded white-headed Hydra. Bang! The wounded heads collided together as a loud banging noise resounded through the air. You! Now! Ivan yelled out for you as he ran towards her. Thunderlord's Judgment. 6 spheres of lighting encircled the Hydra as Ivan made a cover for him and you to hide in. The spheres started linking together by lines of lightning to create a larger sphere cage of electricity. Then in a flash all the spheres lit up in a magnificent light before the Hydra that was entrapped in the encirclement was engulfed in a giant blue orb of electricity. Boom! The air turned quiet as the howling of the Hydra faded away in their ears. Ivan supported the fatigued you as he revealed his neck to her. She graciously smiled before taking him up on his offer. Ivan peered out of the cover cautiously. Not noticing anything strange, he supported you by her bottom and inched towards the Hydra's carcass. He poked away at it before sighing in relief. Ivan looked down at his companion before showing a smile of pure joy. Though she was a bit tired, it was time they made it beyond these grand doors. Ivan motioned for you to get off his back as they decided to hold hands this time, readying themselves for whatever was behind the doors. And with a solid push, they gently opened the doors. Chapter 32. Ivan and you blocked their vision so as to not be blinded by the light pouring in from the doors. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that the light subsided and the scenery became visible. "It sits another world," you muttered hesitantly. Hanging high above the ceiling was a giant conical structure with a dazzling bright orb hugging the cone's bottom side, a light so bright and warm you and Ivan had mistaken it for the actual sun at first glance. The room they were presented to was about the size of a baseball stadium, with the wall in the far back completely covered by a waterfall. Water poured out of a small opening in the ceiling and fell into a river below that flowed further in, passing through a cavern on the far wall. The rush of falling water created a refreshing breeze that blew pleasantly across their faces. The only odd thing to Ivan was the living fish that swam in the river. It was possible the fish had followed the river's current and traveled there from the surface. Ivan's eyes darted towards the miniature farm that rested across the river. And next to that farm's field was a cozy-looking barn. This field combined with the fish, water, meat, and vegetables present made it possible for one to sustain themselves down here. The entire room was covered in greenery as there were trees scattered about the area. And though Ivan had no complaints about the area, one question did come to mind. Who the hell was the pervert that made this? Located not too far from the entrance was a dirt path that led to some raised stone terrace that sat in the middle of the woods. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the magnificent 4-poster bed furnished with pure white sheets that sat above the platform. Perhaps the maverick was an exhibitionist. You responded shamelessly. Ivan only twitched at her words. For a second he wanted to praise the maverick for creating a structure like this deep in this hell, but all feelings of admiration were almost snuffed out at the possibility that their character seemed a bit dubious. Not that there's anything wrong with being a pervert, Ivan said to himself. He felt a chill up his spine as he turned to face you, who looked away swiftly. You and Ivan followed the path that continued from the wannabe Parthenon before coming across a building. It was more a structure carved directly out of the rock wall than a building. They looked at each other before deciding to venture closer. The rock that the house was carved out of appeared to be some kind of white limestone. It gave off a very clean look. And another one of those light spheres was hanging from the entrance's ceiling. The house was 3 stories tall and well ventilated throughout. Ivan and you made their way inside as they inspected the first floor. What they found was a surprising amount of furniture and appliances. A kitchen, a living room with a fireplace, and even a bathroom. Ivan's desire to just say screw the outside world and live here increased drastically. However, there was something quite odd about all this. That being that all of the appliances and furniture they found on the first floor seemed as clean as new. Never throughout the first floor did they spot a single speck of dust. To them it was quite odd, seeing as how the house had obviously been lived in. They decided to hold further judgment until they cleared all areas in the building, increasing their guard, seeing as how things are becoming mysterious. Having cleared the first floor, Ivan and you went out what appeared to be a back door. Isn't this just a bath? Ivan said disinterestedly at the sight of some lion statue with its mouth half open standing over an empty pool. You walked up to the magic circle imprinted on the ceramic beast as water came pouring out of its mouth. Deciding to move on, the two entered the house again and this time made their way to the stairs. What they discovered there seemed to be a library and a workshop of some kind. Both things being something that greatly piqued Ivan's curiosity. The only stipulation being that both doors to the rooms seemed to be locked with some sort of magic. You had to physically pry Ivan from both the rooms as he nearly contemplated blowing the building up just to get in. It wasn't until she told him that he might destroy the contents of the rooms should he do go through that he finally calmed down. With those 2 rooms being the only things on the floor, they decided to move on to the next level. Pushing the only door that didn't seem to lead to a bedroom on the 3rd floor, Ivan found himself staring at an 8-meter-long magic circle inlaid on the floor that had some of the most complex and subtle inscriptions he had ever seen. The circle's design and layout were so detailed that it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to call the whole thing a work of art. Ivan was stunned by the knowledge contained by the magic circle as his desire to take it apart and examine it grew exponentially. Normally the magic of this world was something he quite looked down on, as unless one had the appropriate affinities then the magic they cast would be at a significant disadvantage compared to those with the affinity. Magic circles on the other hand was something he studied arduously, as the understanding of their composition and form could likely give him ideas and hints on where to improve his own alchemy. He hypothesized that his success with Ars Magna would increase significantly if he were to implement a magic circle, as the inscriptions one could write aloud a greater degree of control, and using a circle as his base meant that he could continue adding onto it and improving it so long as he doesn't stray too far from its original purpose. In a sense, his alchemical circle for Ars Magna would become a crest that could be modified and added onto to generations if he chose so. That would at least guarantee if he were to fall before completing his work that someone he entrusted his dreams to would continue where he left off. Ivan felt a tap on his shoulder before turning over to you, who awoke him from his stupor pointed deeper into the room's shadows. Sitting in the ostentatious chair right next to the circle was a man, or what seems to be the remains of one. Said man was already dead. The corpse had decayed until nothing but bones were left, and it was clothed in a grand robe of black and gold. There was not the slightest hint of dust or grime anywhere on the robe. The skeleton and the magic circle were the only objects in the room. You and Ivan stared at the suspicious skeleton before making eye contact with each other. No matter how you look at it, what they believed to be the maverick had died in his chair awaiting adventurers like them to come along. Transmutation on the walls hadn't worked earlier, so Ivan doubted there were any other ways out of the dungeon other than stepping into this room and seeing what this guy wants, or wanted. I'll be counting on you if anything happens. Alright, be careful. Ivan took steps into the rooms and onto the magic circle. Nothing happened. So he moved even further into the room. It wasn't until he reached the center of the magic circle that a change had transpired. BZZT. The magic circle finally activated and filled the entire room with a bright yellow light. Ivan clutched his head as flashbacks of the events that led to him making it to this level filled his brain. Finally, the magic circle's power began to wane and the light dimmed somewhat. Ivan opened his eyes to the sight of a black-robed young man standing before him. The magic circle still glowed faintly as the room was filled with a mysterious light. Ivan stuck his hand out to the figure that stood before him before noticing that it went completely through him. Confirming his suspicions, he turned to the figure sitting in the chair and nodded as he realized they were wearing the exact same thing. The figure seems to not have noticed his actions as it began to speak. I congratulate you on overcoming my trial. My name is Oscar Orcus. I am the man who created this labyrinth. I suppose to the world I'm known as a maverick. Ivan and you stared at the man, half surprised and half expecting it. By the way, please spare me the questions. This is nothing more than a recording I left behind, so I unfortunately cannot answer any queries you may have. I wanted to tell those who made it this far why it was that we, who learned the truth of the world, chose to fight against the gods, so I decided to leave a message. And this was the simplest form to convey that message in. I want you to know that though we were mavericks, we were not truly rebels. The story Oscar wove for them was completely different from what Ivan had learned from the Holy Church's records, or the stories you had been told about the mavericks. His story was one of mad gods and their descendants that fought against them. In the age of the gods, the races and countries were split up into numerous factions, each of which had their own god. And it was each tribe's god that incited its people to fight against those who worshipped others. After some time, a group appeared that sought to put an end to the gods' games. They called themselves the Liberators. Each a direct descendant of the gods. They searched long and arduous for the home of the gods, Asgard. It wasn't until they found it that they prepared to unleash a battle against the gods residing there. However, the battle had ended before it began, as the gods manipulated every sentient being on the planet into believing the Liberators were trying to destroy the world. The very same people they fought to defend turned against them as they were cursed as traitors. From there on out, the Liberators lived a life on the run as they couldn't bring themselves to fight against the people they swore to protect. With the rest having been killed off, only the 7 strongest remained. With the entire world against them, they scrambled to the ends of the earth and built huge labyrinths to hide themselves. Praying for heroes that would one day clear them so they could bequeath their powers onto them in hopes that these new warriors would carry out their dreams. After his long history lesson, Oscar smiled peacefully. I have no idea who you are, or why you chose to fight your way down here. Nor do I have any intentions of forcing my own dreams of the gods' demise onto you. I simply wanted you to know what it was we fought and died, for as a reward for hearing me out, I shall grant you my strength. How you use it is entirely up to you. I can only pray you won't use it for evil. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening to the end. May the blessings of the gods never reach you. The transmission ended there as Oscar's apparition vanished into the air. A sharp pain hit Ivan's mind as he stepped back. He assumed it was the reward before allowing it to enter his mind. The light of the magic circle finally dimmed out as Ivan was left standing. He waved to Vu's concern as he turned towards her. You heard the guy. Should we choose to believe him, that means this world is in great danger. I personally don't want to get involved with the matters of this world as I have my own priorities. But this is your home, so the decision is up to you. Though I can't deny the idea of visiting the legendary Asgard does intrigue me. You shook her head at Ivan's proposal before continuing. My home is wherever you are. I don't care about anything else. She unabashedly walked up to Ivan and clenched his hand to her chest. Ivan stared at her, stunned with her rather embarrassing proposal, before laughing out heartily. Calming himself down as he noticed the dissatisfaction on her face. But to him it was worth seeing her get embarrassed. Taking his thoughts away from this conversation, Ivan analyzed the magic that had entered his mind. A creation spell that lets him add magical properties to minerals. And create new or with special traits. In shorter terms, he can now transmute artifacts, ones that wouldn't take over his soul. Ivan ushered you to learn the magic from the magic circle. There's no harm in learning a magic spell from the age of the gods even if she weren't compatible with it. After the whole ceremony again, she went up to him and explained that the whole making artifacts thing didn't make sense to her. Most likely it had to do with affinities again. He moved over to the skeleton and removed the ring it adorned with the symbol of a circle with a cross splitting it into even sections engraved on it, the same symbol that marked the engravings on the locked doors from earlier. And with glee in his heart, Ivan made hasty strides to the library. Towing the exasperated you alongside him. Chapter 33. Having entered the Grand Library, Ivan and you searched throughout the bookshelves for maybe a document or something that would lead them out of this place. At first Ivan wanted to take his time and read every book, but after you told him it'd be better to confirm whether they can really escape this place before he dumped days or maybe weeks reading, he decided to join the hunt. It wasn't until they made their way deep into the library that they found what seemed to be a blueprint displayed behind a glass cabinet on the wall. Ivan and you opened the cabinet before holding the blueprint in front of them. And while it didn't seem to be a proper blueprint, seeing as how it wasn't nearly as detailed, it did possess memos and a layout of the house. Luckily a memo was written stating that the magic circle residing on the 3rd floor also doubled as a teleportation circle leading to the surface. The only thing being required was Oscar's ring, which they had graciously acquired from his corpse already. Ivan and you were elated at the fact that, finally, they could return to the surface. In this whole expedition Ivan felt as though he had a newfound appreciation for the outside world, though he was sure the moment he got out he would coop himself in a lab again. But before that there were other documents in the library that caught his eye. Such as the document that explained that the maintenance of the house was handled by a golem that resided in the workshop. And also the fake sun that hung from the ceiling held the same properties as the real sun, meaning they could grow crops here should they wish. Ivan had half a mind to resist just living here forever. He could already imagine a field of materials for his alchemical products. Whether it be elixirs or other tools. Of course though he'd leave some room for its actual intended purpose, food. For as simple as Ivan's taste, where he was sure the taste of fish would drive him crazy should he only eat that. As such he'll make sure to raid the barn for some seeds and the like. He'd have to talk over it with you to see what they should grow for food. As even though his blood acted as a more efficient sustenance, that didn't mean she couldn't enjoy the taste of food. Ivan, look at this. You called for his attention. Turning around he saw another book held in her hands. This time it seemed to be a memo detailing Oscar and his 6 compatriots. It went on to mention the existence of the other 6 members' labyrinth, but it didn't however detail the magic one would acquire from completing them. 6 more labyrinths, Ivan thought to himself. Though he held no intentions to involve himself with the matters of this world. Attaining ancient magic from the age of the gods held a different allure. Besides, Oscar had already stated that he in no means intended for whoever conquered his dungeon to follow through with the goal of the liberators just because they conquered a dungeon. Oscar's only hope was that whoever attained his magic wouldn't use it for evil. But Ivan wasn't exactly sure if his selfish intention constituted evil. Setting that aside, the magic he had just attained was already a useful asset to himself as is. And if there really was a bunch of ancient gods playing around with the lives of this planet's inhabitants, then he wanted to make sure he could defend himself. Ivan mulled it over before making a memo to himself about the location of the known labyrinths. That being 2, the Grand Gruin volcano and the Haltina woods. Other likely spots that they rumored to be hidden were around the Ryzen Gorge and Schnee snow fields. He stared at the diagram of the magic circle on the 3rd floor. Interested in its composition. If he were really to conquer the other 6 dungeons, then he felt it likely studying the ancient magics would bring him closer to achieving Ars Magna. But to study them he'd need to first obtain them. Ivan was stuck in a perpetual loop weighing between the advantages and disadvantages. His thinking leaned more to one side, as beyond Ars Magna there was the high possibility these magics from the age of the gods would aid him in his original purpose. Ivan felt a tug at his waist, so he turned his head down to face you. He stared at her eyes full of concern before ruffling her hair. In response she only closed her eyes contently, allowing herself to be spoiled. The 2 wandered a bit more in the library. Their interest began to die down, seeing as how they couldn't find anything pertaining to the locations of the other labyrinths. Though they didn't completely lose hope, seeing as how Ivan was determined to go through all of the library's documents anyways. It would only be then that they can confirm whether there were any marked locations. But before that there was one more important room to check out, the workshop. You latched onto Ivan's back as he made a beeline for the room. Rather than waste energy being dragged by him, she felt it was more efficient to do this. It wasn't until they opened the first door of the workshop did they notice how strongly guarded it was. The room was separated by a multitude of other rooms and doors that were locked, making it a pain for whoever didn't have the ring to get anywhere. Though Ivan mulled at its pointlessness, seeing as how the ring worked on every single door. One would just need to take it and they would have access to everything in the base. He felt it would have been safer to have a load of other key rings or locks for each door. Sure, it would have been a pain to manage, but at least the room full of precious blueprints and materials would be safe. That's right, inside these rooms were crammed with all manner of ore, tools with unknown purposes, and work manuals. It was basically a researcher's wet dream. You only smiled wryly as she watched Ivan dart around the room like a child excited to play with their new toys. Ivan paused his antics as he turned to you. She noticed the hesitation on his face as she smiled warmly. Hey, you, I know you've been here in this hell for long enough, but I was wondering if you wow. Ivan's words were cut off as you moved closer to him, her smile reminding him of her words when they were being debriefed by Oscar. She held up his hands and cupped them with her own. Ivan, my home is wherever you are. Ivan smiled at her words. He wanted to make use of the documents and materials Oscar had graciously left to them. As such, it would take some time in this environment to make sure nothing was wasted. He still wanted to make a new offensive transmutation style, and this base held all the necessities he needed. In fact, the magic circle they found on the 3rd floor and the documents he peered at briefly were already giving him ideas for its development. Ivan lifted you joyously into the air before making a few spins. They laughed together as the world around turned into a blur. Ivan stared at the gauntlets on his hands for a bit before they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, coursing a bit of mana through the ring on his finger, they reappeared. This was an artifact known as Treasure Trove. A little something Ivan found left behind in Oscar's workshop. A ring that acted as a storage space for Ivan to put his stuff in and withdraw with just his mana. He didn't have a firm grasp on how big the space, but he assumed it was quite large if it was able to store all of the minerals and resources in the workshop. For now, he'd use it to carry the resources and his other gear. As for other practical uses, well, he had something cooking in the oven of his mind. And it had to do with that little act he did now. That magic circle was something truly captivating to someone like him. Its mysteries unveiled itself one after another the more he looked at it. The formation, its constitution, and what it meant. The patterns, and finally the way it activated its energy. It was a magic circle left hundreds or maybe even thousands of years ago, and yet it functioned as intended. Doubling as a message to the living and a teleportation circle to the surface. He had seen other circles with almost the same complexity, if not greater, in some of Oscar's documents, but it would seem Oscar never intended for anyone else to see them, as it was never explained in the writing. The difference between those circles and the one before him was that this one he could analyze in person. Though he didn't go far enough to disturb its groove, as he didn't want to accidentally break it and strand himself and you down here. But even with such an accurate analysis of the circle, he was unable to replicate its effects. He possessed neither the affinity or skills to do so after all. However, though he was unable to replicate the circle's effects, it brought huge inspiration to a newly formed alchemical circle. Though the mana in the air was drastically low compared to how he believed it to be in the Age of the Gods. It was this magic circle that stayed active this long just by drawing in the already thin mana. Sure, Oscar could have used mana crystals to power the magic circle upon someone stepping on it, however it seemed that mana crystals were imbued as grounded dust to form the circle rather than power it. The trigger to this loaded gun wasn't someone stepping into the room, but the fact that the person that contacted the circle had mana in them already. And that made him think. If it was possible for him to inscribe alchemical circles into his gauntlets to display its effects, then what stopped him from doing the same to arms and hands? And potentially, his body. Engrave the alchemical circle into his arms and hands. And become the conduit to his own alchemy. Ivan felt his current weakness was against long-ranged attacks, more specifically magic attacks. Yes, he could break off the magic attacks and defend himself by transmuting his own defense, but a spell fast and strong enough would just tear it all down. Such as how in his battle against you, the moment she dropped lighting on him, his palms couldn't reach the ground before it struck, he simply couldn't outpace thunder. So what if he imbued a special power into one of his arms? And another into his other hand? A hand imbued with the insignia to destroy everything and the other to create. He would simply need to touch a spell to erase it from the world, though it wouldn't be true erasure, as it would simply be reducing it back to its set of parts. And if he touched the disassembled spell with his arm to create, then it'd be possible to reform it for his own uses. Now for the first thing he'd be doing is drawing the transmutation circle for its intended functions. It needs to be able to draw mana from the air, absorb it into his arm, and release the moment he outputs his mana. The first hand he'd be testing on would be his right, making it the arm of destruction. To make sure it'd only activate when he wanted to rather than when it detected mana. He added on another assortment of patterns to serve that purpose. In a sense, its design was composed of a multitude of patterns working together to serve a function. And when he was satisfied with the result, he showed it to you. Ivan, this is amazing. She looked at the diagram of the tattoo before listening to Ivan's explanation of it. However, there was one problem she had with his idea. I don't like the idea of you being covered in tattoos, like a mother afraid of her child going through a rebellious phase, you spoke concernedly. Ivan only smiled wryly at her concerns before going into the workshop. Now that he was done with the design, he'd move on to the next part. Unfortunately, normal ink wouldn't do the trick if he wanted the tattoo to imbue itself with mana. As such, he would follow in the example of Oscar. That being grinding up mana crystals into dust and turning that dust into paint. It was a meticulous and arduous process, but after 7 attempts he got what he was aiming for. A bowl of thick black paint sat on his desk as he observed it quietly, nodding a bit to himself as small sparks arose from when he hovered his pinky over it. This leaves the final step, applying it to himself. It was possible for him to copy the design onto himself, but he was a bit worried about messing up, as the lines and patterns had to be exactly perfect if he wanted it to work as intended. He cleared off the table before calling you into the room. Hey you, I was wondering if you wouldn't mind doing the tattoo for me. I was gonna do it myself, but I got a bit scared, hahaha. He rubbed his head abashedly as he looked at her stoic expression. Her expression remained the same as her eyes were telling a different story. Ivan sighed aloud before acquiescing with her demand. Fine, you can have as much blood as you want during dinner, deal? She nodded her head smugly before patting the table, hurrying Ivan to lay down. It wasn't until he laid on the table that a couple things came to mind. Things like hoping if the vampire queen was good at calligraphy. Or hoping she'd be able to do this for hours at a time. Though that worry was a bit minor to him, seeing as how she seemed to hold a high tolerance for patience. Otherwise she would have lost her mind being locked up in the dungeon for 300 years. Ivan closed his eyes, and drifted away in his sleep, listening to the strokes of her brush, and their soft breathing. Chapter 34. Ivan, it is finished. You wiped the sweat off her brow before heaving a sigh of relief. She looked at the sleeping Ivan before gently waking him up, excited to show him her handiwork, well excited despite her usually stoic face. Ivan opened his eyes groggily before smiling softly at the exhausted and excited you. It had been a few days since they began the process, and yet the progress would only move slowly per hour. As such, it took days for the full tattoo to reach completion. To show his appreciation, he extended his right arm towards Yu's head and... That was close. Ivan hurriedly stopped his hand only centimeters from Yu's head before retracting it. He wouldn't forgive himself if he accidentally blew her head off after she worked so hard. Yu laughed softly as cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Sure, she would have just regenerated back, but she'd rather avoid exploding if the arm is indeed capable of doing what it was intended. Ivan wryly scratched his head before opting to show his appreciation with his left arm. While he had created a specific function to activate and deactivate the right arm, he wanted to be as careful as he can until he gets used to it. As any stray fluctuation of mana could power his arm. Possibly through his emotions or sheer accident. Perhaps if he felt happiness while patting you, it would have triggered the tattoo and boom. Her head would have come apart like a watermelon. After showing his appreciation to you, he did his best to make it out of the room and manor without letting his right hand touch anything. You followed him from a distance, ready to cast a spell should he need it. It wasn't until they made it away from the manor and into the woods that Ivan felt the tension in his body disappear. He looked at the intricate patterns on his right arm before closing his eyes. He imagined the mana within him coursing through the lines of the tattoo before a reaction was elicited. Bzzzt. The familiar sound of sparking erupted in Ivan's ears as he opened his eyes. However, the sight of his own arm shocked him as a development he didn't expect occurred. Instead of the familiar gray-colored mana that would appear whenever he used his mana, what now coursed through his right arm's tattoo was a dark blue color. The familiar gray sparks were nowhere to be seen, as what took their place was blue ones. Even you didn't expect this development as she readied her barrier magic in case something went wrong. Ivan only nodded at her before she became a bit more laxed. As of now, he didn't feel any differences with his mana despite the color change. He activated his hands of mana to confirm a theory of his. As expected, their color remains the same. The familiar sight of the gray-colored tendrils calmed his nerves a bit as he came to the assumption that using his other transmutation skills would also elicit the usual reaction. Meaning this odd situation that had appeared was likely only applicable to his right arm's abilities. Seeing as how it didn't cause any trouble for him, he didn't feel compelled to try to change it to match the rest. In fact, he saw this as a boon. The color of a person's mana is very distinct. So distinct in fact that it is often used for identification along with the status plates. Now that he had access to two different colors of mana, it wouldn't do any harm to keep one color a secret while making the other his main in public. As if there ever came a time he had to hide his identity, he'd just have to only use his hand of destruction and people would most likely not make a connection so long as he properly hid the rest of his identity. Ivan grinned at the blue sparks arising from his right arm as he walked up to a tree. His right arm rested on the tree before. Bzzzt. The sparks grew violent and bright before the sound of electricity coursing became louder. Boom. The trunk of the tree exploded into hundreds of bits and pieces in an instant. Ha 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 ha. It worked. We did it, you. Ivan threw his arms up in celebration as he ran over to lift up you. With his left arm, of course. She laughed alongside him as she was just happy seeing him happy. Well, there was also some pride in her seeing it work as she was the one who inscribed it. When their celebration ended, Ivan decided to return to training with the arm. Sure, it worked on a tree, but he wanted to see if it worked on other matters or anything of the like. He really wanted to get a hold of one arm before adding another tattoo to the other. Different from his other forms of transmutation, his right arm only held two sequences, that being comprehension and destruction. Since its purpose itself was to destroy, the final sequence, reconstruction, was purposefully left out. Ivan walked up to a boulder before repeating the process. His right arm glowed sparks of blue electricity as the noise of the transmutation process grew louder. And then boom, the boulder was obliterated within seconds. Ivan nodded, satisfied with his work as he made his way back to the manor. It would take a few days to get used to the trigger and not accidentally blow everything up, but it was a small price for someone like him. He lifted his right arm above his head as he moved from the entrance to the living room, dodging the cleaning golem as he made his way to you. Right now he wanted to see if the arm tattoo serves its main purpose, destroying spells. Hey, you, do you mind hitting me with a powerful spell? I want to see if this thing works. You nodded curtly to his words. Ivan could have sworn he saw some traces of sadism in her eyes as they made their way outside once more. Once they made it to an empty field, they stood opposite from each other and left quite the large distance between. Alright, you, hit me with it. Ivan held his right arm in front of him as he braced for the incoming spell. You got it, Crimson Javelin. You softly recited the name of her spell as a flame shaped into a spiral spear went soaring through the air and headed towards Ivan's direction. Ivan stared down the spell before activating his right arm. Blue sparks flew through the air as the intensity of them was enough to darken the area around him, his face only visible because of the glowing arm itself. 30 meters left, 20 meters left, 15 meters left, 10 meters now. Bang! The flaming spear made contact with his right palm as it stayed in the air for a bit. The sparks grew more intense. The spear only spiraled more in an attempt to pierce its target. Then, in a single second, it vanished without a trace. Ivan remained in his stance for a moment before looking down at his palm. The residual mana from the combusted spear remained, but that was about it. There were no burns, no scratches, and no cuts. He stared sternly for a second before releasing a sigh of relief. Now they could move on to actual testing. He ran up to you to talk with her about the results. It was a success, though the reaction took longer than I expected. I'm sure it could be sorted with some practice and adjustment. As for mana output, I shouldn't have much of a problem seeing as how I already have a large capacity. Even if mana consumption were an issue, I'm sure we could create something to solve it. You affirmed his words as they started talking about their next set of actions. Sooner or later you will assist him with the other arm, but first he'll get adjusted with the current. The debate was whether to wait 1 week or 2. In the end they decided 2, no reason not to act with precaution. Wind blades. A flurry of sharp wind blades flew towards Ivan at startling speeds. No doubt if they hit him his body would be cut to bits and pieces. However, instead of dodging, he fearlessly charged forward, holding his right arm in front of him. Bzzzt. As his hand collided with the wind blades nearest to him, Ivan continued forward without hesitation as they exploded upon contact, dissolving into nothingness. Seeing the fastly approaching Ivan, you only held both her hands in front of her as a thick wall of water appeared before him. She stared at it silently before hoping it would be enough to deter his pursuit. But contrary to her expectations, instead of going over or around, Ivan only made his way to the wall swiftly with his right hand held out. She stared in awe as the wall exploded upon contact and water flew everywhere. She knew if they didn't ban the gauntlets for this trial, there was no doubt Ivan would use the explosion of water to his advantage. But rather than thinking of that right now, she should be focusing on the great strides he was making towards her. She sweated a little internally seeing his right arm approach closer and closer. However, she had the high ground. Taking advantage of the inclined hill she stood upon, she would make sure to hit Ivan with this attack as he slowed down to climb. Azure Blaze. The familiar ball of blue flames appeared above Ivan's head as he felt the area around become significantly hotter. Seeing the sun dropping towards him at a quick pace, Ivan only lifted his right arm above him. If this was truly a trail to see its capabilities, then let it be known that all of his other abilities were currently banned. That means no water-based transmutation, no regular transmutation, and no hands of mana. The only weapon he had was that right arm of his. Bang! The ball of flames collided with his palm as a loud crashing noise reverberated through the air. However, compared to the other magics, this one had overstayed its welcome by a bit. 1 second had gone by. 2 seconds had gone by, and finally 3 seconds. It took a whole 3 seconds for the spell to crumple under his palm. It was a little disappointing for him, but seeing as how they were currently conducting a trial, he needed to focus on his goal. He ascended further up the hill to meet a collapsed you. Ha 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 ha. It would seem casting that grand attack for the 4th time today on top of the other spells really took it out of her. She pouted cutely at his teasing before accepting his proposal for a piggyback ride. Well, I think it's time for the other tattoo, Ivan spoke excitedly to you, who nodded from his back. Let's do it. The excitement in her tone betrayed the expression of stoicism she showed on her face as Ivan recognized the gleam in her eyes. And with a march in his steps, Ivan made his way to the manor. Of course, they'd have to wait for you to recover before they continued first. Chapter 35. It had finally been completed. Ivan sat up from his laying position before inspecting both of his arms, the right arm for destruction, and the left for creation. He reached out to pat you on the head, this time not afraid of using his right arm. And she in turn received the affection without any hesitation. Not afraid of what the arm may do to her. It had taken 2 weeks, but Ivan had gained enough confidence in his control of the right arm that he no longer worried about destroying things with it. Though there were quite a few incidents that took place leading up to that level of control. Such as when he reached for toilet paper to wipe himself. The pain and sadness he felt when it exploded in his hand was paramount to when he discovered the 100th floor wasn't the end of the dungeon. But now he didn't have to worry about stuff like that, hopefully. Now that brings us to the inception of the left arm. The arm of creation. As it sounds, it does the reverse of his right arm. At least it is supposed to. Instead of stopping at the destruction sequence of alchemy, its purpose was to complete all 3 without the need for an alchemical circle, seeing as how it had replaced such a requirement. As for how it looked, it differed mostly from the right arm, as in the inscriptions and engravings were also reversed as well. Running up his arm instead of down it. It was a change he welcomed, as if they ended up looking similar then he would be afraid of mismatching them. But all he has to do is make sure the symbols and runes went away from him to use his arm of destruction, and make sure they went against him if he wants to use the arm of creation. Ivan went out to the field to once again test this new addition to his arsenal. You following behind him just in case. But they weren't too worried this time, seeing as how its function differed from the arm of destruction, which could destroy Ivan's own body if he wasn't careful. He held his left arm in front of him as he closed his eyes. BZZT. The now familiar blue sparks didn't appear, as they were replaced by something else instead. When Ivan opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of red sparks. But compared to last time, he didn't show a reaction. He had expected such a result. In fact, he rejoiced in it. It would only help him in distinguishing which arm he was using. Though that may not necessarily be a good thing, seeing as how his enemies over time would notice it too. However, that only meant he would have to end his fights fast, the whole reason the arm tattoos were invented in the first place. With his left arm sending red sparks through the air, Ivan traced it as the lines of the tattoo held a similar color. He nodded, satisfied with the outcome. Though now it would be good for a more practical test. He looked at the familiar obliterated tree as he held his left arm up against what remained of the trunk. Nothing happened for a moment before the sparks grew brighter. The red in his arm became more luscious as the trunk of the tree slowly started to grow. Well, it was more stretched than anything. But in only a short matter of time it became the height it once was. Ivan put down his arm as he inspected it. He was afraid of outputting all of his mana and making the tree explode into the air, so he made sure to do the recreation process slowly. But now he was going to have to input a certain amount if he wanted to compare it to his usual transmutation. BZZT. He held up his left arm to the now tall tree trunk. He closed his eyes as he imagined what it looked like before it was stretched out. The red sparks activated from his arm again as the tattoo's faint glow became brighter. And then, voila! The moment he opened his eyes, the tall tree trunk that was before him became an identical match to the destroyed trunk from before. It only took a single second. But the scene had changed to match the past, the only discernible difference being that the tree was no longer covered in debris as it once was, as if someone vacuumed it clean before leaving it there. Ivan stared at the scene for a moment. Pondering in his mind. This was the exact outcome he desired. The only problem being that whole debris thing. Sure, normally people don't go up to something destroyed and inspect around looking for the scraps. But anyone who could discern the difference from normal destruction would surely become suspicious. He looked down at both of his arms before smiling happily. As far as he was concerned, this experiment was a success. All that's left was to familiarize himself with the new arm and then practice using both in tandem. Ivan felt giddy all over just imagining the look on someone's face when he grabs their spell with his own hand before repurposing it to attack them. It would also be another process left to some practice and adjustment, but to him it didn't feel all that unfeasible. He ran up to you to ask her if she'd be willing to unleash another magic spell on him. This time something more powerful. He was quite afraid he wouldn't be able to manage using both at the same time, but living in fear wasn't going to get him anywhere, or so he felt. So against her worried exclaims, Ivan only asked you to trust him. She nodded reluctantly as his words before taking a position of her own. Sweat dripped down Ivan's face as he stood far from her. The scariest thing about this trial was that he wouldn't know if it worked until it was right in front of him. You mulled over her arsenal of spells, looking for something powerful yet not lethal enough to severely injure or kill Ivan. She was quite nervous, but according to Ivan's words, one must take risks if they were going to accomplish anything, and if she was going to become a useful assistant to Ivan, the last thing she wanted to do was doubt his words. Here we go, Force Lasher. A vacuum of wind was shot in Ivan's direction before its spiraling nature threatened to suck him up and mince him in its strong force. However, he did not move a single step, instead opting to hold both of his arms in front of him. Slowly his feet started to get pulled by the vacuum force, but even then he dug his heels deep into the ground. It was only a matter of time before the thing reached his palms, and by God was he going to wait for it. In his mind he imagined its decomposition, reversing the steps from its inception down to its basic forms, the outcome. The mana infused, and the magic circle. Though the last step did not apply to you, it was still something he kept in mind. Once his right hand took care of that, then he would move on to the left. While the mana would be dispersed because of the spell breaking, so long as he was quick enough he would theoretically be able to reconstruct it with his left arm into its former spell. From that point it would just be releasing it back to his enemy before it consumed him. And so, he decided to do just that. Whoosh! The whirling winds became louder as he was nearly dragged from his spot. Looking at the attack only meters from him, Ivan only sighed. He prayed in his damn heart that this'll work, otherwise he might be bedridden for a while. But even those remarks became obsolete as he hardened his resolve, staring resolutely at his impending pain. 25 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 0. Ivan snapped his arms forward as the whirlwind touched his palms. For a moment he felt a sharp pain in his right arm as he charged up its tattoo. He then released it all in one burst and BZZT. The blue sparks glowed brilliantly as the whirlwind died down and became reduced to nothing, but that wasn't all, as he threw his left arm into the air as well. This time red sparks erupted into the air as the rest of his arm glowed a dark crimson. BZZT. A low buzzing noise grew louder as the winds that had calmed down all of a sudden returned to a frenzy. Ivan felt a large force of gravity engulf his left arm as he struggled to hold it into the air. The force of the wind growing stronger as he directed his arm up towards the sky. And with another burst of his mana. Whoosh! The previously vanished Force Lasher popped back into existence, this time coming from Ivan's direction. Ivan stared in amazement as the whirlwind flew up into the air before dispersing back into nothingness. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. His silence only lasted seconds as the faint laughter coming from his mouth grew louder in volume. He looked over at you, who was locked in the same amazement he was. To her, Ivan had just become the enemy of all mages. She returned his gaze as they stared at each other for a moment. At least that was until they started running towards each other, you jumping into the air as Ivan caught her and spun in circles. Celebratory cheers resounded throughout the floor as Ivan and you made their way back to the manor, ready to celebrate all through the night. This experiment had become a success. It had been 2 weeks since the inception of the Arm of Creation. This time Ivan was able to familiarize himself with it quicker than the Arm of Destruction, seeing as how he was already quite well adjusted with the required sequences. In that time you and Ivan worked hard to prepare themselves for their return to the surface. Whether it be training their skills or creating new equipment. You was excited to see what life was now like on the surface. Ivan on the other hand was worried about how much trouble they'd receive because of the war. The last thing he wanted was a war he was not involved in to interfere with his craft and life. And while it may seem quite selfish, he held no intention of helping his classmates out on it. Sure, maybe he might lend a hand to those he considered friends, like Aiko and Hajime. But as for everyone else, well, he could only say good luck to them. He didn't suffer down in this hell for who knows how long just to become a dog of war again. He smiled at you while passing over a gold ring and a pair of matching earrings. These were a little something he came up with using the schematics Oscar left behind in his workshop. You only held out her right hand before staring at the ring intently. Ivan only laughed wryly before placing it on her ring finger, nodding satisfied with his handiwork. You only smiled brightly at the ring before using her other hand to gesture at Ivan to give her the other thing. Ivan sighed embarrassed before taking out a matching ring from his pocket. You took it out of his hands as she pulled his left hand forward. Then adorning the ring onto him she nodded satisfied. Am I to take this as a proposal, you? Ivan smiled smugly as he stared at you whose face had become flushed. And if I say it is, then how will you respond? She spoke softly in response to his teasing with a question of her own. Her curiosity became apparent behind her embarrassment. Ma, then I would say, I do. Ivan smiled warmly at you who had shown the most radiant smile he had ever seen according to his words. With each hand holding the other, they stepped onto the magic circle before embracing each other as they were enveloped in a dazzling bright light. And just like that, the floor that had been unoccupied for centuries returned to its dormant state. Chapter 36. That breath of fresh air and sound of birds chirping never appeared as Ivan and you hoped. Instead, what had greeted them was the familiar sight of stone walls as they had seen many times in the dungeon before. But they remained composed as you used a fire spell to illuminate their surroundings. Indeed, what they found themselves in was another cave. However, this cave was quite narrow as it seemed unnaturally paved towards a single direction from where they appeared. Ivan and you looked at each other before moving away from the magic circle they were teleported with and deciding to follow the path carved for them. Not like they had anywhere else to go. Well, at least after confirming that Ivan's transmutation neither worked on the floor, walls or ceiling. As for why they were composed even in such a situation, it's not like they really expected the magic circle to the bottom of the great Orcus labyrinth to be out in the open in some patch of grass. Of course Oscar would have taken great precautions to mask it if he didn't want his hunters to find him. While Oscar's character was quite dubious. From the documents they found and the message he left behind, he didn't seem evil enough to give them false hope, or rig their escape path with traps. But even then they wanted to be extra careful as they trekked down the hall ready for any attack. However, that attack never came as they were greeted by a dead end. Ivan and you observed the wall that blocked their path closer as they discovered a thin line that ran up it vertically. At least up until the point it reached palm-sized heptagon carved into it. They noticed the familiar design etched into the heptagon before Ivan activated the treasure trove equipped to his finger. The ring they had taken from Oscar's finger appeared in his hands as he held it up to the etched heptagon. With a grandiose boom, the line in the wall pulled open like a door and revealed the rest of the path. Ivan and you followed the path, coming across similar doors and other traps, each being opened or disabled with just the flash of the ring. It wasn't long until the scenery changed. Ivan and you both twitched their noses before halting their steps. They looked at each other at the same time before noticing the faint light at the end of the hall. Careful steps became brisk jogging. Then running, then sprinting as the two raced towards the exit. Sunlight. Just beyond this hall was the world they seeked. As such, there was no way they would ignore their excitement. Their desires only became stronger as they felt a fresh breeze hit their faces. Both of them burst out into the light at the same time. You spread her arms as if embracing the world while Ivan took a knee before wiping a lone tear from his left eye. For the first time in forever they breathed an air different from the staggered one in the dungeon. Ivan awoke from his stupor as he realized the ground he was kneeling on was neither soil nor grass. Instead, what they both currently stood on was a floor not too different from the stone lining the Grand Canyon. In fact, Ivan looked up before noticing that they indeed stood at the bottom of some gorge surrounded by the same rocks. As of now he had no doubts as to where they found themselves. The Ryzen Gorge. A great gash in the earth that divided the north and the south. A gorge that ran anywhere from 1 kilometer deep in shallow areas to 2 kilometers in other places. Spanning anywhere from 900 meters wide to 8 kilometers wide. One could make it to the Gruin Desert so long as they followed it to the west, or to the Haltina Woods if they decided to go east. However, there was another property of this area that made it such a dreaded one besides the powerful monsters that inhabit it. That being, so long as you stood beneath these cliffs it was impossible to use magic. Or so that's what Ivan had read from the Holy Church's documents in Oscar's library. But for now none of that mattered. The only thing you and Ivan wanted to do was gaze at the sun together. Though the sun in Oscar's hideout was indeed created to have identical properties to the real deal. You and Ivan couldn't help but find a greater sense of serenity from just seeing the true sun. They smiled brilliantly as they laughed out loud when they both had to look away and wipe the tears that had accumulated. We really did it, you, Ivan spoke, choked with emotion. Ah, we did. You carried a similar sentiment as she looked on over at him. They did nothing to break eye contact as they instead made a move to get closer. And as if to destroy it all, Ivan hurriedly pulled you into a hug before spinning her into the air. We made it to the surface, you. Yeah. You responded enthusiastically to his outburst. However. Gale. Before they had noticed it, they were surrounded by monsters. It had seemed their little celebration of theirs attracted quite the group to them, as the monsters began howling and growling. Sit tight, you, this is the worst place for a mage like you. Ivan readied his fists as you backed up with a pout on her face. As mentioned before, the Ryzen Gorge was famous for its property of dispersing the mana that went into the formation of a spell before the user is able to cast it. While it wasn't impossible for people with large magic capacities like Ivan and you, not to mention the mana storage jewelry they adorned, to cast a spell, seeing as how they just held such a grand reserve. The cost of replacing the dissipated mana with even more of their own was quite hefty. Which is why Ivan wanted to save you as a last resort, seeing as how all of her capabilities are magic-based. For now it'd be more cost-effective to just beat the shit out of the enemies that appeared before them until they made it out of the gorge. Gale. Ivan responded to the double-headed T-Rex as he held his right arm in front of him. His actions were followed by a mad dash towards it. Seeing the fast-approaching food, the T-Rex monster only remained in its spot. The moment Ivan had made it directly in front of it, the two heads made a lunge for his body. Whoosh! Ivan managed to dodge both of their bites easily as he climbed onto their necks. Ignoring the bucking of the monster, Ivan only pressed his arm down on one of its heads before. Bzzzt. The head of the monster he touched exploded into a gush of blood and flesh as the remaining head roared in agony. Ivan mulled over the cost of his attack before moving on to the next head, taking advantage of its howling to do the same as before. With a snap of his fingers, the ring on his finger glowed as the water transmutation gauntlet for his left hand appeared. He ran up to another monster before touching it with his left hand. And in a flash of grey, the beast could only blink helplessly as its frozen body fell to the ground. Crash! The suspiciously ice-shaped monster shattered into a million pieces as the remaining monsters stared in silence. Their howling and roaring grew quiet as they shivered at the sight of their prey approaching them swiftly. In the end, only one more monster remained as the rest already scurried away. All living beings possessed the fight or flight response, and it seemed this beast chose to fight. At least that was what Ivan thought as he grabbed the bleeding T-Rex with both of his hands and flung it to the final challenger. The final challenger only remained still as the corpse of its compatriot exploded right into its face. It clawed away at its own eyes before tripping on its way out. Ivan only leisurely approached the cowering beast before removing the gauntlet from his left hand. He rested his right arm onto its back before red sparks flew into the air. He watched in interest as the beast's body contorted and bended from his touch. Ignoring the beast's howl, he decided to put it out of its misery as the neck molded into a form it shouldn't have. Crack! The beast's whimpering grew silent as the air stood still. Ivan observed his left hand as he contemplated something for a bit. You trotted briskly up to him. What's wrong? Nothing, you, it's just that the arm of creation seemed to inflict greater pain than I imagined. Well, it's obvious whoever is under its effects feel the transmutation of their body. It's not strange that having your organs and bones molded into places it shouldn't would hurt a lot. I suppose I should just be satisfied that it could even transmute living creatures. Ivan released a sigh as he shrugged his shoulders. This was just a little test he's been meaning to conduct since getting the tattoo inscribed. While it wasn't possible to mold living beings using his original method of transmutation, the arm of creation made such an act feasible. It being imbued with life itself while attached to his arm is probably attributed to the act. He patted Yu's head as she closed her eyes contently. A flash of green shone from his finger as a large backpack appeared on his back. Now that he was done with his little test, it was time to hit the road. By no means did he intend on staying in a desert after being cooped up in a dungeon with nothing but caves. Heading to the Hultina woods should be their first objective. Seeing as how where there's trees there's likely to be a town or civilization nearby. He shared his thoughts to you as she nodded to his words. Rather than this dry cavern, she wanted to be in a lively and vibrant forest. The heat in this area largely contributed to her decision. Using the sun to determine which way was east, Ivan and you started their trudge to the woods as they enjoyed their stroll on the surface. Along the way they were sure to meet other monsters and creatures. But they weren't afraid, they were demons cultivated by the depths of hell. Orcus. What do they have to fear from some lowlifes that wouldn't even be able to handle a single kick from a rabbit on the 101st floor? Chapter 37. Ivan and you peered over the edge of the gorge as they had been making their way to the woods. As for why they were on top of the gorge, well, Ivan felt like there'd be a lot less monsters to deal with up there than down in the valley. So to test that theory out, he had spent an hour climbing its side. It was a pain with you on his back, but he kept that rather crude remark to himself as he was sure she'd sulk about it. But it was good to have her up there with him, seeing as how these wyvern-looking birds with spiky tails would every once in a while dive to take a bite at them. Sure, magic was quite difficult to use in the gorge, but the effects of that debuff were a lot less heavier up here than within the gorge itself. And seeing as how Ivan had no range other than throwing water at them, it was better for you to deal with them using her magic. After all, the water he had on him wasn't infinite. Sure, he made sure to fill a ton of canteens when they were in Oscar's lair, but he'd rather not waste them on something you could easily dispose of. But returning to the scene at hand. Ivan and you peered over the edge of the gorge as they heard a strange noise emanating from it. Rather than a monster's howling or the roars of some beast, what they heard was akin to a girl screaming. That's when Ivan's ring flashed green briefly before a pair of binoculars appeared in his hands. He passed one over to you before taking a look for himself. The source of the noise became apparent as they laid their eyes on a figure desperately flailing about in an attempt to get away from one of those two-headed T-Rex. However, there was something that particularly caught the eyes of Ivan and you as they looked at this figure. Apart from her blue eyes and light blue hair, what grabbed their attention was the pair of rabbit ears sticking out of her hair. A rabbit man? You muttered aloud. Ivan confirmed her words with a nod of his own. As far as the reading he's done, this girl flailing about was indeed a member of the rabbit men, seeing as how she possessed their distinctive rabbit ears. Should we help her out? You looked over at Ivan inquisitively, hinting at him to make the call. Meanwhile he pondered the benefits in his own mind. If they were going to find the labyrinth in the Haltina woods, they probably need a guide, as the fog that envelopes the area makes it impossible for races other than the Beastmen to navigate through. He recalled the info of the rabbit men he read back in the kingdom. By strength standards they were to be considered the weakest of the Beastmen. Not to mention their docile personalities that only made them look lower in the eyes of others. If anything, their popularity came from their cuteness. As such, it was quite common for them to be hunted as slaves. Which asked another question: even if they helped out this rabbit man, odds are they'll refuse to cooperate in fear of it being some trap to enslave them. But if they were going to make a decision, then it would be now. The female rabbit man was only inches away from the two-headed T-Rex after all. Sooner or later she'd run out of stamina and be eaten to death. You nodded over at Ivan as he made a signal with his eyes, then without another moment of hesitation she aimed her arm down at the two-headed T-Rex. Crimson Javelin. As those words came out of her mouth, a spear made of flames projected itself into the air immediately and flew at startling speeds towards the monster. The rabbit man on the other hand laid on the floor helplessly as she accepted her impending doom. Bang! Only that doom never came. The rabbit man opened her eyes in shock as she heard a loud thump before her. She looked down at the lifeless two-headed T-Rex that was only centimeters away from her. She stood up in confusement as she kicked the body to make sure it was dead. From that point on she drifted her eyes everywhere in order to find her mysterious savior. The Dihedor, it's dead, she whispered aloud, as if not being able to accept the situation. Thump. That's when a loud bang erupted from behind her. The moment she turned to look at the source, she had to cover her eyes from the collective dust that threatened to go in her eyes from whatever fell from the sky. And as the dust settled, the sight finally became apparent to her. A figure she assumed was a man stood kneeling in the sand. His helmet of steel covering his expression as the mantle that hit his body flew wildly in the wind created from the impact. Her eyes followed the curvature of his chest plate as she noticed the figure straddled onto his back. It was a girl, a very small girl. She wore a white robe as she readjusted her ponytail that had been disturbed by the impact. The small black bow she adorned on her head drew the rabbitman's attention as she shivered under her crimson-red eyes. But rather than being afraid of the two that had mysteriously appeared, she jumped in joy as she made a lunge at them. To her these figures were the precise reason she dared to enter this ridge anyways. She risked her own life just to meet them, the people from her dream. There was no way she wasn't going to celebrate the fact that her sacrifices had bore fruit. Ivan only watched on in a daze as the scantily clothed bunny girl wrapped herself against his foot as she murmured things like, "I've finally met you guys," or "I knew my vision wouldn't be wrong." All the while tears fell from her eyes. His actions faltered as he looked at this rather pathetic sight. At first he had intended on making some grand entrance to gain her trust, but now he couldn't help feeling guilty. However, you was different. Bang! Gwa! With a boot to her face, the light blue-headed bunny girl was sent flying into the air. Her body comically rolled a few times before stopping. You on the other hand nodded in satisfaction before she returned to her spot on Ivan's back. That was our guide, you know. I know. Now why is our guide lying lifelessly in the sand? Because she was holding on to you, you stated her reasoning without an ounce of shame on her face. Ivan only sighed before walking up to the mangled figure. The first person they met on the surface, and you probably killed her. But honestly he was sort of expecting such a development. He knew that you would have a problem if any other girls clung to him, seeing as how affectionate she was in the dungeon at all times. Ivan laid his left palm on the disfigured rabbit before her bones started aligning back to their former state. Surprisingly she had survived Yu's brutal kick, so Ivan was doing what he could to make sure she would live another day as their guide. He ignored her groans of pain as he watched on as the bones reverted to normal. Then he nodded with satisfaction, an action that seemingly ticked off the rabbit girl. I almost died, you know. I want an apology. I'll forgive you guys if you save my family. Who should you really be taking this tone with the people that saved your life twice? Has this family of yours never taught you manners? You guys are the reason it almost ended a second time. The bunny girl held her head in frustration as she did her best to readjust her messed up hair. Though the people in front of her were different from the heroes she imagined, she still decided to rest her hopes on them. They were the people she envisioned to save her family after all. She dusted off what remained of her clothes as she presented herself in front of the two. I am Shay, the eldest daughter of the HIATUS tribe. The two stood in silence as they egged her on to continue. Seeing this, Shay smiled brightly before stating her intentions. Amicham. I'd like to enlist the two of you to save my family before they are eaten alive or sold off as slaves. Please, I'm begging you. She finished off her statement with a bow as she began to prostrate herself onto the floor. Ivan and you looked at each other for a moment. The guide they were looking for seems to come with strings attached. Not only that, but judging by the urgency she's showing, there seemed to be some baggage as well. We will hear your story. However, I know that we hold the final decision, and of course should we help you out we ask that you owe us a favor in return. Think of it as a way of making up for my partner's slip-up. You pouted off to the side as Ivan spoke conditions with Shay. What the two lacked currently was funds. Interestingly enough, though, the lair to the Orcus labyrinth held tools and materials far more valuable than any treasure. The two saw it too dangerous to reveal them. Doing so would be the same as painting a target on their backs. So seeing the opportunity to gain something using their strength, they went ahead and decided to listen. Well, the truth is, she went on to explain her circumstances. Usually a beastman would possess no mana. That's what made them hated by the Holy Church that believed them to be godless beasts. As their religion found mana as a gift from Lord Hit. The beastmen on the other hand despised those with mana, seeing those with it akin to the monsters that terrorize their forest. Now it's probably easy to assume what would happen to a beastman should they be born with mana. As in, they would suffer the discrimination from both sides. Odds were they would be ostracized from the forest and sent out to die in the hands of some slave trader or warrior with strong belief. However, that's precisely the case for the rabbit man that stood before you and Ivan. Like a monster, Shay was gifted with the ability to manipulate the mana running through her body. Not only that, but she even had a specialized magic like most monsters. If not for the Hylia tribe that treated its own as family, she would have been discovered and persecuted. Instead, the clan took it upon themselves to hide her existence for 16 years. Raising her with utmost care. That was until a few days ago when someone from the outside heard of her. To escape persecution, she fled the forest which had its own country in it. Verbergen. And alongside her family they just headed toward the direction of the mountains in the north. There they intended to live off the land. Sure, it would be harsh, but better that than executed by Verbergen or sold off as slaves in the Holshire Empire. Unfortunately, the moment they stepped foot out of the forest they ran into Imperial soldiers. A battalion-sized army at that. Over half of the rabbit men were captured in their escape, the rest ran towards Ryzen Gorge in hopes of deterring the ensuing soldiers. Their plan was half successful as the soldiers didn't dare go in. However, everything went wrong when they left a battalion to guard the exit to the gorge. Meaning either the rabbit men stayed in until their inevitable death at the hands of a monster or turned themselves into the Holshire Empire to become slaves. Before we knew it, our group of 60 had been whittled down to 40, at this rate we'll all be killed. Please, please, you have to save us. I'm begging you. When they inquired the specifics of her specialized ability they got a curt answer in response. Ivan mulled to himself as he weighed the benefits. A rabbit that can see possible futures when she's in danger, the Holshire Empire, the dungeon in the Haltina woods. To agree with her request would be to become the enemy of a nation. Ivan in fact had briefly thought of taking base at the Empire once before. Seeing as they are an adventurer and mercenary hive that attracts all kinds of warriors. Warriors that'd fund his operations with just a few of his products. On the other hand, he held a general distaste for their beliefs. To do whatever it takes for power, even if it means enslaving the lives of others. Hell, slavery was something even the Holy Church didn't condone publicly. Another option of his that he favored greatly was the nation of independent merchant Republic of Furin. A land that, as it sounds, is an extremely popular place for merchants, craftsmen, and tourists. To him that seemed like the more likely location to suit his desires. He looked at you before receiving a nod from her in return. Seeing this, he sighed to himself as his vision returned to the Shay who had prostrated herself on the floor. Screw it. Save some rabbits, take on the dungeon, and then run to Furin. Seems simple enough. With this in mind, Ivan opened his mouth to speak to the rabbit. Very well, you got yourself a deal, miss. Chapter 38. You and Ivan continued their path down the gorge, this time with a new addition to the team. Shay Hylia. A rabbit girl from the Rabbitmen tribe. Though she came from what could be considered the weakest tribe, she herself was a singularity from the norm. Unlike the rest of the Beastmen race, she was a rare case of a Beastman born with mana, not only that but the ability to manipulate that mana as well. A trait Ivan's only seen in you so far. Unfortunately, she hadn't received proper magic training. Instead, living her life unconsciously coursing the mana through her body and therefore toughening it. As such, she was very resilient and tough, not to mention her physical abilities, which Ivan could only guess as being strong enough to shatter a boulder with her fists. Ivan sighed as he imagined the possibilities. She could really become a melee master if she trained hard enough. He only lamented her passive nature as a member of the Halia. He turned to you as she returned the eye contact back. They had been walking for about 30 minutes now. Ivan refused to carry both you and Shay up the ridge, as he was sure he'd collapse before making it even halfway. Shay pouted to the side before releasing her complaints. As if knowing what he was insinuating. Anyways, though they were supposed to advance with urgency, Ivan and you saw no point in getting worked up, as if they did manage to reach their enemies it was better to be in tip-top condition than out of breath. A point Shay reluctantly agreed to, seeing as she had no room for negotiation. But it was along this journey that Ivan decided to court trust with their new companion. As if she did hold up her bargain and lead them through the sea of trees, he didn't want her to betray them and abandon them in the fog. Not that he fully trusted in her from this single bout of conversation. Even if she was a beastman, Ivan wasn't sure how they navigated through the fog. For all he knew, only selected members of the beastmen race were able to traverse through it unharmed. Meaning there was always a chance this little bunny in front of them was lying to save her family. Hey Shay, if you can really see the future, then how were you discovered by the beastmen in Verbergen? Shouldn't you have been able to avoid them? The expressive and active Shay he had known till now disappeared, as an unrecognizable smile appeared on her face. Ivan could only guess it to be one of self-depreciation or self-loathing. Her ears drooping as she turned to him. The future is something we always have the power to change. At least, that's what I believe. But there are some things you can't change no matter how hard you try. I realize that again every time I fail to change something. I couldn't change the one future I really wanted to. Maybe if I just tried a little harder, I could have. Ivan continued his walk without responding to her statement. In his mind the words she said repeated in his mind over and over. In front of him was someone with an ability people would kill for. And yet with that she's forced to mull over if she could have changed the result should she have tried harder. To see a bad future and do nothing about it, no one would just sit by and let it happen. In his mind he commended this bunny girl for her bravery. As even if she realized the futility of her actions, she still fought hard for a future she sought. That solemn atmosphere disappeared as Shay ran to the front of the pack. Nay, may I ask what your names are? Shay halted from her lead in the group before twirling around with a smile on her face. Ivan stared for a moment before considering using a fake name. Now that he was considered dead, it'd do him no good to run around telling people his true name. Sure, he could trust Shay. But would Shay be able to keep secrets from her family? He had no idea. My name is you responded first with her usually stoic expression and voice. She seemed to have caught on to Ivan's thinking as she took a glance at him from the corner of her eyes. Yua-chan, huh? Shay clasped her hands as a joyous smile appeared on her face. However, you had a problem with the honorific she just used. Her aura became darker as Shay felt that the small kid that stood in front of her had suddenly become towering. Call me Yua-san, you stupid rabbit. Fway. Ivan took that little distraction by you to finally come up with a name he was satisfied with. He waited for you to declare her origins to Shay before providing Shay with his own name. However, his confidence dwindled as both of their eyes landed on him. His throat became dry as he felt his head get hot. Cough. Ivan cleared his throat as he looked at the glimmer in Shay's eyes. She had just learned of Yu's grand identity, so now she was really expecting something amazing from Ivan, and who was he to not deliver? My name? Kukuku. I am Vaughn Hohenheim, the would-be legendary alchemist to recreate life itself. But you can call me Paracelsus. However, silence was all he got. Fufufu, Ivan twitched, hearing a familiar sound emanating from you. His head creaked up as he noticed you holding a hand over her mouth, then turning his head to Shay, who held a hand over her gut. Ha ha ha. Shay collapsed to the ground before bashing her fist over and over in an attempt to regain her breath. Her ears twitching furiously as tears threatened to leak out of her closed eyes. Ivan returned to his normal stance as he stared at the scene stoically, holding his right arm up to his face as he considered his options. His wry smile softened looking at Shay, who had regained her enthusiasm. Ah, today is going to be a long day. The group halted their steps as they faintly heard the howling of monsters. Paracelsus-san, Yua-san, those monsters' howls must mean that they're close. Father and the others are very close. As expected of a member from the Halia tribe, though their combat capabilities seem to be lacking, their agility and sense of hearing are quite commendable. Ivan stared in amazement at the trail of dust Shay left behind in her dash. He turned to you before she returned a nod back at him, and without another word she lunged onto his back. Alright, let's do this. And with that statement Ivan released himself from his stance before running after Shay. Hiverias, it wasn't until he caught up to her that he heard her mutter a name. Oh, so that's what those flying rats are called. What appeared before the group was a pack of those flying wyvern things Ivan and you met above the gorge. According to Shay, the Hiveria was a species that is supposed to be a rare sight even in this hell. However, they moved their gaze away from the monsters as they had found their goal. A group of rabbit men hid behind boulders or ran around in an attempt to get away from the 6 Hiverias that threatened them. Craw! One of the Hiverias screeched into the air right before diving towards its prey, a young rabbit man child that had tripped while running and struggled to get back up. An adult ran up to the child before extending his body to take the child's place. You. Yes. Glacial sleet. His finger flashed before the familiar gauntlet covered his left hand. He signaled to you with a whistle before she responded with a nod. Rupture. The water in the atmosphere became dense as even Ivan was beginning to feel the moisture in the air. But this was precisely what he wanted. The Hiverias descended closer to the ground as they became wary of the slices of pressurized water that shot out of the sky. Bzzzt. And with a single jump he matched his height with the lowest Hiveria he could reach. Grabbing onto it by the tail with his right hand, his arm glowed for a moment before the Hiveria exploded into guts and blood. The rabbit men that were evacuating under Shay paused their steps as they looked at the brutal scene. Even Shay was stunned as she regained focus and began directing the tribe. For more to go, you muttered aloud. The remaining Hiverias that witnessed their compatriot's death regained elevation to stay away from that dangerous man. You closed her heart as the mana within her welled up. Thunder hammer. Numerous clouds of thunder appeared above the Hiverias as they were forced to descend again in fear of getting stuck. Seeing this opportunity, you made sure no one was on the field other than Ivan. And once she was completely sure, she made her next move. Tidal wave. With her shout appeared a tall tsunami that threatened to consume the low-flying Hiverias. However, they had nowhere to go, seeing as how any attempts to go over the waves resulted in getting struck by thunder. Bang! It was when the wave collided with them that Ivan finally made a move, adorning both of his gauntlets in a flash. Bzzzt. As his hands touched the wave, all of the encompassing water started to freeze into ice at a startling rate, leaving only his area clear. The Hiverias desperately clawed at the water in an attempt to swim out. But that was too late as the water over them froze and locked them within. It was only a matter of minutes before they froze to death. Ivan nodded in satisfaction before relieving a sigh. They managed to clear the area without a single rabbit man becoming a casualty. To him this was something worth feeling good about. He looked over at the grouped-up rabbit man, who in turn stiffened their ears before waving over at him. It seemed their shock had dissipated and they were just happy to be alive. Ivan turned to you, who was also rather satisfied with their results. He offered to carry her on his back, seeing as how all that magic she casted while under the effects of the gorge consumed quite a bit of mana. She graciously accepted his offer and dug her teeth into his neck to replenish her strength. It was a rather peculiar sight to the rabbit men, but seeing their confusion, Ivan only laughed wryly. He made sure you was holding on tight before making his way over to them. It was about time they got introduced. Chapter 39. You would be Paracelsus Dano, correct? My name is Cam Halia. I'm Shay's father, and the chieftain of the Halia tribe. You have my deepest gratitude for saving both my daughter and the rest of my tribe. And I've heard that you're even going to assist us in our escape as both a father and a chieftain. I simply cannot thank you enough. You and Ivan were first greeted by a rabbit-eared man in his 40s, with cropped navy blue hair. Ivan was satisfied with Cam's introduction, while you on the other hand kept her fangs attached to his neck. But as Cam finished his introduction, he followed up with a bow, as he did the rest of his tribe followed suit. Ah, no problem, Cam-san, my companion, and I only ask that you and your tribe lead us through the sea of trees, Ivan responded to his act of respect with an equally respectful tone. Now let's see, is this everyone, Cam-san? I'm afraid the others may have been caught by the Empire's men. Perhaps we'll run into them at the exit of this gorge. If we do, I sincerely hope you may assist us in rescuing the rest of our family. Once again Cam finished his words with a bow, but instead of generosity what he showed now was that of begging. Very well, I'll assess the situation once we get there. If we do spot your tribesmen, then rest assured that according to our agreement we shall retrieve them. With slight hesitation, Ivan continued his words. The likelihood that they'll have to do battle with the Empire grew higher and higher. Guiding the large caravan of 42 rabbit men, You and Ivan stood in the forefront and defeated any monster that saw them as an easy meal. The rabbit men watched on in awe as sparks flew and magic casted. To them these feats of power were something they never thought they'd see in their life. Under the children's glowing eyes, Ivan scratched the back of his head wryly before waving at them. They returned the gesture with about 3 times the enthusiasm. You and Shay laughed off at the side looking at this interaction. It wasn't long until they reached the exit of the gorge. Ivan observed the staircase that led out of the Ryzen Gorge as he made a motion for the caravan to halt. The staircase was actually a series of switchbacks cut directly into the cliff face. Past the staircase was the sea of trees, of which only a glimpse could be seen from down in the gorge. It would take an average person about half a day to go from the exit of the gorge to the entrance of Haltina Woods. He looked back at the group before turning to you. As far as he saw, the Imperial soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Then again, the odds were likely that they sat at the very end of the staircase. Taking the caravan of rabbit men would only leave them at a disadvantage. Ivan was confident in taking care of a battalion, but taking care of a battalion and defending 42 lives at the same time was different. Could you please watch over them as I go check out the situation ahead? Which is why he would leave the group here for now, with Yu's protection of course. But, you met Ivan's stare head on. And though she didn't want to admit it, she was afraid Ivan would hesitate to take the lives of fellow humans. She wanted to go with him to make sure they wouldn't take advantage of that hesitation to hurt him. It's fine, I know what I must do. This is for our safety as much as it is for the rabbit men. Believe in me, I'll be back. He ruffled her hair as he made way to the staircase, listening to the encouragement and wishes of the rabbit men. And under Yu's worried gaze, he made haste. Ivan mulled over his thoughts as he ascended the steps. What he was about to do was something irreversible. To kill is to be ready to be killed. The question is if Ivan validated his own reasons for it. To him this was an excuse to do so for the well-being of the rabbit men. As he said before, this was for him as much as it is for them. Eventually he knew he'd have to fight against other people. Hell. From the moment the Holy Church summoned them, he knew what he must do. And if he had to kill now to prevent those he cared for from getting killed in the future, then so be it. His thoughts came to a close as he ascended the final step. He prepared for the ensuing battle as he eyed the battalion in front of him. There were around 30 or so Imperial soldiers waiting around the exit. They had created a makeshift camp near the staircase. And there were a few large carriages dotting the campsite. Each of the soldiers were wearing an identical khaki uniform, and most of them had swords or spears or shields slung across their backs. They eyed the figure that had ascended the steps. What they had expected was maybe a few rabbit men, instead their eyes were greeted by a cloaked man adorned with a steel helmet. They readied their weapons as the masked figure took one step closer to them. Halt. Identify yourself. To take another step is to become an enemy of the Holshire Empire. Unfortunately he was ignored. Fine, we'll just come to you. The man awaited his men to become properly equipped before leading them to the figure slowly. With spears and swords drawn at him, the figure only twitched for a second before remaining still. Closer and closer, the soldiers that had been 20 meters away were now 15 away. Then 10, and now 5. Unmask yourself or we'll kill you right here. With the figure surrounded in spears and swords, the man regained his confidence. Tired of the silence, he ordered one of his men to remove the helmet. You there, take it off. Yes, sir. A boy that looks to be in his teens stepped forward. And with trembling steps, approached the mysterious figure. His hands trembled in the air as he reached to remove the helmet. Sweat dripped down his face as his palms touched the steel, and then. Bzzzt. The cloak finally opened in the eyes of every soldier, revealing 2 arms covered in tattoos. The figure's right arm glowed blue before it reached out to the boy's left arm. Then in a single second, that boy lost his left arm. Gah! The screams of the boy awoke everyone from their stupor. Soldiers equipped with spears jabbed forward. Bzzzt. But this time his left arm glowed red as he reached to touch the floor. And in another instant the earth surrounding the boy transformed into a protective dome. Clang! The sound of metal hitting stone reverberated through the air as the attacking soldiers took a step back and felt the rebound from their attack. Ivan took the opportunity when they were stunned to open the dome from the top. Soldiers watched in fear as a canteen was thrown into the air, and couldn't help but get a bad feeling when they heard the ceiling of the dome close back up. Bang! The canteen exploded in the air and shot a plethora of ice needles into the faces of soldiers who were not equipped with helmets. A soldier who had survived the attack covered his head and accidentally bumped into the dome in an attempt to get away. He attempted to get back up but struggled as he felt a force drag him closer into it. The soldier opened his eyes and noticed a hand sticking out from the dome and holding onto his leg. A right hand donned with a gauntlet. Bzzzt. A cloud of red steam enveloped the area as the remaining soldiers scrambled in the heat of it all, stumbling and pushing each other over as their vision became clouded. The only thing they could hear was the screaming of their own men. One soldier in particular braved up against the attack and awaited the figure to attack him, holding a sword in his hand as his eyes jittered everywhere. Rumble. The screaming was drowned out by a loud rumbling noise. He turned in every direction before not noticing a thing. This red fog or whatever it is just encumbered his vision too much. That's when he noticed the cracks right beneath him. He bent down to observe them. Crack. The moment he peered down, a hand came bursting out of the ground. It latched onto his face before the arm following it became wrapped in blue electricity. He could only struggle helplessly as his eyes rolled to the back of his head before. Bang! The soldier's head exploded like a watermelon in Ivan's clutch. About half the soldiers were wiped out in that ice attack and 6 were killed by his own hands. That left 9 more. Ivan's right arm glowed as he moved forward. He waited for the mist to dissipate to locate his next targets. Whoosh! Ivan dodged with a roll forward as he felt the wind of 3 swords swing at him. He turned around to face these new challengers. Unsurprised when he caught the sight of the leading man who was speaking to them before. How dare you? How dare you? I'll rip your head off and mount it onto my wall, I'll castrate your testicles and feed them to my dogs, the Empire will never, never forget the atrocities you've committed today. The man charged forward in a fit of rage, sword in hand. His 2 men followed alongside him as they too sought to grieve the loss of their brothers in arms. Ivan halted his steps as he allowed the blades to collide with his arm. The 2 soldiers stood still in shock as their blades were obliterated the moment they came in contact with it. Doing nothing as their leader was grabbed by the mysterious figure. And only able to yell out helplessly as his head exploded into a million pieces. Why, you monster! Demon! GAA! The remaining soldier just dropped his blade to the ground as he fell on his knees, looking into the slits on the helmet of the murderous bastard. He had no idea if his hatred was conveyed with just the locking of their eyes. But he made damn sure to curse this blue-eyed monster for generations to come. Bzzzt. Pop. Ivan looked down at his palms before turning around in a flash. Whoosh! 5 fireballs were shot in his direction, their whistling became apparent in his ears. He held his left palm to the ground as a wall form of earth separated him from the arrows, nodding as he listened to the collision. Then with a projectile of his own, he threw 2 of his signature canteens. They combusted in the air as needles of ice pierced the casters all over their body. And with a thud 5 lives were taken from this world. That leaves 1. He thought to himself. He looked around the area before making way to the carriages. The likelihood that this remaining soldier fled was low as all the horses were still stuck to their posts. Ivan bent over to look under a carriage, and just as he expected he met eyes with a shriveling nervous wreck. No. Let go of me. Please, I beg you. Ivan motioned his left arm for the soldier's leg. Bzzzt. Ah. The soldier screamed in pain as he felt the bones in his legs bend and contort. Where are the rabbit men you captured? The voice the soldier heard from the figure was one of such aloofness that it brought chills up his spine. If I tell you, will you let me go? The soldier spoke with a slightly hopeful tone. I'll consider it. Tears of joy steamed down the soldier's face as he began speaking. I think they transported them all, after whittling down the numbers a little. By whittling down the numbers he of course meant killing any of the rabbit men that were either elderly or didn't seem like they'd sell well. Ivan nodded as he decided this would be enough to report back to Cam with. Will you let me go now? You promised, right? I considered it. Bzzzt. And just like that no soldiers remained. As far as Ivan was concerned the best course of action was to make sure none remained to report about his abilities. Sure he had different colors of mana to hide himself but he'd rather keep it a secret if he could. Though the best way to keep it a secret in this case was to eliminate everyone who saw him use his abilities. Ivan heaved a sigh of relief as he allowed his shoulders to slump, staring a bit at the sky before slapping his cheeks to recollect himself. He could mull over his actions later, right now he needed to get the rabbit men to safety before the sun fell. With that he turned back to look at the scene he left behind, and with a little less enthusiasm than before he descended the steps back into the gorge. Chapter 40. You used your wind magic to hurl the Imperial soldiers' corpses into the ravine, all that remained from the carnage were a few pools of blood. Meanwhile Ivan went ahead and explained the situation to Cam. I see, that is indeed very unfortunate. Well, Paracelsus Dano, I want to thank you for doing your best to aid us, as per our deal we shall lead you through the sea of trees, now let us make haste, night will soon be upon us. Cam informed the tribe of the details. Ivan watched from afar as most members showed saddened expressions. Others directly broke out into bawling. While there was always hope that someday they'll maybe meet them again, the same couldn't be said for the elderly who were surely slaughtered. In any case, this whole situation put a sour taste in his mouth. Though he should be celebrating what could be called the end of his escort mission, he couldn't help but feel he could have done more for the tribe that places family above all else. He looked down as he noticed Yu, who showed a worried expression. Hoping his smile would dissuade her worries, Ivan moved to the group to aid with their travels. Cam separated the tribe into two groups, one group who were to walk the way there and the other who shall stay in the horse-drawn carriages. Those able to walk volunteered for outside duty while the women, children, elderly, and injured took seats in the carriages. Ivan smiled fondly as he admired how unified the group was. Not a single member complaining or fighting with each other. As such, it was a swift process. Ivan sat in the driver's seat of the lead carriage along with Yu and Shay. Yu was going to be beside him without saying, but Shay on the other hand was in charge of guiding him to the woods. And with a whip of the reins their little caravan began moving at a slow pace. But Ivan didn't mind that at all. In fact, he wanted to de-stress by taking in the serene atmosphere around them. He sighed as he closed his eyes for a minute, which was fine seeing as how they were on a straight path and he had both Yu and Shay there to redirect him. Yu let him have his peaceful moment as she snuggled up closer to him. She had no idea what was going through his mind. While she'd like to boastfully claim that she knew him the best in the world, she didn't dare claim to understand how someone like him who comes from a different world felt by killing for the first time. For now she could only support him from the side as she allowed time to do all the work. She just wanted to make sure he knew that no matter what happened she'll always be on his side. Shay watched on from the sidelines as the two comforted each other. Feeling a little lonely. At first she wanted to ask if he was okay with killing his own kind, but deciding it would be too rude of a question she stopped herself. But as of now she got her answer. In her heart she did feel a sort of guilt. If I didn't get caught. If my family and I didn't have to run. Paracelsus wouldn't have had to kill anyone, he wouldn't be feeling the way he does now. She thought to herself as an overwhelming sense of guilt bombarded her. For the first time she met people who were irregular like her, and here they are cleaning up her messes. Her guilt turned to surprise as she felt a warm hand encompass the top of her head. She looked startled before making eye contact with the figure. And though she couldn't see the expression behind that helmet, she captured his intentions perfectly. Her drooped rabbit ears pointed back up as she held the hand, flashing a dazzling smile of her own. Paracelsus is a great guy, she thought in her head. As far as she could tell, his message to her was that his actions were his burden alone, and that she shouldn't feel any responsibility for them. It was a gesture of kindness that shocked her, but deciding to not let his efforts go to waste, she held back the tears that were about to burst from her eyes and showed him the strongest smile she could muster. Ha ha ha. Ivan burst out laughing, finding this little gathering of sad saps to be quite entertaining. But more than that, he was glad Shay took into consideration his acts for the group. His opinion of her skyrocketing as the guilt she showed in his place was enough to make him sympathize with her. His mood lightened as he looked forward to the coming times. Paracelsus-san, Ua-san, could you two please tell me more about yourselves? Shay spoke up timidly, not bothering to remove the hand on her head. What is there to know? You and I are just on a grand adventure. No, I know that, but I want to know more, like how did you end up in that abyss or whatever, or why you guys are on a journey, or what you have been doing until now. Well, put simply, I'm just an alchemist who was in over his head at the time. I sought to hone my skills as I took on the challenge of the Orcus Labyrinth alone. Next thing you know, I'm deep within it with no chance of going back the way I came. It wasn't until I was about to lose my mind that I met you. Ivan locked eyes with you as he left the decision to tell the truth up to her. This was her story to tell after all. And if she felt Shay was trustworthy enough to confide in, then so be it. In fact, he'd be happy if she had someone she could call a friend. You turned away from Ivan's stare as she decided to recount her tale all the way from the beginning. From the moment she was betrayed to the time Ivan rescued her, and finally the moment they fought the Hydra on the 200th floor. Yue, hick, that's terrible, you poor thing, Ua-san, compared to what you suffered, I've practically been blessed. Yue, I can't believe I was so pathetic. Shay burst into tears right about the same time you finished her story, loathing herself as she felt guilty for thinking she had it tough. I've decided. Allow me to accompany you on your journey. Let's overcome the trials ahead together, and achieve your dream. Refused, Ivan curtly refused her self-invitation to the group as he paid attention to the road. Wah! Shay responded in shock as she believed they had a good moment going on there, and now she's being told that they want nothing to do with her. Oh, don't take this the wrong way. It's not like I abhor the idea of you joining us in our adventures, it's just that your intentions slightly tick me off. You plan on making sure your family is safe then jumping onto us so you wouldn't trouble them anymore, right? Well, I'm sorry but I will not accept such a thing. Shay, though you may think otherwise, you were gifted with amazing abilities that I'm sure could put you at the top of Verbergen. You always wondered what you could do for your family that sacrificed one thing after another for you. How about changing the way things work? So that if any other children like you were born they wouldn't have to deal with the discrimination you're dealing with now. Ivan made no move to turn to Shay's direction as he made these statements. Right now as the daughter of the chieftain he felt she already held a responsibility to protect her family. Conquering all the dungeons in the world. Helping him achieve his dream. Forget all that. Such pointless promises shouldn't be said by someone who has yet to make a move for herself. Long story short, he found it offensive that she would abandon her family thinking that's what would be best for them. To him, if she didn't like the way things were for them then she should lead them to a greater status. I am, Shay fumbled with her words as she held her head down. She exited the conversation as she felt she needed some time to think about things. For she who had always sought to change the future, has she really done all she can to change it? Ivan only observed from the sidelines before nodding in satisfaction. He really thought it'd be best for all parties if she carefully considered his words. For you and Ivan who are on the run. For the Halia tribe that needs a leader, and Shay herself who wants to do everything she can to avoid a bad future. You avoided saying anything regarding this matter. Though as the princess of a nation she did hold a few opinions. It's just that she felt it'd be better for Shay to come to her own decisions before anything. As the matter of leading others is not one should do on a whim, if one was to succeed they'd need to dedicate their all to it. And with this, the group continued their travel to the Sea of Trees. But this time the leading cart was a lot more silent than it once was. A few hours later, the group arrived at the entrance to the Hultina Woods. From the outside it looked like a completely normal forest, but once they stepped inside they were instantly surrounded by a dense fog. Now then, Paracelsus Dano, Wedano, please stick close to us once we're inside. You'll be traveling in the center of our group, but it's possible you might get separated, so be careful. Also, you just want us to guide you to the center, where the Grand Tree is, right? We believe the Grand Tree will lead us to the entrance of the next labyrinth. The Grand Tree Cam had referred to was a massive tree that sat in the deepest reaches of the forest. The Beastmen called it the sacred tree Uralt. And the area around it was considered holy. Ivan believed that such a landmark would surely lead him and you to their target. Cam nodded and gave a signal to the rest of his clan, at which they all began crowding around Ivan and you. Could you two please erase your presence as much as possible? There's a chance we'll run into people from Verbergen or some other outlying settlements. Since we're all wanted, we'd just rather avoid being found by someone. You used her innate talents she cultivated in the abyss to hide. Meanwhile, Ivan only stood still as sweat dripped down his chin. Never in his time in the labyrinth did he practice any stealth maneuvers. Hide his presence. Not very easy for someone whose main way of attacking is running up on people and blowing open their defenses. He turned at you. Hoping she had some magic that'd hide even the bit of his presence. She only tilted her head as a catalogue of spells appeared in her mind. Using some minor wind magic, the best she could do in this situation is lighten his footsteps. Ivan looked on over at Cam, who only wryly smiled back at Ivan. But now that their preparations were made it was finally time to begin their expedition. Chapter 41. As the fog enveloped the group, Cam walked forward confidently. He knew exactly where they were and what their bearing was. According to Cam, it seems that every beastman was born with the innate ability to traverse this dense sea of trees. Every once in a while the group would have to come to a halt to deal with the monsters that attacked them in the fog. Ivan and you did their job perfectly and made sure no rabbitmen were harmed in any of the attacks. But it wasn't until they were a few hours in the forest that the situation changed. A group had thoroughly surrounded them that they had no choice but to stop. Their numbers, their bloodlust, and even coordination was levels above any of the monsters they'd faced so far. The rabbitmen all grimaced as they noticed the identity of the group. After all, the ones surrounding them were none other than you there. Why are there humans in your midst? State your race and clan. A burly beastman with a striped tail and a pair of tiger ears barred their path. Ivan definitely had to admit that he had a bias, that bias being animal ears looked cuter on girls than guys. Ignoring the dozen or so beastmen that had surrounded their group, Ivan lifted his hands a bit into the air in case things turned dour. A white-haired rabbit girl. You must be the Halia tribe in the reports. You're a disgrace to all beastmen. You tricked your fellow beastmen for years, hiding that despicable dem. You. Upon her name being called you projected a ball of water towards the speaking beastman. Ivan followed after it and placed his gauntlet-adorned hand on it the moment it collided. The Beastman could only watch in shock as he in no way expected people to use magic without even using a chant. BZZT. Ivan's gauntlet glowed as the water on the Beastman's body was converted to ice, and in a matter of seconds the Beastman was completely enveloped, leaving only the head out in the open. After all, Ivan wanted to talk negotiations. With a flick of his finger the gauntlet on his right hand disappeared. Instead his right arm held onto the Beastman's head as he looked at the rest of the attackers. Blue lightning coursing through his arm as he made sure the rest of the Beastmen heard his words. Anyone that takes a step toward the Halia tribe will carry the guilt of killing this poor bastard. These folk are under my protection. Attempts to harm or kill them will result in immediate execution. The surrounding Beastmen only held their steps as they were unsure of what to do. 1 second that human was deep within the Halia group and now he stood right before them. Afraid of getting their captain killed. They all took a step back. The masked figure did not seem like he was bluffing. Meanwhile, from Ivan's perspective, for now he had no intentions of killing this tiger guy. As doing so would be the same as going into all-out war with Verbergen. Who he has no idea what their strength and numbers were like. For all he knew they could be a force that would track him without rest, leaving him no time to live a peaceful life. Not to mention he already got in a scuffle with the Empire. Which he still has no idea what repercussions that'll lead to. But he was sure the Empire wouldn't just sit by and allow a battalion to mysteriously disappear. Sooner or later they'll come back for them, and what they'll find are the corpses of soldiers who were just supposed to catch some rabbit people. Ivan was positive they wouldn't rule it off as death by monsters. As the wounds he left were too foreign and unnatural for that area. And they sure as hell weren't going to think the rabbit men fought back. So for now Ivan wants to get this trip over with so he could leave before the Empire comes back with a bigger force. Make your choice, are you all going to go home, or die here and now for the sake of your pride? The whirling of the electricity got louder as Ivan rubbed his right hand into the Beastman's forehead. Can I ask you something first? The Tiger Man spoke aloud. Even knowing that pursuing would mean death, he still had his pride as a warrior of Verbergen. If he were to die in the line of duty, then so be it. What are you after? The Grand Tree, we believe there lies the entrance to one of the 7 great labyrinths, the secret hideout of the Liberator. The Halia tribe is here to make sure we get there. The Tiger Man stared back in bewilderment as it was popular belief that the Sea of Trees itself was the dungeon. However, after listening to Ivan's explanation of the irregularity of this area, he started to have doubts. If the Sea of Trees was really one of the 7 great labyrinths, it wouldn't really be much of a grand test left behind if the Beastmen are able to just navigate it without trouble. He thought over Ivan's words and saw that he had no point in lying. As here he held the absolute advantage. Though he had no idea what this talk about liberators and stuff was, if all it took for this figure to go away was a look at the tree, then sure, that'd be better than losing the lives of his troops. Allow me to contact my superiors. It's possible our elders might have some information on that entrance you seek. If you really mean no harm to those that aren't your enemy, then surely you'd be willing to wait here while we send a messenger. Ivan stared back as he mulled over those words. Was this a risk he was willing to take? For all he knew, the Tiger Man could just bring back an army to deal with them. From that point on they'd have to evacuate from the woods if they wanted to keep the Halia alive. On the other hand, this was a good opportunity to gain official permission. It might not even be too difficult to negotiate for the Halia's safety. He looked back at the Halia and Shay before coming to a decision. If he was going to propose a solution to her problem, then who was he not to guide her towards taking steps to it? That would just be the same as talking big. Very well, relay my message. Tensions eased as the Tiger Man sent one of his men to meet the elders as quickly as possible. And though Ivan still held his hand over his head, people were starting to relax. As for the Tiger Man, though he was wrapped in ice, he should be fine. Beastmen were known for their strong constitutions anyways. Using Shay as an example, she somehow had survived a kick normal people would have died from. Then again, her situation is a bit peculiar with the mana she had and stuff. The two sides stared at each other. One with nervousness and the other with hatred. You went to bother Shay while Ivan was starting to feel his arm getting tired. But he knew the moment he stepped away the Beastmen would most likely launch an attack. This was their advantage, so he was going to take advantage of it. Then, from the fog appeared a retinue of unfamiliar Beastmen. The elderly man in their center stood out among them. He had long, flowing blonde hair, and a pair of striking blue eyes. His body was so frail that it seemed a strong gust would blow him away. The most distinct part of his appearance, however, was his long, tapered ears. He was one of the fae folk of the forest, an elf. So you're the human that's been causing a ruckus in our forest. What's your name? Paracelsus von Hohenheim, Ivan responded curtly, not even hesitating to lie for a second. More so, he was curious about the old man in front of him. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. As though he couldn't see the expression of the figure, he couldn't help but feel it was a lie. He gestured for his men to calm down before he sought to introduce himself, feeling that it was fine that the figure didn't trust him now. I am Ulfric Hypist. I have the honor of representing Verbergen as one of its elders. Now then, I have been informed of your request, but before I give my reply, I would like to ask you something. Where did you come to learn of the Liberators? My companion and I have ventured deep within the abyss, there we have come to learn of the Liberators by the leader himself, Oscar Orcus. Ivan was surprised someone knew of the Liberators, as they were usually referred to as Mavericks. Which means the old man in front of him knew the other side of the story, the identities of the Liberators. Can you prove your claim? Ulfric sought proof, as he was worried someone from the Beastmen leadership had exposed classified information. Ivan pulled out the ring he got off of Oscar's corpse out of the treasure trove. Not minding the surprise shown on everyone's faces as a ring appeared out of thin air. He held it before Ulfric, making sure he caught sight of the insignia inscribed on it. I see, so you youngsters really did reach Oscar Orcus' resting place. There are still some things I'm curious to learn, but very well. I shall grant you passage through Verbergen. By my right as an elder, you are free to travel as you please. Of course, the Halia are welcome as well. The beastmen that attended him were in an uproar. Not once has humans been allowed through Verbergen. Ulfric only waved off their protests. We must treat them as honored guests, they've earned that right. This is one of the ancient laws only those who sit on the Elders' Council are told of. The Beastmen's protests died down as they had no choice but to respect the traditions of the Council, lest they be branded a traitor. And before you question why you have been invited into Verbergen, you should know that the fog around the Grand Tree is in a cycle of its phases that even a Beastman would get lost in its fog. I'm afraid the next waning cycle isn't for another 10 days. Ivan turned to Cam for confirmation. Receiving a nod from his side, he turned back to Ulfric. To him the idea of getting a gauge of their forces wasn't so bad. In fact, this seems like a good opportunity to foster some relations. He was a bit surprised by how welcoming this elder has been, so he assumed this ancient law of theirs was to allow those who have cleared a dungeon entry into Verbergen. He had Shay and her father round up the tribe as he asked Ulfric to lead the way. Ulfric responded with a nod as his troops surrounded the group, exclaiming that it was for safety purposes. Not that Ivan doubted the mysterious elf, for even he understood the concerns. But 10 days, Ivan wasn't sure what he'd do in the meantime. Training hasn't exactly granted him obvious results as of late. Hell, that was the reason he decided staying in the Orcus Labyrinth wouldn't be profitable anymore. He turned to look at the Halia before humming to himself. The tendons of the group calmed down as they realized their lives were no longer in danger. And like that, the party of theirs led by Ulfric traveled for hours before reaching Verbergen. Chapter 42. I see, so the reward for clearing the trials is ancient magic, and the gods have actually been deceiving us all along, Ulfric muttered aloud as he was being debriefed by both Ivan and you. The only thing the two gave him was Oscar's message at the end of the dungeon. What liberators are, and that an ancient magic lies at the end for those worthy. He purposely neglected to specify what kind of magic, but seeing as Ulfric knew better than to pry for secrets, he nodded with content. And as he had expected, the reason the Beastmen were somewhat accommodatable to the two is because of that ancient law spoken of before. A law passed down from elder to elder by the creator of the Haltina Woods Labyrinth herself, Lutilis Haltina. The law stated that anyone who appears before them with a crest belonging to any of the 7 great labyrinths were to be allowed unhindered movement to whoever bore it within the sea of trees. Ulfric even went on to state that the symbol shown on Oscar's ring matched the one he had seen on a tablet near the Grand Tree. This made both you and Ivan perk up as they instantly knew they were on the right track. That's when a commotion broke out on the floor beneath them. As you and Ivan were in talks with Ulfric on the highest floor of his building in a tree. Ivan locked eyes with Ulfric as he remembered that the Halia were awaiting them on the floor beneath. He stood out of the chair he was seated in and alongside you headed downstairs, shadowed by Ulfric, who sighed with exasperation. The party of 3 were greeted by the sight of a fairly sized group of beastmen glaring angrily at the Halia tribe. A bearman, a tigerman, foxman, some kind of winged beastman, and some small dwarfish fur-covered beastman. Ivan observed the scene before noticing the Halia grouped up in the corner, with Cam standing in the front holding his arms out as if to defend them. As the 3 descended the steps, the bearman spoke out. Damn you, Ulfric, what were you thinking, bringing a human here? You even allowed the cursed girl to step foot in our land. Depending on your answer, I might have to call for you to be executed at our next elders meeting. Ivan hummed to himself as he identified the group of rather lavishly dressed beastmen to all be elders of the council. It seemed Ulfric had called them here together to decide upon a few things. And he knew exactly what it would be they decided upon. There were only 2 things to discuss after all. The emergence of UN himself, and the fate of the Halia tribe. I simply abided by our ancient traditions. You are all elders of your various clans, so you surely must realize my reasons. What ancient traditions? We've never had any use for that ancient law since Verbergen's founding. Then that'll make this a first. Calm yourselves, you all are elders here, you know you must abide by the laws. If we don't set an example as leaders of our people, then what use are any of our rules or traditions? Ivan nodded sagely as he felt he could agree to both sides. On one side here stood an enemy of their race that has despised and enslaved their kind for centuries. On the other side there is a responsibility and duty to fulfill the duties one undertook to come to their position, a duty brought forth by the beneficiary of their land. But of course his sympathy was lessened the moment he was brought into the argument. Are you trying to say that little brat really did get through a labyrinth? That he's too strong for us to fight? That is correct. Ivan sighed at the rather cliché development, hoping they'd be able to talk things out civilly. The problem with his abilities is that he can't promise he won't kill someone. As his abilities usually involve burning, freezing or just blowing someone up. That left him in quite the awkward position as the bearman lunged forward at him in rage. So he looked over at Ulfric apologetically before removing his gauntlets. He turned back to the large bare arm hurling towards him before he met it with his own. Bzzzt. Sparks of blue flew in the air as the rest of the onlookers gasped in shock. The bearman, unable to believe the situation, looked at the socket where his right arm should have been. Gah! The bearman screamed in pain as he stumbled back and held his right shoulder with his left hand, in a desperate attempt to stop the blood from flowing out. The rest of the elders broke out of their stupor and assumed their stances upon hearing the blood-curdling scream. Each showing off their own special form of martial arts as every pose each elder struck was entirely distinct from each other. Calm yourselves, everyone. Ulfric took it upon himself to stand before these two opposing forces. Why, you bastard? Jean was only thinking of what was best for his country. And I was just thinking of what was best for myself, Ivan responded curtly. Though he sympathized with these elders, he still had to prioritize the safety of himself and you. Ulfric spoke up before the two sides became heated again. Gyuz, I understand how you feel, but Jean had instigated the matter. It was he who took the first swing. Quickly, have his wounds attended to at once before he dies. Tensions died down as no one was willing to rebuke that Ivan did not possess the strength needed to clear the labyrinth. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, we elders of Verbergen have decreed that you do indeed possess the qualification spoken of in the ancient covenant. We will not oppose you and we will implore everyone within our domain not to do so as well. Ulfric spoke for the rest of his disgruntled fellow elders as he finished his statement with a bow. However, the relief that gleamed from Ivan's heart as he spoke those words was instantly snuffed as the Tiger Man spoke. It's such a pity that no one will be escorting you two through the sea of trees. If I were you I would head home now, no point in getting lost in these woods with this terrible fog. Ivan was about to refute that statement by exclaiming that he had the Halia before he remembered the circumstances. As of now the Halia were still wanted criminals. He knew it'd be unwise to underestimate the pettiness of these old men. It was likely they'd separate him from them so they could be prosecuted. Esteemed elders. I beg of you, please show mercy to my family at least. Please. Shay, don't, we've already made our decision, none of this is your fault, we're not so heartless that we throw away our family to live, every single one of us talked this over, and we're all prepared, there's no need for you to feel guilty about this. Cam spoke with a kind-hearted smile as he stepped forward to hug his crying daughter. Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself for her uselessness. If only I had tried hard enough. She thought to herself. Here she was about to take steps toward the future Ivan asked of her and all she could do was cry helplessly as the elders promised death. Before she could give him her answer, she would die. Ivan looked on at the rather despairing scene with cloudy eyes. No one could guess what was going on in his mind as he heard the cries of Shay and the Halia. He looked down at his side as he felt a tug emulate from the direction you was standing, his eyes locked with hers as he observed her stoic expression. But the glint in her eyes couldn't be any more obvious to him, that's right. He still had a promise to upkeep with the tribe. It'd be rather disrespectful of him to blow it off just cause some old guys who don't know a thing about him said so. It's not like he admired the bond between the Halia family or anything, it's not like he was jealous of it at all. He stepped forward in front of the Halia tribe with his arms crossed, opposing the elders that stood across from them. Even Ulfric raised his brow in suspicion upon seeing his action, he couldn't help but get a bad feeling in his heart. I apologize for the confusion, elders of Verbergen. But I have a contract with the rabbit men of the Halia tribe to protect them no matter what until we reach our goal. And as you can see we are not standing before the great tree, are we? As such the contract is still in effect, any opinions? The elders held their breath before looking at each other, hoping one of them would propose a compromise. As their options right now were. Go to war with two people who had cleared a never-before-cleared labyrinth, or diminish their reputation by letting go of a group of criminals they promised the people they'd punish. Ulfric sighed as he stepped forward. Then let's just say they are your slaves. According to the laws of Verbergen, any who leave the Sea of Trees and do not return, or those captured as slaves, are to be considered dead. While we may stand a chance against humans in this fog-enshrouded first, outside of it their magic would tear us apart. Hence why those who are captured are considered dead. And chasing after them is prohibited to prevent there from being more victims. The other elders spoke out in dissatisfaction, but as Ulfric explained that it was either that compromise or the death of who knows how many beastmen. Their anger quelled down. Though the sourness was still quite evident on their faces, a point Ivan tried his best to not laugh at. Amicham. By the rule of the council the cursed child Shay Halia will be considered a relative of the cursed Paracelsus von Hohenheim. As he had shown to possess the qualities spoken of in our ancient laws, we shall not oppose his presence. However, he will be barred from Verbergen and its surrounding settlements. Henceforth, anyone who takes any action against Paracelsus or his kin does so at their own risk, without the blessing or protection of Verbergen. Ivan nodded in satisfaction as Ulfric finished his words. He then turned to the group of dazed Halia before spreading his arms into the air. Did you all hear that? It looks like I became part of your family. Well, never mind that, it's about time we go, come on, before these elders change their mind. The Halia all got up from their seated position surrounding Shay before following Ivan out the door. The dumbfounded expressions on their faces were amusing to him to say the least. But it wasn't until they made it to the exit gate of Verbergen that it started to piss him off a little. Hey, you're all still my guides, so it wouldn't kill you to focus up. I need your guys' sense of hearing to detect the monsters ahead. By the way, we're gonna have to find a spot to set up for the next 10 days. At least somewhere far enough from here and the other settlements if you guys don't want to end up on the chopping block again. However, his words seemed to have no effect as the 40 or so rabbit men that had been staring at the sky in a daze turned towards him. He trembled a bit under their stare before flinching as the mob of them inched closer to him. Then, with no indicators at all, they all lunged at him for what could only be called a huge dog pile. We're alive. Thank you so much, Paracelsus Dano. I thought we were gonna die. Thank you so much for saving us. He squirmed a bit under their stack as he listened to the cries of gratitude that rang aloud. Eventually he stopped resisting before returning this extreme hug back to them. Not minding the smug grin you showed as she watched in amusement. Though the stares of Beastmen onlookers was quite embarrassing. It wasn't long until the group had recollected themselves, more chipper than ever. To Ivan and you it was like being around 42 she's. And while it annoyed them at first, this warm sight of family brought mellow smiles to their faces. Chapter 43. And thus began their 10 days of waiting. Ivan watched on as you directed Shay towards the deeper end of woods. Apparently Shay had asked of her volition to be trained in using her mana. That was something he was quite impressed about, a rabbit man going against their pacifistic nature to get stronger for the sake of her family. It wasn't long until the rest of her family followed suit in her ideals. So that left him with a group of 40-something rabbit men in his hands. The problem was that the traits they received from their race was something Ivan could not teach them of. At least not using personal methods. Rabbit men have a great sense of hearing thanks to those large ears on their heads. Their inborn proficiency in stealth was also something not to scoff at. Sure, they might be weak individually, but if they work together it shouldn't be a hassle to kill even stronger enemies. While he couldn't teach them how to be stealthy besides telling the stuff he's seen from movies and read, he did teach them some basics of a sword or dagger. Simply put, he thought it'd be more efficient for them to stab their enemies rather than slash. As a slash would just tire them out, and the possibility of their enemy having a strong defense would make the attack useless. To him stabbing seemed like the best option. It was indeed something he used often in the labyrinth on the early floors. Less energy expended compared to swinging. You won't leave your arm exposed, and all it takes is to pierce through your target a couple inches and they'll likely die. It was easier to see someone swinging towards you than poking, in his personal opinion. Now laid the problem of putting that knowledge to actual test. Ivan extracted an assortment of blades and knives from his treasure trove and directed the Halia to pick them up. From then on it would be hours of stabbing in a single direction without rest. He adjusted their stance all along the way and made sure they all had their legs spaced out and bent. Children and elderly were allowed an hour of rest should they decide they need it. Men and women on the other hand had no such luxury. Ivan lamented as he only had 10 days to teach them. Sure, he could stay around till after the fog clears, but after that the chance that the Empire has an army standing outside is very likely. And rather than get caught up in all that, he'd rather set up his base down in Furin. He watched the Halia as they trained. He was glad they all found the drive to change themselves. as he was sure they'd be killed the moment he left. He closed his eyes and listened to the sound of explosions and whirling behind him, laughing contentedly as he imagined the scene of Shay desperately dodging Yu's onslaught. He got up from his seated position and walked up to the Halia. Shay was giving it her best, and who was he to not reciprocate those efforts? The rabbit men trembled nervously as Ivan directed them on their next step. Slaying monsters. During this course he would simply throw them at a somewhat weak monster and see how they fare. They followed in his steps as he led them deeper into the woods. 2 days went by and Ivan spotted numerous improvements. In their battles against monsters they displayed brilliant teamwork and coordination. And while they successfully dispatched every mob he asked for, there were times they suffered some injuries. Though those injuries would immediately be healed by Ivan, who followed them around with herbs he found in the area. Sure, they made for crude salves, but Ivan wanted the Halia to get used to the pain. His stronger poisons would only make them not care for the risks. He did laugh wryly at the sight of them jumping around randomly as if to avoid a car. Which he later found out was because they saw it more important to protect the lives of the insects and flora rather than their own. There was a lot of work to be done on their mentality, to say the very least. And though it might destroy the family-loving nature he admired, he knew he had no choice but to harden them up. That brings us to the next step. Hide and go seek. It was exactly as it sounded. Ivan was the seeker and the rabbit men were the hiders. Surely it'd be easy to detect he who has no abilities of stealth far long before he'd find them, right? Especially seeing as how detection is their specialty. However, what's the point of being able to detect things if you can't react in time to avoid them? This was a lesson the Halia engraved deeply into their minds as Ivan's fists collided with their faces. For 5 days now they spent most of their days running and hiding from Ivan. Of course they began to improve over time, becoming more creative with their spots or even using distractions to lure Ivan away from them. It was a change that brought much joy to him. Another discovery was also made during those 5 days, that being a large uninhabited lake near where they set up base. Seeing the opportunity, how could Ivan refuse such a grand training area? He watched with a grin on his face as the Halia shivered in the cold water. In any case, swimming in it for at least an hour should provide great exercise for them, not that learning how to swim wasn't essential in itself. He made sure they would adapt this to their training regimen even when he was gone, no matter who it was they were to learn how to swim. Ivan laughed to the side for the first 2 days of swimming. Seeing the group scramble to prepare their weapons as a monster who wanted a sip of the water came near. But the next 3 days became much more boring as the group, combined with the hide-and-seek training, were now collected in their movements. That left 3 days to go. Every once in a while he would get a report from you about Shay's improvements. How she was proficient in using a hammer and casting body-strengthening magic. It seemed she truly deserved the title of oddity. Her improvements were just that terrifying. Ivan had no idea if it was natural talent or her drive to protect her family pushing her, but he praised her nonetheless. In these brief 10 days he made it a point that Shay wouldn't be able to see her family at all. To him it was important she reveled in the uncomfortable atmosphere and adapted. Of course he was always by her side to keep that rule in check. Now for these 3 last days came Ivan's favorite part of the training, hand-to-hand combat. Finally. Something he was at least a little proficient in. He stood in front of 10 or so Halia as he directed them to attack. Knowing how to fight with just your bare hands, this was vital in Ivan's opinion. Odds were there wasn't always going to be a weapon lying around for them to use, which is why they must become weapons themselves. The 10 rabbit men had no qualms in attacking as they moved forward without hesitation, an action their former selves would have never done before. With proper coordination they surrounded Ivan in less than 3 seconds, ensuring he wouldn't have anywhere to escape to. As per the rules of this training, Ivan was not allowed to use anything other than his fists, so him transmutating was not a worry they had. Ivan watched on in silences as the circle of rabbit men closed and won him, nodding in satisfaction as they all kept their stance even when moving forward. He was most impressed by the discipline of the 2 children and single elderly folk that partook in this round. Whoosh! His foot swept up the ground with enough force to kick up the dirt into the air. Some Halia closed their eyes out of instinct and the others took that movement as a sign to launch their own attack. Fists flew through the dirt as the attacking rabbit men expected to have hit their target, instead greeted by nothing as they stood at a pause. Help! A whimper emanated from their side as they turned to look at the source of the noise. There stood a figure, still adorning his signature helmet, with his hand clenched in front of him, as if holding something in it. It didn't take long for the rest of the group to notice what the figure held was their own comrade. Rather than scream aloud or yell, they silently launched their next attack as they saw the victim as a good distraction for their target. 3 rabbit men propelled themselves into the air as the rest surrounded him once more. However, looking at the flying rabbits, Ivan only held out his right arm in front of him as he grabbed the leg of the rabbit man closest to his right, then as if dragging him across the air he pulled the rabbit man into his fellow airborne comrades. Crash! The 6 remaining rabbit men paid no attention to the 3 that had been sent flying with a single toss. All that they needed to know is that it was they who remained. A fist was sent flying towards Ivan's face as he made a movement to block it. However, the moment it was right in front of him, that clenched hand opened up and launched sand into his eyes. The helmet was enough to block most of it, but in the end it only took a few grains to sneak past the metal slits. He leaped back. Not minding the rabbit man he collided with. Right now he had no time to take off the helmet and defend unless he ran away from the battlefield, a luxury he was sure the rabbit man wouldn't afford him. He has no choice but to wait out the discomfort and hope his eyelashes do all the work. A rabbit man was taken out as the moment he made a collision with his body he banged his head on the ground before he could even expect it. With 5 remaining, Ivan dodged the flurry of kicks and punches as he backed up. Before he noticed it, a rabbit man had appeared behind him and restrained his arms with his whole body. "Cam, do it now!" The rabbit man screamed out. Ivan used his legs to turn around, making the rabbit man who had attached himself to his back take the full brunt of the attack. Gah! The rabbit man let go of his hold as he arched his back forward. A second later he fell to the ground in a daze. Ivan grabbed the stunned Cam by the face before slamming him into the ground. That left 3. Ivan looked around the area. Not noticing another soul in sight. At least not anyone besides the spectating Halia. Right now the battleground was a clear patch of dirt surrounded by a circle of trees. Which means the 3 had no choice but to ascend if they were going to hide. He didn't bother following them up there, instead opting to take a lap slowly under each tree. Enticing the attackers to show themselves. Whoosh! That's when 2 twigs were thrown at him like throwing knives. One for his head, the other his neck. Though the first one wouldn't penetrate his helmet, the other would take advantage of the distraction to pierce the exposed area on his neck the moment he looked up to seek the cause of the attacks. Dink! Against all expectations, Ivan looked down instead of up. The 2 children hiding in the trees were dumbfounded as the head tilted back up to look at them. Next thing they knew, they found themselves on the ground in the middle of the circle. That left the old man. Ivan turned to the crowd of Halia spectators. They stood in silence for a second before a figure pushed himself forward through. Revealing the old man, who stood with a smile on his face. "Oh ho ho, you got me there, I concede." It seemed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to do anything meaningful alone, the old man decided to give up. And that wrapped up their first day of hand-to-hand. For the next 3 days this scene repeated itself. Each time with different groups and environments. Day in and day out they fought without rest, that added on to the exhausting swimming made their lives hell for the following days. But with their Beastmen constitution they should recover quickly. Then, the promised day arrived. Chapter 44. It had been months since Hajime and the rest of the class had returned to adventuring in the Labyrinth under the behest of the Holy Church. And for the past few days they have yet to return from the dungeon. But this was normal. As Captain Meld wanted them to forget all modern-day comforts and focus solely on improvement. But to Claire, this was the perfect moment to act. The heroes. The knights, even Captain Meld, who is renowned as the strongest force of the kingdom, are away on an expedition. All that remained were guards whose proficiency in battle had diminished after years of standing around with no threats. She had inquired from other maids about the condition of Daisuke Hayama, what his eating schedule was. What time he ate, and what time he went to bed. As far as she knew, it had been since Ivan's death that Hayama has been unresponsive to anyone that has spoken to him. Sooner or later the Holy Church will grow fed up at this waste of resources and make their move. But before that she needed her revenge. Claire wrapped a leather belt around her waist after adorning her uniform. She tucked it beneath her apron as she looked at herself in the mirror. The bags under her eyes, the slightly messy hair. And even her skin that had become paler than once before, she looked at it all as she rebuilt her resolution. The pride she had for her kingdom no longer remained. To allow the murderer of someone who worked so hard for them to roam free without any punishment. It made her sick to her stomach. The family she confided in told her to suck it up and obey orders. It started to piss her off. She tidied her hair before making her way to the door. Making sure the vials and equipment hidden in the belt wouldn't protrude. Fastening the sheaths to the daggers Ivan gave her on her legs, she put her hand on the door handle. Claire knew the moment people learned of Hayama's death she would become suspect number 1. Especially after all the warnings the kingdom had given her not to do anything rash. But, she wasn't worried. She patted the vials of liquid she had stored in her belt that Ivan had left behind that weren't destroyed in the fire or taken by the kingdom. The moment news broke out that another hero has been murdered, she would already be out of the kingdom. As for her life after her revenge, she hadn't put a single thought into it. All she knew is that she wanted to murder the bastard that ruined her daily life. Her friends. Her closest family, she wasn't sure if they would forgive her for this impulsive desire. Not that she expected them to anyways, the moment she did the deed she'd be no different than a traitor to everyone. Knowing that, she gently pushed open the door. Ah, today's gonna be another beautiful day. Her strides down the kingdom's halls went undisturbed. Not a single person questioned her presence or demeanor. She was just another maid after all. One of hundreds in this kingdom. The only thing standing out from her actions was that she took a route she has never been down before. A route she had been disallowed from taking. This route led to the resting room of the murderous hero. Daisuke Hayama. The farther she walked down it, the less she noticed the presence of other people. The halls became quiet as the sound of her footsteps emanated from the floor. It wasn't until she had been walking down this direction for 15 minutes that she noticed a change. Just as her co-workers had explained. To the left of the hall near the end was an ornate door engraved with gold patterns but mostly made of a certain metal. Guarding these doors were two guards who seemed like they were barely paying attention to their surroundings. They stood with their heads tilted down, likely dulled to boredom, as the only visitors they ever got were doctors or service maids that wouldn't dare report their slovenly attitude. Claire stood still for a moment before taking cover around a corner that led down a different path. She wanted to do this revenge of hers cleanly. No witnesses. However, that didn't mean she wanted to kill some guards who were just doing their jobs. She went through the trouble of covering her steps even though she'd be the prime suspect. That's when she picked at the belt that she wore, sliding her hands into one of its pouches. From there she pulled out a tiny circular object made of silver, then, she rolled it down the hall towards the guards. The guards looked at it for a second before turning to the source of where it came. That's when Claire quickly went back around the corner. That didn't work. Damn you, Ivan, for putting stupid things like that in my head. Well, seeing as how that plan failed, she went for a different move. Pulling out a little metal device that fit in her palm. It was a little something she got from Hajime after asking for something that would temporarily incapacitate her enemies. Of course his eyes narrowed as she asked him to make something like that. She thought it was likely he knew the implications of what she meant. And yet despite that he still made it for her. She gave her thanks to him as she threw the device. Pink gas emanated from its orifices as the hall was slowly filled. Claire covered her nose as she awaited for it to dissipate. Thud thud. When she heard their bodies drop to the floor. That's when she made her move. Dashing towards the door without a second to waste. She pulled the set of keys dangling from the guard's waist and she tried each and every one. Sweat dripped down her face as she worried someone would come down the hall. Gotcha. That's when one of the keys finally fit into place. The door flung open as she went inside, shutting and locking it behind her. What was presented to her was a lavishly dressed room. Decorated with a magnificent rug that sat beneath the grand bed that laid arrogantly in the center of it all. There were no windows to speak of. A chandelier hanging from the ceiling right above the bed. And finally, the target she's been waiting for. She approached the bedside as she looked at his face coldly. Thoughts of murder filled her mind as the despondent figure turned his head to her. It had seemed from the look in his eyes that he had no recollection of her, not that she believed he'd care if he knew. For months she awaited this moment. Waiting for the guard around him to cool down, waiting for the kingdom to take an eye off her, waiting for the heroes and Mel to go on a long expedition. It was all for this moment. She recollected herself as she pushed the frames of the glasses Ivan had given to her on their first meeting. That's right. She needed to remember that she didn't have much time. Both her and Hajime didn't know for how long the guards would be incapacitated. It was likely to be less than they thought if they had particularly high stats. If her memory served her right. The autopsy report made by the prestigious medics and mages of the kingdom stated that Ivan had first been crushed by the rubble then burned to death. And while she couldn't risk restarting the second factor, an opportunity for the first lied before her. She looked up at the magnificent chandelier that hung above the bed. A murderous grin forming on her face as she made way for the chain that kept it afloat. Today she was ready to expel her nightmare once and for all. And though she hadn't yet done the action, she could already feel a sense of euphoria wash over her. She eyed the listless Hayama as he looked at her from afar. She stood with a dagger in one arm and chain in the other. Then, when she was done savoring the sight, she made a cutting motion with her hand. Bang! Crack! The sound of the chandelier hitting the bed was loud enough to be heard from outside the room. The same could be said for the sound of Hayama's body. Claire looked at her feet as the trail of blood made it her way. Honestly, who does he think he is, dirtying the white sheets with his blood? She was still an expert maid through and through. A smirk appeared on her face as she made way for the door. She wasn't sure if someone heard the disturbance, but she'd rather be safe than sorry. No signs of the demure and respectful Claire remained as she cackled while leaving the room. She readjusted her maid cap before forming a stoic expression. And with her hands entwined on her lap, she walked slowly toward the exit of the castle. Along the way she heard murmurs of other maids and butlers. It took all of her mental fortitude to restrain the grin forming on her face. It seemed she made the right call in not lingering around anymore. According to the surrounding folk, guards were already on the way, not that she was worried. By the time they got there, she was already outside. Knock knock. This middle-aged man with no hair went by the name of David. Recently he has been in quite the slump since his most profitable customer died not too many months ago. Since then life hasn't been very kind to him. A 3 ago he had gotten a mysterious letter stating, "Be here in 3 days, promise of riches." It was a very vague note, but seeing as how he had nothing to lose he went ahead and thought he'd try his luck. And now that the promised day has finally come, he excitedly ran to see who knocked on the door this early in the day. The promises of riches. An early morning, the moment he woke up, if he had been an earthling he surely would have mistaken this day for Christmas. But instead of Santa, the one who appeared on the other side of the door was a young girl with long brown hair. He squinted at her for a second before a memory from the back of his mind came forward. "Why you, I almost didn't recognize you without those glasses and that maid outfit you always wore." That's right, the one who had sent him that note was Claire. But one thing baffled David: after all this time why has she appeared before him now? Considering her master is dead there shouldn't be any reason for her to come here requesting any more deliveries. "Old man David, I would like your assistance." She stood firmly at the entrance of his lodging, stating her reasoning. "My assistance? Well, what is it you want?" "I'm just a simple deliverer." "You're headed for Furin, right? The land of merchants and business. I would like you to take me there." Right now David had an assortment of questions on his mind. How did she know he was going to return home? Why does she want to go to Furin? What was the letter all about? But those questions remained unasked as she revealed a large sack of coins from beneath her cloak. He gulped before accepting the bag from her hands, looking inside to verify the contents. He looked up at Claire before coming to a decision. "We leave tomorrow, along with the other bands of merchants and workers making their way to Furin. Meet me here before the rise of dawn." Claire nodded her head before turning around. All she needed to do was survive the night without getting caught. Simple for someone like her who knew the back streets of the kingdom like the back of her hand. David watched as her back disappeared in a sea of people, sighing before walking back into his house with the sack of coins in hand. What the hell did I get myself into this time? Chapter 45. Finally, they made it to the grand tree. Ivan and the group stared at the tree with disbelief. Compared to the trees that littered the woods, this tree was as good as dead. No lush greenery. No vitality. If not for its height they would have overwritten it as some dead tree. What stood before them was a girthy tree that stood at least 50 meters in diameter. Far bigger than any tree they'd seen thus far. According to Cam, this tree has been in a half-dead state since before the founding of Verbergen. The fact that after all this time it never died was what made people call it the Grand Tree. And just as Ulfric said, there was a stone marker with a lithograph carved into it. Engraved into the stone was a heptagon, with a different crest at each vertex. The same one they'd seen in Oscar's lair, or the hidden cave the magic circle had teleported them to. Ivan held up Oscar's ring to confirm this theory. They matched perfectly. "Alright, this is good, now we know for certain that this is a labyrinth," Ivan said as you nodded in turn. The problem laid now is that they had no idea how to get in. Ivan circled the tablet looking for clues. He thought perhaps there would be some secret message he needs to say aloud or maybe insert the ring somewhere. Just as he expected there were 7 indents carved into the back, in the same spot the crests were on the front. The ring then fits in the hole corresponding with Oscar's crest. Then, the tablet began to glow. The Halia all withdrew the weapons at their waists and on their backs in case something unexpected happened. But the moment that glowing turned into floating letters above the tablet Ivan waved his hand and they laid their worries. He read the words in the air aloud. "For markers of strength. The power of restoration. A beacon woven from bonds. Only with those 3 ingredients in hand will the path to a new trial be opened." Great, a fucking riddle. Long story short, Ivan read those words to be, "You are not strong enough to enter this level. Please come back later." For markers probably meant 4 crests from other labyrinths. The power of restoration, it didn't seem it referred to use regeneration, so that won't work. Most likely they wanted someone to obtain the restoration of ancient magic to fix the tree. And a beacon of bonds almost certainly meant that one had to build trust with a Beastman just to get here. Ivan and you sighed at the realization. It seemed that they weren't able to do this dungeon just yet. Frankly, it pissed them off. After all these efforts to get here, they have to leave empty-handed. Ivan wouldn't stand for such a thing. "Hey, you, there is a rumor that a dungeon lies in the Ryzen Gorge. Let's go check it out," you responded curtly to his proposition. But before that. "Hey. Where do you guys think you're going?" "Well, we agreed to safeguard you guys till we made it to the tree. With this, our contract has been completed. The Imperial soldiers who probably went to look for the battalion most likely left already. It's our cue to leave." Ivan spoke to Shay as if he was stating the most obvious things. "What about our bonds? The tribulations we went through to get here. Did none of that mean anything to you guys?" Ivan locked eyes with you who stood beside him, then. "Ha ha ha. Fu. As if he heard the funniest thing ever, Ivan arched his back as he cackled. You on the other held her palm up to her mouth as she laughed softly. What's so funny?" Shay was unnerved by the sudden outburst. "Aya, didn't I read the words from the slate aloud? We're not strong enough to enter it, so, we'll be back when the time comes. That's why there isn't any need for us to say goodbye. Instead, we'll see you all later." Shay brightened at the realization, pulling the two into a hug. To her. These two were her saviors, people who not only protected the lives of her family but taught them how to live onwards as well. And though she wouldn't be joining them on their adventures, she wanted to make them proud doing what only she could do. I'm gonna miss you guys so much, Yua. Thank you both for everything. I'm gonna do my best here to make the Halia tribe the most respected. Then. I'll make sure no kid has to suffer what I went through, just as you said, Ivan. I'll follow my dreams while you follow yours. Shay tried her best not to tear up during her words, but in the end, she couldn't hold it in. She held them closer as the two responded with an equally affectionate hug. She was the first person they met since reaching the surface. And now they must go. But the two weren't sad. Sure, it'd be a little quiet without the rambunctious rabbit, but they'd find solace in knowing she was doing her best to live the life she wants. "I'll search for the future where we three could spend time together again, and grab it with my own hands." The rest of the Halia joined in on the group hug. None bothering with any words of goodbye, they knew they just had to await the day their saviors returned. Until then they'd work extra hard to be of service to them when they're needed. Waving back at the figures on the horizon, Ivan readjusted his backpack before walking in the opposite direction from them. With you in tow, the two kept walking forward until the silhouettes of the Halia couldn't be seen anymore. It's just the two of us again. It'll be a bit lonely." Ivan ruffled her hair as he thought back on the past few days. In this time he had saved a tribe from extermination, became blacklisted from 2 different nations, trained an army of warriors, and visited the target of their journey. They're family now, we'll see them again someday, I'm sure of it. The two got over their momentary blues as they thought of the future. That was enough to better their moods and push their resolution into clearing the Ryzen Gorge Labyrinth. The quicker they clear 3 other labyrinths, the sooner they can return. "Alright. Let's do this, you." "Yeah. That wasn't until you came to a revelation. Though it'll be pretty tough to sleep out here should we not find it today." "That's fine, I had the Halia collect a lot of things growing in the sea of trees, and you could live off my blood, so we should be good for about 3 weeks so long as I manage the number of portions I eat." In any case, the two were probably going to be fine if they had to live out on the land. Compared to the depths of the dungeon, it might even be called a luxury. There was the worry of horrible weather, but if Ivan needed to make a hole in the ground, then so be it. It had been 2 days since Ivan and you passed the teleportation circle they were summoned to the surface by. Spending each night in a hole in the ground, nothing all too different from their life in the dungeon. However, their frustrations were growing. The rumor had stated the labyrinth was in the Ryzen Gorge. That was a hint all too vague. Ivan was even starting to feel that maybe they passed the entrance. There was no grand entrance like the Orcus labyrinth. That he was sure of. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a rumor that it lied here. A rumor, tonight they'll be spending another night in a ditch. Ivan looked up through the cracks he left to breathe before looking at you who rested beside him. Deciding he needed to use the bathroom, he slipped out her grasp before climbing out quietly through some escape tunnel he made. He walked up to the large walls of the gorge, his eyes gleaming as his cat's eye skill showed him his surroundings. Though not as bright as day, everything to him looked as though it basked under the moonlight. Bang! When he held his hand up to the wall to support his body, a loud thud was heard before the wall was pushed forward. He looked at the gap that appeared before finishing his business. Once he was done, he stepped forward and pushed the wall back more. What appeared before him seemed like some sort of secret path. He looked at this hallway made of rock and stone. Noticing the bright pink signboard that was hung at the end of it. Rather than taking a step in, he decided it'd be best to wake up you in case something happened. Ivan. I think I found the entrance to the next dungeon. Her eyes snapped open as she arose from her sleeping position. Finally, she could get out of this desert and see what a city was like. All they had to do now was clear it. She followed Ivan to the path in the wall after preparing her gear. Alright, I'll go in, you wait out here just in case it's a trap or something. Ivan moved into the path as he told his plan. Yeah, she readied some magic. It wasn't until Ivan was directly in front of the signboard did the writing become clear to him. As it read. Welcome everyone. Welcome to Milady Ryzen's heart-pounding dungeon. Milady, the name was familiar to Ivan who had seen it in Oscar's notes. That confirmed it to him, as the Ryzen name was quite popular, but Milady was something he's only ever seen from Oscar. Besides that, he was quite satisfied with this proper greeting. Sure, it was a bit out of place here in this gorge used as an execution ground, but he'll take what he could get. He called you over to him and asked her to read the sign as well. They looked at each other before nodding. Though the path ended with just this sign, Ivan was sure there was some mechanism or button that'd lead them forward. Pressing his hand against the wall, he heard metal clinking. Gotcha. The wall swung like something from a ninja movie as both he and you found themselves in some dark room. Ivan rushed in front of you before placing his left hand on the ground. Sparks flew as a wall was transmuted right in front of them. Bang bang. The sound of banging resounded from the other side. As the sound stopped, Ivan brought down the wall to see what had tried to hit them. He dug an arrow out of the stone. While inspecting the rest, it would seem their entrance here activated a trap. Light shone into the room as another path became visible. But first, the party of two examined the stone table sitting arrogantly in the center of the room. Hey, did I surprise you? Well, did I? I bet you peed your pants, didn't you? Ha ha ha. Any of you get hurt? Maybe someone in your party died? Foo-foo. You and Ivan looked at each other while lamenting the future, as they had a feeling this dungeon wasn't going to be as kind as the other. Chapter 46. You lifted her hand as she attempted to cast her magic. Nothing happened. It seemed the effects of the Ryzen Gorge were stronger down here. She became unable to use advanced magic, and even intermediate magic was difficult to cast unless the attack ranged no more than 5 meters. And though this would essentially make her useless, Ivan prepared just for this exact situation. Pulling a stave from his treasure trove, Ivan tossed it to you. She held it in both hands as if it were a spear. Its metal pole illuminated with runes that shined with a golden glare as it grew in length. The pointed head, originally imbued with a clear in color mana crystal, morphed into bright yellow light as the end of it sharpened and became a hollow blade of gold. She inspected the magic spear in satisfaction before imbuing it with her mana. Bzzzt. The golden color grew brighter as the bladed tip elongated in length, almost instantaneously. It pierced the wall before her with a deadly force. Ivan nodded. To him the spear was the epitome of simpleness. See an enemy? Just stab them. Of course, its efficiency grows 100 times over if someone who wields it is proficient, but it was a good tool even for beginners. This magic spear had been created with the singular purpose of piercing its target no matter the range. So for you who is not a close combat fighter, it should be suitable enough. That's not taking into account her body strengthening magic. Though he was kind of worried she turned to him while forgetting to deactivate it. But right now it wasn't needed, as though it had been 2 hours they had yet to run into a single monster. Normally the average party of adventurers would be destroyed in this labyrinth because of the whole no magic rule, but Ivan was fine considering his arms used internal magic. The only problem was that his hands of mana became unusable here. You watched in solace as they dispersed into ashes the moment they were exposed to the air. His arm of creation shall serve as a substitute. Getting these things out of the way, Ivan and you decided it was time to go down the path. This long narrow hallway spanned on for tens of minutes before they found derailing paths. So now they had 2 options, left or right. After flipping a coin they decided to go left. Gotcha. The entrance to the left path closed behind them as they entered. Ivan rested his right hand on the wall that appeared out of nowhere. Nothing happened. It seemed similar to the Orcus labyrinth. This dungeon had a spell protecting it from interference. Seeing no other choice, they continued. Clink. The second they stepped forward, the sound of locking mechanisms reverberated throughout the hall. And slowly, the ceiling started falling onto them. You and Ivan looked at each other. No fear was visible on their faces. After the first trap, they knew exactly what kind of dungeon this was. Bzzzt. Ivan pressed his left hand against the wall. A hole opened up before they jumped in. Contrary to the earlier statement, it would seem some areas of the dungeon were malleable. Ivan guessed by the sadistic nature of its creator that they wouldn't want the adventuring group to meet an early death without having some fun first. Now in another hall, the two looked behind them as the ceiling crushed their former path. They looked forward and decided to continue on this new path. Ivan tracing the wall in their hall with his right hand as they walked down it. So far there were no indicators of whether a part of the labyrinth lacked protection or not, so to him, this was the best option. Gotcha. Except in classic dungeon fashion, his hand grazed a slightly protruding brick as more sounds of locking mechanisms were heard. You and Ivan paused in their steps. For a second, nothing happened. Then, a loud rumbling. Rumble rumble. All other deviating routes were closed up as the only path left was forward. The two turned around to meet the source of rumbling, only to meet a large boulder hurling towards them at a significant speed. Ivan stood before you as he held his right arm out. Blue sparks radiated the air as he prepared for impact. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters now. The sparks grew larger the moment his hand and the boulder collided. Bang! It was obliterated into thousands of tiny pieces as Ivan didn't need to take even a single step back. He sighed before dropping his arm. You patted him as a way of showing her appreciation. However, the moment they let down their guard. Rumble rumble. Another boulder came hurtling towards them. This time it had a metallic color. Not only that, but the walls it scrubbed by started to deform as if it were melting. Noticing the weird shine it had, Ivan had no doubts that the steel ball of doom held corrosive properties. His hands would melt to nothing the moment they made contact. This time you made it to the front. Holding the magic spear forwards like a trident. And with the exertion of her mana, a ray of golden light blasted from the base. This light flew at stunning speeds towards its target, and when they finally made contact it managed to pierce through. This was enough to slow down the boulder's momentum. It slowly skirted as it inched towards them. Then, it came to a complete stop. The force of the spear was enough to upset its speed. Phew, maybe touching everything ain't the brightest idea after all. Ivan decided to reserve his transmutation abilities unless it was necessary. With the metal ball now having been stopped, the routes that had been previously blocked revealed themselves. Ivan and you picked a path before heading in. The scenery remained the same, nothing to discern from these brick walls and tiled floor. The steel sconces littered the wall adorned with normal torches, each sconce evenly spaced from the other. Gotcha. The familiar sounds of mechanisms locking reverberated through the room. Ivan and you tightened their stances in preparation for what was to come. That's when they felt the floor beneath them disappear. You activated the magic spear and stuck it into the wall. Dangling herself in the air. Ivan on the other hand activated the treasure trove and made his signature gauntlets reappear. He held his left hand onto the nearest wall as the fingertips of the gauntlet became pointed. SSKKRR. Ivan winced at the sound of metal scratching, but in the end managed to stick himself above the pitfall. He glared down at the deep abyss beneath him before looking over to you who hung next to him. Motioning for her to cling onto his back, he climbed back up from whence they came. They both heaved a sigh of relief as they made it out. Now they were back in these familiar hallways. You forgot what happened earlier as she leaned against the wall to catch her breath. Gotcha. There's that pesky noise again. You ducked low as a saw blade popped out of the wall as if the wall didn't exist. Then it resubmerged itself back into its matter seamlessly. This time they decided to crawl down the hall. Sure, she would be fine after a couple of seconds if she were decapitated or torn apart, but they'd rather avoid such a gruesome scene. Once they made it 15 meters, they decided to get back up. Continuing their walk down the hall, they had to choose between two paths again. Left or right? Seeing as how they went left last time, they decided to go right. The moment they did, the scenery changed. Huh. Well, ain't this a familiar sight? As expected of the sadistic bastard that made this place. Hey you, are we sure the liberators are the good guys? This one certainly isn't. It seemed they needed to go back down the path again. But rather than exploring what they've already seen, it was better to use other methods. Ivan returned to his method of transmuting the walls. But this time he adorned his gauntlets and pulled a canteen from his treasure trove. He splashed the water onto the wall and made contact with it. BZZT. The water is concentrated into solid ice. He tapped it with his finger before clenching his fist, then, with all his strength he punched through the ice. The ice shattered like glass as a gaping hole appeared in the wall. And just like that, the wall he wasn't able to transmute before was obliterated. This meant that you and Ivan had a new path to traverse. Hopefully. One that isn't laden in traps. Ivan held Yu's hand as he pulled her through the hole. They observed the scenery a bit before moving forward. Wary of any possible traps. Splat. The ground beneath them became like glue. Though it didn't do any harm to them as it was more of a nuisance than anything. You climbed back onto Ivan's back as he trudged through it. With no point in both of them losing their mobility. This path of glue-like substance went off for about 20 meters. Numerous times he was a bit afraid of tripping over and getting stuck to the ground. But finally at the end of this path rested a new sight. A grand set of double doors standing arrogantly before them. Just a few more meters and they'll find what they were possibly looking for. Though they stayed wary as the odds this was another prank of the Liberator was extremely high if they went according to history. Ivan and you stared at each other. And with their renewed confidence they moved forward. The room they'd found themselves in was long and rectangular. Along the wall were numerous alcoves, and ensconced within each was a statue in a full suit of armor. Complete with sword and shield. In the deepest part of the room was a flight of stairs, beyond which stood an altar. Past the altar was a majestic door. Placed atop the altar was a diamond-shaped yellow crystal. Ivan eyed the 50 knight statues. If cinema and literature taught him anything, then the moment they dash toward stairs they'll become animated. He could already imagine it. The steel knights stepping out of their alcoves, 50 in number. The sound of their armor clanking as they made steps towards them. Clank. And that's exactly what happened the moment they took a step forward. Well, shit. Chapter 47. The statue's eyes began to glow ominously. And with the sound of metal scraping against metal, the knights stepped out of their alcoves. Ivan and you stared back as the group of 50 knights raised their shields and started shuffling towards their direction. Ivan took to the front as he held his left arm to the ground. A wall formed of the materials in the floor appeared. It seemed that whatever the floor was made of was especially malleable compared to everything that he's touched since entering this dungeon. However, this defense of his was rendered useless as the statue knights chopped up the wall like butter using their swords. That's when he was certain that the material the floor was made of served another purpose besides looking pretty. You activated the magic spear as a long blade of gold appeared and swept towards 5 of the closest golems, no resistance as the blade went through them. But this wasn't something that made Ivan happy. He watched on as the golems that had fallen over began to reconstruct themselves using their scattered parts. Some even going as far as using the material in the floor to rebuild. Ivan ran over to the closest reconstructed golem as he pressed his right arm against it. With enough mana output, the golem exploded into thousands of pieces. Normally golems like these would have a core or something that keeps them functioning. However, under Ivan's scrutinizing gaze he came to realize that they were completely hollow. Which to him meant one thing. A controller. There had to be someone or something taking control of these hollow dolls. He observed the diamond-shaped yellow crystal that sat on the altar above the stairs. There was a good chance that the crystal is what powered the golems. BZZT. He quickly transmuted a wall in front of him as a metal shield was launched at them. As for why it was launched and not thrown, there was something odd with the statue's movements. These things moved very slowly. Ivan observed that golem's movement as it was making the throwing motion. To him, it was simply impossible that the slow reeling of its arm and drop would produce a throw strong enough to shatter the wall and continue forth. It was as if the shield mysteriously got faster the moment it was released from the golem's hand. If anything, Ivan could pin it on the very weird way this labyrinth worked. First, the revolving rooms that returned them to the beginning. Then the no magic rule, and finally this golem room where things were getting bizarre. In any case, the two found their current objective, to reach the crystal and destroy it. You readied her magic spear once more as she moved to the front. With one swing she was able to take out 5 golems, so now she was aiming for 10. Swish. And though they would likely reconstruct themselves within the next few seconds, what they needed right now was to reach the altar. The moment the next assault of shields was thrown at them, Ivan transmuted another wall. Leaping to the altar seems unwise as the golems would just pelt them in the air. Running through would mean subjecting themselves to their melee attacks and sharp swords. While Ivan was confident he'd be able to maneuver between the swarm of golems, that confidence didn't carry over in the situation. He'd have another person on his back. Realizing her burden, you made sure to up the ante a bit. If it was Ivan's job to get them to the altar, then she would take it upon herself to disable the golems. She told Ivan to pay no heed to the golems' attack and rush right through them with her on his back. He worriedly looked back before deciding to place his faith in her. Arching his back, Ivan bent forward as he prepared for his mad dash. And then boom. The tile beneath him cracked as his kick left behind a cloud of dust and smoke. He weaved in and out of the golem's range, having complete trust in his partner as she swung the magic spear behind them. Every once in a while an attack would reach her and tear through her skin, but being resolute in her duty to not become a burden, she stayed silent as she allowed Ivan to stay focused on getting them out of this swarm. The situation turned from bad to worse as more golems descended from the ceiling. Ivan, seeing his path become more ridden with obstacles, grabbed a golem by the head, destroying it before vaulting off of it like a trampoline. But now that they were in the air, a new problem arose. Dozens of shields came hurling their way. This time Ivan breathed out and closed his eyes. Then, opening them back up with a flash, he used each shield thrown at them as a platform to advance to the altar. These footholds in the air stopped being launched as it seemed the golems realized they were assisting the enemy. If they stopped throwing shields, then sooner or later he'd have to come down. This made Ivan hesitate a little. He wasn't sure if the golems would have this kind of intelligence if they were controlled by some crystal. To him, this kind of control seemed more fitting to belong to another person. But seeing no one else in the room, he returned to the ground level. Grabbing a sword with his right hand as he used the arm it was raised with as a perch. No matter what, the only route they had to take was the door at the end of the stairs and the crystal. The sword of the golem obliterated as Ivan jumped from head to head. He allowed you to recuperate the mana she lost with his blood until she's back in tip-top shape. He'd be in charge of total defense. Not that he was upset with this duty. It wasn't long until Ivan reached the bottom of the steps after dodging an assortment of swords and shields. Running up them as you finished recharging. She jumped off his back as he ran up to destroy the crystal. With the grab of his right hand, Ivan charged a multitude of mana into destroying the crystal. Shatter. Like glass it broke in his hand. He turned it to the army of golems he was defending against as he waited for them to fall over like toy soldiers. 1 second went by. 15 seconds went by, 30 seconds went by, 1 minute. It seemed as though the golems weren't going to deactivate anytime soon. He ran up to the majestic doors as he pressed against them. It didn't nudge a single bit. He made sure you was holding her own before amassing a large amount of mana in his right arm. As blue sparks filled the air, the door started molding slowly, forming a small hole large enough for a boy like him to fit in. Ivan motioned to you as she deactivated the spear. Then she ran over to him and jumped in a hole. Ivan followed after her, staying next to the door as he sealed up the hole with his left arm. Ignoring the loud banging on the other side of the door, the two warriors let out a sigh of relief. At least that was before they observed their surroundings. Metal platforms littered the sky as there was no visible floor to this world. Hell. To the two of them, this space they found themselves in was just an endless sea of dark clouds and metal blocks. What was odd about the metal blocks was their properties, as they seemingly floated in the air without any support, drifting away as if this were space. That's when you and Ivan finally felt they had a gauge on this whole labyrinth. The unnatural flying shields. The sound of mechanisms locking that usually led them to return to the beginning room, and these floating blocks. They supposed the ancient magic this labyrinth held was gravity magic. Them returning to the starter room wasn't a result of some magic teleportation, it was just the rooms drifting in this space as the former route connected back to paths that led to the beginning of the labyrinth. Ivan and you looked at the platform floating before them before staring at each other. And with a nod, they each stepped onto it. For a second nothing happened. But then. Yua. Whoa. The platform started rising at magnificent speed. You held on to Ivan as he dug his boots into the ground. And just like he worried, the extreme rising speed ended with an abrupt stop. If he didn't hold down his position, he would have been shot into the air and the abyss of clouds. But now wasn't the time to complain, as it would seem they made it to their end goal. A large metal platform appeared before them. But that wasn't what worried them. It was more so what stood atop it. A fully armored golem knight, one that was as tall as 20 meters tall. Its massive metal arms glowing as if ready to punch a hole out of whatever entered its lair. The red cape on its back flew arrogantly as it looked down at the two trespassers. The gold engravings lining the white metal surface gave it a majestic feel. To you and Ivan, this beast was deserving to be the last boss. The only thing unsettling about its appearance was the crudely drawn smiling face on its helmet. Its black paint looked as though it was dripping before it managed to dry. Once the Grand Golem made sure they observed its deadly appearance, that's when it made its move. Hey, nice to meet you, it's me, everyone's favorite idol, Milady Ryzen-chan. The huge golem's greeting didn't match its look at all. It took all of Ivan's power to stop you from outright attacking the thing. A sentient golem that goes by the name Milady Ryzen. In Oscar's notes the name Milady Ryzen belonged to a human girl. Are you saying with 100% certainty that's you? What's there to lie about, kid? Just like how you hide your face with your helmet. What's wrong with me taking this appearance? But if you want a proper explanation, I wouldn't mind giving it to you so long as you can defeat me. I am Milady Ryzen. And the secret of the golems lies in the ancient magic I can use. Like some cartoony villain. She waved about her arms as a metal platform from above flew over and threatened to crush Ivan and you. Ivan sighed as the talk devolved into a fight, the first guests she had in probably centuries, and she just outright attacked them. As expected of a dungeon master. Ivan and you dove to the platform Milady occupied as they prepared for the ensuing chaos. This space became like a bullet hell game as she jumped around to avoid the metal platforms thrown at them. If the situation didn't change, they'd be running until they got exhausted and died. You. Yes. As Ivan directed, you stopped running as Ivan molded the ground beneath them to cover their bodies. She stood still as she aimed the magic spear towards Milady's head. The large golem tilted its head in surprise as the ray of golden light pierced right through its head. Ivan was banking that as the controller of the rest of the golems, this one had to have possessed some crystal or battery-like object to keep it running. However, it would seem the head wasn't a place for that as it patched itself using bits and pieces of the metal floor. This time you aimed for the chest. Oh ho, I won't let you do that. Ma, that last attack scared me, you know. For a second it felt as though I was inside my real body. Seeing as how it's really dangerous, I'm not gonna let you do it again. The golem Milady finally moved forward. Instead of the falling metal platform, she swung her fist down at the defensive cover Ivan made. He looked to you as he realized they should no longer stay in this one spot as the metal ceiling began to show dents in it. Ivan grabbed you by the waist before dashing out of there. Not turning around as the cover was squished flat. It would seem Milady had no intentions of allowing you to aim her shot. Which meant they would need to get close enough to where she couldn't be stopped. The problem was Milady was wary of her, and these flying metal platforms just defended the golem's blind sides anyways. With that in mind, Ivan held his left hand to the floor as a metal pole became transmuted from the ground. He sneakily passed it to you while under some temporary cover while he took the real magic spear. They nodded to each other before running in the complete opposite direction. You had her regeneration and intermediate magic, so she should be fine so long as Ivan didn't meet any obstacles. Ivan dashed to meet Milady's back, dodging and destroying metal platforms as they were launched at him. That's when he finally managed to lodge on her back. Holding the spear with both hands, he charged it with mana as its body glowed with grey linings. Its bladed head shot out in a brilliant grey light as it aimed to pierce the perceived spot for the golem's core. Ding! However, the moment he smiled victoriously, the spear met resistance. He used his right hand to destroy the cape and armor out of the way before he noticed a jet black material covering the golem's body beneath the armor. The golem Milady swiveled her head to meet Ivan's face as it laughed aloud. He, did you finally notice? That's right, a Xanthium baby. The strongest known metal on the planet. Her words finished off with a flaming fist hurling towards Ivan's direction. He lifted his right arm to meet it, however he was unable to fully deconstruct it in time as its full mass made contact with his body. Boom! Ivan was sent flying as the fist larger than his whole body obliterated him in a single hit, his armor turning into bits and pieces as their particles flew in the air like debris. Ivan! You cried out as she cast the intermediate water spell, Rupture. Using its cover to run over to Ivan's body. Milady covered it with the thick golem arm as its sharp water blade managed to cut halfway through, wiping the blood off his chin. Ivan propped himself off the ground as you carried him to a corner of the metal platform. He used his left arm to encompass them in steel as he needed a few seconds to recuperate. It wouldn't take long for Milady to come over and destroy their cover, so he needed to get over this attack right now. His ring flashed green as tens of dozens of canteens full of water filled their shelter. He instructed the worried you to pile them all up together, caressing her head as the complaint she had fell to deaf ears. He wasn't sure how badly that fist hurt him, but for now, the ringing in his ears made it impossible for him to understand you. He silently passed over the magic spear he pulled out before getting hit to you as she solemnly accepted it. Ivan nodded as he affirmed that what lay before him was every canteen he had. Ignoring the rumbling of footsteps, he threw his body on top of the stack as the water transmutation gauntlets appeared on his hands. He ignored the sharp pain in his ribs as he drained all of the mana into his body to focus on his next transmutation. Sure, Xanthium was the strongest metal, but that didn't mean it was impenetrable. It was an exceedingly rare one that Ivan couldn't believe even a liberator of ancient time could get her hands on a ton of. He assumed what she had coated on the golem's body was very light. Let's say he can't pierce it even with this assumption, what about other methods? With its regeneration, tearing it apart wouldn't work. Maybe with his right arm, he could destroy the coat if given enough time. Milady wasn't going to allow him that. He made a hole for you to crawl through as she agreed to serve as a distraction. The shelter became enveloped with a grey light as Ivan closed his eyes. Something to restrain her, he thought to himself. Ivan envisioned it already. A beast should fight a beast, monster versus monster. The inside of the shelter turned chilly as he ignored the fog his breath was creating. The shelter's metal exterior turned blue as the ice was even starting to spread outside. Blood flowed from Ivan's mouth as if being drawn from a tube. It mixed with the water filling the shelter as Ivan's body began to float. The shelter started shaking from the outside as if it were about to burst. And burst it did. Kaboom. Milady turned back to where she thought Ivan had died as the gust of cold wind hit her unfeeling body. She stared back in what could only be construed as a surprise as a giant no less than she appeared out of nowhere. With an icy exterior. It stood at an impressive 20 meters as well. Its sharp ridges give one the feeling they'd lose a finger just touching it. The visibly cold air it emanated even gave the golem body Milady was controlling a shiver, as it seemed with each breath the human encapsulated in its center made more cold air would be expelled. But what unnerved her the most was the trails of red like blood that went all over the ice giant's body like veins. Slightly pulsating and glowing with each other second. If she weren't mistaken, she believed whatever that liquid was is imbued with mana to act as strings for the host to move and control the rest of the giant. What in the... Her words were cut off as the ice and blood-red fist collided with her face. I need to get away from it. She thought to herself as she controlled the nearby floating platforms to shatter the icy giant. Shatter, shatter. Bits and pieces of the ice flew into the air as the giant remained motionless. Then from the host encapsulated in the center blood flowed out and became the ice to fill the new voids. Milady could only regard it as an act of extreme self-torture. She then controlled even more platforms to attack the host in the center of the icy giant. But as before they never managed to reach the center as the ice turned to blood and filled in whatever was destroyed. Milady kept on her onslaught assuming he'd have to run out of blood eventually, however in her fear she forgot there was another existence in this room. Swish. With a strong swing of the magic spear, you detached one of the golem's arms from the elbow. Ivan took advantage of Milady's surprise to run up to her and restrain her body with the ice giant's arms. Milady struggled and struggled, however the tight hold Ivan held over her barely made a budge. Even the platforms launched at his body didn't change his determination as he refused to let her go. She listened to the cracks of her golem's armor as the pressure of his hold was starting to become too much. Her exterior became frosted under the effects of the ice giant. Let me go. Release me, you bastard. Over and over she stabbed at its exterior. And as time went by the little scratches it made were starting to become noticeable. You had positioned herself between Ivan and Milady's bodies to avoid getting hit with any floating platforms. In only minutes they would make it to the core. During this time Milady pleaded, bargained, begged, and raged. In a continuous cycle as Ivan remained silent, focusing his all on keeping the parts of the ice giant together. Chip. And like that you pierced the golem's tough cover as the spear dug into the yellow crystal within. Milady's golem body turned motionless as the light in its eyes disappeared. Ivan made sure it made no motions as he relaxed his hold. The golem dangled in the air for a second before falling forward. Bang! Just like that, another dungeon was cleared. Splash! The ice giant immediately melted into water and blood. You didn't mind the dirtiness of Ivan's condition as she held his body up to her face, sighing in relief when she heard the pumping of his heart. She removed the treasure trove from his finger and imbued her mana into it. She held the healing potion in her hands before pouring its contents into her mouth to give to Ivan who couldn't drink in his condition. Her motions were swift as she was afraid that time enveloped in ice was going to freeze him to death. And though expensive she expended her mana in making a small fire to keep his body warm. Pulling a blanket out of the ring after changing his clothes and drying him down with a towel. She observed the motionless golem from afar before deciding to rest beside Ivan. Today they won. She closed her eyes before smiling happily. Can you not ignore me? That's when Milady's voice rang out. Chapter 48. Yu's eyelids snapped open as she sat upright with the magic spear in hand. Her crouch turned into a stance as she stood before Ivan's body defensively. Whoa, 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 calm it little girl, you guys won. You did it, my core has been destroyed and I'll disappear soon, so relax. I'm just using the little that's left to speak with you for a moment. A panicked voice emanated from the fallen golem as its eyes that lost their luster shone dimly. Relaxing slightly as her condition didn't seem capable of combat, you opted to hold the magic spear at her waist. The anxiety in Milady's voice settled before she let out a sigh. But seriously, what was that final attack? That's way too cheating. He'll be fine right now, forget me asking, I'm sure he'll be fine, but to think there was a monster like him born into this world, well, the same could be said for you. You slowly strolled up to the defeated golem to better hear her words. Milady chuckled weakly at the sight of this young girl looking down at her. For centuries she had waited alone here for warriors capable of fulfilling the Liberator's cause. I'm sorry I was a bit rough with you guys, but these damn gods, they'll use any dirty trick to get to you. I needed to make sure you guys were prepared for that. The other labyrinths, you spoke out softly. Please tell us the location of the other labyrinths. If you're hoping for warriors like us to obtain the 7 ancient magic, then we'd like to know where they are at. Yu's demands were not unreasonable, as such the respect she held for this legendary hero of the ancient time would wane if she said something like, "You must figure it out yourselves to be considered worthy. The locations of the other labyrinths I will tell you." Compared to the Milady that was terrorizing them throughout this whole adventure, this Milady spoke weakly. She struggled to form sentences as the mana remaining in her core was vanishing exponentially. A notebook and pen appeared in Yu's hands as she marked down all the locations of the dungeons. Though she and Ivan weren't 100% dead set on clearing all the dungeons, she felt this would be good info to have should they feel the need to acquire some ancient magic. The light in Milady's eyes grew dimmer as she wrapped up naming all the locations. She looked up at Yu, who stared at her face. "What is it?" she said with a whisper. "You did well, you can rest now." The Milady golem remained silent as those words of praise rang in her head. For centuries she waited here to fulfill her duty. There were times she got lonely, times she despaired. Times she lost all hope, and times she wanted to wipe her shame from having failed away from the earth once and for all. "Thank you. You held respect for a being as resolute as her. Now then, it's finally time. I pray that the blessings of the gods never reach you." Her words drifted away as the light in her eyes vanished once and for all. What stood out to you though were her words, as they were the same Oscar spoke to them in his message. Milady Ryzen, one of this world's liberators, vanished. Entranced, you watched as the light of her soul rose to the sky. You shook her head as she awoke from her stupor. She looked at the resting Ivan, thinking she should take note of all that happened so she could tell him about it later. But for now, her priority would be making sure he didn't die here. Katja. The platform they both stood on trembled as you held her ground. Then slowly, it started drifting in a single direction. When you had regained her balance, she noticed they were heading towards a glowing crack in this sea of clouds. However, the image of this sea of clouds was immediately torn apart as she noticed what the platform had brought them to was a wall painted to look like dark clouds. The light began to fade and the part of the wall that had been glowing fell away. Behind it was a passageway made of polished white stone that shone with a brilliant radiance. The floating platform they were standing on began taking them through the passage. A short while later, you found themselves staring at a wall engraved with the 7 Liberators' crests. It was the same wall that had led to Oscar's house in the labyrinth. As they approached, the wall slid to the side. The block didn't slow down at all and took them through that opening as well. On the other side, you found. "Hey there. Not so long time no see, it's me, Milady-chan." It took all of Yu's willpower to blast the thing in front of her, but before that she wanted answers. "Huh? What's with that face? You don't look all too happy, even after we had that heartwarming conversation not too long ago. Did you think I was going to let myself vanish after one defeat? I'm here to look for multiple challengers, you know, in case you guys died or something. No way would I put all my eggs in one basket." The miniature Milady golem looked a lot more human than her giant counterpart. She had a white mask over her face and her slender body was clad in a white robe. Though it was rather off-putting that her mask was in the shape of a smiley face speaking in the same cutesy manner she had when they'd first met. Mini Milady walked up to them. You ignored the mini annoyance as she observed the room. The walls and floors were all white, and aside from the magic circle engraved into its center, the room was empty. There was a single door set into the far wall. You took steps toward the magic circle, followed by a worried Milady. "Wah! Don't touch that yet. Give us the ancient magic." You flashed a deadly glare as her patience with this thing was almost completely used up already. I got it all right, please calm down, this body is too fragile. Look, just step into it and you'll be good. Oh yeah, and drag that ice pop into it too, that way we could knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. Activating the magic circle takes a lot of mana after all. You had Ivan lean on her small frame as she finally stepped into the magic circle, closing her eyes as she prepared for the same process that happened in Orcus. However, being accustomed to the strangeness of it, she showed no expression this time. "This is..." "Yup, gravity magic," the mini Milady nodded proudly as she declared her ancient magic. "Blondie, you're fit enough to use it, I'm expecting great things, you know. As for Ice Pop HM, he seems decent, don't think he'll be able to use its full potential in combat, but I'm sure he could think of something." Milady rummaged her hand through her pocket before pulling out a ring. The proof that they've cleared this dungeon. Ryzen's crest was 2 ellipses connected by a single stake piercing through both of them. She threw it to you as the latter caught it skillfully. However, the digging didn't stop there as an assortment of ores and other materials came flying out of her pocket. You stared in amazement before realizing she probably had a treasure trove as well. She remembered that Ivan hoped one of the labyrinths taught space magic or something so he could make more of them, as they were incredibly useful for transporting items and tools. Phew, that's all I could give you. Don't give me those eyes, I need the rest of it to rebuild this place for the next challengers. Now then, it's about time for you and Ice Pop here to make your exits. The quicker I finish rebuilding the sooner I can open for business. It seemed this centuries-old hero was still quite eager to fulfill her duty. Even though she had just found the group she was looking for, she knew it was better to have backups. The more people went against the gods with her magic, the better odds they had in succeeding. Wait, before you send us out, please allow Ivan to recover. I have no idea if where you send us is going to be safe or not. You interrupted Milady, who reached for a chain that had appeared out of nowhere. Milady paused in her actions before coming to a conclusion. Unfortunately, I need to get to work. And I'd rather not deal with Ice Pop here if he chooses to wake up and kill me, and while I was eager to try out this mechanism that would flush you out of here like shit in a toilet. It'd probably drown Ice Pop here. Milady's voice turned serious as she spoke her next words. But have no worries. Just step back onto the magic circle, I can assure you it will send the both of you somewhere safe, I stake my honor as a liberator on it. You complied with Milady's words as she stepped onto the magic circle. Its runes started glowing red as Milady activated the teleportation circle part of it. It wasn't long until the entire room was enveloped in a red blinding light. However, still in this atmosphere, you heard Milady's words clearly. Oh yeah, Blondie, if you have any friends or people you know that could pass my test, don't be afraid to send them down here. Foo, of course, don't expect me to go easy on them just cause I know you. Milady's voice was drowned out in Yu's ears as the light completely enveloped her. Then, she closed her eyes and awaited the inevitable transportation. Poof. And just like that, the first visitor in centuries disappeared from the labyrinth. Milady looked at the spot they were standing in before sighing to herself. Yosh. No time to mope around. It's time to get to work. I wonder what the next challengers will be like. You opened her eyes as a fresh breeze hit her face. Surrounded by green foliage and normal-sized trees, she propped up Ivan's body on a nearby tree before leaving to make sure the surroundings were clear. As Milady promised, the spot they were teleported was clean of any dangers. There was even a small pond of fresh water right next to them. You returned to Ivan's side as she laid him down on his back, making sure to cover any exposed parts of his body away from the cold. She had no idea how long it would take for him to heal from the blood loss and mana drain, but she was hoping it'd be real soon. You felt like she saw some weird lights in the distance. So she readied her magic spear and pushed through the thick foliage. A city. She currently stood at the peak of a cliff. The sights in front of her consisted of a small village more lively and full of lights compared to the activity in Verbergen. Her eyes sparkled excitedly, now she really couldn't wait for Ivan to wake up. But bottling up her excitement, she made her way back to Ivan's sleeping bag. Not minding the cramped space, she climbed in without any reservations. She snuggled up to her as she hoped her warmth would provide some assistance to him. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep in his warm embrace, dreaming of the future. Chapter 49. Emichem. Ivan had finally woken up. He looked around his surroundings, noticing that he was currently resting under a cliff edge. Not that he had many complaints about the protection against the sun it brought. But for now, he needed to properly analyze the situation. He hadn't seen you yet, so he guessed she might be doing something right now. Russell. Speak of the dev vampire, here she comes now. Pushing through some thick foliage to reach the base of the cliff. She paused in her steps as she noticed Ivan sitting upright. After that though, she dropped whatever she had in hand and ran over to him. Ivan, are you okay? In an uncharacteristically loud voice, she inquired about his condition. He smiled warmly at her reaction, happy that someone cared about his well-being. He raised his arm and ruffled her hair to reassure her. I'm fine, I got my mana back, so I should be alright. As for my blood, that may take a bit more time, but with some food, it should be back in no time. There's enough for you to feed off anyways. Ivan got up from his lying position wobbly, being caught by you right before he was about to fall over. But that discomfort of walking went away after a few laps around the campfire you made. Hey, you, have any idea how long I've been out for? Ivan was certain that it had been more than a day since their battle with Milady Ryzen. And while he was curious as to how you fed him during this time, he decided not to inquire further lest he embarrass her. 3 days, and I have a lot of things to tell you. It's about Milady Ryzen. Oh yeah, and she gave me all the locations to the labyrinths after you passed out. You spoke, much to his amazement. That's when he learned that Milady Ryzen was still alive and that the golem they fought was just something she was controlling. Along with that, she showed him the notebook marked with the locations for all the labyrinths, which he gratefully accepted after ruffling her hair. It seems that these places are far spread out, Ivan spoke with a sigh as he read out all the locations in his mind. If his memory was correct, then these places would take a while to reach on horseback, let alone walking. And there's also one more thing to tell you. Milady's ancient magic was indeed gravity magic. She said you have an alright affinity with it, while I could use it perfectly. Yu's stoic expression turned into a smug grin at the end of her words. Ivan on the other hand searched in his mind for the magic similar to when he acquired Oscar's magic. He nodded in satisfaction as he already had a few ideas on how to implement it. He turned to Yu, who stared back at him. "You, first and foremost, I would like to apologize for being such an unreliable teammate. This was the second time after all that you had to take care of him. Sure, the first time was technically because she beat him unconscious, but they wouldn't have even fought if he wasn't so weak as to fall to the amulet's temptations. No, it's fine Ivan, it's just the next time you try to pull something like that, please tell me. You worried me, I thought for a second you died there just to stop Milady, but I'm glad that wasn't the case." You spoke with a near sob in her voice but managed to recover by the end. Ivan sighed, remarking about how pathetic it was for him to worry someone like this. But the creation and gravity magic, he thought to himself. Rather than continuously beating himself about it, the best way he can make it up for scaring you like that was to make sure she wouldn't have to worry. It was a foolish decision of his to think they could just waltz into another dungeon without any preparation. He had a gift given to him by a hero of the past and he neglected to use it to his full advantage. This made him a bit ashamed. He rebuked himself for thinking that speedrunning the dungeon would be the way to go. He looked down at his hands. There were still so many things to do. Many opportunities he would have squandered should he not take this moment now to reflect. "Ivan." You spoke worriedly to Ivan, who seemed to be stuck in a stupor. This brought him out of his internal thoughts for the moment. The light in his eyes returned as he met Yu's stare. "Yeah, I'm fine, thanks for going easy on me, Yu, and thank you for saving my life." He spoke those words as he took the lead into the forest. Yu followed behind him silently as she replayed those words in her heart, laughing to herself as she managed to save her savior. "Over in this direction is a village I found." Yu stepped in front of Ivan as she led him toward the village she spotted earlier. From the edge of the cliff, Ivan stood and stared at it before mulling over to himself. He had no idea where Milady Ryzen had brought them, but it'd be wise to not gather up on supplies. Or even better. It's going to take me a while to remake my armor and such, so why don't we go all out on our equipment while we're at it? You said Milady gave us some ores and other materials, it'd be a shame not to make something with them. I still have a lot of things from Oscar's lair, so let's not worry about the cost. For now. Ivan wanted to enter the town and take refuge there until he was ready to make his workshop. That's right, he wanted to have a base of operations so he could really go all out. It's not like they had to rush to clear the dungeons, and even if they did, it'd be better to gear up to the teeth. He looked towards you to make sure she was alright with this plan. She nodded excitedly, as living life on the outskirts of a town in his workshop was one of the few goals he proposed to her in their first encounter. Then that settles it. Oh, but wait, let me make a mask before we go. I'm so excited. We didn't get to explore Verbergen's cuisines cause we got kicked out so fast, but for the first time in a while, I'm going to eat proper food. Still worried that someone might identify him if he showed his face out in the open. Ivan walked back to their little cave under a cliff. He sat down as he formed a small mask made of some decent metal he found in the Orcus labyrinth. Nodding in satisfaction as he marveled at its white luster and smooth face. This was a rather simple mask, only designed to protect him from getting stabbed in the face or things thrown at him. No designs, no color, just a little temporary mask that would be sufficient in hiding his expression until his workshop was ready. It was a shame what happened with the behemoth's horn, but Ivan could only sigh. It was a bit saddening, but at the same time, he felt relieved to let go of such a thing. Right now the behemoth was the least of his worries. And he was sure alongside this vampire princess they could crush it in seconds. He slid the white mask with no design onto his face before turning to you, then threw it to the ground as he realized he couldn't see a damn thing through it. Wait. That's when he picked it up hurriedly. He remembered he intended to fully abuse his creation magic now. So while looking at the mask, an idea came to mind. While the mask would be perfect if it were made with Azantium, as it stood now it had no openings compared to his old helmet. No slits that would allow his enemies to throw something in or stab between. Sure, it didn't cover the back, sides, and top of his head, but it allowed a degree of freedom that his other helmet didn't have. If he could modify it with the creation magic, then it would have much better visibility as well. He held the metal mask with both of his hands before closing his eyes. A purpose for creating magic was to make an artifact out of anything. To bestow powers to something that didn't have any. Hell. If Ivan felt like it, he could make an indestructible regenerating fork that would never die. So with this mask, he bestowed a simple power. That being the power of vision. Transmutation circles appeared on the mask as it was enveloped in a bright light. BZZT. When the light faded, you and Ivan were met by the mask. There were no discernible changes to its appearance. Ivan gulped before sliding it on his face again. It worked. For a second he couldn't even tell he was wearing a mask if not for the cold feeling of the steel touching his nose. He transmuted its form to protrude it a bit more to fit his face. But as he said earlier, his vision was completely unimpeded. Though there were no holes or slits. This steel mask was not an obstacle for the wearer. He brought a dagger up to his face before pushing down swiftly. Ding! The sound of metal hitting metal was a melody in his ears as he grinned from ear to ear. At first, he felt with his old helmet that people discerning his eye color was a problem, but now he didn't have to worry. Sure, there was the matter of his golden hair, but it shouldn't be a problem with a new mantle, a magical mantle. Ivan giggled in excitement as he thought of the possibilities. Of course, he thought of the gravity magic as well. You smiled wryly as he mumbled to himself. As his assistant, she was sure she'd have to help him test these theories. But that wry smile turned to a warm one as she felt him obsessing over things like this was a bit cute. And either way, this is what she agreed to of her own accord. If she could be of use to him, then that'd make her even happier. Look, you! Behold my latest creation. Ivan broke her line of thought as he appeared before her with a white mantle that reached his knees. She stared at the hood before turning back to him. She thought that this was likely to cover his noticeable golden hair. This is no ordinary mantle. Insulation, protection, self-cleaning. Self-repairing, it's an artifact of their own. Can you imagine the things we could make with this creation magic? Alright, I've decided, let's head into town. The quicker we get our workshop, the quicker we could begin developing our new gear. Ivan excitedly spoke as you stood in a daze, a little embarrassed by the confession near the end. You on the other hand smiled teasingly at Ivan, who bothered restructuring his sentence to call the workshop theirs. You quickly adorned the matching mantle and mask he had made for her. The only difference being that her mantle was black. She nodded in satisfaction as the effects he stated were indeed real. As she didn't feel hot at all even in this sunny day. Even the mask cooled her down. Though she refused to wear the mantle hood as it made her uncomfortable. She laughed aloud as Ivan led the way down the mountain and towards the village. In any case, she was just as excited as he was. You smiled warmly as she listened to Ivan talk about future plans and projects. Marveling at the sight of the sun encapsulating his figure as he stood at a perfect angle. While her lover was a bit of a dork. It was these aspects of him that she loved. And with that, the two merrily descended the mountain. Chapter 50. The small town of Brook. An inconspicuous village surrounded only by a makeshift wooden fence and moat. It was not the exciting and luxurious city life you and Ivan were expecting, but as they say, humble beginnings and all that jazz. They directly decided to hop the fence, as showing his status plate to a guard was not the way Ivan wanted to get found out. Not to mention that you didn't even possess any forms of identification. That would become a problem in the future, but right now their biggest concern was their budget. As much as Ivan just wanted to throw rare monster pelts and ores at willing workers, it wasn't worth garnering all that attention. So that meant they currently needed to find somewhere to trade their goods for cash. And while Ivan was no gamer back on Earth, he did play this game that had a pretty fun alchemy system for research purposes. And in that game, it was an adventurers guild that handled stuff like that. With that in mind, they strolled the streets of Brook, gawking at the sight of walkways full to the brim of merchants yelling and the haggling of housewives and adventurers who were just trying to get by. Despite this town's outer appearance, its actual condition was quite positive. The smell of piping hot food, the boisterous laughs of adventurers, the children that jumped around while avoiding their worried parents, in all it seems this town was quite lively. After inquiring with a nice elderly couple along the streets, they finally managed to find their way to the Adventurers Guild. The two stared at the building with a big longsword drawn onto its signboard. This was the mark of every Adventurers Guild. Ivan and you looked at each other before Ivan went ahead and pushed on the heavy wood doors. Rather than some rowdy pub with a bunch of drunk glorified mercenaries, what met their eyes was a surprisingly clean environment. Ahead of the door was a counter, while the entire left-hand side seemed to be a restaurant. And though there were a number of adventurers chatting around or eating meals, not a single one of them was drinking alcohol. Meanwhile, the decently chatty room quieted down as they turned to look at the newcomers. They stared at the man with a plain white face mask who hid his head under a mantle. Then to the short blonde girl who followed beside him. And then nothing. No rude remarks, no tough adventurers who picked on the new guys, they just all turned back to what they were doing before. For the third time today, Ivan was taught to not judge a book by its cover. Though this was the best possible outcome as the two leisurely walked up to the front desk. That's when they found themselves standing face to face with a charmingly smiling middle-aged woman. Ivan ignored Yu's cold glare as he went ahead and engaged in conversation. "Excuse me miss, my partner and I would like your assistance." "Well, you don't have to act all formal with me, boy, besides, act any nicer with me and that girl beside you is gonna get upset, ha ha ha." It was true, as Yu's gaze was becoming colder by the minute, probably describing this middle-aged woman as charming had ticked her off. "Never mind that, lady, we're here to sell some materials, I was just wondering if you could help us out with that." Ivan saw no point in continuing his courteous act as the target saw through it immediately. If the woman favored honesty as much as she enjoyed preaching it, then it should be fine. Hi, atta boy. "Sure, it's my job to assist with that anyways, just let me see your status plate and we could get to it." "Oh, so I need to show you my status plate just to sell things?" "You don't need your status plate just to sell things, but if you're a registered adventurer you get a 10 bonus to your sales." Ivan exclaimed in his mind. If the pelts and hide had been as valuable as he believed, then they could acquire the funds needed to build the workshop very quickly. However, the surprises didn't end there as the lady continued talking. "A lot of inns and shops that do business with the guild will give adventurers 10 to 20 off for their services. And if your rank is high enough you can charter carriages for free. Would you like to register with us? The registry fee is only 1,000 luta. Luta are coins made of combined alloys marked with special seals. Meaning if someone went around stamping all of these coins, odds were someone else was counting how many existed. Even if Ivan were to mass-produce luta that looked exactly the same, there would be people who certainly caught onto his acts. Which was even up till now he never thought of forging it. Ivan mulled over the benefits as the risks came to mind. Accepting this deal meant this lady would see his stats and know his identity. While she didn't seem to have the slightest ill intent whatsoever, this was a risk he was unwilling to take. Sorry lady, but I'ma have to pass up on that offer right now, though I hope you don't mind me returning later once I get things settled." Ivan leaned forward before holding his left hand against his faceplate. For now, he was going to feign frustration. He refused to believe there was no way to hide at least the status numbers on his plate, as it was unlikely adventurers weren't worried about having their abilities read by anyone that looked at their plates. It would be something he would have to research soon, but a little asking around and luta should have that trade secret come flying out quickly. Though it was a good thing that you didn't need a status plate to sell stuff. "I see, well it's fine, I'm not going to pressure you about things you're obviously uncomfortable with, hand me over the stuff you want to sell and we could complete the trade." Though the lady was a bit suspicious of his actions, she felt it wasn't her place to pry in. Unceremoniously, Ivan plopped down some pelts from the sea of trees from the backpack he made as a cover-up. As items magically appearing out of thin air would just attract more suspicion. The lady's eyes opened widely for a moment before she rebuilt her facade quickly. The pelts in front of her. Not many dared to travel through the sea of trees, as it was extremely likely for one to get lost without the guidance of a beastman. With that into consideration, the beast pelts from monsters that resided in the sea of trees were quite rare and valuable. But seeing her two customers' motions, she immediately discerned that they wanted to lay low. Her gasping in surprise would only attract needless attention. Right now she didn't want to earn the disfavor of two warriors. Potential future members of the Adventurers Guild, as she was sure her boss would reprimand her for it. Quietly she completed the transaction before handing Ivan a few sacks of coin. He swept them off the counter and into the backpack. Not bothering to check the contents, as the more time the money spent in the open the more likely they'd attract dubious characters. Before you two go, how about you take these maps of mine, they'll surely help you navigate the city, and don't worry about paying me for them, they're a little something I do when I have the time for it. Rather than a map, what she handed the two were akin to tourist pamphlets. With detailed notes and highlights that decorated the borders of the strangely tough paper. From inns to entertainment shops and restaurants, all that was needed to be known about the town resided in these papers. Ivan and you marveled at this guidebook actually, as they nodded graciously at the woman. They left in a good mood as the first full interaction they had in this town ended on a positive note. Ivan analyzed the map as he sought their last place to visit before heading toward the inn. He turned to you with a downcast expression, as it seemed there were no construction services in this town. She patted his back in an attempt to comfort him, remarking that there was sure to be one in the land of trade, Furin. It would probably be better to locate themselves near that hub of material and supply rather than out here anyways. That's when Ivan jumped back up in excitement. That's right. There was still Furin. He made a reminder in his mind to ask the guild lady if there were going to be any transports to Furin anytime soon. Well, he'd do that tomorrow. For now, he just wanted to rest with you in an actual bed rather than a cold hard ground like their days in the sea of trees. With that, the two headed towards the nearest inn located on the guidebook. It wasn't long for them to walk on over there, as the sun only fell a little by the time they checked in. Nevertheless, late was late, and the previously boisterous town quieted down as nighttime was approaching. But to Ivan, who was quite used to working late into the night, this was the perfect time of peace and quiet for him to plan and work out his ideas. Pulling out a ton of schematic paper that only served to look cool. Of course, the other factor being something to lay his ideas out into the real world on. While creation wasn't exactly in his field of expertise, as he spent most of his life researching the human construct, the ancient creation magic would greatly aid him in his endeavors, as he simply had to think of the properties he had a great grasp on to apply them to the item of his choosing. An example being, he could make a banana extremely tough, as all it would take is imagining the bonds becoming stronger. On the other hand, making it live forever without expiring would mean having a firm grasp on the aspect of immortality. He turned to the sleeping ewe as those last words came to mind. He wasn't sure how she'd feel becoming an aspect of his work, but if she truly found it unpleasant and demeaning, then he wouldn't force her for the sake of his curiosity. But immortality, in the past, Ivan has waved off the notion of mankind's desire. And yet now, as he thought about his relationship with you, he couldn't help but want to change his decision. As just a human, he would eventually age and die, that was his fate. But then what would happen to his immortal vampire lover? Would he be okay with leaving her alone just because of his pride? He didn't think so. So the moment the workshop was up and running, he'd run by his thoughts to her. If it meant casting away his mortality, then so be it. Right now all he wanted to do was spend eternity with his wonderful assistant. He smiled softly as he continued scribbling away. If to spend an eternity with him was all that you wanted, then who was he to deny it? It was the least he could do for her, going along with his antics. Hardships, suffering, sadness, even if it all lasts an eternity, they'd be fine so long as they were together. That's when Ivan scribbled very distinct words on a schematic of his, the elixir of immortality, vampire. Chapter 51. In this time Ivan learned quite a few things. One of them being the adventurer's trade secret of hiding stats and skills. Apparently, this hidden function was already a part of the status plate, pretty convenient for people looking to prevent the wrong people from accessing their information. Other than that, there was the matter of his name. While he wasn't arrogant enough to think that his name had spread across the nation for the world to hear, there was always the chance someone would remember it. It wasn't a secret that one of the heroes had died after all. So that left him in an awkward position. How could he change the name displayed on his status plate? Unfortunately, there were no admins he could contact in this world. But he did start thinking about something else. Would Yu's old name show up on the status plate once she connected to one? Most likely it would. Though, he felt no harm in trying. He went around the Adventurers Guild again, looking for someone who might have known how to hide or change the display name. After some time he realized no one would be willing to come forth, at least not under Catherine's the guild receptionist watchful eyes. He had no doubt his actions were very suspicious to her, but right now he needed to find out the secret quickly. According to her, the next caravan to Furin would happen in the next 2 days. And only adventurers willing to defend would be allowed to tag along. Though having to hitch a ride just to get somewhere was a pain, these past few days he already made his schematics for a better way of transportation. In a rush, he took his business to the streets of Brook. There was always the chance of finding some info broker that'd be willing to divulge the info for a large sum of currency. And after 3 hours of searching, he found just the right man. Staring at the cloaked figure, Ivan shook his head as he was no better with his outfit. 20,000 luta. The broker said. Ivan sighed as he took out some bags from his backpack, making it seem as though it was very painful for him to take out that amount of cash. He knew what he was getting into though. What he asked for was a secret that would typically be used for people on the run. As such, who was he to complain about prices? The broker nodded in satisfaction as he inspected the contents of the sacks. That's when Ivan finally got the info he was searching for. Apparently, the matter of status plate names changing was already one looked into. It was a topic that brought a lot of discussions a long time ago after a slave owner noticed the name of his slave change on a status plate. Whether it was related or not, the owner was very kind to his slave, even giving her a new name upon taking her in. At first, the name on the status plate remained her old one. But it was after she and the slave owner spent more time together that the name changed. Scholars and other researchers guessed it had something to do with the slave girl accepting the name as her own within her heart. As there were many attempts to replicate this effect using other slaves, but they never did get successful results, maybe because the slaves never opened up their hearts as they knew their owners were only being kind for an experiment. Anyways, it was a very interesting topic for Ivan as well. It made him wonder if all it took to change his name on the status plate was to do away with his old one. A point the broker brought up as very difficult. Something only very few criminals or warriors were able to do, as to throw away one's given name was to throw away their former self. Ivan wondered if he was able to do it. No, he was sure she did it. After all, It was the day he saved her that she clung to the name he gave her. Hell, it was likely she threw away her old name in the time she spent locked up. Ivan thanked the broker for his info, leaving behind a tip for his services. He mulled over his thoughts as he headed back towards the inn where you was waiting. He had 2 days to erase his old name. Though it's not like he held much sentimental value to his current name, it might be a bit disrespectful to throw it away as it was given to him by his mother, but he was sure she'd even approve if she knew the situation. To him right now the most important thing was surviving. I'm home. Welcome back, you didn't resist as Ivan ruffled her hair. Get any results today? Yup, though it seems the way of changing my name is a lot more complicated than I thought it would be. Here I was hoping for some underground business that specializes in that stuff or something. Ivan explained to her everything he had gotten from the broker as she nodded in turn. Well, no matter the name, you are the one I love. It was a bit embarrassing for Ivan to listen to such an upfront declaration, but it made him happy nonetheless. With that, he was resolute in his change. He sat on the bed. Legs crossed as you took her position in his lap. She wasn't worried in the slightest it'd distract him as she was confident in his will. For hours he remained in that position, the only sounds permeating the room were of his and Yu's breath. Even as the sun fell and the moon rose, the two of them remained in that position. Yu had no idea what was going on in his mind, but she guessed he was probably apologizing inwardly to his family for throwing his name. It wouldn't surprise her if this process also meant disconnecting himself from his former acts. That was when noon arrived the next day. Yu trembled as she felt his chest move differently from the usual breathing. His eyelashes trembled as he looked around sleepily. She shook his body to make him aware of the surroundings. Gazing at him worriedly. He responded with a smile as he took out his status plate, while also activating the hide function. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, age, 17. Male level. Job. Strength. Vitality. Defense. Agility. Magic. Magic defense. Skills. This would be the new name he showed to the outside world. Along with the hidden function. The only things people would be able to discern were his age and mana color. Of course, the latter kind of being pointless as his arms carried a different color. He flashed a smile as he showed you. Who responded with equal excitement. All that was left to do was register as an adventurer and they could join the mission to Furin. Though there was still the matter of you not having a status plate, as he knew there wouldn't be enough time for her to hide her stats and skills should have one registered. The words ancient magic and the like would surely cause an uproar if they were to be seen. Both Ivan and you headed toward the guild, to meet Catherine, who would register Ivan as an adventurer. He had already asked before and you was allowed to come along should he accept the mission, even though she wasn't an adventurer. Oh yeah. Well, if it ain't the two talks of the town, welcome back to the Adventurers Guild. Are you guys here to empty our pockets again with those rare pelts of yours? I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to wait till tomorrow when we have more loot to give. Catherine immediately started chatting up the two the moment they stepped in. He, no problem, Catherine. In fact, we're here for something different. I'd like to take you up on that adventure registry opportunity you offered me when we first got here. I managed to sort out my troubles and am ready to go. Ivan spoke loudly in an attempt to match her enthusiasm. Sure, just leave the loot on the desk and I'll bring the papers. Catherine entered some back door behind the receptionist's desk as she left those words. Then in what felt like seconds, she returned with 3 papers in hand, all stapled together nicely. Ivan marveled at the modern-day invention as he signed each and every paper. He stared at the option for a personal seal before just writing his name. He thought it'd be pretty cool to make a personal seal when he got his operation up and running. Now let me see your status plate and we can finish the process. She took the status plate from his hand and she stared at it a moment. Suspicion was visible on her face as she returned it to him. As a professional of the business, she knew better than to pry into someone's secrets. And though his actions were a little suspicious, she rather enjoyed her talks with you. So as a matter of personal bias, she just put her faith in the boy and girl that they were good. So this is it, huh? Your last day in Brook. It's going to be pretty boring not having anyone to talk to. You, come here for a moment, take this. Catherine beckoned you closer to the desk as she handed her both the mission details for the caravan guard to Furin and an envelope marked with a special seal. If you two ever get in trouble with the other branches of the Adventurers Guild, then just give them this. I'm sure it could help you two out quite a bit in your travels. Make sure to stay safe and don't forget to visit me every once in a while. You graciously accepted the documents and letter with a bow, making her farewells with Catherine as well. Ivan did the same, shaking hands with her so he could thank her for all the help she's given them since arriving. With that, the two exited the guild as Catherine watched their backs disappear. She smiled warmly as she turned to her work. For her, there was always a satisfaction in meeting new and interesting people. And although she didn't know this masked couple for very long, she sure had a blast learning more about them. Humph. It's time to get to work. Chapter 52. The trip to Furin was rather uneventful. First, they introduced themselves to the caravan manager. Went to their positions, and then waited. Only once did you and Ivan actually have to do anything. And that was on the 5th day when a horde of over 100 monsters decided to make an appearance. While the other guards and folk were panicking, you briskly made her way to the front line. Ivan watched from afar as he cautioned everyone else to stand back. In the 2 weeks they spent in Brook, it was not only Ivan who sought to improve himself. You, who had acquired Milady's gravity magic, was acknowledged by the latter as someone with a great affinity for it. It'd be a waste if she didn't use that affinity for her purposes. She spoke a fake incantation as she mustered up her mana. Seconds later clouds appeared above her. These clouds split apart as a dragon made of thunder descended. This was a composite spell, sometiating you made by combining two magics. One being lightning magic and the other gravity magic. The onlookers stared in awe as the electric dragon followed wherever she pointed. Controllability made possible using gravity magic. It was a flashy spell Ivan was quite a fan of. And just like that, hundreds of monsters were burnt to ashes in almost an instant. She ignored the questioning of the others present as she made her way to Ivan. As per instructions, she was to not leak much about herself. That includes not needing to chant, not needing magic circles, and her being a vampire. The only thing people were able to discern was that she had golden blonde hair, all the while adorning a mask similar to the man she stood beside. Even though Ivan had created numerous artifacts that held basic functions just for testing, he made it a point to never let others see them. Especially not the greedy eyes of the merchants present. So while life was rather inconvenient these past 6 days, it was a small price for not being eyed like treasure of the entire duration. Indestructible cutlery, pots, and pans that don't require a flame. A tent completely insulated from the outside nature. These were of the few artifacts he had developed. Ones he knew would be greatly sought after by merchants and adventurers alike, and yet he refused to ever show them. Things like these wouldn't make people think he found them, they'd immediately assume he had a way of making them. That he held ancient magic capable of mass-producing items no one has been able to since ancient time was something no one should ever know. But in no time this little expedition of theirs came to an end. On the 6th day, they finally made it to their destination. Ivan talked with the caravan manager before getting his quest slip signed. This would prove he completed his mission. All that was left to do was head on in and redeem his rewards at Furin's Adventurers Guild branch. As the large gates opened, Ivan and you marveled at the sights presented. The thick 20 meters walls that had encompassed the city had hindered their vision at first. Speaking simply, the city of Furin was split into 4 equal parts: the bureaucrats' quarter, the tourists' quarter, the makers' quarter, and the traders' quarter. Each quarter was rather self-explanatory. Their goal was the Adventurers Guild branch located in the bureaucrats' quarter. You and Ivan strolled down the streets while taking in all the sights. Its population and occupancy certainly backed up the status of which this city held. The tour ended the moment they spotted the familiar Adventurers Guild mark. Together they went on to turn in their quest. Hello there, adventurers, I assume. Humu, no need for the compliments, your gear was just screaming mercenary for hire the moment I first laid eyes on you. What greeted them was a young and rather pretty receptionist, though she certainly seemed to be quite free with her words. Ah, we just got here after guarding a caravan from Brook. Here's my mission slip, signed by the manager himself. Ivan ignored the curt comments the girl made as he handed her the signed papers along with his status plate. After she made sure everything matched up, she hid it with a stamp of her own before taking it to the back room. It didn't take long for her to return with a sack of what seemed to be loot. Here's your earning, sir. The caravan manager got here a bit earlier and even left a few good words in for you. Apparently, you and your partner were way beyond the pay grade. It seems that'll teach me to never underestimate newbies again. Ivan nodded to the girl's words before taking his pay. However, the moment he turned around to leave, something had caught his eye. Oh, that red quest mission has been there for a few days. Something the master of this branch strained as a very important mission. As for why there's no reward there, well, he decided whoever completed the quest would be able to gain whatever they asked of him, within the law of course. Ivan walked up to the red sheet pinned to the wall. On it was a drawing of a young male with bluish-green eyes and short blonde hair. That's Wida, a nobleman's son. His family sent out a search request as he had been gone for days without a word. Our branch leader was kind of close with the guy, but I'm not too sure on the specifics of their relationship. Anyways, the boy was last spotted leaving Furin with a group of adventurers to search the mountain range along UR to find the cause of the increased monster activity up there. Numerous groups were sent after the boy and adventurers, however none ever made it back. The girl spoke with a grave tone as she locked eyes with Ivan. While I don't recommend for those of low rank to take on a challenge even high-rank adventurers have failed, I am in no place to hold you back. Your life is yours to do with. Should you choose to accept it, you may take on this mission. Ivan stared back at the girl, the atmosphere becoming strained as neither showed signs of backing off. That's when Ivan inwardly thought to himself. What the hell was that? I was just wondering why there was a red poster on a wall full of white ones. She didn't need to drop an end-of-the-world scenario on me. But anything I want, huh? Ivan turned to you as he thought this may be the perfect opportunity to get her a status plate. It was in the direction he was heading towards anyways. From what Ivan had read, the land of UR was full to the brim of natural resources. Whether it be rare monsters or herbs and flora hard to obtain. Its mountain range had it all. He had originally planned to acquire the hand of builders from Furin to build him a workshop in between the two locations. In fact, he was going to inspect the area right after he was done with turning in the previous quest. I accept. The girl glared at Ivan's acceptance before a grin appeared on her face. She brushed her left hand through her hair as she closed her eyes. You're a tough kid, you know. Normally people would hesitate when accepting a quest that's taken the lives of high-rank adventurers, but I like your guts, kid. No way am I gonna slap your determination. Make sure you make it out alive, then maybe. Ivan ignored the exaggeration of the receptionist as he snatched the quest documents out of her hands. Without another word, he left the guild building with you in tow. What a strange kid, you muttered as they headed down the street. But hey, thanks to her we're probably going to get you some proper identification. At least we won't need to sneak in everywhere or make excuses. And that'd be nice. And so the two headed toward their next location. The Maker's Quarter. They went up and down the area searching for a worthy builder for their base. Going through multiple agencies to find the right team. It wasn't until they enlisted the help of someone familiar with the town that they finally made some progress. So, lad, you want to have us make you something on that hill beside the path that connects Furin and UR? The middle-aged man of the same height as Ivan spoke skeptically. He twisted his thick black beard with his right hand as he adjusted the magnifying glass he held in his left. Currently, the builder named Dave was inspecting the schematics of a workshop Ivan had on him. They would often get requests by nobles to build something grand. Very rarely would someone as mercenary-looking as Ivan would request something be built from scratch. Dave made sure Ivan knew this project wouldn't be cheap, as his group are renowned builders praised for their efficiency and craftsmanship. Money is not an issue, make your hours if you want, I just need this thing to be done within a month. Ivan stared down Dave in the eyes. He needed to show this man that he was 100% serious. I'll even pay half the cost up front here and now. Dave's eyes shone a dangerous glint before he extended his hand out towards Ivan. You got yourself a deal, Paracelsus Dano. We'll get it done in 2 weeks. You're welcome to stop by and check on our progress. Rest assured, in the name of our company we will get the job done efficiently and appropriately. With a curt bow, he turned away and already started directing his men. Ivan left half the sum on the desk. 500,000 luta. The other 500,000 would be kept on his person until the job was well done. He read carefully the document presented to him before signing. Besides the rest of the sum, all he had to his name now was a few thousand luta. All of the pelts he collected from the Ryzen Gorge and Sea of Trees had already been converted. He just prayed that besides a status plate for you, the guild branch leader would give them some cash as well. In any case, he'd make back what he lost once his workshop was up and running, and possibly even more. Ivan felt you reassuredly pat his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him. Though her attempts were rather funny to him as she struggled to reach him even when tiptoed. With that, they exited the agency. Now all that was left was to make it to UR. Complete the quest and probably hang out there for a few days at their famous inn, renowned for its meals and environment. The whole town was surrounded by lakes and bodies of water glimmering beautifully under the sun. The two rented a single horse and some tackle before leaving Furin. You was small enough to fit in his lap anyway. Ivan was rather impressed by the transportation system they had. As members of the business set up in UR would be waiting on the other side for them to return the horse. Anyone who attempted to steal a rented horse would be tracked, as a status plate was required to rent one, along with some documents that'd screw you in this world's court. It should only take 3 days at this rate, even factoring rests and sleeping. It would do Ivan and you some good to inspect the land where their home was going to be beforehand anyways. With this, the three, including the horse, began their journey to the tourist attraction that is UR, awaiting promises of grand food and plentiful resources. Chapter 53. UR, a lakeside town known for its abundance of natural resources. To the east is Lake Erdea, which is Tortus' largest lake. And occupying the north of this lakeside town was a mountain range packed with various monsters. Ivan and you stared out at this lakeside town warmly, admiring the lush greenery and shimmering of the lake. They embraced the pleasant breeze that hit their face as they approached. This town was truly a tourist spot. with no walls or gates to defend itself from monsters or unsavory folk. It was a bit of a problem in Ivan's eyes, but that's not what he was here for. Tomorrow he and you would travel the mountain range to find Wida. But first, they would check into this beautiful inn. The two inspected the inn that goes by the name of the Water Sprite Inn. It was a name that definitely had to do with the history of this town, but Ivan would rather not spark up that unimportant conversation with any of the townsfolk. Its first floor served as a pub renowned for having the best rice dishes around. With a magnificent set of tables and bar counter, Ivan eyed the chandelier hanging from the center of the room. That's when a man approached the two. "A pleasure to meet you too. May you be customers that have come to stay in our inn? If that is so, then allow me the honor of serving you today." He was Foss Celluo, the owner of the Water Sprite Inn. He stood with his back ramrod straight, but his gaze was gentle. His grizzled white hair was swept back neatly. "Ah, a pleasure to meet you. My name is Paracelsus von Hohenheim, and this is my partner you. We have arrived in UR to take care of the monster problem happening up in the mountain range. I'm aware it has caused quite a bit of trouble for you and the townsfolk who need to collect the resources up there for your businesses." Ivan responded with an equally curt bow as he presented the quest documents for validity purposes. That along with his status plate. Now, why was he being so respectful with this innkeeper to go so far as showing identification and proof of reason? Well, as stated before, you and Ivan's funds were quite low. And on the bottom of the quest documents was a clause stating that any adventurers who travel to UR are to be serviced by the Water Sprite Inn free of charge, as everything would already be paid for by the Furin Guild branch leader. It is wonderful that you two have come. Those monsters roaming the mountains have made it impossible to gather ingredients for our food here. Come, follow me. I'll make sure you two are properly served the best food we have tonight. Not that our food isn't the best already. Oh ho ho. Foss led the two to an alcove in the corner of the inn. Fastened with curtains, it was a way for guests with high renown to hide. You and Ivan took a seat after making sure the curtains were fully drawn. Beside them was another table of high-status guests, but they ignored them. Though their murmuring was quite distracting, to say the least. Ivan excitedly ordered some of the rice dishes that resembled the ones from Earth. You shared that excitement as well as she wanted to know more about the land Ivan was from. If this food truly reminded him of home, then she'd make it her duty to replicate it for his pleasure, a plan left unannounced to Ivan. And so the two chatted idly while awaiting their food. Often the discussion would be about Japan, as Yu's curiosity grew with every word, or they would talk about their workshop and how they would decorate it. But never once did the two remove their masks. Waiting for that moment when their food arrives. It seemed that Foss as a professional knew better than to heckle with some high-status guests, especially with something as harmless as wearing masks in the inn. It didn't take too long for their food to arrive. As Foss whispered aloud from outside the table's curtains to warn the guests of his entry, Ivan held up the curtain as Foss made his way in with 6 plates, 3 on each arm. Then gracefully he settled down each plate without making a noise. It was truly a fascinating display of skill to Ivan, who has only seen serving skills like that in movies or anime. Foss then left as fast as he came after inquiring the two to see if they needed anything else, stating he wouldn't want to disturb them any further. In any case, they were grateful for his gesture as their travels left them weary and hungry. They would have dug into the steaming hot food right in front of him if he didn't take the initiative to eat. To Ivan and you, the reputation of this place had lived up to all the hype they heard in Furin. Each bite only cultivated a desire for more. The aroma, the texture, the flavor, all of it measured to a perfect degree to make these master dishes. Ivan damn near teared up upon his first bite, and though you wasn't nearly as emotional, that stoic expression of hers changed to one of delight. The only problem she had with the food was that it may be impossible to replicate it after all, at least with her current skill. The two sighed in satisfaction before slumping in their seats. The 6 plates full of food had vanished in only mere minutes. Even for you, who got the most benefits from sucking Ivan's blood, this place had managed to sate her hunger. Just for a moment. The two decided to lounge around a bit more until the full feeling of their tummies settled down a bit. And as the sun was setting, they thought of taking a stroll through the town before returning to the inn to sleep. As he was raised to do, Ivan left a tip on the table. Though their funds were low, he couldn't resist paying the inn for its services. A sentiment shared by you. Leaving 5,000 luta on the table, Ivan was about to get up from his seat when he heard. Oi, isn't that the goddess of fertility? Ha, that short lady. Now that you mention it, don't those kids next to her seem like the summoned heroes? And those Templar knights, they wouldn't follow any regular folk. Oh, bro, don't you remember that the town was celebrating something the other day? I think that was the day we got word that she was heading over to UR to fix the fields, and those heroes, maybe they're here to fix the monster problem. Ah. Thank you hit. Our prayers have been answered. The table next to them with the rowdy guests had finally said something that caught his ears. The goddess of fertility was a title he only knew one person in this world had. That being someone he knew who had started being called that when she first started working for the kingdom. Her title along with the heroes and news of guarding Templar Knights only confirmed his suspicions. He moved the curtain slightly to peek at the front door, only to make contact with the goddess herself. Aiko Hatayama, his high school teacher. Thankfully he had slipped on his mask before peeking. He had no doubts the kingdom and holy church would be pissed with him if they knew he faked his death to break off an agreement. So those Templar Knights personally sent by the holy church were quite a threat to him. You slipped on her mask and mantle as well after noticing his hand gestures. Aiko and the rest of her party moved to the table on the unoccupied side of theirs. For now. Ivan motioned for you to sit still as he wanted to listen in on their conversation. Honestly, who does Hajime think he is? He's just getting in the way of Cookie and his group. Sure, he's made some pretty helpful stuff, but that doesn't mean he should be out in the front lines. In fact, that's all the more reason for him to stay back with us. Quiet, Hajime has the right to make his own choices. Even if you think less of him, you have to at least commend his bravery and determination. Who are we to question his actions? The one who spoke to reprimand the boy was a girl by the name of Yuka Sanobe, a young student with chestnut-colored shoulder-length hair and green eyes. And now settle down you two, and I believe Yuka is right. Hajime-kun has the right to make his own choices. Even if I think it's dangerous as his teacher, I want to support whatever decision he makes. The last one to speak was Aiko, who started her words meekly then resolutely by the time she finished her sentence. Ivan whispered the identity of these folk into Yu's ear. She nodded confidently as she turned her ear to listen to more of the discussion. Making a reminder in her mind to call Ivan by his fake name. He had no idea what the strength of the Holy Church was, so it was best to play it safe until he was confident in resisting them. As more of the conversation entered his ear, he came to know of the many things that had happened since his death. First, Hajime went on to make explosive portable objects, grenades, as well as more tactical inventions suited for combat. Such as flashbangs, incendiary nades, and even smoke grenades. Ivan nodded with satisfaction as it would seem Hajime found a way to play to his strengths. Other than that, it would seem that both he and Cookie's group had surmounted the behemoth in a fierce battle. Ivan wondered if they saw his note on the floor right before the behemoth. And then finally something more recent. Just where could Shimizu-kun have gone? Yukitoshi Shimizu is a student proficient with the dark arts. At least that was all Ivan knew from his time at the kingdom. Other than that, the kid was a loner no one wanted to be around. According to Aiko, he had disappeared one night, without anyone having spotted him or knowing he had left. Their investigation of his room had led to no answers, as there was not a single sign of struggle or anything missing. Which means he only could have left of his own volition. No assassin, no matter how strong, could have kidnapped a hero without making a single noise, unless it was Hajime, of course. This gave a rather foreboding feeling in Ivan's heart. Seeing no point in staying any longer, he got out of his seat along with you. They moved their curtains aside and were just about ready to head to the exit. However, that's when Foss called out to them. Paracelsus Dano, could you please come over here for a second? These are the heroes. They have come to answer the plea of UR. They were quite interested to see who would undertake this mission, so I hope you don't mind me introducing you too. Ivan had half a mind to not get behind those curtains again and take back the tip he left out. Meanwhile, Aiko and the students stared at Ivan for a bit. Though they couldn't discern his looks from the mask and mantle covering his features, his name was a bit odd to them. Foss-san, could you please tell us his full name? Aiko was the one to speak out, just to be certain of her suspicions. And hey, who was Foss to decline the request of someone as renowned as the goddess of fertility? This here Aiko Dano is Paracelsus von Hohenheim, an adventurer who has come to solve our problems. Beside him is his partner Yu. Her suspicions only grew as the name was starting to sound very familiar to her. Even the students were getting a feeling that something was off. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, as in the Swiss physician, lay theologian, philosopher of the German resistance, and alchemist. She glared at Ivan as he made no noticeable movements. If not for the mask, she would have noticed the sweat dripping from his forehead. Meanwhile, Ivan on the other hand was debating whether or not to refute these statements. On one side he could sway these suspicions with a few words. And on the other, he had no idea if she'd remember his voice. He decided to make a note for later to implement a voice changer in these masks. Running would just confirm her suspicions. Speaking may also confirm them. Doing nothing will confirm them. Right now he was stuck in a hard place, so as he made a move he was elated that his partner spoke for him. You got the wrong person. Aiko turned to the girl that stood beside him, who was only 3 centimeters shorter than her. I have no idea who you are talking about, but Paracelsus here is by no means a scientist. He's just an adventurer who flunked education and now does this for a living, and I have been his partner for several years. Never once have I heard of you, so I would like to know why you think you know him." Yu's expressionless voice managed to come off as annoyed. Aiko stared back at her. She felt a bit of her confidence wane, but there was one matter that'd settle this once and for all. "I apologize, but may I ask him to take off his mask? There is just one thing I must know, and I'll be content once I see his face." "No can do. During one of our adventures, Paracelsus got in the way of a fire attack to protect me. However, he lost half of his face in the process. Since then he has worn that mask, and to make up for it I have sworn to never take mine off either. He feels severe pain when his burn is exposed to the air, as such I cannot allow harm to fall on him to satisfy your curiosity." "I see. If that's the case, then what about speaking? I'd like him to answer a few questions. You see, a companion of ours has gone missing and I feel like the opinion of professional adventurers holds value." Once again, due to his injuries he cannot speak. You spoke bluntly as Ivan flashed a glare towards Foss, who was about to refute that claim. Foss shivered for a moment before dropping his arm, a movement caught by Aiko and the others. "Foss-san, what's wrong? It looked like you were about to say something. What was it?" "And nothing, just forget it." Aiko turned back to you and Ivan before speaking again. "We have a healer back in the kingdom who I'm sure can fix you up as good as new. What do you say? Would you like to come with us? He has refused any attempts at restoring his wounds. As to him, they are a sign left to remind him of his blunders. He still feels responsible for what happened that day, and this is just his way of atonement." Ivan nodded to each of you's words as he was surprised by how quickly she can make up a story. This finally rests aside some of Aiko's suspicions. Though she was still a bit skeptical, it'd be even ruder of her to continue pressing these two that have come here to aid the people of UR. "I'm sorry for the confusion, it's just that I was sure that name was something a boy in my class came up with. You see, his name was Ivan Korii. An alchemist summoned alongside the rest of me and the students. And though word of his death has gone around, what the people have neglected was the sadness felt by those left behind. Me, his teacher, he helped me regain my confidence to stand up for my students against the unfairness of this world. Another student of mine, Hajime Nagumo, was a reclusive boy who saw himself as useless. But that was until Ivan motivated him to find his strength. Now that boy fights alongside the best of the kingdom out on the front lines." Aiko's expression turned solemn as the next words came out of her mouth. "And finally, Claire-san. I'm not sure what their relationship was, but they were very close. From the time they first met, they were never apart. I know she's still feeling the effects of Ivan's passing. She's nothing like the cheerful and helpful maid like before. Nowadays she stays locked up in her room." Aiko breathed a sigh of relief as she held her hands to her chest and closed her eyes for a moment. When she reopened them, what shone was a glimmer of gratitude as a smile formed on her face. "What I'm trying to say is that Ivan was a hero to all of us. I regret each day that goes by for not thanking him properly when he was still here. And though I may never hear those words of kindness he gave to me again, or see his playful attitude again, I live each day knowing I traveled a path he led me on. A path to lead me to become the best teacher I can be." Silence permeated the room as even those loud guests on the table not too far from them refused to speak another word. Everyone just looked at Aiko in a daze. The students who had no idea she felt that strongly about a guy they barely knew about, you who felt this woman was truly deserving of the respect Ivan showed. The Templar Knights who didn't know what was going on, and Ivan himself who stared blankly at Aiko. Never did he think his life and death would have an impact on anyone. And yet before him stood someone who thanked him for everything he's done. For a second he felt a strong impulse to just pull up his mask and show her his face. However, that impulse was aside as he felt a hand intertwined with his. He turned to you who stood beside him. And though he couldn't see her face, he knew that she wanted to comfort him. He reaffirmed his resolution as he couldn't just throw away all of his work till now to get found out just because he wanted to accept a thank you. Forgoing their walk in the town, you and Ivan opted to just head towards their room. Right now Ivan had a bit to think about. He needed to calm his heart after what he just heard. If not, then he was afraid he'd do something truly impulsive. So that night he spent in Yu's embrace, as the two slept peacefully. Chapter 54. The next morning Yu and Ivan took their time to wake up as they groggily moved about. Washing their faces. Putting on their armor, and then going downstairs for a meal. Today they would search for Wida. They had before nightfall to find him, or their mission would become considerably more difficult. There's also the factor that the boy may already be dead or in danger. Either way, the two still decided to have breakfast before heading out. Greeting Foss. They sat at the same table they held yesterday. They made sure the curtains were drawn as they waited for their food. Then in about 15 minutes, Foss announced himself before entering with plates of food. Ivan and you thanked him as he bowed his way out courteously. Each bite invigorated their will to head out for the day. Blissful expressions on their faces as they closed their eyes and savored the taste. But that was when a voice emanated from outside their alcove. A voice that Ivan couldn't get out of his head since last night. Excuse me. May I please come in? I would like to ask the two of you a favor. Aiko's stammering voice halted their movement toward their plates. You and Ivan made eye contact before slipping on their masks. Ivan nodded to you as she opened her mouth to allow Aiko entry. You may come in. Her cold and stoic voice frightened Aiko for a second. But holding her duties as a teacher in her heart, she pushed away the curtains to meet these two masked adventurers. Though she was curious how they could see through those masks despite there not being any openings, she was afraid it'd elicit an annoyed reaction if she questioned them too much. I know this introduction is a bit late, but I am Aiko Hatayama, a teacher to the summoned heroes, and firstly I would like to apologize for my actions yesterday. She finished those words with a bow. Ivan and you looked at each other before you nodded. We accept your apology. We understand that you were under the misconception that Paracelsus matched the description of someone you knew, and though we may have acted coldly yesterday, we would like to give you our condolences for your fallen student. The two bowed solemnly as Aiko stared back in a daze. Seconds later she snapped out of it and begged the two to not bow to her. Thank you very much, you two. Oh right, I almost forgot. Aiko pulled out her phone after thanking the two for their sympathy. She scrolled through her photos before showing them a picture of her entire class together. Ivan eyed the battery percentage before returning to the photo. This is a picture of my class. All of the students in this photo were brought to this world. Unfortunately we couldn't get a photo with Ivan. But, this student right here is Yukitoshi Shimizu. He is the student of mine that went missing the day after we got to UR. Aiko pointed to a young man with a pale complexion that stood in the corner of the photo. He had black messy hair and dark bags under his eyes. Ivan and you instantly knew what she wanted from the both of them the moment she showed them the picture. I know you two are heading to the mountain range, and I'd like to request that if you see this boy that you bring him back to us. Honestly, I don't know where else he could have gone, but if you manage to find him I can promise you that the Holy Church would be grateful. Though Shimizu as a person was quite disappointing, his skills and proficiency in his dark magic were something the Holy Church coveted. Aiko stared resolutely at the two as she awaited their answer. Ivan made some hand motions as you stared at him intently. She nodded curtly before turning back to Aiko. Though they both had zero knowledge of sign language, this act was just a front to make it seem like they were debating it. It'd be a bit suspicious of the two if they instantly accepted the quest for such a vague reward like the Holy Church's gratefulness. As far as Aiko is concerned, the two of them are not indebted at all. In fact, they were likely to not accept this request as she rudely interrogated them yesterday. But for Ivan, this was a way to pay back Aiko for everything, for her faith in his words and her job protecting the students. We accept your request. Rest assured, if we find him we will return him to you. We accept payment the moment we complete it. Once we are done we can head to the guild branch in Furin to forge a document as proof of our agreement. Aiko's face brightened as the two agreed to her request. Though she may be under a bit of scrutiny for selling a favor of the Holy Church, she knew they wouldn't do anything against her since her job and knowledge were vital for making the land prosperous. She shook both of their hands gratefully before returning upstairs. Presumably to get ready for the day and wake up her students. Watching her back ascend the stairs, Ivan sighed aloud before making his way to the inn's exit. You followed alongside him as they took to the streets. Once they were a safe distance away they deemed it all right to speak. Well, we got a lot on our plate now. I'm sorry for all this. Ivan knew that if it weren't for him you wouldn't have even bothered taking Aiko's request. She shook her head before turning to him. It's fine, she is a person you respect, which means she is someone deserving of my respect as well, and her words yesterday, I believe someone of such sincerity is deserving of my aid, so, don't apologize, this is what I want as well. Ivan ruffled her blonde hair as he smiled under his mask. No matter what. This little vampire princess has always supported him each step of the way. The only problem he had with this attitude is that there wasn't much he could do for her. As the only desire she expressed was to not be apart from him, Ivan mulled over his thoughts. Though she wouldn't often express her thoughts, she should have something she desires as well. Perhaps a new weapon, maybe powerful jewelry, and armor, or she could want some additional functions added to the workshop in construction. Or maybe even Ivan's thoughts were cut off as he felt two soft hands grip his arm. He looked back at you to see her staring at him. And though he couldn't see the expression she showed, just being next to her started to feel odd. A kid, she said nonchalantly. Huh. Ivan was puzzled by her random outburst of words. He thought a bit about what the context could be. That's when he came to a realization. She can't read my mind, right? He thought as he felt his heart pounding. I want a kid, she stated again, but this time with more vigor. It would seem she knew that he was thinking of a way to show his gratitude. So seeing the opportunity, she threw in her suggestion. I see, let's talk about this when the workshop is done, though I may need to speak with the builders for future room additions. Ivan thought it'd be a pretty ironic way of achieving his dream. And while this world was full of danger, it had nothing to do with them. Starting a family. Running the workshop, living out in the outskirts of town peacefully. It all didn't seem too bad an idea to him. But seeing as how continuing this discussion when they don't even have a home to raise a child and would be useless, he decided to cut the topic off there. But seeing Ivan not adverse to the idea was enough to make you shine with glee. And just like that, they spent their entire walk together toward the mountain range entangled with each other. Ivan was a bit annoyed with Yu's overly affectionate attitude, but seeing her shining with happiness overpowered that feeling. Their search for a man most likely in danger of losing his life turned into a date in the woods. The two marveled at the sight of luscious bushes and trees full of resources ripe for the plucking. While there were quite a few monsters that got in their way, they were instantly obliterated by Yu, who was upset about their interruption. As expected, the reports the guild received about the increased monster activity were right, as the two frequently made contact with them. It was an irregular and unnatural pattern of attacks that tipped the two off that something was wrong. It wasn't until they made it to a high elevation of the mountain did the monster activity reduce. In fact, it was as if there were no monsters at all. Yu and Ivan stood defensively as they inspected the area. The lack of birds chirping and trees rustling making the hair on their neck stand up. Ivan took a step forward toward a lake they found that started from a waterfall. Yu watched his back as they progressed closer. Crunch. Ivan inspected whatever he stepped on as he looked at the bottom of his boot. Seeing nothing there, he looked back at the floor and saw something shining from it. A tiny bit of gold was exposed to the surface as the sun illuminated it with rays. He held his left hand to the ground as the dirt and mud started dispersing. Beneath it all was a golden locket. Ivan picked it up as he inspected the outside. Not seeing any engravings or marks on the outside, he opened it up. A black and white picture of a beautiful young woman is what was held inside. Short shoulder-length hair that reached her shoulders, a small mole that added to her charms set beneath her right eye. And the soft expression she showed was sure to captivate the hearts of others. He assumed the locket belonged to an adventurer that was either a part of Will's party or of someone a part of the search team. Not too far from where he stood, he spotted a multitude of other things as well. A rusty sword, a bruised shield, a bag full of broken glass, and liquids. Even farther was a grand crater with large monster prints in them. Whatever it breathed fire hot enough to char steel, and was large enough to create man-sized ditches with its steps. Ivan followed each step taken by what looked like a footprint belonging to a person greater than the monster. Some lead to destroyed gear. And others had their trail end in the middle of nowhere. It was likely the latter footsteps belonged to people who attempted to run away before being burnt to nothing. After a while, he finally found some footsteps that seemed to belong to someone that didn't lead to ashes or anything. Those footsteps lead him right in front of the waterfall. He nodded towards you as she held out her arms. Updraft, water castle. Two spells erupted from you and hit the wall of water. The former spell holding up the water to stop it from walling. And the latter making the water at their feet as possible to walk on. And as expected, what was behind the waterfall was a cave that burrowed deep into the hill the waterfall was settled in. They traversed carefully inside. You casting a fire spell to illuminate the way. Soon after 2 minutes of walking they finally reached the end of the path. The two looked down at the figure curled up like a ball on the floor. Ivan withdrew the mission documents out of his satchel and held it up to the figure's face, using the photo clap to the documents to discern this figure's identity. Yup, this is our guy, Wida. Though unconscious and covered in soot and dirt, he matches the photo. I'm guessing he hid after whatever attacked them killed off the rest of the adventurers. He's probably gone days without food. Ivan spoke as he crouched down to the curled up Will. All that was left to do was return this guy to Furin and their job will be over. Ivan pulled a canteen from his satchel as he held above the sleeping Will, using the gauntlet in his other hand to make the water slightly cold. But, huff bois. Will woke up in a panic as he felt he was drowning. But he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he was still in the safety of the cave. However, the sight of two figures looming over him caught him off guard. Who are you guys? He said, afraid as he scrunched up against the wall behind him. We're here on a mission to rescue a Wida, assigned by the guild branch in Furin. Any chance that's you? The boy nodded hurriedly as he stood up from the ground. Wiping off his clothes, he inched towards Ivan with a disheartened expression. Yes, that's me. Thank you so much for finding me. I thought I was going to starve to death here, but the people out there, I abandoned them. Maybe, just maybe, I could have saved at least one of them, or perhaps even all of them if I lead them in here with me. Will clutched his head with both hands. nearing the point of ripping his hair out. Ivan and you watched on at his display of despair without bothering to chime in. You herself wasn't very well versed in words, and Ivan, not having any experience in what the man was dealing with, decided it was best not to pretend he knew what was best. Ivan asked Will over and over what he was afraid of. Only muttering and whimpering in response. As well was as now he'd only be a burden if they were to enter a fight. Things would only get worse if he decided to run away in a random direction at the slightest sight of danger. Having enough of Will's actions, Ivan pulled out a pill from his satchel and inserted it into Will's mouth the moment in between muttering. Will tried hard to resist the foreign object, but against Ivan's physical parameters found himself at his mercy. The resistance became more pathetic as time went on. Signs of the pill finally taking effect. Without speaking a word, Ivan held Will up and slumped him over his shoulder. Even you saw nothing wrong with this act as the two leisurely walked towards the waterfall again. The two of them smiled happily as they managed to reach their objective rather swiftly. Rumble rumble. But of course, when were things ever that easy? You and Ivan stood still as the ground trembled. Whatever shook the ground was now standing at their exit. It was likely whatever killed off Will's team had returned to finish the job. Ivan sighed as he rested his hand against the cave's wall. Bzzzt. The wall started to push back as it formed into a set of stone stairs. The two walked up the steps as Ivan transmuted an opening at the top. In seconds they now stood at the top of the waterfall. But rather than taking in the beautiful sight above the forest, they stared at the large figure sitting at the bottom. Gra. A dragon, its scales jet black and its eyes glinting a cruel gold. It spanned its wings open wide as it took to the air, now glaring down at them from the sky. Huh, I thought these things went extinct. Me too. You and Ivan muttered as the dragon flew swiftly towards them. Chapter 55. You and Ivan each dodged to the side as the dragon burrowed into the spot they were formerly standing on. Ivan propped Will over his shoulder as he made sure he wouldn't drop him. Someone of Will's stature wasn't even that heavy for Ivan. The dragon launched into the air again, turning around to face the duo before locking it straight on Ivan. It opened its gaping maw wide as it stood stationary in the air. Its throat became visibly brighter as whatever was being built in it illuminated with a bright intensity. The sparks of flames dancing around its mouth grew noticeable brighter before. Boom! With great intensity, a stream of flame was shot in Ivan's direction. Seeing this, he tossed Will over to you, all before jumping off the cliff and into the stream the waterfall created. He inwardly let out a sigh of relief as he narrowly managed to avoid getting burned to a crisp. The ring on his finger glowed green before his familiar gauntlets appeared on his hands. Bzzzt. Unnoticeable sparks of gray skid across the water's surface as bubbles began to form. Then suddenly, the dragon that was about to go after you went flying back as a large fist of ice collided with its body. Ivan jumped out of the water as he checked to see the damages. Nothing. How well, at least I know now that neither you and I are not its targets. As he had expected, the dragon flew back towards them without a single bruise or any signs of injury. However, instead of attacking Ivan, who had thought he angered it, it instead turned its direction back towards you. When he was holding Will, it shot at him. Now that you is holding Will, the dragon is after her. This thing had a goal in mind. Pursuing its mission without any regard for its well-being. Though these beasts were presumed to have gone extinct 500 years ago, they were feared for their tough scales and immense strength. Any normal attack isn't going to do anything to it, maybe multiple attacks would work with enough strength. And so Ivan used this giant arm of his to climb back to the top of the waterfall where you was. A dagger appeared in his left hand as he cut his right palm. The blood that flowed from that wound entered the ice arm as its mass and density increased. You rushed over to his side with Will over her shoulders, taking defense behind the giant ice arm as she mustered up the mana for a powerful spell. Ivan held the dagger in his mouth before slashing it across his other palm, re-equipping the gauntlet after. He ran on over to the stream and dipped his hand in. Now he had two giant fists made of ice ready to beat the shit out of this dragon. The dragon narrowed its eyes at the giant fists of ice with coursing red lines, puffing out of its nose before releasing another flamethrower attack. But this time Ivan was ready. His hands melted almost immediately under the intensity of the flames. But each time they melted away, new ice and blood took their place. Ivan took steps back as the stream of water was becoming noticeably less full after his constant transmutation. He looked back over at you to see if she was ready. She, in turn, nodded before placing Will on the ground and standing beside Ivan. She held her hands in front of her before closing her eyes and muttering. Heavens fall. A whirling black sphere appeared above the dragon's head. Its darkness was so consuming that it felt like one would be sucked into it the moment they laid eyes upon it. And with great momentum it collided with the dragon's head, bringing it to the ground in a swift 3 seconds. The intensity of the sphere's weight only grew with the dragon's groans. It wasn't long before a gaping crater was created in the indent of the dragon. Ivan took the moment the dragon was suffering under the weight to get closer. As the time they had to abuse this moment was proportional to use mana reserves. The greatest downside of gravity magic was that it was more costly to cast on things other than oneself, meaning use reserves are disappearing by the second. He stared down at the dragon before sending in both his giant fists of ice to pummel it. The banging noises these fists made with each contact resounded throughout the mountain range for all to hear. Bang! 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 The force of the gravity weakened as you felt her mana reserves dissipate. Slowly the dragon got off its belly. Then it bent its knee, and seconds later it was back to full standing. Its bruised and battered body took to the air as Ivan attempted to pull it back down with the ice giant's hands. However, the dragon only launched another flame attack beneath it for all the ice to evaporate. While the beast was still in the air, Ivan was just happy to see that it could bleed. If he couldn't pierce its hard scales, then he was going to just break everything inside. He grabbed Will before heading further down the stream, you and subsequently the dragon following after. That last flame attack had evaporated a lot of the water Ivan was going to use. So what he needed right now was to find the source and hope it's a big one. Preferably a lake or river. He trusted you to guard his back with water spells until they made it. And just like he had hoped, a lake stood before him. He dove into the water with Will, pulling out his trusty dagger and slashing it against his chest. Blood flowed freely as it started to glow a bright red. Each strand connected as they took Ivan as its source. The mana he imbued offered a glittering effect. And with a loud buzz, the ice giant had appeared again in its full glory. The dragon took its eyes away from you as it eyed the new opponent. Spotting Ivan and Will at its core, it built up the mana in its throat before spitting another flamethrower towards the ice giant's chest. In response, the ice giant swung its arm underhanded as it grazed the water of the lake. The same water that had gone flying from that underhanded swing turned to ice as it intercepted the flames. SSCZ. The flames sizzled out as steam enveloped the area. The dragon lost sight of its target underneath that large blanket of steam. It eyed the area before deciding to nuke it all, launching fire attacks one after another with faith that it'll eventually hit Ivan and Will. However, under its raging state, it completely neglected the fourth player in this game. Heavens fall. The dragon felt another large weight hit its head as it was sent hurtling towards the blanket of steam. Its clouds swiftly pushed away as the winds from the impact held a large force. In this brief second, before the steam came back, the dragon spotted the ice giant that had been hidden. As this was her second time launching this large costing attack, you slumped her body against a tree as she left the rest to Ivan. The dragon would only be in contact with the floor for 3 seconds before the effects of Heaven's Fall disappeared. This time was more than enough for Ivan, who hid under the fog's density, to swiftly reach the dragon. It was all too late for the dragon to dodge the moment it felt the ice fist hit its face again. Not allowing it a chance to get back up, Ivan wailed a flurry of punches as the loud impact sounds resounded again. This time the dragon finally looked in worse condition as its resistance to the pummeling lessened more and more. Seeing this, Ivan directed the ice giant to reach for the dragon's wings, with his intent being to ground the beast down here with him for the rest of its short life. WW8. Please, I beg you. My wings, M&M. It hurts, but also he. A voice emanated from the surrounding area as Ivan stopped his motions. That definitely wasn't Yu's voice, and it sure as hell wasn't Will's. So that could only mean. He applied more pressure into the ice giant's arms as it threatened to rip off the dragon's wings. It's me. Please, strong adventurer, may we speak under different terms? HNGH. Which means the dragon must be using some sort of telepathy magic to speak with him. Judging by its voice, he judged it to be female, though what bothered him was the moans it let out as he pulled on the wings. Hiya. To be so rough with me, the princess of the dragonkin. What would my people think of me now if they saw me in this condition? But I must insist that I'd like to keep my wings. The former murderous glint was nowhere to be seen in its eyes as it turned back to him with watery ones instead. That cruel gold lightened to that of a dandelion. Ivan was a bit shocked by this transformation, but refusing to let his guard down, he applied even more force. GRGH. I understand the precaution, adventurer, but please allow me to explain myself. Ivan did indeed have questions regarding this beast's existence. Like what a species thought to have been wiped out 500 years ago doing here. Sure, the mountains seemed like a great place for a dragon to build a nest, but with a town only 2 hours away, there was no way it'd have never been sighted. What bothered him, even more, is why it was capable of speech. The only explanation is that it was no ordinary dragon. You're a dragon man, ain't ya? Seeing that lying would be useless in this situation, the dragon decided to reveal its identity. Indeed, I am a proud member of the Dragonman race, and I am willing to reveal my intentions so long as you release your hold of my wings. What are you doing here? Why hunt this adventurer so intently? The Dragonman trembled a bit as it turned its gaze to meet him. It was a man in a dark robe. He took control of me and ordered me to kill that young man and the adventurers. You see, I left my village to collect info on the summoned heroes. I was so weary by the time I crossed the sea I felt the need to rest in this mountain range. So using my traits as a dragonman I transformed to protect myself. But we dragonmen are known for sleeping through anything you see. That's when someone took the opportunity. One was asleep to use some dark magic to brainwash me. For a day he cast his dark magic with frightening proficiency. Before I knew it I was attacking adventures that made it up here. According to her, a dragonman's wings were very sensitive. It was the shock of pain she felt from Ivan's tearing off her wings that broke her out of the spell. Though she had an unclear recollection of what took place during those days, she was certain that the dark mage that had controlled her was creating an army to attack UR. Her duty to kill any adventurers in the mountain seemed like a move made by the mage to make sure no one who entered the mountains left with news of his plans. She pleaded for Ivan to release her as she felt a duty to put an end to the dark mage's acts. Offering him her servitude or even her life. Anything if it meant making sure the dark mage dies before he can endanger any more lives. She was that afraid of his brainwashing skills. Ivan's hold on her lessened as she fell to the ground. He was holding her up by the wings. If this dragon were telling the truth, then the disappearance of Aiko's student and her brainwashing almost lined up. A human proficient in dark magic, a young one at that. He was almost certain it was the classmate he was asked to retrieve. He tensed up as the dragon's body became wrapped in a cocoon of mana and gradually started to shrink. His wariness turned to awe as what emerged from the cocoon was a beautiful woman. She had black hair and piercing gold eyes. Sitting on her knees, she supported her body with one hand while rubbing her back with the other. Thick luxurious hair that went down to her waist. With the figure of a young woman in her early 20s, she stood at over 170 centimeters. Her black traditional kimono with floral designs did very little to hide her very well-endowed chest. She got up from her knees and dusted herself off. My name is Tio Claris, I'm a dragonman of the Claris clan. Ignoring her introduction, Ivan immediately started asking questions about the dark mage. From her description, he was a human with back hair and eyes, bearing the face of a child rather than a man. According to her, the last word she heard from him was, "This proves I'm better than him, I'm the real hero here." This confirmed Ivan's thoughts as he was now 99% certain this dark mage was Shimizu. In a day he and his monster of 4,000 would reach UR. With all that in mind, he dissolved the giant made of ice before dragging Will's body to shore. Once he reached the shore, he stood right in front of Tio. He withdrew a tiny vial from his satchel and presented it to her. Drink it. If you are really telling the truth and are determined to stop the dark mage, then promise me under this poison. I cannot discern which of your words are lies or truths, so drink this poison that will kill you in a week. I'm confident even a dragon shall succumb to its effects. Once we successfully ward off the attack, I shall hand you the antidote. So what do you say, are you willing to bet your life on the truth? Tio stared at the vial in the masked man's hand. After having killed a dozen adventurers, she did feel a tinge of responsibility in aiding the dark mage's machinations. A responsibility she planned to clear by destroying him. Resolutely she took the vial and drank its contents within seconds. Ivan sighed at this display before signing in relief. As cliché as it was, what he had done was just a test even with his assortment of resources. He wasn't confident to have a poison strong enough to kill a dragon within a week. In a month? Sure. But definitely not a week. He felt a little bit of assurance knowing this dragon had gone forth trusting that he'd give her the antidote when this was all over. With that in mind, he headed towards you. Picking her up by her bottom, he supported her as she wrapped her arms around his neck and sunk her teeth in. Tio stood in a daze as she was sure the vampire race had gone extinct 300 years ago. And after that could only be called the meeting of two members of a race thought to be extinguished.